You're a 600-pound tiger king, yet tourists mock you as a fat tiger or a fat pig. You don't bother to care, all you want to do is sleep. That is, until a rampaging golden lion king bursts into your territory, ready to devour people. Look at that clumsy tiger, it looks just like a fat pig. The shrill taunts make you want to roll your eyes. You're lounging under a tree, enjoying a life of ease where food is served to you. Human foolishness has nothing to do with you. But suddenly, a surge of savage fury shoots up into the sky. Roar! With a deafening roar, a golden lion king far larger than any ordinary one smashes through the fence, its icy intent locked onto the SUV not far away. Inside the vehicle sits a little girl with pigtails. You slowly rise to your feet, flexing your mighty muscles. It's time to show these mortals what a true king looks like. Chapter 1: Tigers vs. Lions. Who is the stronger? Jiangnan Province. Jiangcheng. Qingshan Wildlife Park. Zhang Feng lay lazily under a large tree, enjoying the shade. It was too hot, he didn't feel like moving. Two massive tigers lay beside him, his underlings. Being a tiger isn't so bad. No studying, no exams, no work, nothing to do. I've really hit the jackpot. Zhang Feng thought to himself with glee. In his previous life, he worked 996 hours a week, exhausted like a dog, yet still couldn't escape a sudden death. Fortunately, Lady Luck had sent him to this parallel world, turning him into a national treasure, a tiger, allowing him to live the lying flat life from a young age. In just 2 years, he had grown to 600 pounds, becoming the king of the tiger park, with over 30 underlings under his command. Honestly, gaining 600 gene in just 2 years had even surprised him. After all, tigers his age were barely at 500 gene. All he could say was that he had a huge appetite. The only downside to being a tiger is that our lifespans are too short. If I could live to be 100, I could just lie around for 100 years. Zhang Feng sighed and continued to lounge. Having food brought right to him was simply too comfortable. Of course, Zhang Feng also exercised regularly to prevent obesity and premature aging. In the tiger park, sightseeing buses passed by from time to time, along with some private cars. "Mommy, that big tiger is so huge." Zhang Feng heard a little girl's voice. Was she talking about him? He tilted his massive head and looked in the direction of the voice. A black SUV, the window was cracked open slightly, revealing a small head. It really was a little girl, about 5 years old, with 2 pigtails and a face full of youthful glow, absolutely adorable. Zhang Feng flashed a smile at the little girl. However, the smile revealed his bared teeth, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. "Mommy, the big tiger is so cute," the little girl shouted excitedly. "Hee, Xiaoming, tigers aren't just cute, they're also very fierce," the young mother said with a laugh. "Daddy, drive closer. I want to see the big tiger." Zhang Feng didn't move, he simply displayed his majestic presence to these foolish humans. However, Zhang Feng's 2 younger brothers stirred, seemingly intrigued by the SUV. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a roar, warning his 2 younger brothers not to make a move, or else the foolish humans wouldn't come over. The SUV drew closer and closer, finally coming to a stop 20 meters away from Zhang Feng. Big tiger, the little girl shouted excitedly. Zhang Feng smiled slightly, stood up from the ground, and stretched. "That feels good. That tiger is so big." It wasn't just the little girl's voice, everyone else in the vehicle was also staring at Zhang Feng with excitement. Perhaps because they saw the SUV approach the tiger without it reacting, other vehicles also pulled up not far from Zhang Feng. There was also a tour bus, the 20-odd people inside shouted with excitement, just like children. "This big tiger must weigh over 500 gene. Yeah, definitely. Wow, this is way bigger than the lion over there." "No way, the lion over there is huge too." "Which do you think is more powerful, the tiger or the lion?" a female tourist in her 40s suddenly asked. "Of course the tiger is more powerful. Look at this beast, it could easily take down that lion over there." A young man in his 20s answered immediately. "Bullshit. There is no way a tiger could stand a chance against a lion," retorted a young woman in her 20s with a mole at the corner of her eye. The young man wasn't having it and shot back, just look at this tiger, its limbs are so thick. Plus, whether it's bone density or bite force, tigers outclass lions. There's no way a lion could be a match for this tiger. Bullshit. A male lion's neck is covered in mane. Even if this tiger has a powerful bite, it's useless, it'll just end up with a mouthful of fur. A male lion could crush this tiger underfoot in 2 swipes. The young woman with the mole at the corner of her eye said disdainfully to the young man. Exactly. How could a tiger stand a chance against a lion? In ancient times, lions were the ones guarding the gates, proof that lions are far superior to tigers. Lions symbolize strength, and just as tigers represent evil. Lions are the most perfectly evolved members of the cat family, they crush a tiger with ease. The other 3 young women expressed their admiration for lions. Hearing this, the young man felt he couldn't reason with these girls and could only say, the tiger sits in the hall, while the lion guards the gate. What do you mean by that? The young woman with the mole at the corner of her eye pointed at him, furious. Exactly what I said. The young man snorted. He only said one sentence, yet this woman was barking at him like a mad dog, it was beyond belief. All right, everyone, stop arguing. As for whether the lion or the tiger is stronger, I think the lion is stronger, the lion is stronger. The tour guide quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Girls these days get angry way too easily. Over such a small thing, they have to fight it out to the bitter end. No, there's no losing, only winning. Otherwise, they'll never let it go. The young man sat down grudgingly, muttering under his breath, how could a lion be stronger than a tiger? In every respect, it's no match for a tiger. Lions are practically part of the canine family, while tigers are the most perfectly evolved felines. But there's a certain kind of person in this world called women, irrational women. Seeing the tour guide speak up for them and agree with their point of view, the 4 young women immediately burst into smug laughter. Look at that clumsy tiger, it's nowhere near as majestic as the Lion King next door. That is for sure. It looks like a fat pig. Watch out, it might wear itself to death. The 4 women hurled a barrage of mockery at Zhang Feng. Damn it, you 4 bitches, go get shot, Zhang Feng cursed under his breath. He had heard every word of the argument between those 4 women and the young man just now. He could understand human speech, after all. They actually called him a tiger dog, didn't they even know that lion dogs didn't exist? He was the Tiger King, taking down those lion dogs would be a piece of cake, won with a single swat. Even the Lion King wouldn't last more than 2 or 3 rounds. It was a shame these bitches worshipped lion dogs. Just as Zhang Feng was seething with indignation, he suddenly sensed something amiss right in the tiger enclosure. Roar! An utterly terrifying roar echoed over from nearby. Zhang Feng focused his senses and detected a terrifying aura of malevolence. Savage, brutal, and frenzied. What kind of creature was this? Beep, beep, beep. Numerous vehicles were speeding toward this direction, some even crashing directly into trees. It was clear just how panicked they were. What's going on? The tourists on the sightseeing bus stared blankly in that direction. No one knew what was happening, they were simply overcome with panic and fear of the unknown creature. Hurry up! A male lion from the neighboring lion park has gone berserk and entered the tiger park. A white sedan shouted at the crowd of stopped vehicles before speeding away. A male lion has gone berserk? We're safe inside our cars, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, lions are righteous, they don't bite people. We shouldn't be scared. The young woman who had earlier mentioned tiger dog spoke up again. Right. We shouldn't be afraid. Maybe we'll even get to see a lion in the tiger enclosure. Hey, didn't you say lions aren't a match for tiger dog? Now that the lion has charged into the tiger enclosure, you better watch closely with your own 2 eyes and see how the lion utterly destroys tiger dog. The young woman with the mole at the corner of her eye once again directed her hostility toward the young man who had just praised the tiger's strength. The young man felt like he'd been screwed over, but he was also curious as to how a lion had ended up in the tiger enclosure. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a terrifying male lion appeared. Chapter 2: Lion Eats Man, Tiger Saves Man, Lion-Tiger Battle. What appeared before the crowd was a male lion of the most terrifying kind. It was far larger than an ordinary male lion. The lioness mane was also extraordinary golden yellow and exceptionally long. Jiang Feng's expression grew grave in the lioness' eyes. He saw murderous intent, terrifying murderous intent. Those icy eyes sent a chill down one's spine. Moreover, this lioness' weight was certainly no less than his own. It must have reached 600 jin. But how could that be? He had visited the lion park just a few days ago, and the lions there weighed only about 500 jin. It was impossible for one to gain 100 jin in such a short time. Moreover, he recognized this lion. It was the king of the neighboring lion park, with a beautiful name, Kara. Kara's mane had also changed, as if it had evolved. Something was wrong, and it was a big problem. Wow, what a majestic lion king! He totally beat the Tiger King hands down. The young woman with the mole on her eye couldn't help but pull out her phone and snap photo after photo of the lion. I told you the Lion King was handsome. Look, his mane is actually golden yellow. Is this some kind of mutation? So majestic and domineering, just like the men from the land of the lighthouse. I really want to feed this golden Lion King. Several girls once again expressed their admiration and adoration for the Lion King. The young man looked at the lion and saw the coldness in its eyes. Stop taking pictures. The young man hurriedly stopped the four girls. What are you doing? It's none of your business if I want to take a picture. Go take pictures of your tiger dogs. I'm taking pictures of my guardian deity, the golden Lion King. The young woman with the mole on her eye scolded the young man and continued snapping photos of the lion. The young man fretted inwardly, hoping only that this terrifying lion wouldn't come after their tour bus. Everyone, come take pictures. This Lion King is so majestic. He is definitely going to beat those tiger dogs to a pulp later. If we record this, people will definitely watch it, the girl said excitedly. I'm taking pictures too. I need to gain followers. The four girls all started snapping photos of the lion. Jiang Feng didn't move. He had already gone on the defensive, waiting for Lion King Kara to attack. He knew that the Lion King, Kara, had set his sights on him. However, just as he was waiting for the attack, the Lion King, Kara, seemed to be provoked. Suddenly, Kara charged straight toward the tour bus, abandoning his plan to attack Jiang Feng. Roar! In just a few breaths, Kara reached the side of the tour bus and swatted at it with a single paw. The terrifying blow struck the bus, shattering the glass and even denting the protective railing. Ah, help! Someone, help me! Help! The four girls who had been taking photos were so terrified by Lion King Kara's attack that they burst into tears, collapsing onto their seats and screaming. The others were also stunned by the lioness' actions. It was terrifying. He actually dented the guardrail. Fortunately, it didn't break, otherwise, it would have been extremely dangerous. Seeing that he hadn't shattered the guardrail, King Lion Kara went completely berserk, lashing out furiously at the massive tour bus. All the glass shattered, and even the metal panels were dented. The dozens of people on the bus were trembling with fear, too terrified to move, and the driver's legs had gone weak from the shock. Quick, let us go find the others. The girl, her face streaked with tears, pointed shakily at the black SUV parked nearby. King Lion Kara's eyes were cold and cruel. He abandoned the tour bus and turned his gaze toward the SUV. Finally, we're out of here. That was terrifying. You really came through, Lily, otherwise, we'd be dead for sure. The other girls praised the girl who had directed King Lion Kara toward the black SUV. The young man sighed helplessly. This was shifting the danger elsewhere. The people inside that black SUV were likely to lose their lives. But he had no choice. He certainly couldn't lure the lion back over here. Inside the SUV were 5 people. Xiaomeng's mother urged, hurry up. The lion is coming over here. Xiaomeng's father was so frantic he was on the verge of tears. He trembled as he tried to start the SUV, but the engine stalled time and again, leaving him nearly in despair. The tour bus had protective barriers, but their private car did not. Given the lioness' strength, a single swipe could crush the car door flat. Roar! King Lion Kara charged toward the black SUV and swiped his paw at the rear left door. Bang! A deafening crash. The window shattered, and the door was crushed flat. Then, with a sharp swipe of his claws, King Lion Kara actually tore the door right off the car. Zhang Feng saw that there were 3 people in the back seat, 2 children and a woman in her 30s. The 3 were now face to face with Lion King Kara, and Zhang Feng saw the fear in their eyes. This lion was highly intelligent. It actually knew how to pry open a car door with its claws. He couldn't just stand by and watch, otherwise, the little girl, her mother, and her younger brother were as good as dead. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a furious roar and charged toward Lion King Kara. No matter what, he had to save those people. Although Lion King Kara was highly intelligent, he was far too ferocious. He couldn't tell the difference between a single hearty meal and eating his fill. Zhang Feng, however, knew the difference. He still needed to earn the Zhu's reward. Zhang Feng's speed was so fast it could be described as lightning fast. The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. An invincible aura radiated from Zhang Feng, bearing down on the Lion King, Kara. Kara was just about to feast when he heard the roar from behind him, and he flew into a rage. Turning his head, Kara charged toward Zhang Feng. The Lion King and the Tiger King were about to collide. Quick, take a picture. The lioness beating the tiger like a dog. A girl named Lily was excited again and pulled out her phone to start recording. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, Zhang Feng, the mighty tiger, collided with the lion. Boom! The 2 colossal beasts crashed into each other and then tumbled to the ground. Without a moment's pause, they launched another ferocious attack at each other. With a tearing sound, Zhang Feng's claws pierced the eye of the enraged Lion King Kara, while his neck was scratched by the lioness' claws. Fortunately, he wasn't bitten. It was brutal and frenzied. Zhang Feng didn't have time to wonder why Lion King Kara's claws were so long. At that moment, he was driven solely by the urge to kill his opponent. His opponent's fighting prowess was formidable, matching his own. If he lost focus even for a moment, there was a high chance he would meet his end in the Lion King Kara's massive jaws. Go, big tiger! From inside the SUV missing a door, the little girl Xiaomeng shouted encouragement to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was exhilarated. His blood raced through his veins. He couldn't lose to this lion dog. He intended to end the fight within 3 rounds and kill Lion King Kara. He sensed that something was off with Lion King Kara. The wound was healing, and it was growing stronger. It was as if it had cheated. Kill! Zhang Feng, still as a maiden yet swift as a hare, pounced on Lion King Kara in an instant. His target was the Lion King Kara's other eye. Roar! The Lion King Kara roared in fury. With one eye gouged out by the tiger before him, he sought revenge. He would tear this tiger to pieces and devour it. He sensed it, devouring this tiger would make him even stronger. The second clash between the 2 colossal beasts began. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They didn't dare breathe a word. Chapter 3, Activating the System, Opening the Treasure Chest. A battle that shook the world. The terrifying Golden Lion King clashed fiercely with the Tiger King of the Tiger Park. The gruesome scene directly stunned everyone present. Even Zhang Feng's henchmen closed in, intent on attacking Lion King Kara. Thud! In the second round, Zhang Feng slashed a long gash across Lion King Kara's face and left several deep, bloody wounds on his back. However, he failed to gouge out Lion King Kara's other eye. His own condition was dire. His abdomen had been torn open. This Lion King Kara was undoubtedly the mightiest of his kind, far surpassing the wild lions of the savannah. With one eye blinded, Lion King Kara became a one-eyed lion. That terrifying eye glared fixedly at Zhang Feng. He let out a furious roar to the heavens, then fled. Zhang Feng licked his wounds and did not give chase. The lion was soon shot dead by the wildlife park's security guards, so there was no need for him to go out of his way. In Lion King Kara's remaining eye, he saw venom, resentment, surprise, disbelief, and rage. This was intelligence. Lion King Kara was exceptionally intelligent. Zhang Feng began to worry. He feared the Lion King might grow even stronger and return to seek revenge. Damn it, I'm a reincarnated human, I'm not going to be afraid of some beast. If you dare come back, I'll kill you. Zhang Feng lay motionless on the ground. All he could do now was wait for the zoo's medical staff to arrive and stitch up his wounds. That tiger dog is so despicable, attacking the Lion King's eyes like that, Lily shouted angrily. Yeah, if it weren't for that tiger dog's cunning, the Lion King would ve bitten him to death long ago. The people on the tour bus heard the four girls cursing the tiger and frowned, their faces full of displeasure. The young man standing next to the four girls listened, seething with rage. The lion was about to devour someone. If not for that massive tiger, the people in the black SUV would have been doomed. And all of this was because those four girls were taking photos, and that girl named Lily had actually diverted the lioness' attention toward the black SUV. And now they were calling the tiger despicable. Sluts, they were nothing but sluts. He had already recorded the whole thing and was going to post it online later. Inside the black SUV, the little girl watched as Zhang Feng bled, utterly worried. She cried out, "Big Tiger, are you hurt?" Zhang Feng heard her voice, turned his head toward the little girl, and smiled. It was a genuine smile, one that looked incredibly soothing. Wow, Big Tiger is smiling. Mom, Big Tiger is smiling, the little girl shouted excitedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining a loyal fan. The invincible fortune system has activated. Do you wish to claim the starter pack? Zhang Feng wondered if he was losing his mind. How else could a voice be ringing in his head? Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining a loyal fan. The invincible fortune system has activated. Would you like to claim the starter pack? System? Esteemed host, the invincible fortune system has activated and will help you grow stronger. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He was finally someone with a system. No, a tiger with a system. Soon, Zhang Feng regained his composure. System, why didn't you show up before? Esteemed host, this system is the invincible fortune system. Previously, you did not have a loyal fan, so it could not be activated. Damn it, it actually required a loyal fan to activate. Zhang Feng was furious. He had worked so hard in this life to become the Tiger King, and now the system was just showing up. System, do you know how I've spent the last 5 years? Esteemed host, you're only 2 years old. Where did those 5 years come from? Zhang Feng. Claim the starter pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on claiming the starter pack. Reward, 1 drop of white tiger essence. Stored and ready for collection at any time. Claim. Zhang Feng claimed it without hesitation. He wondered if this white tiger essence came from the mythical white tiger he knew of. The moment Zhang Feng claimed the white tiger essence, a drop of fresh blood appeared at his heart. He was trembling, for he sensed the terror of this white tiger essence. The aura emanating from it made him want to submit involuntarily. He felt that if this drop of white tiger essence were to appear in the outside world, it could almost destroy the world. True to the system's nature, the starter pack was indeed such a terrifying thing. Ding! The system has detected that the host's strength is too weak to process the white tiger essence. It has been returned to storage. Please claim it again once the host has grown stronger. The white tiger essence vanished from Zhang Feng's chest. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but soon realized the starter pack was gone. Damn it, system. You're always giving me useless junk. Hurry up and give me something I can actually use. Please acquire some fate as soon as possible to use for the lottery. You have 1 chance to draw from the iron chest. What's fate? How do I get it? Zhang Feng was a bit confused. For example, if you gain 1 loyal fan, you can draw from the iron chest once. If you get 100 sincere likes, you can also draw from the iron chest once. Zhang Feng's brain couldn't process it all at once. System, hold on. What's a loyal fan? What's a 100 sincere likes? And the iron chest draw? I'm a bit confused. Let me get my thoughts together. Just as Zhang Feng was pondering, a transparent panel appeared before him. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, top tier beast. Loyal fan, 1 Xiaoming. Sincere likes, 35. Draw count, 1 iron chest. Storage, 1 drop of white tiger essence. Zhang Feng read it over 9 times before it clicked. This system was designed for him to collect luck points, exchange them for treasure chests, and draw prizes. The contents of the chest were random. It might contain something valuable, or it might not. That loyal fan must be that little girl, Xiaoming. He made a mental note of her. Draw. Ding. Host has drawn 1 gene of mana crystals. Stored and ready for collection at any time. Zhang Feng was instantly overjoyed. He had actually drawn the legendary mana crystals. If he absorbed them, would he become even stronger? That Lion King Kara from earlier was clearly far too powerful. If it hadn't been him, even another Tiger Wound Tea have stood a chance against it. How do I absorb the mana from the mana crystals? The host may consume them directly. Consuming them directly, that's a good idea. Withdraw 1 or 2 mana crystals. Zhang Feng thought it best to start small the first time. He was afraid of upsetting his stomach. The next moment, a tiny stone appeared in his stomach. It appeared directly in his stomach. That was great, saving him the trouble of having to chew it up first. Soon, Zhang Feng felt a warm current flowing from his stomach throughout his entire body. His lacerated wounds were healing, and his bones were absorbing the warmth, growing stronger. But after just a few seconds, the warm current vanished. Claim all the mana crystals. A large stone appeared in his stomach again. It felt a bit bloated, but the warm current was 9 times stronger than before. Zhang Feng felt warm all over. His strength had increased by at least 1.1%. Not bad at all. Getting stronger just by lying there. Winning without lifting a finger. Awesome. From the moment Zhang Feng activated the system to claiming the mana crystals, only a few minutes had passed. Yet, in those few minutes, the Wildlife Park's rescue vehicle arrived. In fact, the zoo's security had noticed something was wrong the moment the Lion King, Kara, mutated, and they rushed to the lion enclosure immediately. But they had no idea just how ferocious Kara had become. He actually overturned their vehicle and vanished without a trace. With no other choice, they searched the area and finally spotted Kara on the surveillance feed entering the tiger enclosure. They rushed over immediately. Security is here. Security is here, some of the car owners, so nervous they could barely breathe, shouted excitedly. They had just felt as if they were about to die. It was the first time they had come so close to death. Security! Security! Kill that tiger! It was just about to eat someone. Lily yelled at the security guards. Hearing the tourists on the sightseeing bus scream that the tiger was eating people, the security guards immediately grew tense. If the tiger really did attack a person, the zoo would be held responsible, and such a man-eating tiger would have to be killed no matter what. But how to proceed was a decision for the management. The security guard raised his tranquilizer gun and aimed it at Zhang Feng. Don't kill the tiger. That tiger saved people. He rescued that family from the lioness jaws. Go ask them if you don't believe me, the young man shouted at the security guard. Hearing this, the security guard felt his head spin. The girl said the tiger was going to eat people, while the boy said it saved them. What on earth was going on? Uncle, it was this big tiger that saved us. He chased the lion away and rescued us, shouted 5-year-old Xiaoming. That's right, security guard. If it weren't for this tiger, our whole family would be dead. You need to kill that lion right away. Also, this tiger is injured. You need to treat him quickly. Xiaoming's father recounted what had just happened. The security guard nodded. Don't worry. I'll sedate this big tiger first and have the medical staff come take a look. With that, the security guard fired a shot, and the tranquilizer dart struck Zhang Feng in the buttocks. This time, Zhang Feng didn't dodge. Otherwise, the tranquilizer gun wouldn't have hit him at all. Besides, the tranquilizer had virtually no effect on him, but to avoid being shot again, he had no choice but to pretend to faint. Lily, very well. You actually let the security guard try to kill me. I'll remember you. I hope you don't die too quickly. Zhang Feng made a mental note of this person. He was usually easygoing, but anyone who tried to take his life would be in for a world of trouble. Chapter 4: The Tiger Pretends to Sleep, Stunning the Crowd. 2 medical staff members from the wildlife park arrived. When they saw Zhang Feng, they were startled. Don't worry, we've already given this big tiger a sedative. It won't move. Security Chief Lu Ming declared with absolute certainty. Alright, I'll treat this big tiger right away. The 2 veterinarians steeled themselves and approached Zhang Feng, their legs trembling. The tiger was enormous, 3 meters long from head to tail, and a full 4 meters if you included its tail. Even though it was unconscious, no one could help but be terrified. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave this area immediately, Security Chief Lu Ming shouted into a megaphone to the crowd of onlookers. We just want to see if the tiger is okay. Don't look. It's fine, Lu Ming shouted again. Okay. We'll just take a quick look and leave right away. Security Chief Lu Ming had a headache. They still hadn't caught Kara, the escaped lion, and they were worried that Kara might injure someone again. Someone had already been killed. The zoo management had already called the police and was currently negotiating with the victim's family. Their job as security guards was to ensure the safety of all visitors while finding Kara as soon as possible. As for finding Kara, they only had a tranquilizer gun. They just fired it at Kara, but the lion was completely unharmed. Suddenly, a thought struck him: if this tiger could defeat the Lion King Kara, might it also be immune to the tranquilizer dart? At this realization, Security Chief Lu Ming panicked, his legs were shaking. If the tiger harmed anyone again, it would be his fault. Lu Ming turned with great difficulty and saw 2 medical staff carefully stopping the bleeding and suturing the tiger's wounds. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the tranquilizer had worked. But suddenly, he noticed the tiger's eyelids twitching, as if in unbearable pain. No way, this tiger is awake. It's just pretending to be unconscious. Security Captain Lu Ming was so terrified he didn't dare breathe a word. Captain, what's wrong? A young security guard standing next to Lu Ming asked urgently, noticing his captain's trembling body. Lu Ming struggled to pull a cigarette from his pocket and tried to light it, but his hand shook so violently he couldn't get the lighter to work. The young guard quickly lit the cigarette for his captain, assuming he was worried because someone had just been killed. To be honest, he'd never seen such a ferocious, savage lion before, one that had overturned a small car, dragged the driver out, and killed him with a single bite. Luckily, the security team had arrived in time to rescue him, otherwise, the other people in that car would surely have been torn to pieces by that lion. And the sightseeing vehicles here were all smashed to pieces, even the doors of that SUV had been ripped off. It was terrifying. Yet even such a terrifying lion had been defeated by this massive tiger. It had even been blinded in one eye. That tiger was incredibly formidable. Shaoli, this tiger is awake, Lu Ming said softly, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. With a clack, the lighter in young security guard Shaoli's hand fell to the ground. He knew exactly what the captain meant, and he knew what the consequences would be if this tiger went berserk. Those 2 medics would be dead for sure. Captain, how do you know the tiger is awake? The young security guard, Shaoli, asked, his voice trembling. The tiger's eyelid has been twitching, Security Captain Lu Ming said softly. All he could hope for now was that the big tiger wouldn't move. Captain, what should we do now? Should we call the 2 doctors back? Don't move a muscle. That big tiger is very smart. It didn't even flinch when we were stitching it up just now, Lu Ming said, trying to reassure both the others and himself. Big tiger, big tiger. Just as Lu Ming was waiting in agony, a little girl suddenly stepped out of the car, which was missing a door, and walked straight over to Zhang Feng. Lu Ming looked on, horrified. He wanted to shout at the girl to leave, but he didn't dare make a sound. His legs were still trembling. Everyone else was also utterly astonished, but with security guards nearby and 2 medical staff present, their worries eased considerably. Xiaoming walked up behind Zhang Feng and suddenly reached out to grab his tail. The moment his tail was grabbed, Jiang Feng nearly jumped up and tickled, and he desperately wanted to move. The medical staff smiled at Xiaoming and said, "Little one, go back. It's dangerous here." Xiaoming gave a sweet smile, "Uncle, it's not dangerous. The big tiger is protecting me." Xiaoming even gave Jiang Feng's tail a hard tug. Jiang Feng was at his wit's end. Why did this little brat love pulling his tail so much? It wasn't that bad, really, but it was so itchy, and he really wanted to move. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a black sedan entered the tiger enclosure. Security Chief Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the black sedan. Soon, the black sedan pulled up near the patrol car, and a woman stepped out. She looked to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, arched eyebrows, skin as white as snow, and a figure that was neither too thin nor too plump, just right. Though her attire wasn't particularly refined, she was still a stunning beauty. "Xiao Luo, you're here." Lu Ming was overjoyed. When Anqi saw the large tiger being treated, her delicate eyebrows arched in concern. "Captain Lu, I heard that the male lion Kara broke into the tiger park. What exactly happened? And how did Panda get injured?" Anqi asked. She was on her day off today. She was in the middle of a reunion with classmates when her boss called to tell her that an incident had occurred at the tiger park and that Panda, whom she had raised, had been seriously injured. She had raised Panda from a cub a full 2 years, and the moment she heard about the incident, she was extremely anxious and immediately drove to the tiger park. Lu Ming quickly told Keeper Anqi what had just happened, adding, "Panda is fine now, it looks like it's just pretending to sleep." Pretending to sleep? Anqi walked toward Panda, watching him as she went. To her surprise, she realized Panda was indeed pretending to sleep. She then noticed 2 medical staff members stitching up Panda's wounds, while a little girl was tugging at his tail. Her lips twitched. She was genuinely worried for the 2 medics and the little girl. But now that she was here, everything would be fine. She de-raised Panda from a cub. She could squeeze and pinch Panda however she pleased, and nothing would happen. In fact, because she de-raised Panda and Panda was the leader of the tiger enclosure at Qingshan Wildlife Park, even if she walked through the enclosure alone, the tiger's wouldn't harm her. Anqi walked up behind Jiang Feng, picked up the little girl, and said with a smile, "Little sister, don't go pulling on a tiger's tail like that. It's very dangerous." Xiaoming let go of Jiang Feng's tail and pouted, protesting, "Sister, it's not dangerous at all. The big tiger really likes playing with Xiaoming." Anqi was speechless. Are all kids this bold these days? Your name is Xiaoming, right? Let me tell you, little one, what you just did was very dangerous. Anqi carried Xiaoming over to stand in front of Jiang Feng. "Panda, stop pretending to be asleep. Get up." Seeing his caretaker approach, Jiang Feng had no choice but to open his huge, bell-like eyes and nuzzle her with his massive head. The moment Jiang Feng stood up, the 2 medical staff members were so terrified they nearly wet themselves. "But wasn't this tiger anesthetized?" the 2 medical staff stammered. "Holy crap, how did this tiger wake up? Damn, did the anesthetic wear off? I hope the tiger doesn't bite us." The tourists watching the tiger were completely baffled. It had only been a few minutes, and the tiger had already woken up. This tiger was faking sleep. Does it want to eat us? Lily, the girl with a mole near her eye, suddenly screamed. The young man standing next to her wanted nothing more than to beat the girl named Lily senseless. Couldn't she see the tiger was rubbing against the keeper? But that keeper was really good looking, wasn't he? And so brave, not even afraid of such a huge tiger. Anqi rubbed Jiang Feng's big head, feeling the panda's fur was incredibly soft and incredibly comfortable. "If I don't pet a panda for a day, I always feel like something's missing. Big sister, I want to touch it too." 5-year-old Xiaoming was thrilled and reached out to touch Jiang Feng's big head. Jiang Feng didn't refuse. It was this little girl, Xiaoming, who had activated his system. He couldn't help but stick out his big tongue and lick the child's face. Xiaoming giggled uncontrollably at the lick. While Xiaoming was laughing, everyone else was terrified, especially her parents. "Xiaoming, come back here." Xiaoming's father was petrified, fearing the big tiger might snatch his daughter away. He had just been packing up the car to transfer everything to the rescue vehicle, and in the blink of an eye, his daughter had run over to tug on the tigeress' tail. She was incredibly bold. She really was a fearless little thing. Anchi handed Xiaoming back to her father and said with a smile, "Sir, don't worry. Panda is very smart, he never bites people." Zhou Chang nodded repeatedly. Right. That tiger is exceptionally smart. If it weren't for him just now, our whole family would have been mauled to death by that lion. Although he was grateful to the big tiger, Zhou Chang was still terrified. A tiger that big could swallow his daughter whole in a single bite. "Daddy, I want to play with the big tiger," Xiaoming squirmed, trying to get down. "Daddy, I want to play with Big Axe too," cried 3-year-old Zhou Yuan. Zhou Chang was at a loss for words. Holding one in each arm, he climbed straight into the ambulance. Anchi smiled, walked over to Zhang Feng, and gave his neck a firm massage. "Panda, are you okay?" Anchi checked Zhang Feng over. He seemed fine, though the laceration was terrifying. "Woo woo woo woo," Zhang Feng roared, indicating he was fine. The two paramedics were so frightened their legs went weak. The tigeress' roar seemed to echo in their minds, sending shivers down their spines. This was a lower-level life form being suppressed by a higher-level one. All right, Panda. As long as you're okay, stop roaring." Anchi soothed Zhang Feng. "Panda, I'll go prepare some beef right now. Just wait here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately perked up. The reason he'd grown so big was precisely because his owner had been giving him special treats, feeding him beef. He had a huge appetite and could eat 30 pounds of beef in a single meal. This beef wasn't provided by the zoo, his owner had bought it with her own money. Anchi, his owner, seemed to come from a wealthy family, a young lady of high standing, yet she'd come to work as a zookeeper. Who knew what she was thinking? But he was happy. No more pork, just beef all day long. Life was good. 30 pounds isn't enough. I want 50. But all Zhang Feng could say was woo woo woo, a sound no one could understand. Anchi patted Zhang Feng's big head and walked over to the security captain. "Captain Lu, could you help keep an eye on things here? Don't let them disturb Panda's rest." "Sure, Xiao Luo, I'll keep watch here." Anchi drove off. She was going to buy beef not just for Panda, but for the other tigers as well. Ugh, my wallet's going to be empty again. Maybe I should find a way to make some money. Anchi sighed. Even though her dad gave her 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, it still wasn't enough. Every day she bought 60 jin of beef, which cost 3,000 yuan, and that was being frugal. If she bought as much as she wanted, she'd easily spend 30,000 yuan a day. Maybe I could do some live streaming to make a little extra cash? Anchi thought to herself. Chapter 5, Reactions from All Sides. Hashtag Qingshan Wildlife Park lion attacks human. Hashtag which is more powerful, lions or tigers? Find out here. Hashtag why did the lion attack? Is Qingshan Wildlife Park liable? Hashtag why did the lion become so violent? What's the reason? Hashtag Qingshan Wildlife Park lion mutation, massive size, golden mane. Hashtag. Within half a day, the internet in Xiaogua was flooded with news about the lions and tigers at Qingshan Wildlife Park. Holy crap, a lion ate a person. The lion is actually that big. I heard that a lion king named Kara. He even ran into the tiger enclosure, scared off over 30 tigers, and bit the tiger king. Awesome. The Lion King is mighty. He beat the crap out of those tiger punks. A guy with a perm can't beat a guy with tattoos. What a load of bullshit. Lions are the real deal. As soon as tigers see a lion, they turn tail and run. In the game of beast chess, it's always the lion that eats the tiger. 3 lions devour 4 tigers. Lions instantly kill tigers. From ancient times to the present, lions have always been the stronger ones: wolf-like devouring, lion-like gulping, lioness gaze fixed intently, dragoness den, lioness lair, dragon and lion in strife, release the lion back to the mountain, jackals, wolves, lions, and leopards, like a lion with wings, pale at the mention of a lion, vigorous as a dragon, lively as a lion, dragoness roar, lioness howl, and so on, while tigers are merely turned into a dish called braised tiger head. Or dog head. Ha ha ha, lions are awesome. Online, a bunch of clueless netizens are fiercely debating whether lions or tigers are more powerful. Hardly anyone is worried about Kara, the escaped Lion King. In their minds, lions are just animals that can't use weapons. Humans, however, are the rulers of all creation, capable of wielding weapons. Even if this lion is huge, it's no more than a peanut to us. Kyoto. A mysterious special affairs bureau. The vast conference room was silent, with 2 rows of agents staring intently at the large screen with grave expressions. The screen displayed several different scenes, one of which showed a tiger and a lion furiously tearing at each other. A middle-aged man with a square face, seated at the head of the table, watched the video on the screen and suddenly spoke up. "Xiaojun, how do you think we should deal with this Lion King Kara? This Lion King Kara has likely awakened and become an evolved beast. But Kara is far too savage. He has just awakened and has already begun attacking humans. I believe we must kill him as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences could be unpredictable," a young soldier said with unwavering certainty. The square-jawed middle-aged man nodded. In recent months, there had been numerous incidents of animals attacking people. These animals had grown significantly larger and had become extremely ferocious. The Special Affairs Research Institute had been established just 2 months ago, specifically to investigate the cause of these animal mutations. Through their research, they determined that a mysterious substance had appeared in the world. What was this substance? The Special Affairs Research Institute named it mana, which could also be referred to as evolutionary chi or longevity chi. Due to the presence of mana, many animals have undergone changes, exhibiting cases of atavism. This Lion King, Kara, is a prime example. What do you plan to do about that Tiger King, Panda? That Tiger King, Panda, doesn't harm people. In fact, he saves them. The zookeeper, Anchi, can even command him. He is a good tiger. The young soldier concluded. Panda is a good tiger. I'm asking you, can you tell if this panda has evolved? The square-jawed middle-aged man asked again. The young soldier studied the video closely, then shook his head. It doesn't appear to have evolved. What about the rest of you? The square-jawed middle-aged man asked the others. It doesn't seem to have evolved. Compared to an ordinary tiger, Panda is just a bit larger. Other than that, there is no difference. The square-jawed middle-aged man stared at the video, his fingers tapping involuntarily on the table. After a long pause, he said, "Xiaojun, you're in charge of Kara, the Lion King at Qingshan Wildlife Park. You must kill him as soon as possible. As for Panda, the Tiger King, don't touch him for now, but keep him under close surveillance. If he awakens or evolves, report it immediately." "Yes, sir." "As for the rest of you, keep a close watch on the wildlife and the zoo. If any animal attacks a person, shoot it on sight." "Yes, sir." "Go." After everyone had left, the square-jawed middle-aged man opened another video feed. In the footage, a giant python over 20 meters long was constricting a large water buffalo, then swallowing it whole before slithering into the river. On the plateau, a silver wolf king nearly 3 meters long sprinted at full speed, shaking off the pursuing helicopter in a mountain valley. Wow, it can actually dodge bullets. I wonder how many more people this wolf king will devour. No one knew just how much pressure he was under. In less than 3 months, some truly terrifying creatures have already appeared. From here on out, even more terrifying creatures are bound to emerge. It seems I need to get in touch with that young lady from the Luo family. The tiger she is raising hasn't even awakened yet, and it can already go toe-to-toe with an evolved beast and even win. It has immense potential. The middle-aged man with the square face felt a warm glow when he saw the panda lick the little girl's cheek. Qingshan Wildlife Park. Anchi drove a pickup truck into the tiger enclosure. Jiang Feng saw it and immediately sprinted over. His favorite beef was here. Anchi hurriedly got out of the car and stopped Jiang Feng. Panda, don't rush. Wow, that zookeeper is so brave she actually dared to stand in the way of a starving tiger. Is this the tiger that was bitten by Kara, the Lion King? The Lion King Kara has become quite the sensation online, causing quite a stir. He overturned a small car, killed a person, then broke into the tiger enclosure, scaring off more than 30 tigers, and even biting the tiger king of the enclosure, Panda. Yeah, that's the sickly cat. He is such a useless piece of trash. Jiang Feng's hearing was so sharp he could pick up the slightest sound within 100 meters, let alone voices just 30 meters away. Damn it, he was the one who chased that Lion King Kara away. If Kara hadn't run, he would killed it for sure. Since when did it become a sickly cat? It really pissed him off. Besides, he was even stronger now. He could absolutely beat that Lion King Kara to a pulp. Anchi didn't hear the two girls talking 30 meters away. She was busy setting up her live streaming equipment. She was going to live stream the tigers. She was so broke a single tiger could empty her pockets, let alone the 30+ tigers she had. Just then, 2 tigers weighing about 500 pounds each arrived. Yuanzi, Tuanzi, hold off on eating for now. Anchi quickly stopped the 2 male tigers that had just arrived. Although she hadn't raised these 2 500-pound tigers from cubs, they were Panda's sidekicks, so she had no choice but to buy extra beef for them. Jiang Feng was getting impatient. He was starving. But to avoid offending this zookeeper, he had no choice but to wait patiently. At the same time, he gave a call to his 2 little brothers, telling them to wait as well. Wow, that zookeeper is so brave. This is a wildlife park. After all, the tigers here are practically semi-wild and she isn't afraid of them at all. What's the zookeeper doing? Is she live streaming? Looks like it. Ever since word spread that a lion had killed someone at Qingshan Wildlife Park, a few daredevils had rushed over specifically to see the lions and tigers. That's so strange. In the past, when a tiger killed someone, the zoo would shut down immediately. Why hasn't it closed this time? I don't know. But I heard it's not just Qingshan Wildlife Park, there have been animal attacks at other zoos too. No way. It's true. Anchi blocked the 3 massive tigers with her body, preventing them from eating the beef in the pickup truck's trunk. This time, she spent 10,000 yuan on 200 jin of beef, all from her own savings. After setting up the live streaming equipment, Anchi grabbed Jiang Feng by the scruff of his neck and said, Panda, I've prepared 200 jin of beef this time. You can call a few more buddies over to eat. Fearing Jiang Feng wouldn't understand, Anchi even gestured with her hands. Jiang Feng looked at the beef in the truck bed and started drooling. 200 jin, he felt he could polish it off all by himself, but for the sake of his brothers, he'd eat a little less. Roar! Jiang Feng let out a loud roar. Soon, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the forest. Thump, thump, thump. There they were, 29 tigers. Counting Jiang Feng, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi, there were 32 massive tigers in total. Anchi was a little scared, but with Panda by her side, she felt a bit more at ease. With 32 massive tigers, 200 pounds of beef seemed a bit scarce, but that was all the money she had. Wow, so many tigers. From nearby vehicles, many tourists were thrilled to see so many tigers. What shocked them even more was that the tigers didn't swarm the pickup truck to eat the beef. Instead, they waited quietly. Anchi nervously opened her livestream. This was her first time streaming before, she'd only ever recorded videos. The moment she went live, some of her followers saw the notification and joined the stream. Wow, what's with that huge head? Where is little fairy Anchi? What's that caterpillar? That caterpillar, I'm dying of laughter. Holy crap, Anchi, how did you end up with so many tigers? Anchi, what exactly does your family do? Keeping so many tigers, aren't you afraid of getting arrested? Holy crap, holy crap. Seeing the growing number of viewers, Anchi smiled happily and said, Hello everyone, I'm Anchi. I just saw someone ask what my family does. We're just an ordinary family. I'm a zookeeper here at Qingshan Wildlife Park. She hadn't mentioned her job in her previous short videos, so her fans didn't know she worked as a zookeeper at Qingshan Wildlife Park. What? Qingshan Wildlife Park? Isn't that the wildlife park where people got bitten to death? Anchi, you're such a fairy. I'm so jealous you actually get to feed tigers. Anchi ruffled Zhang Feng's big head, and the camera captured the moment perfectly. Wow, wow, wow. Anchi, you're so brave. Suddenly, a special effect appeared on the screen, an airplane. User Little Flying Fish has sent an airplane. This was the first gift she had ever received. Ha, using tigers to get fans to tip you. Have you found a way to milk the system? Anchi frowned at this but said nothing. Why are you silent? This cowardly tiger was severely injured by a bite, and now you're using it to milk the system. You guys at Qingshan Wildlife Park are something else. Anchi didn't respond, but someone else helped her fight back against the haters. Chapter 6: Gaining Followers Through Live Streams, Giveaways. You big idiot, do you know how much Anchi spends on these tigers every month? 100,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan every single month, spent down to the last penny, all on beef. This was a comment posted by a user named Yutong. It didn't end there. This Yutong user continued to post comments. You damn troll, all you know how to do is bash people. Do you even know that Panda got bitten by a lion because he was saving someone? You damn troll. Anchi saw this and burst out laughing. Her best friend's temper was as fiery as ever. Ha, spending 100,000 yuan a month on beef for tigers to eat? What a tall tale. The tigers are kept in a zoo. Why would they need a zookeeper like you to buy their own beef? Also, you say Anchi spends 100,000 yuan a month. Where does she get that kind of money? Besides, that tiger isn't even a match for the Lion King. Trolls are trolls no matter when, they have to bash people. In a villa in Jiangcheng, a long-haired beauty was livid. Yutong really couldn't take it anymore. You damn troll, Anchi's dad gives her 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses, something you, a worthless troll, definitely don't have. Plus, everyone knows Panda saved someone. It's just you, the troll, who doesn't. That's right, we all know Panda saved someone and chased the lion away. It wasn't a security guard who rescued Panda from the lioness jaws. At this point, some informed fans began to set the record straight for Anchi and Zhang Feng, the mighty tiger. When Anchi saw this, she finally felt a little better. After all, the haters were in the minority. Hello everyone, I'll use all your donations to buy beef for Panda and the others to eat. Anchi said briefly, then climbed onto the pickup truck and tossed chunks of cut beef to Panda. Zhang Feng didn't fight for it, he was simply overcome with joy. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, top tier beast. Loyal fans, 3. Sincere likes, 786. Lottery attempts, 9 iron chest. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence. In just a few minutes of streaming, he had received over 700 sincere likes and gained 2 loyal fans. He could even see who his loyal fans were. One was his pet owner, Anchi, and the other was Yutong. He didn't know who this Yutong was. It was likely someone from the live stream. Time for a giveaway. Time for a giveaway. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 gene of mana crystals. Use them all. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 pounds of mana crystals, 1 Ju fruit, 1 Guiyuan pill, and 1 pound of mystic iron. Oregon items have been stored and are ready for collection. Zhang Feng was over the moon. He actually received 3 pounds of mana crystals and a Ju fruit. As for the mystic iron ore and the Guiyuan pill, they must be valuable items as well. Panda, why aren't you eating the meat? Anchi called out from the pickup truck. She was worried that Panda had suffered some serious injury the doctor hadn't detected earlier. Zhang Feng was busy with the lottery and hadn't noticed the beef, but when his owner called out, he suddenly felt ravenous. Seeing the hungry look on Panda's face, Anchi burst into laughter and explained to the live stream viewers, Panda just let the other tigers eat first. Panda is so kind-hearted. I really want to pet Panda. Ha, if you pet Panda, watch out, Panda might pet you back. While thanking the viewers for their donations, Anchi tossed a 2-gene piece of beef toward Panda. Jiang Feng caught it with his big mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. As the 2-gene piece of beef entered his stomach, Jiang Feng felt it begin to break down rapidly under the action of his stomach acid. His digestive capacity was simply too powerful. He was still a bit hungry. Consume the Guiyuan pill. The next moment, a massive wave of warmth flowed from his stomach throughout his entire body. So comfortable. Jiang Feng felt that this single Guiyuan pill was equivalent to 15 gene of mana crystals. His strength surged immediately. He was already about 70% full. Anchi was still streaming when she suddenly noticed the number of viewers in her chat room skyrocketing. The chat room, which had originally held only about 1,000 people, instantly swelled to 7,000 or 8,000, quickly surpassing 10,000, and was still rising. As the number of viewers in Anchi's chat room soared, Jiang Feng was also thrilled beyond measure. Although the number of loyal fans hadn't increased much, the sincere likes had quickly surpassed 1,000. Could it be that the system can detect when viewers in the pet owner's stream give me a like? Esteemed host, this system is the invincible fortune system. It can detect anyone who praises you. We recommend that you interact with these viewers frequently to gain fortune. Interact frequently? Jiang Feng felt like his head was about to explode. If he went to interact with these people, he'd probably scare the living daylights out of them. This system must be glitching. Never mind. Watching the sincere likes skyrocket, Jiang Feng was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy crap, Panda is smiling. He's really smiling. Panda is really smiling. No way, how could a tiger laugh? He really did laugh. I already took a screenshot. Love it, love it. So it's not just Shiba Inus that can laugh, tigers can too. From now on, I'm Panda's fan. Panda, I love you. Ding. Congratulations, host, on interacting with others. Keep up the good work. Jiang Feng was stunned. He actually gained over a dozen loyal fans. And this system? Just a simple congratulations? Where's the reward? Ding. Host, you've earned 10 iron chest draw chances, which can be exchanged for 1 bronze chest draw chance. What? Is that how it works? Are there silver chests, gold chests, diamond chests, starry chests, and king S chests coming up next? Esteemed host, please cut back on gaming so as not to jeopardize your future. After the gold chest comes the purple gold chest. There are no diamond or starry glory chests. Diamonds aren't worth much. They're as common as charcoal. If you really love diamonds, the system can exchange a planet's worth of diamonds for you. Jiang Feng gave an awkward laugh and sent a telepathic message. No, I don't want diamonds. Alright, please keep up the good work, host, and earn a whole bunch of loyal fans. Jiang Feng looked at the interface and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Damn, that maniacal grin. Panda is seriously smart. Panda, give us another smile, and I'll send you a rocket. I've been saving up for this. Suddenly, Anchi's livestream was once again flooded with special effects. Rockets were flying everywhere. I'll start by sending 20 rockets as a gesture of respect. Holy crap, the principal is here. He is starting with 20 rockets. Isn't that a bit stingy? 20 rockets? Holy shit, I couldn't save that much in a whole year. Anchi saw it too and couldn't help but say, thank you, principal, for the 20 rockets. If you're here, I'll have Panda make sure to thank you properly. Haha, Anchi, you little vixen, making Panda thank the principal? That LL scare the crap out of him. Haha, I'd love to be thanked by Panda too. I wonder if my 180 pounds would be enough for Panda to have a hearty meal. Just then, the screen was once again flooded with rocket effects. Holy crap, another 20 rockets. That's the principal for you. And more. The rocket effects kept coming. Anchi, after all, came from a prominent family, so she wasn't fazed by these gifts. Thanks for the rockets, principal. Come visit Qingshan Wildlife Park sometime. Panda, Tuanzi, Yuanzi, hurry up and thank the principal for the rockets. You'll get some beef to eat. Anchi ruffled Zhang Feng's big head. Hearing Anchi's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a roar, simultaneously signaling his brothers to join in. In an instant, the chat was filled with roaring sounds. These tigers are so well behaved. I really want to pet them. This is so awesome. I'm going to Qingshan Wildlife Park. I'm going too. The screen was flooded with comments from viewers planning to visit Qingshan Wildlife Park. Anchi was a bit shocked to see the viewer count had actually reached over 80,000. This was her very first livestream, and already there were this many people watching. The total value of gifts had surpassed 500,000 yuan, and she could keep half of that. Most of the gifts came from the principal, the rest were worth less than 20,000 yuan. Still, that was pretty mind-blowing. Panda, are you full? Zhang Feng wasn't about to nod if he actually did, he'd be taken away and sliced up. He let out a little growl. You're full? That's good. Anchi felt relieved. Hello everyone, that's all for today's stream. See you tomorrow. Don't go, Anchi, my little fairy. I want to see Panda. Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. But Anchi still ruthlessly shut down the stream. Panda, get some rest. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Roar. Zhang Feng let out a roar. Anchi ruffled Zhang Feng's big head and didn't leave until 10 minutes later. Zhang Feng then led his little brothers into the woods. He was about to start the prize draw. Chapter 7, Evolution Successful. The Lion King Kara returns. Exchange for a bronze chest. Draw. Zhang Feng was stunned. 10 iron chests were gone just like that. System, did you swallow them on purpose? Esteemed host, the higher the chest's level, the easier it is to draw it empty. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Esteemed host, you didn't ask that question. Zhang Feng was furious. Draw from the iron chests 10 times. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 caddies of mana crystals, 1 diamond, 1 tail of gold, 1 caddy of silver, 1 shoe fruit, 1 bone washing pill, and 1 great restoration pill. Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised to find both silver and gold. He began consuming the mana crystals. As for the shoe fruit and the elixirs, he decided to save them for now just in case one of his subordinates got injured. These elixirs could be lifesavers. Suddenly, Zhang Feng felt as if his body were about to explode. System, what is going on? Zhang Feng asked urgently. Esteemed host, congratulations. You are about to evolve into a Tier 1 awakened beast. Please prepare sufficient energy. Energy? What kind of energy? Mana. It's found in the Zhu fruit, mana crystals, and the elixirs, the system explained briefly. Zhang Feng's body was still transforming. The aura he radiated grew increasingly powerful, causing his 2 subordinates to retreat in fear. About half an hour later, Zhang Feng felt hungry, extremely hungry. His body had completely depleted the food he'd eaten that day and was now consuming his own flesh and blood. Claim 3 gene of mana crystals. Claim Zhu fruits. Lottery 10 consecutive draws. Lottery 20 consecutive draws. Finally, Zhang Feng had drawn all the iron chests, and he had obtained a large haul of spiritual treasures. Time passed slowly, and Zhang Feng lay quietly beneath the tree, evolving in peace. Midnight. Zhang Feng awoke. He had completed his first evolution. He stood up, feeling boundless power coursing through his body. If he were to face Lion King Kara again, he could take him down in an instant. As he focused his mind, a transparent panel appeared. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, Tier 1 Evolved Beast. Loyal fans, 12. Sincere likes, 18,560. Draws, 0. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence, 1 gene of gold, 5 gene of silver, 2 pieces of mystic iron, 3 crimson fruits. There were simply too many items in storage, and the number of sincere likes was also staggering. It was all too much for him to take in at once, so he had to hide the sincere likes and just focus on the loyal fans and the number of draws. Tier 1 Evolved Beast. My strength has tripled, and my body has grown a bit, thankfully not by much. Those foolish humans shouldn't be able to notice. So is Kara also a Tier 1 evolved beast? But it's so weak it doesn't even count as a true Tier 1 evolved beast. Zhang Feng pondered whether Lion King Kara lacked enough mana crystals, preventing a complete evolution, otherwise, he would never stand a chance against it. Huh, what is going on over there? Zhang Feng looked toward the lion enclosure, where strange fluctuations were emanating. It was mana, he was very familiar with it. Mana is drifting over even from this far away. There must be some treasure over there. I'll go check it out. Zhang Feng began running toward the lion enclosure. He had pads on his feet, so even though he weighed over 600 gene, nearly 700 gene, he still didn't make much noise. The tiger park was vast, he was several kilometers away from the lion park. The closer he got, the denser the mana became. Roar! 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 In the lion park, many lions suddenly erupted, roaring furiously at their former companions. In an instant, the entire Changshan Wildlife Park erupted with commotion. It wasn't just the animals that were startled, even the security guards in the duty room and the staff living within the park were taken aback. Lin Bin, come in, come in. Copy that. A voice came over the walkie-talkie. Go check the lion enclosure immediately. See what's happening. Stay safe. Got it. I'm heading over right now. A patrol vehicle equipped with protective bars drove toward the lion enclosure. The tiger enclosure is adjacent to the lion enclosure, separated by a 6-meter-high barbed wire fence. Normally, neither lions nor tigers can cross this fence. But earlier that day, Kara, the Lion King, had crossed it. Zhang Feng was also preparing to cross the fence. To him, it was as good as non-existent. Even before his evolution, he could have scaled it, let alone now. Just as Zhang Feng was about to cross the fence, a patrol car suddenly approached. The iron gate swung open, and the patrol car drove through. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't bother climbing over the fence, he simply crouched low and followed the patrol car into the lion enclosure. Then Zhang Feng sprinted toward a hillside on one side. He wanted to see exactly what this group of lions was up to. The tiger enclosure, including him, had 32 large tigers, while the lion enclosure had 70 or 80 lions. The lions far outnumbered the tigers, so entering the lion enclosure now was extremely dangerous. He could easily be surrounded and attacked. However, having evolved into a Tier 1 evolved beast, he naturally had nothing to fear from a lion ambush. What's that? Mana crystals? Zhang Feng's eyes were exceptionally sharp. He could see clearly in the darkness, even at a distance of several hundred meters. Dark, muddy stones lay on the ground, and several extraordinary male lions were fighting over them, while the female lions roared furiously nearby. Could it be that Lion King Kara grew stronger by devouring those stones? Zhang Feng speculated. As for why these male lions were fighting over them, it was surely because Lion King Kara had departed, leaving no new leader. Several exceptionally formidable male lions could no longer contain themselves and had begun vying for these treasures, which appeared to be mana crystals. Zhang Feng waited quietly. With the patrol car now approaching, it wasn't the right time to act. He would wait until those foolish humans had left the lion park before moving in to dig up the treasures. His claws were far more useful than those of a lion. Inside the patrol vehicle, Lin Bin watched the group of lions fighting and felt an inexplicable sense of panic. The pressure Kara had put on him earlier that day had been overwhelming, and he couldn't help but feel that these lions were just as terrifying as Kara. Zhang Huan, do you think we should go take a look? Lin Bin asked the driver. The driver, Zhang Huan, was quite bold. He patted his chest and said, Brother Bin, sure. Our vehicle is reinforced with protective bars, it's perfectly safe. Alright then, let us go take a look, Lin Bin agreed. The patrol vehicle drove forward. The vehicle's headlights caused even greater commotion among the lions. Several male lions weighing over 500 pounds stopped fighting and turned their gaze toward the patrol car. In the darkness of the lion enclosure, aside from the patrol car's headlights, only the lion's eyes glowed yellow, some even red, making the scene utterly eerie. "Brother Bin, those lions seem to be staring at us." "I think we should leave," said driver Zhang Huan, growing nervous. Lin Bin's heart pounded violently. He felt that the lion park was incredibly eerie tonight. He even sensed that those 5 male lions were not much inferior to the Lion King, Kara. They were on the verge of becoming the new Lion King. 5 of them, each one capable of hunting a rhinoceros on its own, surely. Let us go, let us go." Lin Bin agreed and urged driver Zhang Huan to leave immediately. Just as the two were about to drive out of Lion Park, a terrifying roar shook the entire Qingshan Wildlife Park. Loud, incredibly loud, like a thunderclap splitting the night sky. Crouched on the hillside, Zhang Feng's pupils contracted as he spotted the one-eyed Lion King, Kara. Kara had actually returned, and in broad daylight, no less. He was too powerful, far stronger than he'd been during the day. This Lion King Kara is radiating a murderous aura and covered in blood. What on earth has he been up to? A bad feeling welled up in Zhang Feng's heart. "Kara, you're really asking for it. Since you've come back, you'd better leave your life behind." Lion King Kara appeared in the lion enclosure, his eyes like copper bells glaring at the patrol vehicle. The 2 men in the patrol car sucked in a sharp breath. They stared at the one-eyed, blood-stained male lion, its face twisted in a ferocious grimace, fangs bared, a sight of utter terror. "Get out of here! It's Kara!" Lin Bin screamed. At the same time, Lin Bin shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Kara's back. He is in the lion enclosure, and his mouth is covered in blood." "What? Kara's back in the lion enclosure?" Yes. Kara's back in the lion enclosure. "I don't know what he ate, but he is terrifying right now. He is a whole size bigger than the other lions." "Oh no, he is charging toward us," Lin Bin said urgently. Driver Zhang Huan was also terrified. If it were an ordinary lion charging at him, he wouldn't be afraid at all, but this was Kara, the Lion King Kara, who had overturned the small car. If it weren't for Panda, the Tiger King of the Tiger Park, stopping Lion King Kara from killing people, who knows how many more would have been killed. Roar! Kara's speed far outpaced the patrol car, which had only just started moving. It pounced directly onto the vehicle and swiped at the roof with a single claw. Thud! The guardrail was slammed against the roof. Fortunately, the guardrail was extremely resilient, otherwise, it would have snapped. Driver Zhang Huan was shaking with fear, but thankfully, having dealt with lions and tigers for years, his mental fortitude was relatively strong. He drove the patrol car straight toward the tiger park. Just then, Lion King Kara suddenly leaped off the patrol car and charged at its side. Bang! The patrol car was actually knocked over by Kara. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This was a level of strength far beyond anything humans could hope to match. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin were overcome with fear. Their hearts pounded violently. They felt as if death was imminent. Lin Bin! Get out of the lion enclosure immediately!" Security Captain Lu Ming shouted urgently over the walkie-talkie. "Captain, we can't retreat. The patrol car has been overturned by the Lion King, Kara. You guys come over here fast. I don't think the guardrail can hold out against Kara's attack," Lin Bin shouted frantically. "Hold on, we'll be there soon," Security Captain Lu Ming shouted back, equally frantic. Roar! The Lion King Kara let out a furious roar and approached the patrol car. Instead of striking it directly, he swiped the guardrail violently with his claws. SSSSSSS. Zhang Huan and Lin Bin crouched down, watching as Lion King Kara tore the guardrail apart. Their fear intensified. "Brother Bin, this Kara is like a murderous maniac. He is incredibly intelligent," Zhang Huan said, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Bin was also shaking all over. Kara's intelligence rivaled that of a 10-year-old child. He actually knew how to dismantle the fence with his bare hands. Thud! In less than a minute, the Lion King Kara had dismantled the guardrail, and his ferocious head slammed toward the car window. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a loud roar and sprinted toward Kara. Like a tiger charging down a mountain. No! It wasn't just like a tiger, it was a real tiger charging down the mountain, the king of all tigers descending. Chapter 8, Protecting Humans. Inside the overturned patrol car, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin heard the tigress roar and felt their hearts skip a beat. It was terrifying. But then they were overcome with joy. The tiger had appeared, and it was surely heading for the lion. Is that Panda? Zhang Huan asked excitedly. It looks like Panda, but how did Panda end up in the lion enclosure? Lin Bin asked, his face full of confusion. They had barely exchanged 2 sentences when the charging tiger collided with the lion. The one eye of Lion King Kara was filled with coldness and murderous intent. His limbs had evolved, his claws had grown longer and sharper. When not attacking, they remained hidden, but once unleashed, they were sure to be earth-shattering. Zhang Feng showed no fear. He extended his sharp claws and lashed out at Lion King Kara. With a tearing sound, Zhang Feng's right forepaw sliced a deep, bloody gash across Lion King Kara's face. Lion King Kara tried to bite Zhang Feng's neck but missed instead. He was knocked flying by Zhang Feng's left forepaw. The disparity in strength was too great. Even though Lion King Kara was 30% stronger than he was during the day, he was no match for Zhang Feng, who weighed nearly 700 gene and had evolved into an evolved beast. Zhang Feng charged fiercely at Lion King Kara, intent on ending the lioness' life. However, Lion King Kara suddenly let out a furious roar and retreated rapidly toward the rear. Just as Zhang Feng was about to give chase, a pack of lions closed in, roaring furiously at him while over a dozen male and female lions attacked the patrol vehicle. With a crash, the patrol vehicle's glass shattered. Damn it, that bastard Kara, he actually played dirty. Zhang Feng dared not pursue Kara. He feared the 2 people inside the patrol vehicle would be torn to pieces by the pride. Roar! Zhang Feng charged toward the patrol vehicle, knocking 2 male lions flying with a single blow. At the same time, he positioned himself on the side where Kara had smashed through the guardrail, blocking the lions from attacking the people inside. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin watched as Panda used his body to block the shattered door, too overwhelmed with emotion to speak. Today, their hearts had been on a roller coaster ride, facing death several times over. It was Panda who saved them. Without Panda, they would have been torn to shreds by the lions. Outside the vehicle, Zhang Feng heard the notification he had gained another loyal fan. No, 2. Awesome, 2 more iron chests. Looking at the dozens of lions before him, Zhang Feng sneered. These punks were nothing to him. He could take them out with a single swat. If that Kara hadn't been so underhanded sending the pride to attack the 2 security guards, he could have killed them outright. Roar! 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 Over a dozen male lions and more than 60 female lions roared furiously at Zhang Feng, but not a single male lion dared to charge at him. The pressure Zhang Feng had just exerted on them was too overwhelming. Not a single male lion stood a chance against him. The 2 people in the car watched as Panda remained unfazed by the lion's furious roars, and couldn't help but praise him. Panda is so mighty. Panda is so powerful. That Kara was no match for him at all. If it weren't for us, Panda would definitely killed Kara. Lin Bin couldn't help but marvel, while simultaneously relaying the entire situation to Captain Lu Ming over the walkie-talkie. Although he was in great pain and had injured his spine, his worried heart was now at ease. With Panda there, he had nothing to fear for his life. They waited quietly. In less than 10 minutes, several large vehicles arrived, their headlights illuminating the lion enclosure brightly. From the passenger seat of the lead patrol vehicle, Lu Ming saw the overturned patrol car. He also witnessed a terrifying scene. Dozens of lions surrounded the patrol car, and on one side sat a magnificent tiger so massive that even sitting down, it stood nearly 2 meters tall. Terrifying. I never expected Panda to be this smart. He knew how to defend against the lions attacking Zhang Huan and Lin Bin, another security guard said excitedly. Dozens of lions had attacked the patrol vehicle and even overturned it. Just as the situation became critical, a fierce tiger appeared and blocked the lions' attack. No one would believe it if they heard this story, but they had seen it with their own eyes. Drive the lions away. We're going to rescue them, Lu Ming ordered. Captain, should we drive Panda away? The water truck driver asked. Lu Ming looked at Panda, hesitated for a moment, and said, no need. Panda doesn't harm people. Got it, Captain. A fully armed man emerged from the water truck, pulled out a high-pressure water cannon, and began spraying it at the pack of lions. Although the high-pressure water cannon couldn't kill the lions, the attack was still extremely powerful, and it scared all the lions away. Captain, how are we going to rescue Zhang Huan and Lin Bin? A young security guard swallowed hard. The tiger was sitting right next to the vehicle. It was too terrifying. Who would dare to get out? Security Captain Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Fully armed, he opened the door with slightly trembling hands. In reality, he knew that if Panda attacked him, not even 10 times this gear would be enough to withstand a single swipe from Panda's claws. Alright, I'll go down and pull them both out from the other side, Lu Ming said. With that, Lu Ming stepped straight out of the patrol car. Just then, Zhang Feng suddenly moved, walking off into the distance. Lu Ming was startled by Zhang Feng's actions. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Zhang Feng had walked away. He felt his back was soaked through with sweat. He now had immense respect for Anchi to actually dare to take on Panda, and to face over 30 ferocious tigers head-on. That kind of courage was something he couldn't cultivate even in 10 lifetimes. Lu Ming struggled to pull the two men out of the car, then hurriedly carried them into the ambulance. Only then did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the two men who had narrowly escaped death, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Huan and Lin Bin exchanged a glance and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. Captain, you've never experienced despair and hope. Today's ordeal will give us enough bragging rights to last a lifetime, Lin Bin laughed heartily. Bragging? You should thank Xiao Luo. If she hadn't raised Panda to be so friendly and formidable, you wouldn't have a single bone left to brag about, Lu Ming teased with a laugh. Alright, you two don't have to come to work for the next few days. I'll report tonight's incident to headquarters. They might send someone to investigate. Just tell them exactly what happened. Yes, Captain. Captain, where did Panda go? It didn't run out of the zoo, did it? No, it headed toward the tiger enclosure, Lu Ming explained. He just gotten a clear look. That's good. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. He knew that with Panda's jumping ability, it could easily clear the zoo's barbed wire fence. If it wanted to get out, it could escape the tiger enclosure just like Lion King Kara had. I need to tell the boss, and I need to tell Xiao Luo too. Otherwise, if this panda really does escape, who knows how many people it'll scare. Apart from the overturned vehicle, all the other cars drove out of the lion enclosure. Zhang Feng, who had been waiting on the hillside, leaped down the slope and ran toward the spot where he suspected mana crystals might be found. He wanted to see if they were indeed mana crystals. If they were, they'd be his. Zhang Feng's sudden return caused the group of lions to retreat in fear. Zhang Feng paid no heed to the lions, who were itching to pounce, and instead dug into the pit with a swipe of his paw. Ding! His claw struck something extremely hard. He zeroed in on the spot and dug with all his might, pulling a stone out from 2 meters underground. It weighed no less than 100 gene. What is this? Are they mana crystals? Zhang Feng asked the system in confusion. Honored host, would you like to use 3 iron chest draw chances to appraise this treasure? Damn it, it wants 3 iron chest draw chances? Forget the appraisal, just put this stone in my inventory. Honored host, storing this stone in your inventory will consume 5 iron chest draw chances. Do you wish to store it? Zhang Feng felt like he was going to spit blood. Everything required draw chances. He might as well just carry it back to the Tiger Park himself. He was convinced this was mana crystals, otherwise, why would the Lion King Kara have suddenly evolved? Forget storing it. I'll carry it back myself. Zhang Feng picked up the 100-pound stone with his right forepaw. It felt incredibly light and headed toward the tiger garden. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to take the treasure away, the lion pack went wild. Yet they were also afraid of him, so for the moment, they merely circled him, roaring furiously. Get lost! Zhang Feng let out a long roar. A bunch of idiots. If they dared to surround him again, he'd slaughter them all. Besides, He was only taking the largest mana crystals, the smaller ones were still there. Zhang Feng's roar rolled like a tidal wave, sending the pride of lions scattering in panic. Bunch of losers. Zhang Feng chuckled, then set off toward the tiger enclosure, carrying over 100 pounds of mana crystals. Chapter 9, Everyone's going to see the big tiger. What? Captain Lu, you're saying Panda broke into the lion enclosure yesterday and saved 2 security guards? Anchi was utterly astonished. She'd just woken up, her hair still unbrushed and her makeup undone, when she received a call from security Captain Lu Ming, telling her that Panda had saved 2 people last night. It was simply unbelievable. Yes, Xiao Luo. If it weren't for Panda, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin would be dead. That Lion King Kara appeared terrifying. I'll tell you this in confidence, at least 5 people died at Lion King Kara's jaws yesterday, their bodies left in pieces. Don't tell anyone else, Lu Ming whispered over the phone. This couldn't get out, otherwise, it would definitely cause a panic. What? Something this serious actually happened? Anchi was horrified. That's right, Xiao Luo. You need to be careful. That Lion King Kara has a very strong sense of vengeance. Then Panda is in danger. Anchi immediately began to worry about Zhang Feng's safety. On the other end of the line, security Captain Lu Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. How could Panda be in danger? That terrifying Lion King Kara would have been killed by Panda if he hadn't cunningly summoned a pack of lions to attack the 2 security guards. Xiao Luo, Panda will be fine. That Lion King Kara is no match for him. Just be careful yourself. As a member of the Luo family, I'm sure you're aware of some of the unusual events that have been happening. Yeah, my dad told me. As a member of the Luo family, Anchi naturally knew that some unusual events had occurred over the past 2 months. A special gas had appeared in this world. Experts had already studied it and named it mana. This mana could actually cause animals to evolve: pythons over 20 meters long, silver wolves as fast as lightning, divine eagles with wingspans of 7 or 8 meters. There were even terrifying giant octopuses emerging from the deep sea, capsizing a cargo ship weighing thousands of tons. All sorts of strange and bizarre things had appeared, and among humans the rulers of the world evolvers had emerged as well. However, they were extremely rare, and their abilities were highly unstable, as if they had been forced to evolve. No, I have to go check on Panda. If Panda is hurt, that would be terrible. Anchi began washing up and packing her things. Ring ring. Who is it? Anchi wondered, puzzled. Who could be calling this early? Anchi, it's me, Yutong, Yutong shouted from outside the door. Anchi hurriedly opened the door to find a young woman dressed in white casual wear standing there. The woman was in her early 20s, with skin as fair and smooth as jade, delicate eyebrows, a straight, upturned nose, and thin, rosy lips. Her figure was incredibly slender, with curves in all the right places. She was simply perfect. At her feet stood a large Samoyed, its fur as white as snow. It was truly the king of dogs. Anchi felt a twinge of jealousy. Her best friend and college classmate, Yutong, had such an amazing figure. Although Anchi was a beauty herself, her figure couldn't hold a candle to her best friend's. Hey, Yutong, you're all dressed up like this. Who are you going to meet? Hee, I'm here to see you, Anchi, Yutong said with a grin. Anchi shot her best friend a disapproving look and said, Yutong, I have to go to work at the zoo. I don't have time to hang out with you. You don't have to hang out with me, I'll come with you to the zoo, Yutong giggled. Why would you come with me to the zoo? Do you like animals? With everything that's been happening lately, my dad told me to tag along with you to the zoo to see if anything strange is going on. Plus, I want to see the panda. Yutong stated her purpose quite bluntly. Anchi nodded. Although the panda hadn't evolved yet, the fact that it had defeated Kara, the Lion King who had already begun evolving, was proof enough of its potential. Ring ring. Anchi was at a loss for words. Who could this be now? She opened the door to find 2 young people standing outside, a man and a woman dressed in black. They stood with straight backs, looking neat and sharp, as if they were government officials. Hello, is this Miss Anchi? The young woman asked with a smile. Yes, that's me. Is there something you need? Anchi already had a hunch about who these two were. Her father had called her yesterday, but she wanted to confirm it. Hello, Miss Luo. My name is Li Hui. We'd like to go with you to the Qingshan Wildlife Park. Here are our credentials. Li Hui pulled out her ID from her bag. Anchi took a look. Special Affairs Bureau. It was exactly what her father had told her yesterday, that someone would come looking for her today. Hello. You're going to the wildlife park. You aren't planning to see panda, are you? Anchi asked. Yutong, inside the room, was also listening intently. That's right, Li Hui nodded with a smile. What do you plan to do with panda? Anchi asked nervously. She was afraid the people from the Special Affairs Office would take Panda away. In her heart, Panda was family. She raised him from a cub, and she wouldn't let anyone take him away. Li Hui smiled. Miss Luo, don't worry. We won't do anything. We're just going to see Panda. Anchi relaxed, nodded, and said, Okay, let us go. But I need to buy some beef first. Sure. Soon, the two cars were heading toward Qingshan Wildlife Park. Anchi, do you think Panda has evolved? Yutong spoke up from the passenger seat. I don't think so. If he had, his size would have increased. Just look at how much Lion King Kara has grown. Plus, evolved beasts are usually very aggressive, but Panda is very docile. Anchi didn't hide anything from her best friend and spoke her mind. Yeah. My dad even told me to take Snow to the checkpoint. Yutong glanced at the snow-white Samoyed in the back seat. Has Snow become really aggressive? Anchi couldn't help but ask. No, Snow is still very docile. Well, that settles it then. Keep him for now, but be careful, Anchi advised. An hour later, Anchi bought 500 pounds of beef and, accompanied by Yutong and two agents from the Special Affairs Bureau, entered the tiger enclosure at Qingshan Wildlife Park. Panda, Anchi called out loudly. She panicked. She couldn't see the tiger anywhere. Where in the woods had it hidden? Had it escaped? That morning, Security Chief Lu Ming had told her that even Kara, the Lion King, could scale a 6-meter-high barbed wire fence, so Panda surely could too. He had specifically warned her not to let Panda slip away. Now that she couldn't see Panda or any of the other tigers, she was naturally anxious. Roar! Hearing that familiar roar, Anchi felt relieved. Suddenly, a majestic tiger burst out of the woods, its regal presence and invincible aura washing over them. Anchi was overjoyed. She had been so anxious earlier, terrified that Panda had escaped the zoo. Panda, where did you come from? Anchi grabbed Zhang Feng by the ear and demanded. We were inside, evolving, Zhang Feng said, opening his gaping maw. But the sound that came out was a roar. Yutong, sitting in the car, watched as her best friend grappled with the 3-meter-long tiger, and her heart sank. Her friend was just too brave. In another vehicle, two Special Affairs Bureau agents, Li Hui and Su Zhe, looked grave as they pulled out a device resembling a tablet. A bright red dot appeared on the screen, accompanied by several dimmer red dots, each displaying a number. They aimed the device at Panda, who was not far away. The brightest red dot shot up from 10 to 100, continuing to rise until it finally settled at 165. The two exchanged glances, feeling as if they'd seen a ghost. Miss Luo, may we approach Panda? Li Hui asked, swallowing hard. The device in her hand could detect living beings within a 30-meter radius, and even some treasures that emitted mana. Of course, not all treasures could be detected. For instance, the device was unable to detect treasures that didn't emit mana. Sure, what kind of device is that? Anchi asked curiously, noticing the objects in their hands. It's the latest mana detector developed by the Research Institute. It measures the amount of mana in a person's body. For example, you only have 0.2 points. This is the first-generation model, so the readings might not be entirely accurate, Li Hui explained to Anchi with a smile. Then, she and Su Zhe cautiously approached Zhang Feng. It was truly enormous, which made her extremely nervous. Even though she could take down 10 people with her bare hands, facing this colossal creature still made her body tremble uncontrollably. Suze beside her felt the same way. It was truly hard to imagine that such a colossal creature, an evolved beast, no less, could be so docile. Upon hearing Li Hui's explanation, Anqi's interest soared. She was amazed that such a device existed, though hearing that her mana was only 0.2 points dealt a blow to her confidence. How many mana points do you two have? And how about Panda? Anqi asked curiously. Look, I have 4 points, Suze has 5, and Panda, whoa. Li Hui sucked in a sharp breath. How much does Panda have? Anqi pressed, growing impatient. Almost 200, and it's still rising, Li Hui said excitedly. Zhang Feng listened to their conversation and felt a bit curious himself. Could the tablet in that woman's hand really measure mana? That's high tech. Hearing that the pet owner's mana value was only 0.2, he couldn't help but laugh. This pet owner was such a loser. He had 200. He felt that if he unleashed his full aura, that mana value would skyrocket even further. After all, he'd been holding back his energy. He didn't believe that tablet could even sense that. 200? That much? Anqi was in disbelief. She tugged on Zhang Feng's ear and hurried over to Li Hui's side. She saw a red dot, a very bright red one with the number 212 displayed, no longer flickering. Holy crap, Panda, you've evolved! Anqi exclaimed excitedly, cupping Zhang Feng's large head in her hands. She then examined him closely and noticed that Zhang Feng's body seemed to have grown slightly. Yes, Miss Luo, Panda has definitely evolved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a high mana value. According to our records, among land animals, Panda ranks in the top 20, Li Hui said excitedly. The animals tested previously had high mana values, but they were all extremely aggressive, attacking humans at the slightest provocation, and some even biting people to death and devouring them. Only Panda, this massive tiger, had shown the most docile behavior. This was a positive sign. Top 20, Panda? That's fantastic, Anqi said, cradling Zhang Feng's large head and kissing the Wang character on his forehead over and over. Pfft, just the top 20? Panda, should be number 1. No, Zhang Feng, should be number 1, Zhang Feng thought to himself. Woof woof woof. Wah! A Samoyed named Snow got out of the car. He just barked twice, but when he saw Zhang Feng, he immediately started whimpering. Zhang Feng hadn't expected a Samoyed to show up. This was going to be a great toy. Zhang Feng walked straight toward the Samoyed. This sudden movement scared Yutong back into the car, where she screamed in terror, Anqi, help! Snow's going to get bitten to death. Anqi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yutong, it's okay. Panda doesn't bite. He just wants to play with Snow. Look. Yutong clutched her chest and looked out the window. Sure enough, she saw Panda playing with her Snow. But the scene was too heartbreaking. Panda's massive paw was pawing at her Snow, while Snow was trembling uncontrollably, too scared to move a muscle. Anqi, hurry up and get Panda away from here. Chapter 10, Handing Over Mana Crystals. Zhang Feng devoured the beef in huge bites, polishing off 50 pounds in one go. What a treat! I wonder if this pet owner even has enough money left to buy more beef. Beside Zhang Feng were his 2 sidekicks, Tuanzi and Yuanzi, also gobbling down the beef. Xiao Luo, the scale is here. Security Captain Lu Ming appeared, carrying the scale. Anqi thanked him happily and shouted to the livestream, everyone, today we're going to weigh Panda. Awesome, weighing a tiger, first time I've seen that. I bet Panda weighs 550 gene. I bet Panda weighs 600 gene. How could he weigh 600 gene? Not even the Lion King weighs that much. Who cares about the Lion King? My Panda is the best. Ha, the Lion King even bit Panda. And you say Panda is the best? You're just a useless tiger and a tiger fanboy. Ha, lion fanboy. There are still tiger fanboys these days. Lions are way stronger than tigers. Damn it, this is a tiger livestream, lion fans, get lost. The screen was flooded with tiger and lion fans. Anchi felt a bit helpless. Whenever she went live, these two groups would immediately start arguing, one claiming lions were stronger, the other insisting tigers were, and they'd insist on settling who was better. Everyone, pay close attention. Let us see how much Panda and the other tigers weigh, Anchi said with a smile. Tuanzi, go up. Tuanzi looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. He didn't understand what was going on. Zhang Feng quickly patted his little buddy. Your owner wants you to get weighed. He wanted to see how much Tuanzi weighed too. Last night, Tuanzi had absorbed quite a bit of mana. He'd chipped away a layer from that 100-pound rock. Tuanzi understood what Zhang Feng meant and hurried over to the scale. Holy crap, is Panda that smart? He actually managed to get Tuanzi to step on the scale. Panda is so cute, give him a hug. Too bad flights are suspended, otherwise, I'd go to Jiangnan province to see Panda. I'm from Jiangnan province, but there's been an accident back home, so I can't go. Ha, I've arrived at Qingshan Wildlife Park. I'll get to see Miss Anchi and Panda any minute now. Anchi looked at the weight on the scale and couldn't help but gasp. Little fairy Anchi, how much does Tuanzi weigh? We can't see it, hurry up and tell us. Anchi didn't keep the live stream viewers in suspense. She announced the answer straight away. Tuanzi weighs 586 gene. What? Tuanzi weighs 586 gene? Then the panda must definitely weigh over 600 gene. That's terrifying. Who says Panda isn't 600 gene? Just look at how much bigger Panda is than Tuanzi. Viewers in the live stream were all urging Anchi to weigh Zhang Feng. Yuanzi, come here. Anchi pulled Yuanzi over. Yuanzi weighs 598 gene. Just a little short of 600 gene. But they just had a big meal, otherwise, they wouldn't be this heavy. Anchi explained. We want to see how much the panda weighs. Weigh the panda now. Okay, I'll weigh the panda right now. Anchi was also curious to see how much the panda weighed. Zhang Feng obediently walked onto the scale and sat down. Ding! He was clearly much heavier than Yuanzi. Anchi began adjusting the settings. The camera was focused on the scale. 650 gene, 670 gene, 700 gene. 780 gene. Finally, Zhang Feng's weight settled at 785 gene. Everyone present gasped, and the live chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, Panda weighs 785 gene. Did he just break the record? 785 gene? But Panda doesn't look that huge. How could he weigh 785 gene? Awesome! Panda is only 2 years old, right? He hasn't even reached his peak yet. At his peak, he'll be at least 1000 gene. With a weight like that, he could probably slap the crap out of me with one paw. A tiger that big? I have to see it with my own eyes. I want to go see it too. Li Hui and Su Zhe from the Special Affairs Bureau also quickly reported all the information regarding Zhang Feng. Panda, a tiger from Qingshan Wildlife Park, 2 years old, weight 785 gene, mana value, 212, friendly toward humans, currently non-threatening. Soon, the two reported Zhang Feng's information and began cautiously approaching him. Anchi tugged at Zhang Feng's ear and looked at him, asking in disbelief, Panda, even if you ate 50 pounds of beef and gained 50 pounds, you wouldn't weigh 785 pounds, would you? How could the change be so drastic? Although many people knew that mana had appeared in the world and there were many strange animals on the forum. As long as the authorities hadn't officially announced evolution, she couldn't just make things up in the livestream. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Zhang Feng was gloating over his weight, the Samoyed suddenly bolted toward the nearby woods. Snow! Yutong shouted, worried about her beloved dog, and ran after him into the woods. Yutong's sudden dash completely startled Anchi. There were 29 tigers in there, and they weren't nearly as friendly as Panda. Yutong, don't run off! Anchi hurried after her. Zhang Feng had no choice but to follow. These stupid humans, really. Running around recklessly for the sake of a dog, it's such a headache for the tigers. Why is that Samoyed running off? There are plenty of tigers in that woods. If things go wrong, they'll all be toast. With Panda around, they'll be fine. The viewers in the livestream were confident in Anchi's safety. With Panda's nearly 800-pound frame standing guard, no tiger would dare make a move. The 4 humans and 3 tigers followed the Samoyed. Zhang Feng's eyes were sharp. He clearly saw the Samoyed heading straight for the tiger's resting spot. Did this Samoyed get his head stuck in a door? Doesn't he know this place is dangerous? He could guarantee that Tuanzi and Yuanzi wouldn't bite anyone, but he couldn't guarantee the other 29 tigers wouldn't. After all, those 29 tigers were semi-wild. Unless he was present, there was a high probability they would attack humans. As for that Samoyed, he was as good as dead. Zhang Feng charged ahead and just caught sight of the Samoyed barking woof, woof, woof at the group of tigers, its eyes fixed on the rock, drooling profusely. Holy shit, that dog has picked up the scent of mana crystals. Zhang Feng was somewhat stunned that dog's nose really was sharp. Anchi, Yutong, Li Hui, and Su Zhe had also arrived, and the 4 of them spotted the rock as well. Over 20 tigers lay quietly beside the stone. Mana crystals? How did mana crystals end up here? Li Hui was stunned. Their Special Affairs Bureau had obtained mana crystals as well, but they were only the size of a palm. The mana crystals that had appeared here, however, were as large as a millstone, weighing nearly 100 jin. Where did they come from? Miss Luo, could you ask Panda to bring that stone over to us? The higher-ups really need it, Li Hui said quietly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Anchi glanced at Li Hui. She didn't really want to do this, but Li Hui had been sent by the higher-ups. Since they needed the stone, she had no choice but to do her best. Panda, can you give me that stone? Anchi leaned close to Zhang Feng's ear and whispered, gesturing for him to bring the stone over. Hearing his owner's words, Zhang Feng suddenly held out a paw. Anchi was confused. You're so slow, beef. Zhang Feng let out a dissatisfied woof. Left with no choice, he had to reveal just how clever he really was. Beef? You want beef? Okay, I'll let you eat your fill tomorrow, Anchi promised. However, Zhang Feng remained unmoved and gestured with his paw again. Anchi had raised Zhang Feng since he was a kitten and knew his personality well. You think that's not enough? No problem, I'll prepare enough for a few more days, Anchi quickly agreed. Only then was Zhang Feng satisfied, and he waddled over toward the mana crystals. He had dug these mana crystals out of the lion enclosure yesterday. He sensed there were more inside, but he wasn't sure if the tiger enclosure had any as well. If it did, that would be great. The 4 of them, along with 6 security guards, watched as Zhang Feng carried the massive boulder out from among the 29 huge tigers. Not a single one of them roared. They couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Feng's strength. Thud. Zhang Feng tossed the stone at the pet owner's feet. Although these mana crystals weren't small, they were nothing compared to his owner. As long as he had his owner, he'd have loyal fans, and foolish humans would give him likes and provide him with luck, allowing him to open treasure chests and grow stronger. Plus, his owner would feed him beef. His owner was the best. Panda, you're amazing. Anchi couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Feng's cleverness and prowess. Li Hui and Su Zhe were thrilled beyond belief. They never expected such a windfall. Miss Luo, you've done our facility a huge favor. You're welcome, it's the least I could do. But you have to guarantee Panda and the others food for the next 15 days, and it has to be beef, Anchi said with a smile. No problem, Miss Luo. We'll definitely deliver the beef, Li Hui agreed immediately. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with immense joy. Soon, Li Hui loaded the 100 or so gene block of mana crystals into the car, and she and Su Zhe left the zoo immediately. Chapter 11, The Lion King's Highway Heist. Another livestream had earned Zhang Feng a new batch of loyal fans. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, Tier 1 Evolved Beast. Loyal fans, 58. Draw count, 125 iron chest. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence, 28 gene of mana crystals. This looks much better. Jiang Feng smirked with satisfaction. He streamlined his interface so he could easily see exactly how many loyal fans he had, how many draw opportunities he possessed, and what was in his collection. 28 gene of mana crystals should be enough for Tuanzi and Yuanzi to evolve. Jiang Feng decided to wait until nightfall to have his two minions evolve into evolved beasts. As for the pet owner, he had no idea how to help her evolve. Humans should be able to absorb mana through some kind of breathing technique. I wonder if the pet owner has one. Earlier that day, he overheard the two people who took the mana crystals. Their mana levels were 4 and 5, while the pet owneress was only 0.2. She was clearly a total loser. He'd have to help her out. I've got elixirs and jus fruits, right? I definitely can't use the elixirs, but I can give her a jus fruit to eat. Yeah, that's the plan. Jiang Feng glanced at the sun in the sky. It was scorching. He couldn't be bothered to move, so he lay down under a tree to cool off. Lying down is just so comfortable. Soon, Jiang Feng drifted off to sleep. On the highway, Li Hui and Su Zhe were speeding toward the capital with over 100 pounds of mana crystals in tow. These mana crystals were the largest their Special Affairs Bureau had discovered to date, though there would surely be even larger ones in the future. However, in this era, it was all about staying one step ahead. One step ahead, and you're ahead in every step. Although Great Xiao was powerful, it still had many enemies watching it with greedy eyes, scheming by every means to bring about its downfall. If those hostile nations were to surpass Great Xia during this period of upheaval, Great Xia would be in grave danger. As members of the Special Affairs Bureau, the two of them had to deliver this massive mana crystal to the research institute as quickly as possible so that experts could study it. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed across the plains. Immediately afterward, a terrifying golden lion appeared on the plains, charging toward the highway. Li Hui, in the passenger seat, was startled. She looked out the window. In an instant, she was overcome with fear. How could there be a lion here, and a one-eyed one at that? Li Hui exclaimed in horror to Su Zhe beside her. Su Zhe heard her too. Ahead of him, a one-eyed male lion was charging toward them with ferocious speed. Its speed was extreme. Faster than the car itself, it was getting closer and closer. This can't be Kara, the Lion King, Su Zhe said, his voice trembling. Step on the gas and drive right through it. Kara is already a Tier 1 evolved beast, with over 4 tons of strength. He could kill us in an instant, Li Hui shouted in terror. Su Zhe was, after all, a member of the Special Affairs Bureau. He was well-traveled and experienced, and was evolving himself. Although he hadn't reached the level of a Tier 1 evolver, he was far stronger than an ordinary person. He floored the accelerator. The car instantly shot up to 150 miles per hour, and its speed continued to rise. On the highway, there were other vehicles besides theirs. The moment the one-eyed Lion King Kara appeared, some drivers were instantly terrified. Out of sheer fear, some drivers actually crashed into other vehicles. The one-eyed Lion King Kara, still charging across the open fields, took a single stride onto the highway, then slowed down, blocking the path of the speeding car. Drive through it! Li Hui shouted. She didn't know how the Lion King Kara had ended up here, charging straight at them, but she knew that if they didn't plow through, they would surely be killed by him. Su Zhe slammed his foot to the floor of the accelerator and charged toward the Lion King Kara. If it had been an ordinary lion, he would have had absolute confidence in running it over, but facing the Lion King Kara, he wasn't sure. He had no guarantee. Boom! The exhaust roared. Kara's signal I fixed on the speeding car that I was cold and terrifying. Without a trace of fear, the Lion King Kara moved, charging straight toward the car. Bang! The two collided. King Kara was sent tumbling dozens of meters by the impact, while the car was a sight to behold. It flew into the air and began rolling forward. Thud, thud, thud. All the car's windows shattered, and a boulder the size of a millstone fell out of the trunk. King Lion Kara spotted the stone, let out an excited roar, then stood up and walked over to it. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the car, his eyes filled with ferocity and murderous intent. But in the end, the stone before him was more important. Kara picked it up in his mouth, leaped off the highway, and vanished from everyone's sight. Many who witnessed the scene were utterly shocked. It was beyond their wildest imagination. A lion had entered the highway, collided with a speeding car, and stolen a stone from inside it. It was truly bizarre. Hello, is this the security bureau? There's a lion on the Jiangcheng Expressway. It's robbed a car and taken a stone. We don't know if the people inside are alive or dead. A driver immediately called the police. What did you say? A lion robbing a stone? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, right on the Jiangcheng Expressway. Sir, do you know that making a false report is a crime? What do you mean, false report? This is real. You'll see for yourselves if you come over. Sir, did you actually see this with your own eyes? Of course I saw it with my own eyes. That lion was huge, and it had only one eye. It was absolutely terrifying. Wait a minute, sir. You said the lion had only one eye? That's right. All right, sir. We'll be there shortly. A long line of cars had backed up on the highway, with drivers in the rear having no idea what was going on. Inside one of the cars was a woman in her 20s named Huang Shirhan, an outdoor blogger who had just witnessed the lion's robbery. Even after the lion had left, she still couldn't believe it. A lion committing a robbery, this is a hot topic. My dashcam recorded the whole thing. If I post it online now, it's sure to get a lot of views. Huang Shirhan immediately edited the footage and uploaded the edited video to Xiaoguo's largest video platform. Hashtag why did the lion rob on the highway hashtag. Soon, comments began pouring into her comment section. Holy crap, a lion actually robbed people on the highway? That's terrifying. That lion is huge, it's almost as big as the car. Look at the lion's eyes, so scary. Why does it only have one eye? Holy crap, isn't that Kara, the Lion King who killed people? How come he hasn't been killed yet? Someone recognized Kara. At that moment, the security bureau's vehicle arrived, and they rushed straight to the overturned car. Inside the car were two people, covered in blood, breathing faintly. The security bureau agents carried the two out of the car. They found their IDs, and the moment they opened them, their pupils contracted. They recognized these IDs, they belonged to the Special Affairs Bureau. We're in big trouble. The captain of the Security Bureau's first squad immediately called the director to report the situation. Hurry, hurry. Save them. As long as there's even the slightest chance, you must keep them alive. Medical personnel began treating Li Hui and Su Zhe. Beijing. Special Affairs Bureau. Zhang Lon, a middle-aged man with a square jaw, listened to the call from Jiangcheng. In truth, he didn't need the phone call to know what had happened. Reports of the unusual events unfolding online had already been forwarded to his computer. Ensure the survival of those two, and simultaneously pursue the Lion King Kara. If you encounter him, kill him immediately. Yes, sir. Zhang Long frowned as he lit a cigarette. The pressure weighing on him was immense. The Lion King, the Silver Wolf King, the Python King, the Eagle King, and the Wild Boar King. It's time to eliminate these creatures. Devouring humans is a sure path to their own destruction. Chapter 12, The Lion Pack's Escape. As night fell, Zhang Feng retrieved 20 gene of mana crystals from the system's storage and gave 10 gene each to Tuanzi and Yuanzi. He intended to turn his two subordinates into evolved beasts as well. I wonder how long an evolved beast can live. It should double their lifespan to 30 or 40 years. If they evolve again, living to 100 shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Feng thought to himself with delight. He closed his copper bell eyes. He was a tiger at rest, not one engaged in life and death battles. Beside Zhang Feng, Yuanzi and Tuanzi were absorbing the mana from the crystals, their auras growing increasingly powerful. Just as Zhang Feng was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard a strange sound. A rustling sound. It wasn't coming from the tiger enclosure, it seemed to be from the lion enclosure next door. What are those lions up to? Never mind. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention, he'd much rather just lie back and relax. At that moment, in the lion enclosure, the Lion King Kara appeared once again. This time, however, he didn't make a grand entrance. Instead, he secretly tore a large hole in the barbed wire fence and summoned the pride. One by one, the lions left the enclosure through the hole, males, females, and cubs alike. Led by King Kara, they deliberately avoided the surveillance cameras, and the security guards didn't notice a thing. After the last lion had left the lion enclosure, King Kara glanced toward the tiger enclosure, his single eye glowing with hatred. In the end, Lion King Kara did not go to the tiger enclosure but quietly led the pride away. Why is it so quiet? Did that bunch of stinking lions all kick the bucket? Jiang Feng thought with pure malice. But the silence was fine, he could finally relax. He glanced at Tuanzi and Yuanzi and saw that his two little brothers were fine, though their auras were growing stronger by the minute. Haha, when the pet owner comes tomorrow, he'll definitely be surprised by the changes in Tuanzi and Yuanzi. He no longer worried about being dissected. After all, those two clearly extraordinary people had mentioned evolution that day, which meant there were plenty of humans and animals who had evolved. He was being so friendly. If they still dissected him, that just wouldn't make sense. While Jiang Feng continued to lie back and relax, the capital and Jiangnan province were in an uproar because the Lion King, Kara, had attacked two key personnel at the Special Affairs Processing Office. Early in the morning, the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau convened a meeting. Why hasn't that lion, Kara, been killed yet? Tian Feng, the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau, unleashed a torrent of abuse on his subordinates. Director, that lion, Kara, is extremely cunning. It never comes out during the day, only at night. Its movements are incredibly swift, and it's incredibly fast. We can't take it down. In fact, it's already killed 3 of our men. A squad leader from the Security Bureau spoke with deep frustration and anguish. He couldn't imagine that a lion could be so terrifying, unfazed by gunfire, and even capable of killing Security Bureau agents in return. That was truly terrifying. Director Tian Feng of the Security Bureau was well aware of how difficult Lion King Kara was to deal with, but now was not the time to discuss that. The priority was to kill Kara. So you're saying we can't kill Kara for the time being? Yes, Director. Either provide us with more powerful weapons, or notify headquarters to deploy that unit. Deploying that unit is out of the question. They're not yet a match for Lion King Kara. If they suffer any casualties, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll supply you with more powerful weapons. You must take down Lion King Kara as soon as possible, Director Tian Feng of the Security Bureau said sternly. Yes, Director. I will take down Lion King Kara as soon as possible. Ring ring. Just as everyone was discussing how to handle the situation, Director Tian Feng's phone rang. What? All the lions at your Qingshan Wildlife Park have vanished? Director Tian Feng roared angrily. What about the tigers? Have the tigers disappeared too? They haven't. The tigers are all here, but the lions have all vanished. There is a huge gap in the barbed wire fence, and last night's surveillance footage didn't pick up any signs of the lions. The director of Qingshan Zoo reported the current situation to Director Tian Feng over the phone. Get a headcount of all the animals in the zoo as soon as possible. I'm on my way. Tian Feng, director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau, practically shouted. Hanging up the phone, Tian Feng immediately gave orders to his team. All members of Team 1, follow me to Qingshan Wildlife Park. Yes, Director. The Security Bureau sounded the alarm, and 3 police cars carrying over a dozen fully armed officers sped toward Qingshan Wildlife Park. At Anchia's home, 2 stunning young women stared at their text messages and the news with grave expressions. That Lion King Kara actually attacked the Special Affairs Bureau's vehicle and even stole that mana crystal? No way. Is Lion King Kara really that smart? Yutong found it hard to believe. Yesterday, she and her best friend Anchi had spent the whole day out having fun. Exhausted, they'd gone to bed early and hadn't noticed a thing. But first thing this morning, she found countless text messages and news alerts, along with 2 missed calls on Anchia's phone. One was from her dad, and the other from the zoo director. Mana Crystal's Lion King Kara actually went to steal Mana Crystals? That modified car crashed right into him, and he didn't even get a scratch. Kara is just too terrifying. Anchi still felt a chill down her spine just thinking about it. I wonder how Li Hui and Su Zhe are doing. They probably aren't dead. Both of them have trained in martial arts, and they've consumed plenty of spirit fruits. Their physical conditioning far surpasses ours. Speaking of spirit fruits, Yutong was filled with envy. Although her family was quite well off, it paled in comparison to the top families back home. It was no match for the Luo family, the leading clan in Jiangnan province. Anchi couldn't shake a nagging worry. I wonder how Panda is doing. I'll give him a call to check. Soon, Anchi dialed the number. Hello, Director. Xiao Luo, do you know what happened today? Anchi replied immediately, Director, what happened today? All the lions at Lion Park have escaped. The Security Bureau is coming to inspect the zoo's current situation, with a particular focus on the tigers. They're worried the tigers might have escaped too. What? The tigers? Director, you absolutely must not let the Security Bureau harm Panda, Tuanzi, or Yuanzi. I'm heading over right now. Anchi rushed out the door in a panic. Wait for me, Anchi, I'm coming with you. Yutong couldn't wait either. The two of them and the dog hopped into the car and sped toward Qingshan Wildlife Park. Just as they were passing a park, Yutong suddenly froze in terror and stammered, Anchi, look, is that a lion? Hearing this, Anchi looked over as well. It was a sight she wished she hadn't seen. It nearly caused a car accident. She witnessed a terrifying scene. Two female lions appeared to be tearing at a corpse. Lions? There are actually two female lions. They seem to have killed someone. Call the Security Bureau right away. Okay, I'll call them now. Yutong hurriedly pulled out her phone to make the call. Anchi was truly stunned. It felt as if lions had invaded the human city. Overnight, it seemed humans were no longer the masters of the world. It was truly a shock to the soul. Anyone with a weak heart would have been scared to death. What? You say there are lions in Meteor Park? All right. Get out of there as soon as possible. We'll dispatch personnel over there. Yutong hung up the phone, but she had a bad feeling. From the call, she could tell the Security Bureau was in disarray and extremely frantic. Anchi, should we leave Jiangcheng? Yutong asked, her heart pounding. Anchi was just as panicked. Let us go check out the zoo first. Chapter 13, Tigers on the Loose, Aiding Humans. Qingshan Wildlife Park. Jiang Feng lay lazily sprawled on a boulder, watching as security guards and safety officers hurried into the tiger and lion enclosures. He guessed something must have happened in the lion enclosure. But it wasn't his concern. All he had to do was lie back and relax. He rolled over, rubbing his back against the rock, and let out a contented grunt. Lying beside him were two massive tigers. Yuanzi and Tuanzi, his two underlings, had successfully evolved into Tier 1 evolved beasts. Captain Lu, has anything happened over here with the tigers? A captain from the Security Bureau asked Lu Ming, the zoo's security chief. No, nothing has happened in the tiger enclosure, Lu Ming replied. Thankfully, nothing like that had happened in the tiger enclosure, otherwise, the zoo staff would have gone crazy. Nearly 100 lions had escaped the zoo en masse, and they had already injured people. No matter what, the zoo wouldn't be able to escape blame. When will the tiger enclosure keeper arrive? She should be here any minute, Lu Ming replied, as he too was waiting for Anchi. Can the tiger enclosure keeper really control this pack of tigers? Captain Gao of the Security Bureau remained somewhat skeptical. 32 massive tigers and 3 evolved beasts, a truly terrifying sight. It was hard to believe that a young girl could handle such a pack. No problem. Panda, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi have very docile temperaments. Captain Gao will see for himself shortly. Lu Ming said. Whenever he mentioned that Anchi could command Panda, Yuanzi, and Tuanzi, Lu Ming felt a surge of pride. After all, they were part of their zoo's staff. While the two were on patrol, a small car entered the tiger park. Anchi was the first to get out of the car. Seeing that Panda, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi were all right, she breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Gao Bing of the Security Bureau stepped forward and conveyed his superior's instructions to Anchi, to see if she could control the tigers in the tiger enclosure. If not, the tigers must be confined indoors or even shot. The damage caused by the lion pride had already shaken the capital. They absolutely could not allow the tigers to cause a similar situation. Anchi hadn't realized the situation in Jiangcheng had become so serious. Captain Gao, it's no problem. Panda and the others won't harm humans. After saying this, Anchi walked alone toward Zhang Feng. Everyone watched Anchi. They truly admired her, a young girl daring to approach 32 tigers all by herself. Zhang Feng was lying on a boulder. He had already spotted his caretaker and noticed the people staring in their direction. He felt a bit uneasy. Panda, Tuanzi, Yuanzi. Anchi began to call out. Tuanzi and Yuanzi showed no reaction. In fact, a fierce glint appeared in their eyes. They had evolved, and their appetites were insatiable. They hadn't eaten a thing yet. However, their fierce gaze wasn't directed at Anchi, but at those unfamiliar humans. Smack! Smack! Zhang Feng slapped them both. These two little rascals were getting too big for their britches. They were clearly hoping for a big feast. They couldn't even tell the difference between a one-time feast and eating every day. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they'd surely meet an untimely end. Tuanzi and Yuanzi, having been slapped by Zhang Feng, immediately lay down on the ground, looking aggrieved. Anchi didn't notice the ferocity in the two giant tigers' eyes. Instead, she scolded, "Panda, why did you hit Tuanzi and Yuanzi?" She reached out and tugged on Zhang Feng's hair. She loved doing that. It was so fluffy and felt wonderful. Zhang Feng stood up from the boulder, stretched lazily, and glanced at his owner's car, letting out a discontented roar. Yesterday, she'd taken his mana crystals, promising he could eat as much beef as he wanted, yet now there wasn't even a single strand of beef to be seen. Anchi immediately understood what Zhang Feng meant and couldn't help but find it amusing. In the distance, however, the security guards and security bureau agents were trembling with fear. They had just witnessed the ferocious glint in the eyes of the two giant tigers, but after Panda slapped them, the two tigers lay down, proof that Panda held absolute authority over the pack. "Captain Lu, what does Panda mean?" asked Gao Bing, the security bureau captain. "He must be hungry." Lu Ming speculated. "If he is hungry, doesn't that mean Miss Luo is in danger?" "No, Panda won't hurt anyone, and he certainly won't hurt little Luo." Anchi glanced at the security guards in the distance, thinking back to what had just been said. She couldn't help but pat Zhang Feng's big head and leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "Panda, let me ride you. Let those people see how friendly you are. Ride me." Zhang Feng scratched his ear. He held out a paw. Okay, I'll let you eat as much beef as you want for 5 days." Anchi agreed immediately. Anchi grabbed Zhang Feng's fur, trying to climb up. But Zhang Feng's back was very smooth and quite high, and Anchi couldn't climb up at all. "Panda, squat down." Anchi grabbed Zhang Feng's ear and pulled down hard. Zhang Feng was speechless. What a stupid pet owner. She couldn't even climb onto his back. He had no choice but to squat down. This time, Anchi managed to climb onto Zhang Feng's back. Carrying a pet owner weighing over 100 pounds, Zhang Feng felt as if he weren't carrying anything at all. "Come on, let us go over there," Anchi commanded. Zhang Feng followed his owner's instructions and walked toward the security guards and State Security Bureau staff. "Holy crap, Anchi is actually riding Panda," Yutong said as she started recording a video of Anchi. Anchi's actions stunned everyone. The phrase "Beauty and the Beast" involuntarily popped into their minds. Riding on Zhang Feng's back, Anchi walked up to the security bureau team and said with a smile, "Captain Gao, Panda isn't dangerous at all. You can rest assured." Gao Bing nodded. He was completely at ease. It was truly unbelievable that such a massive tiger could be as docile as a kitten. Just as everyone was taking photos of Anchi and Zhang Feng, Gao Bing's walkie-talkie buzzed. "Gao Bing, Lion King Kara has appeared at Meteor Park, along with over a dozen lionesses." "What? Lion King Kara has appeared? Director, I'm heading out to provide backup right away. Gao Bing was utterly shocked, but his reaction was lightning fast. That zookeeper can command that big tiger. Have the zookeeper take the tiger to provide backup, the security bureau director ordered over the walkie-talkie. What? Send the tiger to help? Gao Bing thought he must be hearing things. Yes, those are the orders from above. Just do as you're told. Gao Bing was baffled, but since it was an order from above, he had no choice but to obey. Miss Luo, Lion King Kara has appeared at Meteor Park and is attacking people again. The higher-ups want you to take this tiger and join us in providing backup. What? Send Panda? Anchi was baffled. Right. Didn't Panda defeat Lion King Kara before? You can command Panda too. Anchi patted Zhang Feng, nodded, then said to him, Panda, you know that Lion King Kara, right? He is attacking people again. Let us go save them. Zhang Feng held out a paw. Alright, no problem. Once we're done with this, we'll go buy some beef. Anchi agreed immediately. With Zhang Feng's consent, the group sprang into action. Anchi led Zhang Feng into the cargo hold of a large truck, which, along with a vehicle from the security bureau, sped toward Meteor Park. This was Zhang Feng's first time leaving Qingshan Wildlife Park, and he was getting a little excited. Unfortunately, the cargo hold was enclosed, so he'd have to wait a bit to see the outside world. Anchi kept petting Zhang Feng. She was worried he might be nervous. Chapter 14, Seeking Help from a Tiger. Meteor Park. Just yesterday, it had been the most crowded park in Jiangchang, but today it had become a living hell. It was unimaginable. Security guards armed with guns entered the park, only to be attacked by lions that appeared out of nowhere. Especially the Lion King, Kara. He was terrifying to the extreme, capable of severing an armed security guard's neck with a single swipe of his paw. For a time, the security guards dared not enter the park at all. Tianfeng, the director of the security bureau, looked extremely grim, his heart filled with rage. Jiangqing fell under his jurisdiction, yet today, a large number of people had died in the city, killed by animals, no less, and even a dozen security officers had been killed or injured. It was unimaginable. Director, they're here, a security officer whispered. Tianfeng saw the large truck under the overpass and felt a surge of excitement. He had just received a suggestion from higher-ups to have Tiger King Panda take on Lion King Kara. The two had a long-standing feud, and Panda was exceptionally powerful, making him the ideal choice to face Lion King Kara. He had followed the advice and sent Gao Bing to bring the zookeeper and Tiger King Panda. The box truck pulled up outside the park, and Tianfeng immediately walked over. Director, Tiger King Panda is here, along with Keeper Anchi, Gao Bing reported immediately. Open the cargo compartment, Tianfeng ordered with a wave of his hand. A security guard slowly opened the van's door. The moment the door swung open, a massive head appeared. The guard who had opened the door was so startled he plopped right down on the ground. The other security guards also raised their pistols and shotguns in terror. Don't be afraid, don't panic. Gao Bing quickly stepped in front of the crowd. He had just seen Zhang Feng and knew the tiger was very docile. Panda, take it slow, Anchi shouted from inside the cargo compartment, worried that Zhang Feng might become agitated because he wasn't used to being in the compartment. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the man and the tiger stepped out of the train car. When Zhang Feng fully came into view, all the security guards were overcome with fear. The tiger was enormous, even larger than that terrifying Lion King. Its body alone was nearly 4 meters long, and with its tail included, it measured a full 5 meters. Its massive, round head actually gave off a rather festive vibe, but up close, it felt as if a boulder had been placed on everyone's chest. Seeing the security guards trembling, Anchi quickly praised Zhang Feng, "Don't worry, Panda is very gentle. If you don't believe me, come pet him." Gentle. All the security guards rolled their eyes. "Miss, you call this giant gentle? Do you think we're blind? With those sharp teeth and claws, who would dare touch it? That's asking for trouble." Tianfeng was also deeply unsettled, but having seen his fair share of high-stakes situations, his mental fortitude remained strong. Miss Luo, can you command this Tiger King? Director Tian, yes. Anchi nodded repeatedly. Very well, Miss Luo. The Lion King Kara is currently in the dense forest, leading his pride as they feast. I need you to direct the Tiger King to block Lion King Kara's path so we can first eliminate the other lions, Tianfeng explained his plan. Anchi's heart sank with dread. If Director Tian said the lions were feasting, they must be devouring people. Terrifying. Panda, go stop Lion King Kara. These guys are going after the other lions. Anchi gestured frantically at Zhang Feng. The moment Zhang Feng heard the name Lion King Kara, he flew into a rage. Back in the carriage, his owner had told him that Lion King Kara had devoured quite a few people and stolen that mana crystal. That's a damn suicide mission. Roar. Zhang Feng let out a roar and waved his paw. His meaning was clear, he could handle it alone. A bunch of losers, they needed him to protect them just to go in? Tianfeng, the director of the security bureau, was baffled. Anchi felt a bit awkward. This panda actually looked down on the security guards. Miss Luo, what does the Tiger King mean by that? Tianfeng asked. He says he can handle it alone, he doesn't need anyone else tagging along, Anchi relayed Zhang Feng's message. Alone? That's impossible. Besides Lion King Kara, there are over 20 male lions and 40 or 50 female lions. How can a single tiger possibly take them on? Tianfeng wondered if the zookeeper had failed to grasp the tiger's meaning. Roar! Stop dithering. Zhang Feng couldn't help but roar again. This time, Tianfeng finally understood what Zhang Feng meant, especially when he saw those huge, bell-like eyes that seemed to look down on the world, as if everyone present was nothing but trash. He found it fascinating. This tiger was incredibly intelligent. Alright, Miss Luo, let the Tiger King go in alone. We'll provide remote support. Tianfeng agreed. Remote support sniper rifles? Anchi asked on a whim. Sniper rifles aren't very effective. Tianfeng looked utterly embarrassed. They did have sniper rifles, but they were useless. First, the park was densely forested, severely limiting the sniper's line of sight. Second, whenever a sniper fired, the lions could sense it and dodge the shot instantly. It was terrifying. He'd just seen it happen. A security guard fired a handgun at a male lion, but the bullet didn't penetrate the flesh, it lodged in the skin and the guard was torn to pieces by the lion. These lions seemed to have evolved, their skin was incredibly tough. Zhang Feng paid no heed to their idle chatter and walked straight into the park, moving with barely a sound. He smelled the thick scent of blood, a scent that stirred his animal instincts, threatening to drive him into a frenzy. But who was he? A Tier 1 evolved beast, he would never lose himself to the mere scent of blood. As Zhang Feng entered Meteor Park, his massive copper-colored eyes narrowed slightly. He saw corpses. The ground was littered with them, their bodies covered in claw marks. Most of the bodies were elderly. It was truly unimaginable that in an era of peace, in Jiangqing, the most developed city in Jiangnan province, such a horrific scene would one day unfold. He sensed countless pairs of eyes watching him. Among them, one gaze exerted considerable pressure on him. The Lion King, Kara. The Lion King, Kara, has grown stronger again. How could this happen so quickly? It shouldn't be possible. Zhang Feng found it odd. Every time he encountered the Lion King, Kara had become a little stronger. However, no matter how strong the Lion King became, he was still nothing but a pushover to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng walked steadily, neither too fast nor too slow, toward the depths of the park. Outside, Anchi and Tianfeng, the director of the security bureau, were both watching Zhang Feng through binoculars. Miss Luo, will the Tiger King be alright? Tianfeng asked worriedly. In his mind, tigers always lay in wait, striking their prey with a single, fatal blow as it passed by. How could someone like Zhang Feng just stride in so brazenly? He should be fine. Panda is incredibly powerful. The zoo's security captain said Panda isn't afraid of a pack of lions at all. He takes them out one by one with a single swipe, like swatting flies. Anchi reassured herself. In truth, she was terrified too. After all, the Lion King Kara was too ferocious. Even with so many people surrounding him, they couldn't kill him. In fact, he killed over a dozen security guards in the process. And those security guards who been killed were the cream of the crop. That's good. Let us hope Tiger King Panda can take down Lion King Kara. With hopeful eyes, everyone fixed their gaze on Zhang Feng. They never imagined that one day, when facing a ferocious lion, they actually have to turn to a tiger for help. It really was quite strange. Chapter 15, Instantly Slaughtering the Lion Pack. Whoosh! Two male lions suddenly attacked Zhang Feng from both sides, without the slightest warning. Zhang Feng didn't flinch or dodge, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. He had seen the child's corpse, nothing remained but the head, the body had been devoured. It was the work of this pack of lions. Then he would wipe them all out. Hiss! With a single swipe of his paw, he effortlessly slit the throats of both male lions. Compared to him, these two semi-evolved lions were several levels below. Well done! You truly live up to the title of Tiger King. Tianfeng punched the stone pillar hard, overcome with excitement. They lost over a dozen security guards just to kill a few lions, but the moment this Tiger King, Panda, stepped in, he took down two male lions. His strength was truly formidable. This is what an evolved beast is, it's terrifying. Anchi was also thrilled. She knew the tiger she raised since childhood was formidable, even if he did eat a bit too much. While Zhang Feng was killing the two male lions, deep within the park, a one-eyed lioness' eyes radiated a cold, murderous intent, along with an extremely vicious and vengeful glint. Its gaze shifted to the group outside the park, itching to pounce. Finally, it withdrew its gaze, let out a low growl, and retreated toward the rear. Zhang Feng sensed the terrifying gaze vanish, and the menacing aura fading into the distance. Damn it, trying to escape again? No way. Zhang Feng gave chase after the menacing aura. Like a meteor chasing the moon, he left a trail of afterimages as he streaked through the park's dense forest. What's wrong with the Tiger King? Tianfeng asked anxiously, fearing Zhang Feng might run off. Anchi couldn't figure out what Zhang Feng was up to either. Roar! 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 Just as Tianfeng was about to take a closer look, a series of lion roars swept toward them. Then, dozens of terrifying lions burst out of the park. Open fire! Tianfeng ordered decisively, firing his own gun as he gave the command. Bang! 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 The first few female lions to charge were riddled with bullets, but the lions behind them easily charged through the hail of bullets and reached the security guards at the front. Rip! A scene that made one's hair stand on end and filled one with rage unfolded. The throats of the dozen or so security guards at the very front were slashed open by the lion's claws. Anchi felt her mind go blank. She hadn't been particularly afraid when she just seen the bodies, but when the security guards died right before her eyes, she was stunned, dumbfounded. She couldn't think straight. A female security guard grabbed Anchi and dragged her toward the armored vehicle. Tianfeng also directed everyone to retreat toward the vehicle. At that moment, the snipers in the distance came into play. Hidden in the dense forest, the lions had been difficult to hit, but now that they emerged onto the open ground and were charging straight at the team, they were easy targets. Bang! 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 One by one, the sniper bullets pierced the bodies of the lionesses like beams of death. Some of the lionesses, even after being shot through, didn't stop. They kept trying to attack the security guards. The male lions were far more terrifying. They were actually able to dodge the sniper bullets. Get back in the car! Tianfeng shouted. Even with long-range support from the snipers, more than 20 security guards lost their lives. With this, a total of 40 security guards had died here. His heart was bleeding. These were all young men, just starting out in life, and now they were gone like this. He had to kill every last one of these lions. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tianfeng drew his pistol and fired 3 shots at a charging female lion. Thud, thud, thud. However, the 3 shots failed to kill the lion. The bullets were blocked by her right front paw. Crash. The lion slammed into the SUV's roll bar, denting it deeply. Director. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were flying, but it was difficult to take down the lions. Angie and a female security guard were in the vehicle, terrified as two male lions attacked the car. Angie was truly petrified she had encountered this kind of situation yet again. Roar. Just a minute or two into the fierce battle between the security team and the Pride, Zhang Feng rushed back. Realizing he couldn't catch up to the one-eyed Lion King, Kara, in such a short time, he had no choice but to return. He couldn't bear to leave the Lion Keeper behind. He had seen a lion charging toward the Lion Keeper's direction. Sure enough, the Pride had attacked the convoy, and even the pet owner was under attack. Her situation was now critical. Whoosh! The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. Just as the wind is swift, so too was Zhang Feng's speed. This time, Zhang Feng held nothing back. He struck with full force. With a single swipe of his paw, a lion met its end on the spot. It was incredibly simple. It left over 100 security guards completely dumbfounded. By the time Zhang Feng returned, the Pride had begun to flee. They feared Zhang Feng. Even the Lion King was no match for him, so how could they possibly stand a chance? But Zhang Feng had no intention of letting these ferocious lions off so easily. To be fair, some lions are actually quite gentle, but under the leadership of Lion King Kara, they were on a rampage. He had chosen to side with his human caretaker, the one who had raised him from a cub and kept him well fed with beef. He also needed to earn human loyal fans and sincere likes to enter giveaways. No matter how you looked at it, this was the right choice. Kill. Zhang Feng's speed far outpaced these lions, who hadn't yet reached Tier 1 evolved beast status. One after another, he killed them. Only after he could no longer see any other lions did Zhang Feng stop. When he looked around, he realized he'd actually run dozens of miles. Where was he? Zhang Feng looked around. It was a residential complex. Many people were staring at him in terror, and even some dogs out for a walk were cowering on the ground, whimpering. Upstairs, people began pulling out their phones to film Zhang Feng. A tiger actually showed up in our neighborhood? This tiger is way too big. Could it be one that escaped from the Qingshan Wildlife Park? Holy crap, a tiger! What a huge tiger! The tranquility of the neighborhood was shattered by Zhang Feng's sudden appearance. Cell phones began popping up one after another on the rooftops. Zhang Feng didn't move a muscle. He was afraid of scaring the dog walkers to death. Besides, he wanted to see if he could gain some loyal fans. After all, he was pretty cute. However, he didn't gain a single loyal fan. Instead, he got quite a few sincere likes. What a fierce-looking tiger. It's covered in blood. Did it eat someone? Someone shouted from the upper floors. It's possible. As soon as they heard the tiger had eaten someone, some people were so scared they started trembling, and their phones fell from the 7th or 8th floors. My phone. Zhang Feng still didn't move. He was waiting for his owner to arrive. Big tiger. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a little girl of about 5 years old emerged from the stairwell and ran straight toward Zhang Feng. Ah, danger. Little girl, go back. Little girl, it's dangerous up ahead. Go back. Seeing this, the crowd shouted in terror, urging the little girl to go back immediately. Xiaoming seemed not to hear them. She walked straight up to Zhang Feng and, with her tiny pink hand, tugged on his whiskers. It hurt a little. That was Zhang Feng's reaction. He bared his teeth. This scene left everyone watching speechless. They all thought the big tiger was about to eat the little girl. However, to everyone's surprise, the tiger didn't move. Instead, it let the little girl play with its whiskers. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This tiger must be full. Call the police. Get the security guards to come out and rescue the little girl. The crowd collectively dialed 911. Xiaoming played with Zhang Feng's whiskers for a bit, then circled around behind him and grabbed his tail. Why does this little brat love grabbing my tail so much? Zhang Feng was speechless. This kid really had some guts. Plus, he'd run into this little girl while chasing a lion. What a coincidence. Holy crap, don't they say you shouldn't touch a tiger's butt? Not only did that little girl touch it, she is even yanking on the tail of a tiger this big. She really is fearless as a calf. Just then, Xiaoming's father, Zhou Chang, spotted the scene. His heart was in his throat, but thankfully the tiger didn't make a move. He desperately wanted to pull his daughter back, but his legs were shaking. Besides, this was the same tiger that had saved them at the zoo last time. According to the zookeeper, the tiger's name was Panda, and he was a gentle creature. It should be fine. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the safety vehicle and a truck appeared. Anqi saw Jiang Feng, and she also saw a little girl tugging at Jiang Feng's tail. She was truly speechless. It was that little brat again. How dare she be so bold? If it had been any other tiger, who knows? It might have bitten that little head to pieces in one gulp. Anqi walked up behind Jiang Feng, picked up Xiaoming, and grabbed her hands to stop her from pulling on Jiang Feng's tail. Little girl, where are your parents? Sister, over there. Put me down, I want to play with the big tiger. Xiaoming struggled, trying to get down. Right here, right here. Zhou Chang shouted. Who is that woman? Why isn't she afraid of the tiger? Someone asked. Children aren't afraid of tigers because they don't know how dangerous they are, but why isn't that beautiful woman afraid? Could it be that the tiger belongs to her? Look, there's even a safety cart. Everyone's gaze turned to Anqi. They couldn't help but notice that this woman was not only beautiful but also exuded an air of confidence, completely unfazed by the tiger. Even if the tiger were her pet, she shouldn't be this bold. Anqi took Xiaoming home, then grabbed Jiang Feng by the fur on his neck, preparing to put him in the cage. This time, Jiang Feng didn't want to go in the cage, he wanted to walk around outside, it was too stuffy in there. Anqi couldn't pull Jiang Feng, and she immediately grew impatient. Panda, what is wrong with you? Jiang Feng suddenly took off running. Anqi was baffled and could only follow alongside Jiang Feng, jogging slowly. But soon, she couldn't keep up. Panda, wait up, carry me on your back. Jiang Feng looked at his panting owner and crouched down. Anqi took the opportunity to climb onto Jiang Feng's back, straddling him as they made their way out of the residential complex. Everyone was stunned once again, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Who would have thought of that? Tian Feng was also taken aback. Miss Luo, what is Tiger King up to? He doesn't want to get in the car, so I'll ride him back and buy him some beef along the way. Is that okay? Anqi pleaded softly. Tian Feng was utterly helpless. Could he possibly say no? Those two massive copper bells were staring right at him. Chapter 16, Evolved Beast Combat Power Rankings. What is the best mode of transportation in the world? Some people would undoubtedly say airplanes, yachts, sports cars, or fine horses. But today, everyone had learned something new. Airplanes, yachts, sports cars, they're all junk. The most powerful mode of transportation? It's a tiger, and not just any tiger, but a 4-meter-long Tiger King. Anqi rode Jiang Feng, strolling along the sidewalk at a steady pace, thoroughly terrifying some people who were still unaware of the massive upheaval in Jiangchang. Holy crap, riding a tiger! Mom, I've met a fairy. I. Why do I want to ride a tiger too? Since a police car was clearing the way, people weren't particularly worried about the tiger. What is going on with this tiger? How did it just strut onto the street, escorted by a police car? Did something happen? Some knew a little, others had no idea. They were all waiting for an official response. Not everyone mistook those intense gunshots for firecrackers. Anqi's stunning face flushed slightly. With so many people staring at her, she felt both embarrassed and incredibly excited. After all, riding a tiger down the street, a 4-meter-long colossal tiger, no less, was a first in the history of the universe. She had set a new record. Jiang Feng carried the cat owner on his back, walking at a steady pace. This was the first time he had taken the time to truly appreciate the streets of this world. It wasn't much different from his previous life, though the one improvement was that the environment in this world was far superior to that of his past one. There were also plenty of animals. Panda, the steakhouse is just up ahead. I'll take you there for a hearty meal. Anchi kept brushing the fur on Zhang Feng's neck. She knew Zhang Feng liked it when she brushed him like that. Upon hearing beef shop, Zhang Feng was instantly overjoyed and broke into a trot, his nose already picking up the scent of beef. His sudden dash sent the customers in nearby shops into a panic, their legs turning to jelly. Up ahead, Gao Bing, a squad leader from the security bureau, was also on edge. His greatest fear right now was that Zhang Feng would go berserk. He had witnessed this tigress combat prowess. It was terrifying beyond measure, capable of taking down those fearsome male lions in an instant. If a lion could instantly kill armed security guards, then this Tiger King could certainly do the same to them. It was just a pity that the cunning Lion King, Kara, had escaped. Mr. Li, bring out 50 pounds of beef. Anchi pulled Zhang Feng to a stop outside the market. At that moment, everyone in the market was dumbfounded. They stared at Zhang Feng in horror, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lili, the owner of the beef shop, heard Anchi's voice. Before even stepping out of his shop, he shouted happily, coming right up. Anchi was a major customer. She spent over 100,000 yuan at his shop every month, netting him 20,000 yuan in profit. However, the cost of beef was rising, and his profit per pound had dropped to less than 5 yuan. He was considering raising the price by 5 yuan per pound. When Lili stepped out of the shop carrying 50 pounds of beef, he was stunned. He saw a terrifyingly massive tiger standing right next to Anchi. It was terrifying except for its belly, which wasn't as thick as a cow's. Every other part looked much larger than a cow. With a clatter, the beef he was holding fell to the ground. Grr, Zhang Feng growled in displeasure. This shopkeeper was so unhygienic, letting the beef fall on the ground. Zhang Feng walked over. Clatter! In an instant, everyone rushed into the shop and slammed the glass door shut. Anchi hurried after them, shouting, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This is Panda. He is very gentle." Gentle. No matter how gentle he is, it's still scary. Lili stared blankly at Zhang Feng's arrival, then suddenly felt his legs give way and sat down on the ground. Zhang Feng picked up the meat from the floor with his paw, then skillfully turned on the faucet outside the butcher shop. He washed the beef with his paw, put it in his mouth, and began chewing. Anchi had long known that Zhang Feng was fastidious, so she wasn't surprised, though she did wonder how he knew to turn on the faucet. Lili, the butcher shop owner, was trembling as he hid behind Anchi. As he watched the tiger with its back to him, his fear subsided a little. The security guards had all come inside as well, and they too were marveling at how clever the tiger was. Everyone, don't panic. This is a tiger from the zoo named Panda. He is very docile. We asked him to help us with something today, and he'll be back at the zoo shortly, Gao Bing called out loudly. Sir, is that really Panda? Someone shouted excitedly through the glass door. That's right, that is Panda. He doesn't harm humans, he even protects them. Don't be afraid, but don't get too close either, Gao Bing cautioned. No one dared to approach Zhang Feng. Even though he was gentle, he was still a massive tiger unlike any they'd ever seen, and a tiger from a wildlife park at that. This meant he was effectively a semi-wild tiger, and the ferocity of a wild beast still lingered within him. Some people began taking out their phones to film the scene. Gao Bing didn't stop them after all. The higher-ups hadn't banned the dissemination of information about evolved beasts. This was a new era. If they simply imposed a blanket ban, they would only fall behind other empires, and such restrictions might even cause panic. It was better to let things take their natural course, allowing the people of Great Xia to know what was happening so they could be prepared. Zhang Feng quickly polished off the 50 gene of beef, eating until he was nearly full. He looked at the zookeeper. He wanted more. Anchi smiled and said, Mr. Li, give me another 500 gene of beef. I want to take it back to the zoo. She now had over 3 million yuan, part of which came from her father, and part from live streaming tips. With so much money, why be stingy? She intended to feed these 32 adult tigers and the cubs properly. She planned to apply to the authorities to have the cubs placed in the tiger park. 500 gene? I only have a little over 200 gene left, Lily said, looking troubled. Then let us do this, pack it all up, and I'll take it. Starting tomorrow, I'll need 500 gene of beef every day, Anchi stated. Lily was overjoyed. A daily order of 500 gene? At 50 yuan per gene, that is 25,000 yuan. But the profit margin was too low. Beef prices were still rising. Miss Luo, beef prices are going up. Roar! Zhang Feng bellowed at the butcher shop owner. How dare he raise prices? Did he think Zhang Feng didn't exist? That single roar scared Lily so badly he plopped right down on the floor. Boss, you just mentioned raising prices. Panda didn't like what he heard, Anchi said with a mischievous grin. He understands? Lily stared at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Of course. Panda is very smart, Anchi chuckled. WWL, the price stays the same, 50 yuan per pound. I'll deliver 500 pounds of beef to the zoo every day, Lily hurriedly said, packing up all the raw beef in the shop. Alright, let us do business, Anchi smiled as she scanned the QR code to settle today's bill. Panda, let us go. Zhang Feng hoisted the large bag onto his back and, with Anchi in tow, set off toward Qingshan Wildlife Park. After Zhang Feng left, everyone in the market breathed a sigh of relief. Even now, their legs still felt weak. Holy cow, Bosley, you've got some serious guts. Bosley is amazing facing that huge tiger head on. That tiger is massive. I heard it weighs 785 pounds. Yeah, when that panda first showed up, I almost peed my pants. That head alone weighs more than I do. The crowd screamed with excitement as they began uploading the videos they'd taken. DY. Great Xia's largest short video platform and the world's largest boasts over 10 billion daily active users. Right now, everyone is posting their own footage of this bizarre incident. In the past, trending videos were all about the ultimate in sensuality or the ultimate in mature women. Starting yesterday, the government lifted restrictions, and trending videos have all shifted to evolved animals, 20-meter-long python kings, golden eagles with wingspans of 7 or 8 meters. But the hottest of all is Kara, the lion king who escaped from Qingshan Wildlife Park. Kara intercepted a specially designed vehicle at high speed and snatched a strange stone from inside. Last night, someone even released a video ranking the combat power of evolved beasts by land and air. Lion King Kara ranked third, with the Golden Eagle King in first place and the Python King in second. As for creatures of the deep, there is no ranking yet. There are simply too many terrifying beasts out there. They're massive, capable of capsizing ships weighing thousands of tons with ease. Their strength is overwhelming. However, this ranking is provisional. Perhaps soon, new terrifying creatures will emerge. The Leopard King and the Boar King are also extremely fearsome. I wonder how powerful Panda is. He is the one who actually fought the Lion King Kara. Panda doesn't stand a chance. That time, Kara was facing over 30 tigers one-on-one. Panda is no match for Kara, and Kara is far more terrifying now than he was a few days ago. I wonder if his combat power can even compare to the Python King in the southwest. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, simultaneously posting their opinions in the comments section of the Animal Combat Power Rankings. Chapter 17, Finding Mana Crystals for the Pet Owner. 10 pulls. 20 pulls. 50 pulls. Zhang Feng pulled all the iron chests. He didn't exchange them for bronze chests. Those bronze chests were a total rip-off, with a 20% chance of coming up empty. That was just too heartbreaking. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, Tier 1 Evolved Beast. Loyal fans, 120. Draws, 0. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence, 65 gene of mana crystals, 12 shoe fruits. His inventory was overflowing with items, but the most valuable were the white tiger essence, mana crystals, shoe fruits, and elixirs. Looking at Tuanzi and Yuanzi, who were only slightly smaller than himself, Zhang Feng pondered whether he should let the other 29 cubs become evolved beasts as well. Tuanzi and Yuanzi were male tigers, and among the 29 tigers, 18 were female. He felt he should let the female tigers evolve too. 65 gene of mana crystals would be enough to evolve about 6 tigers. You 6, come here, Zhang Feng called out to the 4 female tigers and 2 male tigers. Hearing Zhang Feng's voice, the 6 tigers hurried over. Although they couldn't understand Zhang Feng's words, they could grasp his meaning. Here, Zhang Feng gave each tiger 10 gene of mana crystals. The 6 tigers roared with excitement. They knew this was something valuable. Evolve well. Holy crap, Panda, where did you even get those mana crystals? Anchi had just walked in when she saw Zhang Feng handing out mana crystals to the 6 tigers. That was way too extravagant. Right now, the most expensive items on the market were treasures like mana crystals and spirit fruits. Even low-grade mana crystals were being sold for 1,000,000 yuan per gene. She'd just seen Zhang Feng hand out a huge pile of mana crystals to the 6 tigers. Anchi quickly started rummaging around under Zhang Feng, hoping to find some mana crystals. Zhang Feng felt tickled by her hands and quickly rolled over, grabbing a 1 gene block of mana crystals in the process. He handed it to his owner. These mana crystals were the easiest to obtain. He didn't need many at all. He only needed to consume 3 gene a day. What he really needed was to stream, gain followers, and boost his luck. Holy crap, such a huge mana crystal! Anchi excitedly took the mana crystal from Zhang Feng's paw. She looked at Zhang Feng, then suddenly started kissing the Wang character on his forehead, exclaiming, "Panda, you're so awesome! Where did you get these mana crystals? Where did they come from?" "From the giveaway to gain followers, of course." Zhang Feng pointed toward Lion Garden. There was a pit in that Lion Garden. Last time, he dug up a mana crystal weighing over 100 gene from that pit and given it to that useless human. But the human was so useless that a lion actually snatched it away. Although he could track down that 100 gene chunk, he was too lazy to go looking for it. He preferred to just chill. The Lion Garden? Let us go check it out again, Anchi said excitedly. Her dad had spent 150,000 yuan on just 1 or 2 mana crystals, all in the hope of evolving, but unfortunately, he failed. She now held a 1 gene mana crystal in her hand, though she wasn't sure if it was low grade or just a defective piece. Regardless, she needed to collect mana crystals. She, too, was thinking about evolving. This was a brand new era, one where massive changes occurred every single day. If she didn't keep up, she'd be left far behind by everyone else. Zhang Feng stood up, shook himself off, then hoisted his pet onto his back and sprinted toward Lion Garden. "Xiao Luo, where are you taking Panda?" asked Lu Ming, the head of security. Anchi inwardly groaned. She'd been too excited just now and hadn't thought things through, but sneaking around wouldn't be good either. "I sense that Lion King Kara's evolution is unusual. I wanted to check it out, so I had Panda come along. The Lion Garden has been sealed off. The higher-ups are conducting an inspection inside," Lu Ming explained briefly. Anchi's heart skipped a beat. If the higher-ups were inspecting the area, they must suspect there were treasures inside. After all, Lion King Kara had evolved right there in the Lion Garden. What a pity. There was nothing she could do. She had to give up. With only 1 gene of mana crystals, she didn't know if it would even be enough to trigger an evolution. Anchi was about to give up. However, Zhang Feng wasn't about to give up. Since he'd come all this way, there was no way he was going to return empty-handed. Carrying his owner, Zhang Feng ran straight toward the Lion Garden. "Panda, what are you doing?" Anchi had a bad feeling. Zhang Feng let out a roar toward the Lion Garden, then charged toward it with his owner on his back. Anchi was stunned and had no choice but to cling tightly to Zhang Feng's fur. The Tiger Park was connected to the Lion Park. Within minutes, Zhang Feng had carried his owner to the barbed wire fence. Zhang Feng didn't stop. He simply leaped straight up and cleared the 6-meter-high fence in a single bound. Anchi's heart was pounding, but in just a few seconds, Zhang Feng had carried her into the Lion Park. Behind the tiger and the woman, Security Chief Lu Ming's mouth dropped open. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Feng could enter the lion enclosure, but jumping right over it was terrifying. He had assumed Zhang Feng had climbed over to get in. Terrifying. No one could match that kind of jumping power. Quick, Go check it out, we don't want any misunderstandings. The security guards nearby immediately reported the situation. They couldn't enter the lion park themselves. At that moment, the Special Affairs Unit was surveying the lion park when, out of the blue, they saw a man riding a massive tiger descend from the sky and land right in front of them. One of them was so startled he fell flat on his face. "Panda, stop right there!" Anchi shouted frantically. Zhang Feng came to a halt. The people inside were drawing their weapons. If he charged any further, they'd likely open fire. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't endanger his owner. Fortunately, Tian Feng, the director of the security bureau, was inside and immediately walked over. "Xiao Luo, how did you bring Panda in here?" Anchi felt like crying. What did he mean she brought Panda in? It was clearly Panda who brought her in. "Director Tian, I didn't bring Panda in, Panda brought me in," Anchi hurriedly explained, covering her pocket at the same time. Inside was a mana crystal. She couldn't let anyone here find it. "Panda brought you in? Is there something he needs?" Tian Feng was no longer afraid of Zhang Feng. "I don't know." Just as Tian Feng was greeting Anchi, 5 members of the Special Affairs Bureau appeared. Tian Feng introduced them to the group. Although Anchi was a zookeeper, the tiger she cared for was extraordinary, and she was also a member of the Luo family. The Luo family was a first-rate clan in Jiangnan province, powerful and well-respected, with a reputation that extended throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. "So it's Miss Luo." "Hello." Luo Yuan, the squad leader of the Special Affairs Bureau, immediately greeted her with a smile. However, he still felt a tinge of fear. The pressure Zhang Feng exerted on him was overwhelming. Zhang Feng looked at the man before him, sensing the substantial mana within his body. If he consumed him, his strength would surely increase by 10%. Zhang Feng instantly suppressed the beastly urges within him. He now understood why the Lion King Kara had attacked humans. It allowed his power to surge dramatically, driving him to devour people out of pure instinct. "Captain Luo, hello. Sorry to bother you. I don't know why Panda suddenly wanted to come in either." Anchi was a master at shifting blame, placing all the responsibility squarely on Zhang Feng's shoulders. "It's fine. Panda did give us a mana crystal, but unfortunately, that Lion King Kara snatched it away." Luo Yuan sounded genuinely heartbroken. "Are Li Hui and Su Zhe okay?" "They're fine. After all, they've already begun their partial evolution. This time, we're also searching for mana crystals to help them fully evolve into Tier 1 evolvers." Luo Yuan didn't hide the fact that he had another motive. He wanted this tiger to help search for mana crystals. Although humans are highly intelligent, in some respects, they are far inferior to animals. "Captain Luo, you want Panda to look for mana crystals?" Anchi was a bit surprised. "Yeah, since Panda is here, let us have him give it a try. Who knows, he might actually find some mana crystals." Zhang Feng couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to go lie down after finishing his work. With a quick stride, Zhang Feng arrived at the site where they were digging for mana crystals. But the place was full of holes. Zhang Feng finally understood. No wonder these foolish humans couldn't find any mana crystals. It turned out the lion had already dug quite a few holes here. "That lion isn't half bad," Zhang Feng muttered to himself. Knowing that the hole was a mana crystal pit, he got to work without hesitation. Chapter 18: The Pet Owner's Excitement. Dust swirled in the air, occasionally accompanied by the appearance of irregular-shaped stones. Everyone in the lion park was speechless. They watched Zhang Feng dig. His speed was in no way inferior to that of an excavator. A security guard picked up a palm-sized stone, examined it, and suddenly shouted excitedly, "These are mana crystals." "What? Mana crystals? Quick, cut off a corner and take a look." Luo Yuan shouted, completely disregarding his composure. Soon, someone pulled out a small knife and gently chipped off a corner of the stone. It was crystal clear, and a rich aura flowed out from that corner. "They really are mana crystals." Everyone was thrilled, absolutely thrilled. The emergence of mana in the world was a blessing from heaven and earth to all living things, but it also signaled a complete reshuffling of the world order. Once upon a time, humans ruled over all creatures, but that didn't mean they would remain rulers forever. Take the Lion King Kara, for example. Even their security team was powerless against him, forcing them to deploy an army to deal with him. The current situation was a race against time. Whoever took the lead would gain the upper hand. Gather all the mana crystals and send them back to the capital, Luo Yuan ordered. Boom! Suddenly, a boulder the size of a human head flew out of the cave. Immediately afterward, Jiang Feng emerged from the cave, clutching a stone weighing about 30 jin in his claws. Jiang Feng paid no attention to the others. Instead, he suddenly wrapped his tail around his owner and hoisted him onto his back. His tail was actually quite powerful, but he never had a chance to use it. His opponents had been too weak. There hadn't been a single worthy foe. Anchi was still a bit dazed. Since when has this panda's tail been so effective? The others also stared in bewilderment at the departing pair, the man and the tiger. Captain, that tiger took the largest mana crystal. A woman from the Special Affairs Bureau gaped, blurting out those words. Luo Yuan's mouth dropped open too. He'd seen it happen, but what could he do? Was he supposed to go snatch the mana crystals right out of the tiger's mouth? That would be asking for trouble. Forget about it. Keep digging. Collect all these mana crystals. We'll ship them back on a chartered plane this time. Yes, Captain. Some of them laboriously dug by hand. They dared not use excavators, for one wrong move could shatter the mana crystals. Currently, low-grade mana crystals were selling for 1 million yuan per caddy on the open market, but on the black market, they had been driven up to 1.5 million yuan per caddy. There were scattered dozens of caddies here, so there were certainly more buried beneath. However, they weren't meant to be sold. These were to be handed over to the state. Back at the Tiger Park, Jiang Feng tossed the mana crystals into the caretaker's car, then sprawled lazily back onto the large blue stone. So comfortable. Anchi, however, couldn't settle down. Panda, I'm heading home now. I'll come see you tomorrow. Keep an eye on your little brothers. Don't let them run wild, and make sure they don't hurt anyone. Anchi instructed. Jiang Feng let out a woof. Anchi smiled, waved at Jiang Feng, then drove away. At that moment, she hadn't even considered handing over the mana crystals. Her Luo family needed them, and she needed them even more. In this era, if you saw someone lift a 600 gene stone, you'd be thrilled, right? If that doesn't excite you, then knowing that just yesterday this person couldn't even lift a 50 gene stone, surely that would get you excited, and make you want to become a superhuman too. Great Xia has a population of 2.4 billion, and everyone wants to be a superhuman. Anchi drove away from Chengshan Wildlife Park. She didn't return to her nearby residence but headed straight for the Luo family estate. The Luo family compound was also in Jiancheng, though located in the suburbs, dozens of miles away. Reporting, Anchi has taken the mana crystals. She is heading toward the suburbs, likely back to the Luo family compound. Should we intercept her? Tian Feng, director of the Security Bureau, replied over the walkie-talkie, no need. Protect her discreetly and ensure she returns safely to the Luo family compound. Tian Feng understood Anchi's importance. With her present, the Tiger King of this Tiger Park would obey orders. If anyone else were there, let alone commanding the Tiger King Panda, simply appearing before him would require extraordinary ability. He had watched the footage. The two evolved tigers flanking the Tiger King had glared at their security personnel with murderous intent. When he saw those two pairs of cold, indifferent stares, his heart had truly skipped a beat. Luo Yuan organized the mana crystals. Director Tian, thank you for your help this time. These mana crystals need to be returned to the capital immediately. It's no trouble at all. Just make sure they stay safe. 3 evolvers set off for Jiangcheng Airport carrying over 80 pounds of mana crystals, while Luo Yuan stayed behind. One task was to observe the tigers at the Tiger Park, the other was to search for mana crystals. No matter what, mana crystals were the most important. They were the essential energy source for evolvers. Spiritual fruits would be even better, but they were far harder to come by. Meanwhile, Anchi returned to the Luo family estate. The Luo family estate was situated on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, covering no less than 30 mu of land. Dad, come out quickly! Anqi shouted. Luo Jipeng, the head of the Luo family, appeared. In his 50s, dressed in a suit, he looked impeccably neat and possessed an indescribable air of competence. Anqi, what's the matter? Luo Jipeng asked with a smile. His daughter was usually quite level-headed. Why was she in such a rush today? And why had she returned from her job as a zookeeper? He was a very open-minded man. Since his daughter loved animals, he had supported her decision to work at Qingshan Wildlife Park. He felt he had shown great foresight. Many high-ranking officials had begun calling him, even seeking his help. And all of this was because of his daughter's role as a zookeeper. Dad, look at this, Anqi said mysteriously as she opened the car door. Luo Jipeng found it a bit amusing. What was going on with his daughter? Did she have something special? He looked over. It was a stone, still covered in mud. Instantly, his pupils contracted, and he glanced around. In reality, the Luo residence was very secure. No one else would be around. Anqi, are these mana crystals? Luo Jipeng asked in a hushed voice. Yes, Dad. Anqi couldn't contain her excitement. She had always been the one using the family's resources. Now it was her turn to do something for the family. Where did you get these? Luo Jipeng was equally excited, yet also deeply concerned. Mana crystals this large were sure to attract the covetous eyes of major factions. Dad, Panda gave them to me. Panda? The tiger you're raising? Anqi nodded vigorously. Then she remembered that Panda had also given her a small mana crystal. Dad, look, there's another one. Panda gave this to me, too. Luo Jipeng was genuinely startled. As he took the small mana crystal, his whole body trembled. Anqi, where did Panda get the mana crystals? At this point, Anqi felt a bit embarrassed. He dug it up from the lion park. Luo Jipeng looked pensive. From the lion park? No wonder. That Lion King Kara is so terrifying. It's not surprising there are mana crystals in the lion park. By the way, no one saw you, did they? No one saw? How could that be? The lion park was packed with people not only from the security bureau, but also from the capital. Dad, there were people there. The security bureau and the special affairs office were all there. Even Director Tianfeng was present. What? They were all there? How did they let you and that tiger take the mana crystals? Luo Jipeng was baffled. Panda just walked off with the mana crystals. No one dared to stop him. At this point, Anqi felt a bit smug. The tiger she raised was truly formidable. They just took them by force. Luo Jipeng was at a loss for words, but he wasn't worried. Since they tacitly approved it, there was no problem as long as they didn't pull it off under the table. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the generosity of the higher-ups. Such massive mana crystals, simply handed over to the Luo family like that. Dad, see if you can use these mana crystals to become an evolver. You do it. Dad, you go. You're getting older, and I've got plenty of chances. I'll go look for Panda again and see if he can sniff out something good. He has got a keen sense of smell and can pick up on treasures, Anqi said with a smile. Luo Jipeng understood his daughter's concern and nodded immediately. Just as his daughter had said, he was already 55 years old, and his body wasn't what it used to be. If he could become an evolver as soon as possible, that would certainly be best. Chapter 19, Rat Infestation, Calling for Help. How does that cat owner absorb mana? At Qingshan Wildlife Park, Zhang Feng lay on a large blue stone, pondering. When he evolved, he had simply eaten mana crystals. The other tigers also crushed the crystals to absorb the mana inside, but the results were poor. He wondered if humans had a better method. Another night had fallen. Zhang Feng gazed at the silver moon, rolled over, and settled into a comfortable position. He wasn't as vigilant as the other tigers. As the leader, no one could harm him, especially with his two subordinates right by his side. Ah, that's comfortable, Zhang Feng grunted twice before drifting back to sleep. The bright crescent moon moved slowly across the sky. In the neighboring lion enclosure, agents from the Security Bureau were still digging up mana crystals. Mana crystals were a valuable commodity. Although a significant amount had been produced over the past few days, their price was skyrocketing. Even a single 1-pound mana crystal could be exchanged for a 3-bedroom apartment. In the past, housing prices in Jiangcheng had been over 50,000 yuan per square meter. But ever since mana appeared in the world and the beasts evolved, those prices had plummeted, plunging straight to the 20,000 yuan mark and still falling. If the authorities hadn't sealed off Meteor Park, few would know the true extent of the devastation. Jiangcheng might well have become a ghost town. Inside Lion Garden, Gao Bing, a squad leader from the Security Bureau, was still on patrol. The Lion Garden had been completely sealed off by the Security Bureau and the Special Affairs Office. They needed to excavate the area, and even small excavators had been brought in. Every excavation was carried out with the utmost care, for fear of shattering the mana crystals. I wonder how many mana crystals are buried in this garden. Gao Bing mused, rubbing his chin. Captain, I'd guess there are still quite a few. Too bad that big tiger took the largest mana crystal and gave it to that zookeeper. If I'd known, I would become a zookeeper too, a security officer said with a laugh. The two chatted and laughed in the car, while the others slept soundly in their modified RVs. No one dared to pitch a tent and sleep in this lion park. Just as the two were chatting, a rustling sound rang out. What's that? Gao Bing immediately went on high alert. The security guard beside him hadn't noticed yet. He shone his flashlight outside, and the next moment, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. The ground beneath them was constantly heaving. It sounded like something, perhaps a snake slithering about. Neither of them knew exactly what it was. The unknown is what terrifies us most. I'll go check it out, Gao Bing said, taking a deep breath. Don't go down there, Captain. It's dangerous. The unknown is extremely dangerous. Captain, look, it's a rat. In the beam of light, rats appeared on the surface, and they were enormous, some as big as chickens or ducks. Gao Bing saw them too and was stunned. The thing causing the ground to keep heaving was actually rats. Are they all rats? How could there be so many? Are they looking for mana crystals too? Captain, it's possible. What should we do? Wake them up. Gao Bing pulled out his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention all units, attention all units. Rats have appeared in Lion Garden. Rats have appeared in Lion Garden. There are a lot of them, and they're huge." At Gao Bing's shout, many people were roused from sleep. What? Rats? Quick, turn on your headlights and take a look. Over 100 security guards turned on the headlights of more than a dozen modified vehicles. In an instant, Lion Garden was bathed in blinding light. Countless rats were also illuminated by the sudden glare. So many rats. They've evolved too. Look at their teeth. Under the glare of the headlights, the crowd was filled with terror, swallowing hard. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. One by one, massive rats devoured mana crystals, then writhed in agony before growing larger at a visible pace. There weren't just one or two, there were tens of thousands. In the blink of an eye, the mana crystals buried underground would likely be devoured entirely. Honk your horns. Drive these rats out, ordered Tian Feng, director of the Security Bureau. He dared not take direct action, he could only drive these rats out of Lion Park first, or else this prime location would be reduced to a wasteland. Luo Yuan, the squad leader from the Special Affairs Unit, praised the plan, agreeing it was the best course of action. However, despite the blaring horns of over a dozen vehicles, the rats did not retreat. Instead, they let out shrill screams. Wave after wave of sound waves crashed into the 100-plus security personnel, while the swarm of rats charged toward the vehicles. Open fire, Tian Feng ordered without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The crisscrossing barrage of bullets created a corridor of death, mowing down countless rats, but it had little effect, there were simply too many of them. Tian Feng gave another order, start the vehicles. Director, we're in trouble, the car 1T start. The wiring has been chewed through. Director, we're out of gas. The fuel tank has been punctured. Of the 15 vehicles, only 7 managed to start, but they all stalled after traveling just a few dozen meters. Director, what should we do? Numerous security officers communicated with Tian Feng via walkie-talkies. Tian Feng was sweating with anxiety. Their ammunition was limited, they simply couldn't kill all the rats here. Right now, it was just fuel tanks and wires being chewed through, but once the rats got inside the vehicles, the men would be bitten to death. Chief, notify the security captain. Tell him to bring Panda to the rescue, Gao Bing shouted. Got it. Tian Feng began contacting Lu Ming. Hello, Director Tian. What? You're trapped by rats and need Panda's support? Lu Ming sucked in a sharp breath. He knew exactly how many people were inside, over 100 security officers, along with plenty of firearms and ammunition, and yet they were still trapped. That showed just how ferocious these rats were. Plus, he was being asked to command Panda. Could he even control Panda? He seriously doubted that if he woke Panda up, the tiger would slap him across the face. But the people inside were more important. Lu Ming immediately drove to where Jiang Feng was sleeping. There, he saw a terrifying, striped tiger lying on a large blue stone, snoring loudly. Beside it, 2 other tigers weighing nearly 700 pounds were lying down. Their eyes, as big as copper bells, made him tremble uncontrollably. How the hell was he supposed to handle this? Lu Ming's heart was pounding. Panda, Lu Ming called out from the car. Jiang Feng heard him but paid no attention. He heard the gunshots at the Lion Park too, but it was none of his damn business. He went right back to sleep. Panda, Lu Ming had to call out again. This time, Lu Ming wasn't so lucky. The 2 tigers glared at him and let out low growls, as if warning him. Lu Ming's heart sank. Wait, I can call Xiao Luo. Lu Ming immediately dialed Anchi's number. Ring ring ring. The ringing nearly drove Lu Ming crazy. Finally, he heard a familiar voice on the other end. Captain Lu, what is going on? Anchi was very curious. Why was Captain Lu calling her in the middle of the night? Xiao Luo, it's bad. Director Tian and over 100 security officers are trapped by a swarm of rats. He told me to take Panda there, but Panda isn't listening to me. Lu Ming was on the verge of tears. What? Director Tian and over 100 security officers are trapped? But I'm at home. It'll take me over an hour to get there. Anchi realized the gravity of the situation. This was a race against time. Xiao Luo, what should we do? Captain Lu, hear us. What we'll do, let us video call. Turn your speaker up as loud as possible, and I'll see if I can get Panda to listen. Great, that's the best plan. Lu Ming said excitedly. They immediately started the video call, and Lu Ming pointed his phone at Jiang Feng, who was 20 meters away. Panda, Panda. Anchi's voice reached Jiang Feng's ears through the phone. Jiang Feng reluctantly climbed down from the large blue stone. It worked. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Panda, hurry to the lion garden. There's a swarm of rats there, and over 100 people are trapped. Anchi shouted into the phone with all her might. Jiang Feng is too big. Round eyes took in Anchi's panic, and he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Since his human had asked for his help, he might as well lend a hand. Rat swarm, just you wait. Roar! Jiang Feng called out to Tuanzi and Yuanzi, letting them witness the big scene too. No, not a big scene after all, it's just catching rats. Chapter 20, The Panda Treats You to Bamboo. Jiang Feng led Tuanzi and Yuanzi into the lion enclosure. The next moment, he was taken aback. Rats, endless swarms of rats, too numerous to count. Some had even evolved, growing as large as chickens, ducks, or rabbits. He gathered his chi and his dantian and braced himself. Roar! Jiang Feng let out a furious roar. He held nothing back with this roar. The sound shook the heavens, and terrifying shockwaves surged forward. In that instant, tens of thousands of rats within 200 or 300 meters collapsed to the ground, motionless. Even rats farther away collapsed to the ground, then staggered back to their feet, swaying from side to side as if drunk. The windows of the 15 vehicles rattled with a clatter clatter clatter, while the people inside clutched their heads, letting out muffled groans. Zhang Feng looked at the scene before him, feeling a bit dazed. It seemed he had exerted himself too much. But the results were absolutely spectacular. "Go on, kill those rats," Zhang Feng ordered his 2 henchmen. Tuanzi and Yuanzi let out a roar and pounced on the rats. Though they weren't as powerful as Zhang Feng, their strength rivaled that of the Lion King Kara. Killing these rats was a piece of cake. "This panda is just too terrifying," Gao Bing shook his head, finally managing to say after a long pause. A single roar had killed tens of thousands of rats. It had nearly driven him mad. "It really is terrifying. No wonder Lion King Kara ran off the moment he saw Panda." Tian Feng, the director of the security bureau, couldn't help but feel relieved. If it weren't for the panda, they might all have been devoured by the rats just now. These rats were truly terrifying. Zhang Feng strolled leisurely forward. He spotted quite a few mana crystals, but they were stained with rat blood. He found them disgusting and couldn't be bothered to collect them. Tuanzi and Yuanzi, however, were a different story. The 2 massive tigers were devouring the evolved rats with frenzied abandon. Zhang Feng watched but didn't intervene. After all, those evolved rats were even more nutritious than beef. Under the 3 tigers' menacing presence, the surviving rats fled in panic, overcome by terror. Soon, the lion enclosure was empty, with nothing left but a floor littered with dead rats. "Stop eating. Go back to sleep," Zhang Feng roared. Tuanzi and Yuanzi obediently headed toward the tiger enclosure. They were now Tier 1 evolved beasts, and because they were born tigers, they were far stronger than other Tier 1 evolved beasts. Zhang Feng estimated that aside from the Lion King Kara, none of the other male lions stood a chance against Tuanzi and Yuanzi. Zhang Feng was also preparing to return to the tiger enclosure. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. It smelled like ripe fruit. Where could it be coming from? It was July, and while many fruits were indeed ripening, none smelled this fragrant. Besides, there were no fruit trees in the lion enclosure. The monkey and panda enclosures, on the other hand, did have them. "Let us go check it out." Zhang Feng decided to see what kind of mutated fruit had ripened. Zhang Feng darted over the wall in a flash, not heading back to the tiger enclosure, but instead heading for the black bear enclosure. "Where is Panda?" Tian Feng was startled. Keeping track of this big tiger's movements was his top priority. Higher-ups were paying close attention, and he had to report on Zhang Feng's whereabouts 3 times a day. Now that Zhang Feng had run off to the black bear enclosure, if something were to happen, it would be a disaster. "Quick, check the surveillance. What is Panda doing in the black bear enclosure?" Tian Feng shouted. "Yes, Director." Gao Bing immediately left the lion enclosure. Zhang Feng arrived at the black bear enclosure, where there were relatively few black bears, only about 20. The black bears were highly alert and sensed Zhang Feng's arrival. Instantly, they began roaring at him, though they dared not approach. The pressure Zhang Feng exerted on them was simply too great. Zhang Feng looked at the largest black bear, which was wearing a robe, and asked curiously, "Where did you steal that robe from?" The black bear king paused, staring at Zhang Feng. Sensing that Zhang Feng had no intention of attacking, it stopped growling at him. "Man, you're really slow on the uptake." Zhang Feng left the black bear enclosure. He'd been to the black bear enclosure once before, but he had no idea what kind of animals lived next door. He quietly climbed over the fence. To his surprise, it turned out to be his favorite animal, the national treasure, the giant panda. There were 5 giant pandas still munching on bamboo. In the middle of the night, the fragrance was wafting directly from the bamboo. The bamboo shoots were as white as jade, exuding a delicate, sweet scent. Suddenly, Zhang Feng felt a bit hungry himself. These 5 national treasures were no ordinary creatures. They were much larger than he had imagined, likely weighing around 300 pounds each. With their black and white fur, they were utterly adorable. The 5 giant pandas didn't seem to notice Zhang Feng's arrival and continued munching on the white jade bamboo shoots. Zhang Feng walked step by step toward the 5 pandas. However, the security guard monitoring the surveillance feed and Gao Bing, the captain of the security bureau's first squad, were both startled. panda wouldn't eat a panda, would he? Gao Bing said worriedly. No way, panda wouldn't do that. He must be mistaking the panda for one of his own kind, Lu Ming remarked. What the hell does one of his own kind even mean? One is a vegetarian, the other is a carnivore. How could they possibly be considered the same kind? Besides, one is yellowish-brown and the other is black and white. Even someone with the worst eyesight could tell they aren't the same species. Although the group was a bit worried, they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhang Feng showed no intention of attacking. Still, they remained slightly on edge. Zhang Feng watched the 5 national treasures munching on bamboo. He sat down next to one of them and held out his palm. Can I have a piece? The panda next to Zhang Feng looked at the outstretched hand, immediately picked up a bamboo shoot from the ground, and handed it to him. Thanks. Zhang Feng didn't bother to see if the panda could understand him. He simply offered his thanks. Mimicking the panda's manner of eating bamboo, he began peeling the skin. He took a bite. It was a bit numbing and not very tasty, but it carried a hint of manna. It was useless to him. But since the panda was so generous, he couldn't just eat a little and throw the rest away. Zhang Feng ate the entire bamboo shoot. Holy crap, why is the panda eating bamboo? The security guard and safety officers in the monitoring room were dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. Why isn't this panda afraid of the panda? Wow, this is crazy. Look, the giant panda is even feeding bamboo to panda. Does that mean tigers eat bamboo shoots too? That bamboo shoot looks unusual. It's very white, almost translucent. Yeah. Why did panda stop eating? Everyone was puzzled when they saw Zhang Feng stop after eating just one bamboo shoot. Could it be that he is full? Or maybe the bamboo shoots aren't to his taste? I think we need to check those bamboo shoots. Right, I agree. Lu Ming looked at the 5 pandas' builds. Although they were nowhere near as large as Zhang Feng's, they had grown significantly compared to before. Could it be that the pandas are starting to grow larger too? Captain Gao, these 5 pandas have grown quite a bit. Hearing this, Gao Bing's heart skipped a beat. Captain Lu, are you saying these 5 pandas have started to evolve? Yes. I suspect there is something wrong with the bamboo. It looks like a work of art. It's very likely mutated as well. Gao Bing was itching to act, but he felt a bit awkward about going to snatch bamboo from the national treasures. Should we go get some to examine? Let us wait a bit. Panda is still there. We'll go to the panda enclosure to get some bamboo when he returns to the tiger park. Lu Ming was feeling a bit uneasy right now. He still didn't dare show his face to Zhang Feng unless Anqi was present. Maybe I should talk to the director and have Xiao Luo stay at the zoo, Lu Ming thought to himself. Zhang Feng watched the 5 pandas munching on bamboo, clearly enjoying every bite. I'm off. Here is a jus fruit for each of you, Zhang Feng said. Zhang Feng used his body to block the camera, then gave each panda a jus fruit. Go ahead. Jus fruits were even more luxurious than white jade bamboo shoots. The 5 pandas caught a whiff of that unique scent and immediately devoured them. After finishing the jus fruits, the 5 pandas all handed the bamboo they were holding to Zhang Feng. I don't eat bamboo, Zhang Feng waved his paw and then walked away nonchalantly. He was actually quite curious to see if these 5 pandas would become super pandas. Chapter 21, The Tiger Wants to Go Live. All was calm in the tiger enclosure at Qingshan Wildlife Park, but outside, chaos had erupted. In Kangaroo Nation, located in the southern hemisphere, tens of millions of people were under attack by rampaging animals. There were 3-meter-tall kangaroos, camels weighing several tons, and countless spiders and rats. These semi-evolved creatures had gone mad, devouring everything in sight: trees, grass, until they closed in on human settlements. Every day, tens of thousands are bitten to death. Kangaroo Nation is terrified and frantically pleads for help from the Divine Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Empire, but to no avail. Both nations are already overwhelmed with their own crises. The giant pythons, crocodiles, and wild boars of the Lighthouse Empire have also mutated and begun attacking humans. At this point, Kangaroo Nation turns to Great Xia. So far, Great Xia remains the most peaceful nation in the world. In a flash, the land of kangaroos began pleading with Great Xia for aid, hoping Great Xia would send special forces to cull the animals in their country. However, they failed to consider how they had previously served as the Divine Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Empire's foot soldiers against Great Xia. To expect Great Xia to send special forces to help them now was nothing short of a pipe dream. Great Xia, aren't you in need of iron ore? If you eliminate the animals in our kangaroo nation, we'll sell you our iron ore at cost. People of Great Xia, are you running out of meat? We can sell you our animals at a bargain price. Online, people from Kangaroo Nation were running wild on Great Xia's internet platforms, arrogantly claiming that if Great Xia sent in special forces, they'd sell their animals to Great Xia at a discount. Ha, selling them cheap to us in Great Xia? No thanks, you can keep them for yourselves. As for iron ore, we don't need it. If you have too much, you can ship it over to Great Xia. The people of Kangaroo Nation were getting desperate. Just then, a user named Dijin suddenly appeared and posted a comment. We, Great Xia, and Kangaroo Nation are friendly nations. Kangaroo Nation has helped us many times in the past. Now that they are in crisis, we, Great Xia, should send special forces to help Kangaroo Nation. When that happens, the whole world will be grateful to us, Great Xia. As soon as this comment was posted, many people instantly liked and commented on it. Dajin is right. We, Great Xia, are friendly nations. As long as we help Kangaroo Country, more countries will support us in the future. Kangaroo Country is in such a terrible state. When will the government send people to help them wipe out those crazed animals? Seeing these comments, many netizens were furious, but they didn't dare to comment lightly. In the past, people had criticized Dijin for excessively praising foreign countries, but they were quickly hit with cease and desist letters. Before long, they were doxxed, and a horde of online trolls unleashed a barrage of abuse, accusing him of having no sense of perspective and the like. The targets of the abuse simply shut themselves off from the world. Since then, even those who disliked Dijin dared not criticize him publicly. But this time, it was too infuriating, and some bold individuals began to speak up. Dijin, you said you'd send people to help Kangaroo Land. Do you even know what the situation is there right now? Ha, how would Dijin know the situation? He only knows his dad, Kangaroo Land, is in trouble, so he can't wait to send aid. Support Kangaroo Nation? Sure, why not? He can go himself. And with all these martial artists around, if he needs money, I'll chip in. I just got paid today, I'll contribute 1 yuan. Hurry up and go to Kangaroo Nation to save your own father. Wow, 1 yuan? I'll put in 2. Go to Kangaroo Nation already. I'll chip in 3. With one person taking the lead, the comments section under Dijin exploded with people telling him to take a group of boxers to Kangaroo Land to fight kangaroos. You bunch of trolls, just one comment and you're all worked up. No one even asked you to go to Kangaroo Land yet. If you did go there, forget about saving people, you probably couldn't even take down a single kangaroo. User Lily commented, if we save Kangaroo Land, they LL thank us. You guys have no sense of perspective. I wish I'd been born in Kangaroo Land. A bunch of boxers chimed in, saying they wished they'd been born in Kangaroo Land. You've got me laughing. You weren't born in Kangaroo Land? Then go there. No one is stopping you. Speechless. Go ahead then. If you can't afford a plane ticket, I'll chip in a dime. In an instant, this Dijin went viral again. At Qingshan Wildlife Park, Anqi and Yutong were so furious they were speechless. It's bad enough that this Dijin keeps hyping up how wonderful other countries are, but now there is actually a whole crowd of people following his lead. Also, if you like those countries so much, why don't you just go there? Why do you have to be so shameless about making money in Great Xia? It really leaves one completely speechless. The two of them also left a few comments. Zhang Feng watched as the pet owner and her best friend kept chatting, and he suddenly panicked. Why wasn't she going live yet? He needed to gain followers. Without more followers, he couldn't enter the giveaways. Although he was absorbing mana to grow stronger on his own, nothing compared to the speed of opening treasure chests. Zhang Feng had no choice but to nudge the pet owner. Anchi was puzzled by Zhang Feng's reaction. Panda, what's wrong? Last night, a rat infestation broke out in the lion enclosure, but luckily Panda was there. Early this morning, she came to the zoo and set up a room. From now on, she'd be living at the zoo to handle any emergencies. Management had also notified her that under no circumstances could a tiger escape from the tiger enclosure. The chaos caused by Kara, the Lion King, had been truly terrifying, and no one knew where he had fled to. Panda, the Tiger King, was even more terrifying than Kara. If he went berserk, the consequences were unimaginable. Zhang Feng fiddled with the live streaming equipment. Anchi immediately understood, and her delicate face broke into a radiant smile. Panda actually wanted to go live? Was he hoping fans would tip him so he could buy beef to eat? Yutong, standing nearby, asked timidly, Anchi, what is Panda trying to do? He wants to go live, Anchi replied. What? Why would Panda want to go live? Yutong couldn't believe it. The idea of a tiger wanting to stream was so absurd that no one would believe it if she told them. He wants to eat beef, Anchi explained. Last time she told Zhang Feng that if he did well on the stream, she'd buy him beef. That must be what this is about. Is Panda really that smart? Yutong asked in shock. Anchi nodded. Panda's IQ is probably on par with a 5-year-old. Hearing this, Zhang Feng shouted angrily, what the hell do you mean the intelligence of a 5-year-old? My Panda's IQ blows yours out of the water, you cat poop scooper. Alright, Panda, I'll start your live stream right now. It's just past 7 by 8 o'clock, 500 pounds of beef will be delivered. You can call your buddies over, Anchi said with a smile. The stream went live, and in an instant, the viewer count skyrocketed to over 10,000 and it was still rising rapidly. Miss Anchi is finally live. I missed you so much. Holy crap, I just walked in and found a total moron. Fairy Anchi, I saw you riding Panda around town yesterday. Is that even legal? I saw it too. There was a police car clearing the way, so it should be fine. Bullshit. If there were any trouble, how could Fairy Anchi be streaming for us? Hello everyone, come take a look at Panda. He has put on some weight these past couple of days, Anchi said with a smile, turning the camera toward Zhang Feng. Panda, say hi to the viewers. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he saw the viewer count had actually hit over 20,000 and was still rising, a sign that people were constantly joining. Awesome. Roar. Zhang Feng greeted the viewers in the live stream. The next moment, a notification popped up in his mind, informing him that his loyal fans had surpassed 300. That's so few. But his iron chests had increased by 200 times to open some. She raised Tuanzi and Yuanzi for a year, so she was fine with them, but the other tigers she only fed occasionally, so she wasn't very familiar with them. Roar. Zhang Feng roared, signaling his 31 subordinates to fall into formation. Now, 8 of these 31 had become Tier 1 evolved beasts, and his goal was to turn all the tigers into evolved beasts. Holy crap, so majestic. These are the tigers of our great Xia. If those kangaroos from Kangaroo Nation dare to come over, one bite each crunchy as can be. I just saw that too. Kangaroo Nation is about to be wiped out by kangaroos. Kangaroo Nation is nothing but a bunch of bandits, stealing money from our great Xia and constantly opposing us. They deserve this fate. Anchi, my fairy, did you raise all these big tigers? Anchi, aren't you afraid of these big tigers? Anchi looked at the screen and said with a smile, of these tigers, only Panda is one I've raised since he was a cub. I've raised Yuanzi and Tuanzi for a year, but as for the other 29 big tigers, I wouldn't dare touch them. What? Even you, Anchi, don't dare touch them? If they escape the zoo, that would be very dangerous. That's right, Anchi. Your zoo's Lion King, Kara, is already ranked 3rd on our Great Xia Evolved Beast list. If the tigers escape too, that would be too dangerous. Upon reading this, Anchi smiled and said, don't worry. Panda is watching over these tigers, nothing will happen. In the tiger enclosure, Tianfeng, the director of the security bureau, was standing nearby and heard Anchi's words. His thoughts ran far deeper than Anchi's. He knew Panda could lead the tiger pack, but what if one day Panda left Qingshan Wildlife Park? Who else would be able to command these tigers? These tigers must be made to understand that they must not attack humans. Beijing. Zheng Long, director of the Special Affairs Bureau, was also watching the live stream. Although he was based in Beijing, data on every evolved beast in Great Xia would appear on his computer the moment they surfaced. He was even well informed about any special incidents occurring abroad. Now, upon hearing Anchi say she dared not touch those 29 large tigers, he furrowed his brow. He picked up his cell phone. Xiaoshi, go to Jiangcheng in Jiangnan province and contact Anchi, the zookeeper at Qingshan Wildlife Park. Once you arrive, familiarize yourself with the tigers there as soon as possible. Yes, Director. Zheng Long hung up the phone and stared intently at his computer screen, which was playing a terrifying video. Out in the open sea, a small cargo ship was sailing when suddenly, several enormous and terrifying tentacles appeared, lashing violently against the vessel, capsizing it and sending it plunging into the depths. This was captured by satellite. The tentacles of this terrifying monster resembled those of an octopus, but the creature was far too massive, far larger than any octopus, and the satellite footage was not very clear. Ever since a mysterious gas was first detected in the atmosphere 3 months ago, this satellite has been affected. Many older satellites have already lost contact, and even recently launched satellites occasionally go offline. Perhaps before long, humanity will lose its bird's eye view, and we won't know what terrifying monsters are appearing on Blue Star. I heard a Tier 2 evolver has appeared in the land of the free, with strength reaching 10 tons, but we in Great Xia still haven't produced a Tier 2 evolver. We need to speed things up. And Lion King Kara is nowhere to be found either. I hope nothing major goes wrong. In the past, satellites could monitor everything at any time, but now, they're no longer reliable. Qingshan Yeshan Zoo. Anchi was still live streaming. Friends, we're about to feed the big tigers. Take a look at how hearty their appetites are. As she spoke, Anchi prepared to toss beef from the pickup truck into the air for the tigers to fight over. Ring ring. Anchi's phone suddenly rang. She opened it to find it was a number from Kyoto. Who could this be? She answered it anyway. Hello, Miss Luo. It was a soft, elegant female voice. Anchi was a bit puzzled. She walked over to another small vehicle and asked, "Hello, is there something you need?" "I've been sent by headquarters to assist you with caring for the tigers." "My name is Lu Shi." Sent by headquarters. Anchi was a bit surprised, but then she realized this was a new era, and tigers, as the apex predators of the food chain, were terrifying. Hello. When are you coming over?" "I'm on my way to Jiangcheng right now. I expect to arrive tomorrow evening." "Let me explain, our mission is to tame the other 29 tigers and make sure they become friendly with us humans." "I see. That is fine, but this process might take quite a while." Anchi murmured. "That is fine. Now listen to me, take the beef and feed each tiger yourself to build a bond with them." "You're not afraid, are you?" Lu Shi emphasized over the phone. Anchi glanced at the other 29 tigers but didn't seem afraid after all. Panda was right by her side. "Of course not." "Good. Miss Luo, you start feeding them. I'll be there tomorrow." "Okay." Anchi ended the call. She took a small knife from the car and addressed the viewers in the livestream. "I've decided to feed the other 29 big tigers myself. Watch how they eat meat." "Holy crap, Anchi, aren't you afraid of getting bitten by those big tigers? They're not as tame as Panda. That's terrifying feeding tigers she doesn't know." "Holy crap, Anchi, you don't have to go this far for a livestream." Many viewers thought Anchi was just doing this for the sake of the livestream. "Alright, I'm going to feed the other tigers now. Watch closely." Anchi sat in the bed of the pickup truck, cut off a small piece of beef, and instructed Zhang Feng, "Panda, bring one of the big tigers up here but don't let it bite me." Zhang Feng was baffled, but since his owner wanted to stream the feeding, he did play along. Jiang Feng growled a few words at an evolved tiger. Though it couldn't understand the words, it should get the gist. These evolved tigers were all very intelligent. The Tier 1 evolved tiger easily leaped onto the back of the Pila car, giving Anchi quite a start. She cautiously began feeding the massive beast, while her delicate little hand gently stroked the tigeress' ear. The tiger seemed a bit annoyed, letting out a woo-woo-woo sound. Anchi jumped in fright. She quickly pulled her hand back. Roar! Jiang Feng roared angrily. Why wasn't this little guy listening? Did he want to keep lying around comfortably? If it weren't for the caretaker cleaning up after them every day, their tiger enclosure would have stunk to high heaven long ago. Plus, the caretaker groomed his fur daily, which felt incredibly comfortable. He certainly couldn't afford to offend the caretaker. Jiang Feng's roar startled the Tier 1 evolved tiger. It let out a plaintive cry and, with no other choice, rubbed its massive head against Anchi. Holy crap, this panda is so smart. This panda's IQ is higher than my son's. That big tiger is pretty smart too. I wonder how strong they are. Could they beat a lion? No way they could win. The Lion King Kara is terrifying. Even the safety officer can't kill him. He could wipe out this group of captive tigers in an instant. Holy crap, here comes another lion fanboy. Tigers can't beat lions? What a joke. Look at how massive my panda is. It could crush a male lion with a single sit. Here comes a tiger fanboy. I can't believe there are still tiger fanboys these days. I can't believe there are still lion fanboys these days. One sliding tackle from a tiger, and it devour 10 Tyrannosaurus rexes. Ha 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 ha. The live chat instantly erupted again, with supporters of the lion and supporters of the tiger split evenly. Anchi felt utterly helpless. She finally understood. As soon as someone said the tiger was powerful, someone would immediately argue against it, and if someone said the lion was powerful, someone would argue against that too. It's so hard. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Figure Scheme. Lion King Kara is ranked 3rd on our Great Xia Evolved Beast leaderboard. Whereas Tiger Dog ranked 15th. There's no way it can beat a lion. Tiger Dog is all about feeding. It has zero combat ability. I bet it couldn't even beat that Boar King. Tiger Dog thinks it can beat the Boar King? Dream on. It can't even beat that flat-headed weasel. Damn it, Panda is really strong. Lion King Kara got her eyes gouged out by Panda. Panda is way stronger than Lion King Kara. Strong my ass. Tiger Dog only knows how to gouge eyes. Try telling it not to gouge eyes, and Lion King Kara will take Tiger Dog out in a second. Whenever Anchi's livestream was on, people would inevitably start arguing about whether tigers or lions were stronger. In reality, she knew that Lion King Kara was no match for Panda. If it weren't for Kara's cunning and Panda's desire to save her, Panda could have killed Kara that time at Meteor Park. But she couldn't just blurt that out. She'd been instructed. She could stream, but she couldn't reveal anything Panda had done. Anchi continued feeding the tigers. With Jiang Feng present, none of the tigers showed any signs of agitation, not even impatience. One by one, they obediently accepted Anchi's caresses. Anchi, let me feed them too. Yutong, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. This was her chance. In the future, Anchi was destined to become a shining star, and if she didn't stay close to Anchi, she would fade into obscurity. Sure, if you're not afraid, come on up, Anchi agreed with a smile. Yutong appeared on camera. Holy crap, who is this fairy sister? She's even prettier than my Miss Anchi. Love it, love it. The fairy has finally appeared. You could tell from her voice that she was a little fairy, but I didn't expect her to be even prettier in person than I imagined. Who is this? I want her. I'm on welfare. Holy shit, he is actually on welfare? Look at me, am I good enough? With Yutong's appearance, the live stream went completely wild, and the debate over whether tigers or lions were stronger died down considerably. Hello everyone, I'm Yuton, Anchia's best friend and her college classmate. Yuton, nice name. I like it. Who cares if you like it? Do you get welfare? No, boo-hoo. Yuton looked at the comments, torn between laughter and tears, but she didn't forget her mission, to care for the big tigers and build a close bond with them. This wasn't just about her personal fate, it was about the fate of the entire Jiang family. Summoning her courage, she began feeding the tigers. Underneath the car, Jiang Feng kept petting the Samoyed named Snow. This dog, Snow, was incredibly timid, but incredibly beautiful, not a single stray hair, snow white and radiant, truly the king of the dog world. Wah, 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 wah. Snow trembled all over, as if he'd encountered his natural enemy. And indeed, it was his natural enemy. No dog dared to ignore Jiang Feng's prodding. Get up and run, Jiang Feng called out. But Snow didn't understand him and started shaking even harder. What a wimp. Jiang Feng felt that if he didn't move away, the dog would just stay there on the ground, frozen in place. Jiang Feng moved, bringing his big head right up to the camera. Damn, that gave me a heart attack. Turns out it was just Panda. Panda is huge, a whole body length bigger than the big tiger next to him. How much does Panda weigh? Jiang Feng checked the interface. Host, Jiang Feng. Level, Tier 1 Evolved Beast. Loyal fans, 5,653. Lottery attempts, 6,812. Iron chest. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence, 5 gene of mana crystals, 7 jus fruits. Jiang Feng beamed with joy. He gained so many loyal fans this time, even his sincere likes had surpassed 100,000. What was going on? He only gained a little over 100 loyal fans last time. He didn't know that Kangaroo Nation was on the verge of being wiped out by kangaroos, and that Great Xia's mighty tigers had become so friendly with humans that many people had become loyal fans. And as for this livestream with over 600,000 concurrent viewers and a gain of just over 5,000 loyal fans, that really wasn't anything special. I'm going to the zoo to see the panda in person. Don't go. There's been an incident in Jiangcheng recently, and security is tight. We'll just watch the livestream. What happened? Did you just get internet at home? You don't know that Lion King Kara attacked a park, and quite a few people were killed. The incident where the Lion King Kara attacked people at Meteor Park has been officially reported, but no specific figures were given, leading some to speculate that there must have been quite a few casualties. After all, the Lion King Kara is an evolved beast that isn't afraid of bullets. I've heard about this too, but I didn't realize it was this serious. In the livestream chat, numerous viewers were discussing the events in Jiangcheng. Great Xia is a vast nation, spanning over 20 million square kilometers with a population of 2.4 billion. Moreover, the internet has developed extremely rapidly in Great Xia. Of these 2.4 billion people, virtually everyone except for children goes online. Right now, everyone's main concern is the evolved beasts. Many people's cats and dogs have started to evolve, and even some chickens, ducks, and geese have evolved. However, even if cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese evolve, they aren't particularly dangerous. Some malicious individuals have been secretly killing cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese to eat their meat in hopes of evolving themselves. But most have failed. Evolution isn't that simple. Everyone is searching for a way to evolve, and now that Anchi, a zookeeper at Qingshan Wildlife Park, has streamed the evolution of a tiger, it has given people a glimmer of hope. They've been flooding Anchi with private messages, most asking for advice on how to evolve, but there are also deranged individuals proposing to collaborate with Anchi to poison and kill tigers, then consume their flesh and blood to evolve. Anchi immediately reported these people to the police, instructing security personnel to deal with them. However, in this era, security guards have lost their former deterrent power. Those who are utterly depraved sense that a new era has arrived, one where the strong rule the world. On a mysterious encrypted forum, some anonymous users began posting. There are mana crystals at Qingshan Wildlife Park, and even spirit fruits. I hacked into their system and found that the bamboo the giant pandas eat there has started to mutate. Mutated bamboo, could it help us evolve? It should. Even if we can't evolve into Tier 1 evolvers, we can become near evolvers, and sooner or later, we'll become true evolvers. There are 32 tigers in there, and the most formidable one is Panda. I've looked into it. Panda's combat power is incredibly strong. It's likely on par with Lion King Kara. That strong? Kara is a creature that can't even be killed by machine gun fire. How are we supposed to take down a tiger like that? It's okay. Our target this time is the giant panda's bamboo shoots and the giant panda itself. That giant panda has evolved now. If we eat its meat, we might be able to evolve too. That's right. That giant panda weighs at least 300 pounds, more than enough for us to complete the mission. Alright, since that is settled, let us make a plan. Once we succeed this time, we'll take on those 32 ferocious tigers. Their flesh and blood belong to us. The group of mysterious individuals began to make their plans. Chapter 24, A Welcome Gift for Pet Owner Zhugua. 100 consecutive pulls. 500 consecutive pulls. Ding! Dear host, the 500 pull attempt has failed. Your storage slots are insufficient. Would you like to expand your storage? How many storage slots do I have? How do I expand them? Zhang Feng asked in confusion. Dear host, you have 100 storage slots. Expanding your storage by 10 slots requires 1,000 iron chests. This system is useless, it only gives you 100 storage slots. Expand my storage by 20 slots. A series of clank, clank, clank sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your storage has reached 120 slots. Keep up the good work. Zhang Feng began clearing out his storage slots. Collecting diamonds, gold, silver. Zhang Feng extracted all the useless precious metals, leaving only white tiger essence, Zhu fruits, mana crystals, bone washing pills, great restoration pills, mystic iron, and starstones. That takes up over 80 slots. Let us keep drawing 100 draw streak. While clearing out his storage slots, Zhang Feng continued to open iron chests. I still have over 2,000 iron chests left. Should I exchange them for bronze chests? Zhang Feng considered it, but quickly dismissed the idea. Those bronze chests were a rip-off. While they contained high-grade treasures, they were easy to drain, and he didn't need anything more advanced right now. Panda, you're still awake. Anchi appeared. Beside her stood two others. One was the flawless Yutong. Her skin is white and smooth as jade, with delicate, arched eyebrows, a straight, delicate nose, and thin, rosy lips. Her figure was also exquisite, incredibly slender, with a curvaceous silhouette. The other was in no way inferior to Yutong. She wore simple casual clothes, her long hair flowing like a waterfall. Her appearance was stunning, bright, intelligent, and ethereal. Her skin was so delicate it seemed it might break at the slightest touch, her eyes were lively, and her delicate earlobes were delicate and translucent. Zhang Feng glanced at his owner, then looked at this unfamiliar woman. She possessed immense power, but compared to him, she was nothing but a weakling. Crack, crack, crack. Zhang Feng stretched lazily, sticking out his long tongue to lick his owner. Anchi backed away repeatedly as Zhang Feng licked her. Panda, stop licking. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Shi. From now on, she'll be taking care of you alongside me and Yutong. Zhang Feng's big, round eyes fixed on this unfamiliar woman. She was going to be his owner too? That was great. This Anchi owner was way too lazy, she never even gave him a bath. Zhang Feng took a step forward and rubbed his big head against Lu Shi. At that moment, Lu Shi's face was frozen with tension. She had just arrived at Qingshan Wildlife Park, met Anchi, and asked her to take her to see the Tiger King, Panda. Now that she had met him, the sense of oppression she felt had reached its peak. She was a Tier 1 evolver and a combat type at that. She had even met the Python King, ranked second on the evolved beast list, and Han Ti felt a shred of fear. Now, however, she was terrified. This ferocious tiger named Panda gave her a far greater sense of oppression than that Python King ever had. She felt that if this Tiger King were to attack her, she wouldn't be able to block a single blow. No wonder the higher-ups assigned her to be a keeper. This tiger was that powerful. I guess aside from those terrifying monsters in the ocean, there is absolutely no evolved beast on land that could threaten this Tiger King. Not even that golden eagle stands a chance against him, Lu Shi thought to herself. Don't be afraid. Panda is just saying hello to you, Anchi said with a smile. Lu Shi forced a pale, strained smile. She desperately wanted to say she wasn't afraid, but her tongue and mouth wouldn't obey her. She couldn't speak, and her entire body had gone rigid. She had never imagined that one day she would be so terrified she couldn't utter a word. This is suppression at the level of life force, the thought flashed through Lu Shi's mind. Zhang Feng licked the new pet owner, then suddenly realized he should give her a welcome gift. Since he hadn't given one to Anchi or Yutong, he'd give them all together. Zhang Feng ran back to the large blue stone and began pretending to dig for something. Are you okay? Anchi supported Lu Shi and asked with a smile. I'm fine. Lu Shi finally spoke. That damn oppressive feeling was just too intense. Glad you're okay. Anchi and Yutong exchanged a glance, both spotting the amusement in each other's eyes. A stunning beauty had suddenly appeared and she was sent from above, which showed just how high up they were. The two of them had been quite resentful of that, but now this beauty was so terrified by Panda that she couldn't even move or speak. She was nowhere near as capable as they were. What is Panda doing? Yutong asked, puzzled. Let us go take a look, Anchi said with a smile. She wasn't afraid of tigers anymore. Even if Zhang Feng wasn't here, she dared to wander around the tiger enclosure all by herself. The three zookeepers walked toward Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took out the dog head-sized gold ingot and the skull-sized diamond, along with 3 red fruits. He cradled the 3 zhu fruits in his paw and handed them to the 3 pet owners. When Lu Shi saw the fruits, her eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at the 3 fruits in his massive paw, one spherical, one almond-shaped, one nearly conical, and one square. There was no mistake. Panda, where did you pick these fruits? They're so strange. I've never seen fruits like this before. Anchi was a bit puzzled. She took one of the fruits from Zhang Feng's paw. Anchi, these are zhu fruits, Lu Shi said, swallowing hard. What? Zhu fruits? Anchi couldn't believe it. What were zhu fruits? They were spiritual fruits. They bloomed once every 100 years and bore fruit once every 100 years. Zhu fruits had long been extinct in the world, but now that mana had revived, they had reappeared. But those zhu fruits were either devoured by beasts or hoarded by certain individuals. Very few ripe ones ever made it to the market. If you really wanted to buy one, forget it unless you had 30 million. Now, 3 zhu fruits appeared before them, with a total value exceeding 100 million. Panda, where did you find these zhu fruits? And they're ripe, aren't they? Anchi tugged on Zhang Feng's hair as she asked. I won them in a raffle. Zhang Feng said, though his voice came out as a roar. I already told you whether you can understand it or not depends on whether you know tiger speak, Zhang Feng chuckled smugly. Anchi, of course, didn't understand tiger speak, and she grew impatient. Panda, do you have any more? If so, let us go pick some. Anchi knew full well the value of the zhu fruits. Of course there were more. He still had 36 zhu fruits in his storage compartment. With a whoosh, Zhang Feng darted behind the large blue stone and once again pretended to pull out 3 zhu fruits. He was still planning to help his other 23 underlings evolve. What? There are 3 more? Panda, what have you been hiding under that big blue stone? Anchi was filled with curiosity. Lu Shi and Yutong were already numb to it. Especially Lu Shi. She knew just how much effort the research institute had put into those 2 zhu fruits, spending not only 80 million in cash but also racking up a huge debt of favors. Now, this tiger had somehow snagged 6 zhu fruits from who knows where, and there were likely more. I thought this was going to be a grueling task, but it turned out to be a stroke of incredible luck, Lu Shi thought. Holy crap! Diamonds this big, plus gold nuggets, silver, and a panda. How did you manage to stash all this good stuff? Anchi exclaimed. She couldn't even imagine what it was like to see a natural diamond the size of a human head or a gold nugget weighing over 10 pounds. These were priceless treasures. No, they weren't exactly priceless anymore. Back in the day, selling them for a few billion wouldn't have been a problem. Now, not even a few million would get anyone interested. Lu Shi and Yutong had joined them, rummaging through the items beneath the large blue stone. Yuanzi and Tuanzi stepped aside on their own, letting the three of them search. Soon, the three had dug everything out from under the large blue stone. Anqi grabbed Zhang Feng's big head and stared at him blankly. "Panda, when did you collect all this stuff? What a waste. If this were back in the day, we'd have struck it rich. Now, none of this is worth a dime. Anqi, these items aren't as worthless as you think. This black iron, if I'm not mistaken, is likely black rock meteorite. It can be forged into powerful cold weapons. Then there's this jade, it's probably spirit jade, storing a significant amount of mana. And this piece of wood, it's likely rosewood." Lu Shi listed the items on the ground one by one. Zhang Feng was surprised this pet owner was actually so knowledgeable. She recognized all these things. In reality, if it weren't for the system's description, he wouldn't have recognized them at all. But in his eyes, they were all just trash, completely useless. "You guys should eat the zhu fruit," Zhang Feng said. He nudged Anqi's hand, urging her to eat the zhu fruit. "Panda, you want me to eat the zhu fruit?" Anqi was astonished. "Woof," Zhang Feng replied. "Okay, I'll eat it," Anqi nodded firmly. Now that her dad had become an evolver, it was her turn. Yutong was also thrilled. 2 zhu fruits. The zhu fruit would make her an evolver. "Wait a minute," Lu Shi stopped the two of them. "What's wrong?" Anqi's expression darkened. Surely Lu Shi wasn't going to make them hand over the zhu fruits? Lu Shi quickly explained, "Anqi, Yutong, before eating the zhu fruits, you should warm up first to get your blood flowing faster. Breathe rhythmically while you take them, that's the only way to absorb their full potency." Upon hearing this, Anqi quickly asked, "Warm up? How do we warm up?" "This is a breathing technique collected by our special affairs office. You can follow along with me, or watch how Panda breathes, though most people can't master it," Lu Shi explained. "Okay," Anqi said excitedly. She had long wanted to master a breathing technique, but the one from her Luo family, the thunder breathing technique, was designed for men. While women could practice it too, doing so would flatten their chests and deepen their voices, so she dared not attempt it lightly. Lu Shi began teaching the two the breathing technique. Zhang Feng was somewhat intrigued. As a tiger, he only needed to devour spiritual treasures and digest them instinctively to grow stronger. This was the first time he'd ever seen a human breathing technique. However, after just one glance, Zhang Feng stopped watching. Rubbish. This so-called breathing technique was far inferior to his own instinctive breathing. "Sleeping is still more comfortable," Zhang Feng said, lying back down. Chapter 25, The Giant Panda is Stolen. Why are you staring at the rock Panda is sleeping on?" Anqi was puzzled by Lu Shi's behavior. She kept circling the large blue stone where Panda was sleeping, as if it were a treasure. Besides, she was extremely excited right now. She had become a Tier 1 evolver and could feel boundless power surging through her. Before, she couldn't even lift 50 pounds, but now, she could lift 300 pounds with ease. Zhang Feng stared speechlessly at this new caretaker. He had been sleeping peacefully, but now that she'd woken up, she'd been circling him several times, occasionally touching the large blue stone. "Anqi, this blue stone is very likely a mana crystal," Lu Shi said excitedly. Anqi was dumbfounded. "What? Mana crystals? Aren't mana crystals supposed to be underground? This big blue stone is right here on the surface, and it's always been where Panda sleeps. How could it possibly be a mana crystal?" "It really could be a mana crystal," Lu Shi insisted urgently. Anqi and Yutong were still getting used to their newfound strength, but upon hearing this, they came over to Zhang Feng's side. Zhang Feng drooped his big head. He didn't care if it was a mana crystal or not. This was his sleeping spot, and no one was taking it away. Zhang Feng lay sprawled on the stone like a limp creature, not moving a muscle. Seeing Jiang Feng like this, Anchi couldn't help but laugh. Let us not touch it. This rock is Panda's sleeping spot, moving it will make him unhappy. Lu Shi still felt a bit reluctant. This massive blue stone weighed at least 10,000 jin, perhaps even tens of thousands. If it were a mana crystal, it would surely set a record, but it was the Tiger King's sleeping spot. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Shi decided to give up for now. However, she would still report this to her superiors and await their instructions. Alright, let us go take a shower. We're all sticky and gross. Anchi chuckled. The three stunning beauties, all Tier 1 evolvers, made their way toward the rooms the zoo had prepared for them. The rooms were located right inside the tiger enclosure. Jiang Feng watched the three pet sitters walk away and was tempted to go take a look. But when he looked at his own body, he decided against it. Back to sleep. Just as Jiang Feng drifted into a deep slumber, uninvited guests arrived at the zoo. Several dark figures scaled the back hill and climbed into the zoo, heading straight for the National Treasure Panda enclosure. They effortlessly scaled the 6-meter-high barbed wire fence, moving like monkeys, silent as mice. Soon, they reached the panda enclosure. Move out, the leader whispered. 5 men in black instantly charged at the 5 giant pandas still munching on bamboo. Their hands were armed with deadly weapons. They had come to kill the pandas. The 5 pandas had been peacefully eating their white bamboo when they were startled by the sudden attack. Their small eyes darted about, utterly bewildered. Rip! In an instant, 2 pandas were impaled, while the other 3 let out terrified screams. Their cries instantly alerted the monkeys and black bears in the neighboring enclosure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys grabbed fruits and hurled them at the men in black. Chaos erupted. Roar! The black bears roared and began frantically pounding against the wire mesh. The leader of the men in black hadn't expected 3 pandas to evade the attack and so swiftly, at that alerting both the black bears and the monkeys. He immediately panicked. Take the 2 pandas and the bamboo shoots, we're out of here. 9 figures, carrying the 2 giant pandas and the white jade bamboo shoots, began a rapid retreat from the panda enclosure, heading toward the back mountain. Lu Ming, still in the monitoring room, was watching the distorted surveillance feed from the panda enclosure and was about to go check it out when he suddenly heard the roars of the animals. I hope nothing has gone wrong. Captain, Captain. Someone has killed 2 giant pandas and taken them away. A frantic and angry voice came over the walkie-talkie. What? 2 giant pandas were killed and taken away? Who would dare do such a thing? Go after them immediately. I'll notify Captain Gao right now. In just a few minutes, the entire zoo was thrown into a frenzy. Someone actually dared to sneak into the zoo to kill pandas and carry their bodies away. This was sheer audacity. What? Something has happened at the panda enclosure? 2 giant pandas have been taken? Anchi had just finished her shower and was chatting idly with Lu Shi and Yutong when she heard the commotion at the zoo. She was instantly enraged. All 3 stunning beauties were evolvers. As soon as they heard the news, they sprinted straight toward the panda enclosure. Wait, Anchi, bring Panda with us. Those guys are definitely not ordinary, Lu Shi suggested. Okay, Anchi replied, then immediately shouted toward Jiang Feng, who was sleeping. Jiang Feng was already awake. He heard the commotion, as well as the sounds coming from the black bear enclosure. He assumed it was the black bear king, the one who stolen the monk's robe, who couldn't sleep, but he never expected someone would actually kill a giant panda and carry its body away. He was furious, absolutely livid. Didn't they know that giant pandas were Jiang Feng's absolute favorite? Roar! Jiang Feng once again demonstrated what it meant to be the Tiger King. Like a gale, he darted hundreds of meters away in just a few breaths, then leaped over the barbed wire into the lion enclosure. Anchi, Yutong, and Lu Shi stood there speechless. They were evolvers too, on the same level as Jiang Feng, but they couldn't even come close to matching that speed. Quick, go after him. The 3 beautiful zookeepers sprinted toward the lion enclosure. In less than 100 breaths, Jiang Feng had crossed the lion and black bear enclosures and arrived at the panda enclosure. He caught the scent of blood. Seeing only 3 national treasures giant pandas, Jiang Feng felt his blood boil. After pausing for 3 breaths, Jiang Feng darted into the back mountains of Qingshan Wildlife Park like a gust of wind. At that moment, he had no other thoughts, only murder. In this life, he was a tiger, but he harbored no hatred toward humans. In fact, he even enjoyed their care. However, for those humans who harmed giant pandas, his heart was filled with nothing but the intent to kill. He would wipe them out completely. Jiang Feng had never been to the back mountain before, but he had looked out over it. The environment was far inferior to the zoo. On the rugged mountain path, he spotted security guards and safety officers. He didn't stop, he accelerated and sprinted past the zoo's security guards and safety officers. The zoo's security guards and safety officers were startled. In the pitch-black forest, a massive figure suddenly darted out. Who wouldn't be afraid? Is that Panda? Asked Gao Bing, captain of the security bureau's first squad, still shaken. Looks like it, muttered Lin Bin, a security guard. How did Panda get out? Could he be here to hunt down those poachers? Gao Bing voiced his suspicion. If that were the case, it couldn't be better. Deep in the forest, Jiang Feng followed the strong scent of blood, moving straight ahead. He detected 11 different scents, 2 of which were the familiar scent of giant pandas. The smell of blood was overwhelming. The 2 pandas weren't dead yet, but they were on the brink of death. He had to rescue them as quickly as possible and get them medical attention. Hurry faster still. Jiang Feng moved as if the wind were at his heels, crossing the mountain peaks. He saw 3 cars and a small van at the foot of the mountain. They hadn't started yet, indicating that the people were still coming down the mountain and hadn't gotten into the vehicles. There was still time. He raced like the wind. Jiang Feng charged toward the foot of the mountain. Chapter 26: Rescue and Pursuit. On the main road at the foot of the mountain, each of the 3 black sedans and the small van had a driver inside. The driver of the van was holding binoculars, scanning the mountainside. He couldn't help but feel anxious, worried that the mission might fail. Although the world was in turmoil and Great Xia was somewhat chaotic overall, the situation was far better than in other countries. Stealing the evolved panda and the white jade bamboo shoot was a major taboo, but as long as the government didn't track them down, the reward breeding more evolvers would be well worth it. A panda weighing over 300 gene must contain a significant amount of mana in its flesh. Moreover, if they successfully cultivated the white jade bamboo shoot, their family could become one of the most powerful in Great Xia, perhaps even come to control the entire nation. Suddenly, the truck driver, peering through his binoculars, spotted a figure darting through the jungle at breakneck speed. Just then, 9 men in black emerged onto the highway, carrying the white jade bamboo shoots and the 2 giant pandas. Quick, get in! Something's chasing us, the truck driver bellowed. The 9 men in black felt a surge of panic, but as highly trained mercenaries, they didn't lose their composure. They loaded the 2 near-dead giant pandas into the truck and immediately climbed into the car. The car had already started the moment the 9 men got in. It shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Less than 20 seconds after the car sped off, Jiang Feng appeared. He saw the car leave and immediately gave chase. He didn't pursue in a straight line. Instead, he sped down the winding mountain road. Inside the truck, the driver handed binoculars to one of the men in black and said urgently, "Quick, take a look what's chasing us." With the car already moving, he felt slightly relieved. The man in black had already removed his face mask. He was a man in his 30s. The man took the binoculars and looked behind them, but saw nothing. "Nothing," the man in black replied. This time, their original plan had been to kill the 5 giant pandas and use their flesh and blood to help the dozen or so half-step evolvers in their clan become true evolvers. Most importantly, the elders of the clan could no longer wait. Death was terrifying, but even more terrifying was seeing the hope of immortality just before death. But they hadn't expected the other 3 giant pandas to be so agile. They dodged the 3 menaced daggers and even provoked the anger of the black bears and monkeys, forcing them to retreat. He was different from the men in the car ahead. He belonged to a clan, while those in the car were mercenaries. There's nothing there. Impossible. I clearly saw something moving at high speed just now. Take another close look, the driver insisted. He always felt a sense of danger in his heart, a danger from unknown creatures. The man in black was also well trained. He showed no impatience but observed carefully. Still, he saw nothing behind them. Just as the vehicle rounded a bend and began descending the slope, the man in black spotted a figure moving far too fast, hurtling toward the winding mountain road below. "There's something there. It's moving too fast, I can't make it out," the man in black immediately warned. It was too dark, and the unknown creature was moving too quickly for him to discern what it was. Pulling out his binoculars, the man in black scrutinized the scene once more. Finally, he saw it, a terrifying, striped tiger. It was enormous and moving at an incredible speed, charging straight toward their convoy. "It's a tiger. Get out of here. It's a massive tiger," the man in black shouted into his walkie-talkie. The men in black in the 3 cars ahead heard this and immediately looked out the windows. That single glance nearly caused a crash. "Hurry up! This must be Panda, the Tiger King from Qingshan Zoo. Its fighting prowess is terrifying, even bullets can't penetrate its body," the leader of the men in black shouted. The 3 cars sped up, exceeding 100 miles per hour. This was terrifying. Driving at 100 miles per hour on this winding mountain road meant that the slightest mistake could result in a wreck and death. The truck behind them was also accelerating. The driver was terrified. He had seen the video of Lion King Kara ramming into a car at high speed and coming out unscathed, proof of the sheer power of this king of beasts. Even if this Tiger King wasn't quite as powerful as Lion King Kara, he was still far beyond their ability to handle. "Run!" The 4 vehicles raced forward at breakneck speed. Zhang Feng sprinted forward, closing in on the truck. His first objective was to stop the truck and rescue the 2 national treasures, the giant pandas. His second was to kill every last one of these poachers. Human greed knows no bounds. Unless they were all eliminated, they would strike again. Whoosh! Zhang Feng closed in on the small truck. He was getting closer and closer. The truck driver also spotted Zhang Feng. Seeing that terrifying head, he was terrified out of his wits. An endless aura of malevolence engulfed him. For a moment, he lost control of the truck. With a clang, it crashed into the mountainside. Then, the truck rolled onto its side. Zhang Feng hadn't expected the truck to lose control. This was trouble. His original plan was to force the truck to stop first, then carefully rescue the 2 national treasures. But now that the truck was about to overturn, the impact could easily cause secondary injuries to the 2 pandas, ultimately leading to their deaths. Under no circumstances could he let the national treasures die. In an instant, Zhang Feng charged toward the truck, simultaneously clamping a pair of terrifying giant claws onto its side. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Zhang Feng's body scraped violently against the guardrail. He felt the pain, but thankfully, he was as tough as iron. For the sake of the 2 national treasures, the giant pandas, he was willing to risk everything. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a furious roar. The terrifying sound echoed through the mountains and forests, heard by every living creature within dozens of miles. Some small creatures that had been resting were instantly terrified to death by the terrifying sound. Their hearts and livers were shattered. Under Zhang Feng's full force assault, the small truck came to a screeching halt, unable to move forward. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it stopped, that was enough. His claws were already sparking from the friction. Without delay, he went to the trunk, slashed at the iron chain with his claws, severing it, then opened the door and entered the cargo area. He saw the 2 black and white national treasures lying inside, covered in blood. Damn it! Claimed 2 bone cleansing pills, 2 great rejuvenation pills, and 2 vermilion fruits. In an instant, these items appeared in Zhang Feng's hands. He pried open the mouth of the giant panda with his claws and fed it all the pills and fruits. "Let us go." Suddenly, Zhang Feng heard 2 people in the front compartment whispering to each other. He let out a cold laugh, then stepped out of the compartment and walked to the front of the small truck. The man in black and the driver looked at the striped tiger before them, and a fear they had never felt before washed over them. SSSSH. 2 sounds. The throats of the two thieves were slit clean through by Jiang Feng's claws. Their deaths are no loss. There are still 11 left. Jiang Feng returned to the truck to check on the national treasure, the giant panda. Thankfully, the panda's breathing had become heavier, and it was out of danger, though it still couldn't move. He would wait for help to arrive before pursuing the rest of the gang. He had already memorized the scent of those 11 men. No matter where they fled, they could not escape his pursuit. On the winding mountain road, Jiang Cheng's security officer and the zoo's security captain were driving down the back of the mountain in pursuit. Sirens blared. About 5 minutes later, a police car appeared in front of Jiang Feng. Cao Bing was the first to get out. He saw the small van, and he saw Jiang Feng and the two giant pandas inside the cargo area. His eyes widened in fury. Are the national treasure giant pandas really dead? The others were also deeply saddened and enraged. Roar! Jiang Feng let out a roar. These stupid humans, why are they crying? Don't they know they should come take a look at the national treasures? Panda, what does this mean? Cao Bing was a bit confused. Security Captain Lu Ming was also baffled, but since he was quite familiar with Jiang Feng, he climbed into the cargo area and saw the chest of the two national treasures rising and falling. The next moment, he was overcome with joy. Captain Gao, the giant pandas aren't dead. What? They're not dead? That's wonderful. Quick, get the medical staff here to treat them, Gao Bing shouted. Lu Ming tried to move the panda. Jiang Feng was furious. Couldn't the stupid human see the wounds on the national treasure? Moving it carelessly would cause secondary injuries. How stupid. Roar! Jiang Feng let out a loud roar at the security captain. Lu Ming was so startled he fell right out of the train car. Don't move. The panda is injured, we can't move it around carelessly. The medical staff arrived. Jiang Feng looked at the medical staff. They were two familiar faces. It was these same two who had stitched up his wounds last time. With a single leap, Jiang Feng jumped off the train car and ran down the mountain. He wanted to chase after those damn thieves. Panda, don't go. Anchi, who hadn't gotten off the train yet, saw Jiang Feng about to run off and immediately shouted. Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks. What was this pet owner up to? Anchi hurriedly got off the bus, ran over to Jiang Feng, and grabbed his ear. She let go. She was genuinely afraid Jiang Feng would just run off. Lu Shi and Yuton felt the same way. Roar! I still have to go after them. Jiang Feng growled. No one understood tiger speak. Captain, those two were probably killed by Panda, a security guard whispered. Dead is dead. A bunch of scum, Gao Bing snorted coldly. How strange. What is going on with these two national treasure pandas? They're actually recovering so quickly, a medical staff member said in surprise. Improving? That's great. Gao Bing felt instantly relieved. Right, improving is great. The two medical staff members were filled with confusion. Miss Luo, you take Panda back first. We're going after those scumbags, said Gao Bing, captain of the Security Bureau's first squad. Yes, Captain Gao. Anchi, Lu Shi, and Yuton pulled Jiang Feng toward the zoo. However, Jiang Feng wouldn't budge. He was determined to hunt down those scumbags. Panda, what's wrong? I'll get you some beef when we get back, Anchi said with a smile. Oh woo woo woo. Jiang Feng let out a long howl. He was going to kill. Miss Luo, what's wrong with Panda? Gao Bing was worried. He had noticed the wounds on Jiang Feng's body and feared something might happen to him. Anchi sensed the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Feng, as well as the killing intent in his massive, copper bell-like eyes. This was the same level of killing intent he had displayed only when hunting down the Lion King, Kara. Panda was going to kill. The thought flashed through Anchi's mind. She swallowed hard and said, Captain Gao, Panda might be planning to hunt down those thieves. What? Hunt down thieves? Gao Bing was taken aback. Jiang Feng couldn't wait any longer. He swiped his tail, wrapping it around his owner, and charged downward. He was determined to kill those thieves. Anchi let out a cry, but it was no use, she could only cling tightly to Jiang Feng's fur. Gao Bing froze, but he didn't dare to stop the Tiger King Panda, so he could only immediately report the situation to his superiors. Chapter 27, The Tiger King emerges, pursuing the poachers. In the dead of night, Jiang Feng raced down the highway with his owner on his back. He could clearly pick up the scent of those people, but it seemed they were getting farther and farther away. It didn't matter, though, as long as they weren't flying, he would catch up to them. Anchi, on Jiang Feng's back, had regained her composure. She pulled out her phone and began reporting the situation to Tian Feng, the director of the security bureau. "Where are you right now?" Anchi glanced around and replied, "Director Tian, we just left Jiangcheng. Panda is leading me toward Huai City." "Huai City, got it. Stay with Panda. I'll contact the security bureau there and make sure that poaching gang is apprehended as soon as possible." "Got it, Director Tian." Anchi hung up the phone. All she could think about now was catching those poachers as quickly as possible and then taking Jiang Feng back to Qingshan Zoo. Although riding a huge tiger was exhilarating, the consequences were serious, and she was also worried that the 31 tigers in the tiger enclosure might not obey her commands. Jiang Feng was brimming with murderous intent. He was originally a tiger who liked to take it easy, but that group of poachers had enraged him. Unless he killed them all, he wouldn't be able to clear his mind and relax. After 3 hours of travel, dawn had broken. Jiang Feng wasn't the least bit tired, his energy was boundless. Plus, he'd secretly eaten 3 zhu fruits, so his strength had now reached the peak of a Tier 1 evolved beast. He'd soon become a Tier 2 evolved beast. Just as Jiang Feng appeared in Huai City with Anchi on his back, many early risers spotted the man and the tiger. In an instant, everyone was so terrified they fled in panic. "Don't be afraid, this is Panda. He won't hurt anyone," Anchi shouted loudly. However, even though she shouted herself hoarse, no one listened to her. Everyone was so frightened they fled into nearby shops and pulled down the roller shutters. Some were even so terrified they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Anchi was at a loss for words. How could they be so scared? After all, circuses have tigers too. At that moment, the Huai City Security Bureau received a call from Tian Feng, director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau. He informed them that a poaching gang had entered Huai City, enraging the Tiger King Panda, who had chased after them with his keeper. It was just like something out of a novel. However, they soon spotted the Tiger King Panda and his keeper. It was enormous, over 4 meters long, and its massive head was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. They really wanted to go up and say hello, but they didn't dare. Jiang Feng also spotted the police cars in the area, but he couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. He simply followed the scent, passing the police cars by. "Holy crap, what a massive tiger! Is this Tiger King Panda? He is ranked 15th on our Great Xia Evolved Beast list. That's incredible," exclaimed one of the young security guards. "What do you mean 15th? He is already in the top 10th, to be exact. Some say Tiger King Panda's strength is vastly underestimated. He is easily good enough for 4th place," said another young security guard. Today, Great Xia is home to many terrifying beast kings. Ranked first is the Golden Eagle King, a flying evolved beast with blinding speed. Not even small missiles can touch it. Second is the Python King of the Southwest, over 30 meters long with scales as wide as a bull. It's impervious to blades and bullets. Not even large caliber sniper rifles can kill it. Truly terrifying. Third is the Lion King Kara of Qingshan Zoo. Possessing extraordinary strength, he can move freely through a hail of bullets and instantly kill security guards, earning him the 3rd spot. Fourth is the Silver Wolf King of the Highlands. Fifth is also from the Highlands, the Snow Leopard King. While his strength may not be exceptionally great, his speed is beyond human reach. 10th is the Tiger King Panda. Because Tiger King Panda once fought Lion King Kara but was bitten, he is ranked 10th. Tiger King Panda has always been at the zoo. Aside from that one time he fought Lion King Kara to save people there is no record of him facing any other beast kings. No one knows just how strong he really is. He might actually be even stronger than the Silver Wolf King. Several security guards analyzed. I wonder how strong our Great Xia evolvers are. Probably not as strong as these Beast Kings. After all, they have a natural advantage over us humans. Not necessarily. Great Xia has mobilized the entire nation to create a group of super evolvers. Their strength is definitely formidable. It's just a shame the government hasn't made them public yet. Several security officers drove behind Zhang Feng, though they kept their distance. Panda, are you tired? If you are, take a break. Anqi groomed Zhang Feng's fur while urging him to rest. Zhang Feng wasn't tired at all. Running like this felt as easy as walking. He had already picked up the scent of the thieves. The distance between them was no more than 10 li, and he would soon be able to deal with this trouble. Great Xia had a population of 2.4 billion, and every single person harbored the dream of becoming an evolver. Now that mana was growing increasingly dense, people no longer fell ill, and their physical condition was improving by the day. Almost everyone had begun to evolve. However, achieving a complete evolution and becoming a Tier 1 evolver was no easy feat. Look, what a huge tiger! Who is that, riding a tiger down the street? Unbelievable! That woman is stunning. I wonder who she is. Some people started filming videos, but not a single one dared to get close enough to take a shot. A few, eager to gain followers quickly, immediately uploaded the video of Zhang Feng carrying Anqi to Douyin. In a small town under the jurisdiction of Huai City, 3 black sedans pulled up at a rural guest house. 11 men in black changed their clothes. They were all men in their 30s and 40s, with rock-hard physiques. They looked like the kind of people you wouldn't want to mess with. Fuck, even a Jun and a Quan got caught up in this one. I never expected that Tiger King to be so terrifying. Facing it, we didn't even have the courage to fight back, said a man with a scar on his forehead, still shaken by the experience. It's truly terrifying. That idiot know-it-all ranked that terrifying Beast King 10th. Damn it, he has really screwed me over, a middle-aged man cursed angrily. Look, what is this? A man in his 30s, who was scrolling through short videos and reading the news, shouted in alarm. What's wrong? The others asked, puzzled. Look, this was just posted by someone in Huai City. The Tiger King Panda has appeared here. Upon hearing this, the other 10 men stumbled back in shock. They quickly pulled out their phones and began scrolling through the feed. The more they looked, the paler their faces grew. Damn it, that beast knows where we are. Let us get out of here. The middle-aged man in charge cursed furiously and instantly sprinted toward the vehicles. The other 10 also scrambled into their cars. They started the engines, and the 3 vehicles sped away from the area. Bro, what is going on? We'd only been resting for a moment, and that beast showed up. It must have followed our scent. Scent? Should we take a shower and change our clothes then? Shower my ass. That beast is already here. If you want to die, you can stay here and take a shower. The middle-aged man in the lead cursed, then slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped away. 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhang Feng appeared at the small farmstead. He had picked up their scent and hadn't gone far. He would give chase. He wouldn't rest until he caught up with them. Great Xia's largest short video platform. DY. Hashtag why did Tiger King Panda come out of the mountains? Check here. Hashtag Qingshan Wildlife Park under attack, Tiger King emerges. Hashtag Tiger King Panda has arrived in Huai City. Hashtag holy shit, Tiger King Panda is in our Huai City? He is really here. Someone saw the Tiger King. He is huge, carrying the fairy Anqi on his back, just strolling around. Strolling my ass. Didn't you see the news about the attack on Qingshan Wildlife Park that enraged Tiger King Panda? Who is bold enough to go poaching at Qingshan Wildlife Park? Aren't they afraid of the Tiger King? Tiger King? He is just a tiger dog and nobody. If we're talking about the king of beasts, it's got to be Lion King Kara. Lion King Kara? That is an extremely vicious beast. The government has already issued a warrant for his arrest, and you still dare to brag about him here. The government has issued a warrant, but you can't deny Lion King Kara's power. That's right. Even though Lion King Kara has killed quite a few people, he is just too strong. So many people have been hunting him down, yet none have managed to kill him. It's truly terrifying. It's just a shame that satellites are useless now. We can't track the Lion King's whereabouts. Even some electronic devices aren't working. I wonder when our cell phones will stop working. I just saw the Tiger King panda from the window. It was terrifying, huge, and definitely powerful. Plus, the Tiger King panda is an evolved beast, so it shouldn't be any weaker than the Lion King Kara. More tiger fans here. Lion King Kara has fought countless battles. What has Tiger King Panda ever done? The only thing he managed was to blind one of Lion King Kara's eyes back when Kara hadn't evolved yet. Just wait and see. Lion King Kara will be coming after Tiger King Panda for revenge very soon. Lion fan, hello. Who is stronger, Lion King Kara or Tiger King Panda? Surprisingly, 75% of people thought Tiger King Panda was stronger, while only 25% thought Lion King Kara was stronger. Lily, bunch of tiger fans, you have no idea how formidable Lion King Kara is. Lily was furious. She had always believed that lions represented justice and were the most majestic and sacred creatures, just like the men of the Lighthouse Nation, the Divine Eagle Empire, and Kangaroo Nation. That time at Qingshan Wildlife Park, she had seen Lion King Kara with her own eyes. It was truly terrifying. She literally wet herself from fear. In that split second, Lion King Kara's boat share jumped from 25% to 26%. Kyoto. Zhang Long, director of the Special Affairs Bureau, watched the video of Zhang Feng appearing in Huai City with a grave expression. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A young man walked in and handed Zhang Long a file. Director, we've identified the people who ambushed the giant pandas at Qingshan Wildlife Park. Zhang Long took the file, opened it, and upon seeing the three names, he was thoroughly enraged. The Lu family of Yuan City, the Huang family of Lan City, the Li family of Mei City, and the Fox Wolf mercenary group. Very well, very well. It seems they truly believe the state lacks the power to deal with them. Director, should we take action? Zhang Long narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. If they intervened, it could serve as a deterrent to those major powers itching for a fight, but the consequences of actual action were unpredictable. After all, these three major families and the mercenary group hadn't killed anyone. They only attempted to kill a national treasure. That wasn't grounds for the death penalty. No need to act just yet. Let us see what Tiger King Panda does. Don't interfere, let him teach those people a harsh lesson, Zhang Long said. Yes, Director. Zhang Long watched the screen and suddenly smiled. If Tiger King Panda kills someone, it has nothing to do with the state, and it will also serve as a deterrent to those people. He knew exactly how formidable Tiger King Panda was. Lion King Kara had fled the moment he encountered Tiger King Panda, which spoke volumes about the latter's strength. The evolved beast rankings compiled by that DY streamer know-it-all were well analyzed, but he had no idea just how many terrifying beast kings Great Xia actually harbored. In those jungles, venomous beast kings have already emerged. Their venom can easily kill tens of thousands. In Great Xia's largest freshwater lake, a crocodile beast king has appeared. In that water, it is virtually invincible. Even cannon fire would be of no use. In short, the situation in Great Xia today is far from optimistic. Still, compared to other nations, it's far better. Huai City. Zhang Feng walked along a rural path with Anqi on his back. He had been walking for a day, yet the distance between him and his target remained at several dozen miles. He suspected that someone might have filmed him, uploaded the video, and that the thieves had discovered him through it. But it didn't matter. He could always sense their scent unless they teleported hundreds of kilometers away. They couldn't escape his pursuit. Anqi, sitting on Zhang Feng's back, was also full of energy. She was already a Tier 1 evolver. Even if she went 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, it wouldn't matter. She was currently practicing deep breathing, a unique breathing technique that allowed her to absorb mana from the heavens and earth. Panda, do you need a rest? Zhang Feng certainly didn't need a rest. He'd been lying down for too long, stretching his legs every now and then was actually quite nice. He certainly didn't want to become an obese evolver tiger. Let's keep running. Anchi understood what Jiang Feng meant. Suddenly, Jiang Feng stopped and started fiddling with his owner's phone. Panda, what are you doing? Anchi asked curiously. You idiot, go live. Jiang Feng let out a groan. Since those thieves already knew where he was, he might as well go live to gain followers while sending those thieves into a state of utter panic. That was his punishment for them. Anchi watched Jiang Feng's movements, touched her snow-white forehead, and said in disbelief, You want me to go live? Yeah, finally got a brain for once. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Jiang Feng looking at her with such earnest eyes, Anchi couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. She had no idea why a tiger was so obsessed with live streaming. Fine, I'll go live right now. She couldn't figure out why Jiang Feng wanted to go live, but she agreed anyway. She knew Jiang Feng's temperament. Once he set his mind on something, he would see it through. If she tried to stop him by force, it would surely damage the relationship between the man and the tiger. Her superiors had told her she absolutely had to maintain a good relationship with Tiger King Panda. She obeyed. Chapter 29, Blue Star is expanding. Wow, where has our little fairy Anchi ended up? Hwai City. Little fairy Anchi is in Hwai City, and so is Tiger King Panda. I'm from Hwai City too. I'm going to go see Tiger King Panda. The live stream chat was buzzing. Anchi pointed her phone at Jiang Feng's massive head and said, Panda and I are in Hwai City, but we'll be leaving soon. Our next stop is Yuan City. Yuan City? Miss Anchi, how did you and Panda end up in Yuan City? And aren't you afraid of scaring people by riding Panda? I guess that's what the higher-ups want. What the higher-ups want? Are they trying to make humans and evolved beasts coexist harmoniously? What the hell is coexisting in harmony? Someone here got mauled to death by a Tibetan Mastiff. There's no way we can coexist peacefully. Exactly. Evolved beasts are usually extremely aggressive. Even my 3-year-old golden retriever has been barking at me nonstop these past few days, looking like a ferocious monster with bared teeth. I've already decided to send him to an animal shelter. At least you can send your pet to a shelter. You have no idea how many snakes are out there in the wild around here. It's terrifying. You can't even live at the foot of this mountain anymore. The audience buzzed with discussion. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. It went from 30,000 to 300,000, eventually settling at 800,000, then continued to rise slowly. Gifts were flying everywhere, too numerous to count. Anchi didn't mention a word about why she and Jiang Feng were there. She did just turn off the livestream once they started working. The Liu family of Yuan City. The Liu family was a first-rate clan. In fact, they surpassed even that, reaching the level of a top-tier family in Great Xia. The Liu family's business extended to Sakura Nation and Lighthouse Nation, covering everything from transportation to electronics, though they were unable to integrate into Great Xia's official system. In the main hall of the Liu family compound, Liu Ji, the former head of the Liu family, leaned on his cane as he watched the livestream on the large screen, a look of displeasure on his face. The Fox-Wolf mercenary group useless. Head of the family, should we intervene and claim this Tiger King? His flesh and blood contain boundless mana. If we could consume it, we would surely become evolvers, the Liu family butler asked in a low voice. Liu Ji narrowed his eyes as he watched the colossal beast on the screen, deep in thought. He was already 95 years old. Although his health had improved significantly due to the emergence of mana in the world, becoming an evolver remained an incredibly difficult feat. Previously, the Liu family had sent him over 20 pounds of mana crystals, but even after using them all up, he still hadn't managed to become an evolver. Most of the mana within those crystals had been wasted. If he couldn't become an evolver through mana crystals, then perhaps he could do so through the flesh and blood of a semi-evolved beast. He had tried chickens, ducks, geese, cats, and dogs, but to no avail. While the flesh of these semi-evolved beasts was decent, it couldn't compare to that of a true evolved beast. Where could he find a true, fully evolved beast? The Qingshan Wildlife Park had one. Their primary target was, of course, the Tiger King panda, but sensing it wouldn't be so easy to get their hands on him, they set their sights on the national treasure, the giant panda. They also discovered that the bamboo shoots the panda was eating seemed to have mutated. This was a golden opportunity they absolutely could not miss. The Liu family contacted 2 other top-tier clans and hired the Fox-Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, the mission ended in failure and even attracted a Tiger King. Attack! I will use this tiger to become a true evolver, Liu Ji shouted sharply. He couldn't let this chance slip away. If he waited any longer, he would die. He couldn't die. He had glimpsed the hope of immortality. He would reclaim his youth, become a godlike being, and rule over Great Xia and the entire world. Yes, head of the family. I'll make the arrangements immediately, the Liu family butler replied before leaving. On the outskirts of Huai City, Zhang Feng was walking across a bridge with his pet carrier on his back. His mood had improved considerably. Gazing at the great river, he truly felt a surge of emotion. Anqi was still sitting on Zhang Feng's back, pointing her phone camera at the river. Hey everyone, Panda and I are on the bridge right now. Look at the river, it's truly beautiful. It's fine on the bridge over the river, but Miss Anqi, please don't go near the riverbank. Cherish life, stay away from the river. Why can't we go near the river? Anqi was also puzzled why were so many viewers telling her to stay away from the river. Immediately, Anqi asked the question in the live stream. Land-based life has evolved, and so has the life in the Great River. It's far more complex than on land, second only to the ocean. I saw a video where, right in the section of the river you're in, there were terrifying churning waves with a diameter of at least 15 meters. I suspect it was a massive crocodile. I saw it too. I think it was a giant python. I say it was a fish. Anqi watched everyone's speculations and felt a bit nervous, but they were on the bridge, dozens of meters above the water. Even if the creatures in the water were terrifying, they couldn't harm anyone up here. Zhang Feng listened to his owner's voice and peered closely at the river's surface. He noticed there were indeed quite a few creatures, but they were all too weak. Even before he had evolved, these creatures wouldn't have stood a chance against him. They continued on. Not only was he being streamed by Anqi, but the passing cars were streaming him as well. As Zhang Feng walked along, gazing at the massive bridge ahead, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Panda, what's wrong? Anqi asked. She then jumped down from Zhang Feng's back, walked in front of him, and saw his 2 huge, bell-like eyes fixed on the bridge deck. The next moment, she was overcome with fear. Cracks had appeared on the bridge deck, tiny, no bigger than a strand of hair, but there were countless of them. If one didn't look closely, they'd be impossible to spot. How could this have happened? Miss Anqi, what's wrong? What's going on? Fairy Anqi, hurry up and tell us, what did you see? My heart's in my throat. Countless viewers in the livestream were waiting for Anqi's answer, simply because her face was etched with sheer terror. Countless fine cracks have appeared on the bridge over the Great River, Anqi said in a panic. Everyone knew what cracks on a bridge meant. Countless fine cracks? Are you sure you didn't misread that? That's impossible. The bridge is of excellent quality, and it's only been open for 3 years. How could countless fine cracks appear? I don't know. It was Panda who kept staring at the bridge just now, otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed, Anqi said anxiously and worriedly. This bridge cost over 10 billion yuan. It's only been open for 3 years, could it really be about to collapse? Zhang Feng had already stopped looking at the cracks in the bridge. He wrapped his tail around his owner and carried her toward the opposite side. This bridge will collapse within 3 days, perhaps even within a single day. It's not due to human error, but to the forces of nature. Blue Star is expanding. Though the bridge is sturdy, it is as insignificant as dust when faced with the vastness of the universe. Soon, the bridge will crumble into rubble and plunge into the Great River. It's not just this bridge, every bridge spanning the Great Rivers will collapse without exception. The immense power of the heavens and earth is being unleashed step by step. Whether humanity can continue to rule the world in the end depends on just how formidable they truly are. In any case, he is no longer human, he is a tiger, the king of all beasts. He must take advantage of the current crowd to gain as many followers as possible, accumulate good fortune, and redeem treasure chests for prize draws. Whoosh! Zhang Feng sprinted forward. Chapter 30, Evolvers from around the world are coming to Great Xia for an exchange. After Anqi live streamed the bridge over the Great River, many people rushed to inspect nearby bridges. What they found left them utterly stunned. Fine cracks had appeared in every single bridge, only the most solid structures remained unscathed. This hadn't been the case just yesterday. Within mere minutes, the trending topics were flooded with new videos. Hashtag the universe is actually expanding. Hashtag housing prices are about to crash. Why? Because the universe has gotten bigger. Hashtag Blue Star is getting bigger. What will happen to skyscrapers? Hashtag house on the 3rd Ring Road in Beijing, 120 square meters, only 8 million. Interested? Hurry over. 8 million? You're dreaming. I'll sell mine for 5 million. 150 square meter apartment in downtown Magic City, only 3 million. Haha, I'm just here to look, I'm not buying. Anyone buying a house right now is a total idiot. The moment news of Blue Star's expansion broke, housing prices plummeted once again. Yet even with prices down by 70%, no one was buying. Plots once hailed as prime real estate had all become worthless wasteland. Even when sold off at rock-bottom prices, no one would touch them. Diamonds had plummeted by 99%, while gold and silver fared slightly better, dropping only 70%. What was most valuable now? Naturally, it was mana crystals and spirit fruits, along with rare natural treasures grown in the wild. Zhang Feng was still unaware that a single, casual action of his had caused Great Xia's housing prices to crash once again. But even if he hadn't realized it, others would have discovered it within a day or two. With so many people watching him and everyone loving to discuss things online, the news of Blue Star's expansion instantly went viral. It wasn't just the people of Great Xia paying attention to him, others were watching as well. For instance, the Lighthouse Nation, the Divine Eagle Empire, the Cherry Blossom Empire, and the Land Down Under. All 4 nations were keeping a close eye on Great Xia, constantly plotting to destroy it and dominate the world. Although Great Xia had now produced a beast king, the country remained far more peaceful than their own. Naturally, they were displeased, even furious. The president of the Lighthouse Nation was the first to send an invitation to Great Xia, inviting its evolvers to visit for an exchange. The Great Xia Ministry of Foreign Affairs flatly refused, citing a lack of time. Subsequently, the Lighthouse Nation, the Divine Eagle Empire, the Sakura Empire, and the 3 nations approached Great Xia again, stating that their evolvers wished to visit Great Xia to spar and exchange knowledge with Great Xia's evolvers. This time, Great Xia had no grounds to refuse. Another refusal would cause them to be looked down upon by everyone. It wasn't just these 4 nations. Over 200 countries worldwide expressed their intention to send their top-tier evolvers to compete. Even the Kangaroo Nation, which had been driven to the brink of collapse by the kangaroos, planned to dispatch evolvers to Great Xia for the competition and to engage in some cultural exchange while they were at it. Anyone with eyes could see what the Kangaroo Nation was up to. Facing imminent annihilation, they were seething with resentment and sought to humiliate Great Xia one last time at the tournament. Word has already spread online that the Kangaroo Nation in the Southern Hemisphere has recently deployed 300,000-ton cargo ships to transport all of its elite personnel to the Divine Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Nation. The people remaining in the Kangaroo Nation are all immigrants, many of whom are actually from Great Xia. The Kangaroo Nation is already finished. They latched onto their biological father, but thinking they can redeem themselves here in Great Xia? They're dreaming. Just how many powerful evolvers does Great Xia actually have? Who knows? But I believe Great Xia's evolvers are the strongest. But I've heard the Lighthouse Nation's evolvers are also incredibly powerful, especially a guy named Dugsun. He is terrifying. He is 2 meters tall, weighs over 500 kg, and can lift the cab of a 20-ton truck. His strength definitely exceeds 10 tons. Don't worry, just look at my tiger brother, he could knock him out with a single slap. Ha, we still need Lion Brother for that. With that terrifying strength, he could knock over a vehicle speeding down the highway. Hey, stop bringing up Tiger Brother and Lion Brother, can't you see this is a competition for humans? Besides human competitions, there are also evolved beast competitions. Didn't you know, Lighthouse Nation has several gorillas, the Divine Eagle Empire has golden eagles, and Kangaroo Nation has the Kangaroo King. I just wonder if they can hold a candle to our Golden Eagle King up on the plateau. No way they can. Our Golden Eagle King on the plateau has a wingspan of over 10 meters. He devours giant pythons over 10 meters long like they're spicy snacks. That's how terrifying he is. That 30-meter long Python King is terrifying too, but unfortunately, it likes to eat people. The Lion King Kara eats people too. Do you think human flesh might help them evolve? It's possible. However, within an hour, all posts about evolved beasts eating humans had been censored. Kyoto, Special Affairs Bureau. Director Zhang Long watched a video showing a large pot filled with flesh that glistened white. The most terrifying part was that the white flesh had fingernails, human fingernails. Director, we've discovered several incidents where evolvers were shot to death. These evolvers were ordinary people who ate spirit fruits and were lucky enough to evolve, only to be killed by those people who wanted to eat their flesh to evolve themselves. Zhang Long narrowed his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke, notify the combat division. Exterminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. At this critical juncture, he must use thunderous force to intimidate those ambitious individuals within Great Xia. Even if Great Xia descends into chaos, these people must be eliminated first. Yes, Director. Damn it all, Zhang Long said, his face dark with a hint of regret. At a time like this, these empires are still eyeing Great Xia with greed. Is it because the marine life has evolved too quickly, too terrifyingly, that they want to occupy Great Xia and flee to its highland regions? Zhang Long muttered to himself. The territory of Great Xia is reserved solely for the people of Great Xia. Anyone who dares to invade Great Xia, no matter how far away, will be hunted down and destroyed. In Yuan City, Anqi, riding Zhangfeng, was still in pursuit of the thieves. By this point, she had already ended her livestream. Panda, that Lighthouse Nation actually dared to provoke us, Great Xia. They're even planning to send an evolver and an evolved beast, a Gonggang, over here to challenge Great Xia's own evolvers and evolved beasts, Anqi said angrily. Panda, you don't know what a Gonggang is, do you? It's a gorilla, basically an upgraded version of a monkey. They're huge and incredibly strong. Qingshan Wildlife Park didn't have any gorillas, so Anqi assumed Zhangfeng didn't know what a gorilla was and used a monkey as a comparison. An upgraded version of a monkey. Upon hearing this, Zhangfeng burst out laughing. What do gorillas and monkeys have to do with each other? They're clearly two different species, aren't they? Stupid pet owner. Still, for a giant chimpanzee like that to dare come to Great Xia and challenge an evolved beast was asking for trouble. As for the power dynamics between evolvers, though, he had no idea. Panda, that evolver from the land of the lighthouse, Dugsun, is already a second-tier evolver. His strength exceeds 10 tons, it's terrifying. Mine is only 300 gene, there's quite a gap. Anqi said with a touch of self-deprecation. That's because you're a loser. If you were any good, I'd give you more mana crystals and ju fruits. Zhangfeng fired off a round of sarcasm at the pet owner. That pet owner Lu Shi seems pretty capable. Maybe I should train her, she might even help me gain some followers. A plan formed in Zhangfeng's mind. He decided to wipe out these poaching gangs and, once back, train pet owner Lu Shi to become a level 2 evolver as well. As for himself, he could become a level 2 evolver at any time, but he wanted to grow a bit more first. He planned to evolve only after his body had reached its physical limits. Just as Zhangfeng was closing in on the Fox-Wolf mercenary group, the Lu family of Yuan City was also making preparations. Chapter 31, as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The current head of the Lu family, Lu Fan, was 56 years old and had already passed the peak of his life. His body was no longer up to the task, but the world had entered a new era, giving him hope to regain his former glory. Head of the family, that Tiger King has entered the encirclement. As long as it falls into the trap, it's as good as dead. Lu Fan's lips curled slightly into a smile. He was excited. Every part of a tiger was valuable, especially the tiger's penis, not to mention that this was an evolved Tiger King. Once it was killed, the Lu family would gain a significant number of new evolvers. Where is Xian'er right now? Head of the family, the eldest young master is currently positioned on the Tiger King's path. He is ready to kill the Tiger King with a single strike. Excellent. You all go prepare. I want to watch you kill this Tiger King with my own eyes. Yes, head of the family. Lu Fan and his elderly father remained at the Lu family headquarters, watching the Lu family members on the large screen. They were just waiting to skin and gut the Tiger King panda, eat its flesh, and drink its blood to become evolvers. At that moment, Zhang Feng, carrying Anqi on his back, entered Yuan City. Source City wasn't very crowded, and its infrastructure was dilapidated. The rebar was even exposed in the bridges spanning the river. Zhang Feng looked at the woods on the opposite bank and smiled. His sense of smell could track scents from 100 li away. He could clearly detect every human presence in there, and he even spotted someone aiming a sniper rifle at him. How dare they? Great Xia had banned firearms, yet these poaching mercenary groups still dared to enter Great Xia with sniper rifles. It was only because of the cataclysmic upheaval with countless humans dying daily at the hands of evolved beasts that they could bring guns into Great Xia. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be allowed to carry handguns. And then there were the spears. None of these things could harm him. The only thing that could take him down was the bomb hidden beneath the bridge. He caught the scent of gunpowder. Although the seal was tight and the scent was faint, he still detected it. It must be a remote-controlled bomb. It won't take me down, but those foolish pet owners are definitely going to bite the dust. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to start the slaughter. He was a tiger, and he had a ferocious nature. It had just been suppressed all this time. He felt that releasing some of that ferocity in moderation would make him healthier, both physically and mentally. With a flick of his tail, he set the pet owner down. Then, Zhang Feng moved, striding neither too fast nor too slow toward the 100-meter wide bridge. The Tiger King is here. Everyone, get ready. Since he is here, let us set off some fireworks for him first. It shouldn't blow him to smithereens, right? Lu Xian, the eldest son of the Lu family, seemed quite relaxed. As a Tier 1 evolver with strength exceeding a ton, he felt confident handling a Tier 1 evolved beast, especially with all the preparations they made. It won T. Though this Tiger King isn't as strong as the Lion King, they're probably not that far apart. That Lion King was blown by a rocket and flipped several times without a scratch. This Tiger King will only suffer severe injuries. It won't be blown to smithereens. That's good. Lu Xian was relieved. Both his father and grandfather were counting on this Tiger King to become an evolver, and he himself was eager to taste what tiger meat was like. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they waited for the Tiger King, panda, to enter the 10-meter radius of the remote-controlled bomb before detonating it. Zhang Feng's lips curled slightly. He had spotted the bomb's location long ago and began to accelerate rapidly. Whoosh! In just 3 seconds, Zhang Feng accelerated to his absolute limit. Traveling over 60 meters per second, he was like a gust of wind, only slightly slower than the Harmony Express, and his acceleration was simply too rapid. Quick, detonate the bomb! Lu Xian shouted in alarm. He was beginning to feel fear. The tiger's speed far exceeded his imagination, like a gale. He had never imagined a tiger could be this fast. Boom! The remote-controlled bomb exploded beneath the bridge, instantly sending sparks flying and accompanied by a deafening blast. The bridge was instantly blown to pieces. Debris flew everywhere, crashing into the water and sending waves 7 or 8 meters high. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the view of the bridge deck. No one could tell if Tiger King Panda was dead. Anqi was terrified and screamed, "Panda! Panda!" She panicked. She now understood why Zhang Feng had let her go. He had sensed long ago that a remote-controlled bomb had been planted on the bridge. Her eyes turned red. Once again, she felt utterly useless, unable to do anything. That feeling made her hate herself with a passion. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted suddenly, rapid and relentless. The crisscrossing flashes of light sent a shiver through Anchi's body. "Young master, run! We can't take this beast down," shouted a security guard from the Lu family. Lu Xian was petrified. He was a Tier 1 evolver himself, but compared to this Tier 1 evolved beast, Tiger King Panda, he was light years behind. Not even the remote-controlled bomb could scratch him, and neither could sniper rifles nor machine guns. How could it be this powerful? He saw it clearly. Tiger King Panda weaved through the hail of bullets, always managing to dodge them with the slightest of movements. It was terrifying. Escape. He had to escape. Otherwise, he was as good as dead. In the Lu family's grand hall, former head of the family Lu Ji and current head Lu Fan had gone from calm to panic. They never imagined that such a meticulously laid-out trap would be utterly useless against Tiger King Panda. Such a setup would have stopped even an elite infantry company in its tracks. SSSSH. Blood spurted everywhere as they watched the deputy commander of the Fox Wolf Mercenary Corps have his throat effortlessly slashed by Tiger King Panda's claws. Then, a second one. Quickly send reinforcements to Xian 5 million each. Yes, head of the family. The butler began directing the trainee evolvers recruited by the Lu family, promising 5 million to each of them. The trainee evolvers were thrilled. Just for killing a single tiger, they could actually get 5 million? That was a huge surprise. Before, they only made 3,000 or 4,000 a month. But after their bodies grew stronger and they were hired as security for the Lu family, their monthly pay reached 50,000. Now they were being offered 5 million just to kill a tiger. Awesome! A dozen or so trainee evolvers, gripping the spears the Lu family had forged for them, boarded a passenger bus and set off. On the streets of Yuan City, a sports car was speeding wildly, smashing into numerous street stalls. Lu Xian was terrified. He was grateful that he had driven a sports car there and was at the very back of the convoy, otherwise, he would have been killed. It was terrifying. This tiger's speed, strength, and reflexes exceeded his wildest imagination. A single swipe of its paw could take a mercenary's life. Those Fox Wolf mercenaries were all elite warriors who had seen action in regional conflicts. Once I get home, I must gather all our forces to hunt down this Tiger King. Its flesh and blood must be extraordinary. Lu Xian sped toward the Lu family estate in his sports car. On the streets of Yuan City, Jiang Feng followed at a leisurely pace. He had memorized the scent of the fleeing man. By tracking him, he might be able to eliminate the mastermind behind the operation as well. After all, he had just wiped out over 20 armed men. It was too easy. Even though these men were armed with sniper rifles, handguns, and machine guns, it was useless. They couldn't harm him. He could react in a fraction of a second, and even if he didn't dodge, the bullets would be stopped by his skin. He had skin as tough as bronze and bones as hard as iron. Even a sharp knife couldn't cut through his skin. Ah, a tiger. Run! Run! A tiger south on the street, eating people. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, everyone, men, women, and children alike, scattered in a frenzy, with many even tripping and falling flat on their faces. Hey, 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 don't run away. I don't eat people. Jiang Feng let out a helpless roar. Unfortunately, no one understood tiger speak. Man, am I really that scary? Just as he continued running forward, a small child not even 2 years old suddenly appeared at the intersection, stumbling toward the opposite side of the street. At that moment, a large truck emerged from the diagonal corner. It was already braking, its tires screeching against the pavement. Jiang Feng had keen eyesight. Even from 50 or 60 meters away, he could see everything clearly. Whoosh! He accelerated. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged toward the little boy. Holy shit, that tiger's going to eat the kid. People in the nearby shops were terrified, but all they could do was watch helplessly. Chapter 32, Sliding Tackle, Saving a Life. Jiang Feng once again demonstrated what true speed meant. The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. In just 2 seconds, Zhang Feng sprinted to the intersection 60 meters away, slid in, and snatched the 2-year-old boy into his mouth. Thud! The truck crashed into Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was sent flying into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. He landed on his back, and the little boy in his mouth was completely unharmed. He was a bit sore, but nothing serious. The little boy was so scared he started wailing, his tiny hands flailing inside Zhang Feng's mouth. Zhang Feng quickly spat the boy out. The truck had come to a stop. The driver was frozen in shock. He nearly hit a child with no time to brake, but at the most critical moment, a terrifying tiger had appeared and swallowed the boy whole. He thought the tiger was going to eat the child, but then the tiger spat the little boy out and set him down on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. The people around them were also stunned. They had been so focused on the tiger that they hadn't noticed the truck until it braked, and only then did they see that it had lost control and was about to hit the little boy. Fortunately, the tiger had carried the little boy away. No, wait, it didn't just carry him away, it saved the little boy. What a miraculous sight! It was truly amazing. You'd be lucky to witness something like that once in a lifetime. Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing. A young woman rushed excitedly toward the 2-year-old boy, completely ignoring Zhang Feng standing nearby. The young woman reached Zhang Feng, scooped up the little boy, and frantically ran off to the side of the road. Zhang Feng watched with wide eyes as the young woman carried the little boy away, thinking to himself, she didn't even say thank you. Seriously. He didn't mind, though. He walked over to the truck, shouted something at the driver, and then left. The driver was drenched in sweat. It was already hot, but suddenly, a light rain began to fall not just on his forehead, but down below as well. It wasn't until Zhang Feng had walked far away that the driver came to his senses. What a terrifying tiger! That head was so huge it could have swallowed me whole. Zhang Feng continued chasing the man in the sports car. Anyone who dared ambush him had to die. He glanced at the interface. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, Tier 1 Evolved Beast. Loyal fans, 12,536. Draw count, 14,032 iron chest. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence. The number of loyal fans kept growing, and even more people were giving him sincere likes. The total had reached over 600,000. Expand the storage slots by 80. In an instant, 8,000 of his iron chests vanished, and his storage slots increased from 120 to 200. 100 consecutive draws. 200 consecutive draws. Zhang Feng kept drawing while chasing his target, until his storage slots were completely filled. Why is there so much junk? Zhang Feng was getting annoyed. Diamonds, gold, and silver, the trash had shown up again. And what about Imperial Jade, Glass-type Jade, and Old Mine Jade? What the hell use were these things? There wasn't any mana inside them. Claim. Zhang Feng tossed all the natural diamond heads and Imperial Jade he declaimed into the bushes. Holy shit, a tiger saving a person. Did anyone film that? Ha, I got it on video. I'm uploading it to DY right now. A young man laughed excitedly. What? You filmed it? Send it to me first. I'll give you 500 yuan. 500? Dream on. Unless you've got 50,000, don't even think about it. The young man said contemptuously. You're the one dreaming. It's just a video, you want 50,000 yuan for it? Not even a fool would buy that, the restaurant owner shouted angrily. The young man wasn't having it. I just recorded the full video of the tiger saving the man. If you want it, come on, 50,000 yuan, and I'll let you post it first. An hour after you post it, I'll post mine. What? The full video of the tiger saving the man? 50,000 yuan? Alright, I'll take it, shouted a middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car worth tens of millions. The young man shot a smug glance at the restaurant owner, then transferred the video to the middle-aged man in the luxury car. Having made 50,000 yuan in an instant, the young man was overjoyed. Although the Great Xia currency had depreciated and the prices of vegetables and meat were skyrocketing, housing was cheap. He could find some rare items out in the wild and sell them for tens of thousands of yuan. With a few more days of searching, he could buy a house. Awesome! It used to take 100 years of working without eating or drinking to buy a house, but now you can buy one outright in just 10 days or a couple of weeks. What a huge difference! Filled with excitement, the young man chased after the direction Zhang Feng had left. He felt that as long as he kept filming this tiger, he could keep making money. Isn't that Tiger King Panda? Looks like it. Didn't Tiger King Panda go to Hawaii City, so why is it here? Holy crap, what is Tiger King Panda doing in our Yuan City? Saving people? Save people my ass. It's not a god or anything. How would it know that little boy was going to get hit by a car? I feel like it's chasing someone. A group of people who had just witnessed Zhang Feng's rescue were discussing it. Hey, my loyal fan count went up again. Awesome. Zhang Feng, still on his way, felt a sense of satisfaction. Sure enough, saving a child had boosted his follower count, and he'd gotten quite a few likes. The video of his rescue probably hadn't been uploaded online yet. Once it was, he'd likely gained several thousand loyal fans, maybe even tens of thousands. That would mean tens of thousands of iron chests. It stopped moving. That means we've reached our destination. Perfect. Let us take care of this all at once. Zhang Feng gazed at the estate on the distant mountain and smiled. Then, he slowed down. Perched on a hill less than 100 meters high stood a massive estate. The Liu family. The Liu family had a history spanning over a century, and their wealth was incalculable. Ocean-going vessels, electronics, and pharmaceuticals had made the family incredibly wealthy. For these highly profitable companies, the Liu family never bothered to go public. However, for the unprofitable ventures, the Liu family slapped a high-tech innovation label on them and listed them one after another. Then, the Liu family began to harvest profits from these listed companies, raking in tens of billions annually, all without breaking the law. Their methods were truly ingenious. Dad, that tiger is chasing us. It's terrifying. Lu Xian exclaimed, both excited and terrified, having just crashed a multi-million-dollar sports car. Lu Fan's expression was grave. Through the drone feed, he had seen just how terrifying the Tiger King Panda was, treating sniper rifles as if they were nothing, moving about with complete freedom. Now, the Tiger King was heading straight for the Liu family. Activate the cyborgs. Have them rush over immediately, Lu Fan said, with no time to waste. Right, Dad. Send those cyborgs to deal with this beast, Lu Xian agreed wholeheartedly. He didn't have the courage to face Tiger King Panda himself. With Lu Fan's order, the Liu family's massive operation sprang into action. The Liu family estate covered an entire mountain, spanning over 600 mu, equipped with all manner of high-tech security systems that ensured maximum protection. Yet, faced with the approaching terror of Tiger King Panda, the Liu family members still felt a sense of dread. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Feng arrived. With the character 4 King emblazoned on his forehead in black and yellow tattoos, he looked imposing and formidable. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a furious roar and charged toward the estate. Bang! 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 Machine gun fire swept through the air, a hail of bullets blanketing the entire area, about to strike Zhang Feng. Chapter 33, Who Gave You the Courage? Countless bullets poured down upon Zhang Feng. It was a death zone. No one could dodge these bullets, not even Zhang Feng. But he didn't need to dodge. Aside from bullets fired from large-caliber weapons, those from pistols and rifles couldn't harm him at all. With a head of bronze, skin of copper, and bones of iron, he was powerful to the extreme. Zhang Feng dodged the bullets from the 3 sniper rifles in an instant, weaving through the forest. What would be an impossible climb for an ordinary person was as easy as walking on flat ground for Zhang Feng. That beast is afraid of guns. Shoot him. Lu Xian, the eldest son of the Liu family, roared in panic. He was still afraid. Although the Liu family's security guards were prepared and armed with guns and ammunition, he still felt no sense of security. Whoosh! Jiang Feng scaled the steep mountainside and entered the Lu family estate. Hiss! In an instant, he killed 2 armed security guards. If they carry guns, they must die. In Great Xia, guns are banned. These 2 were breaking the law. He continued his assault. Once inside the estate, it was time for Jiang Feng to do as he pleased. He followed that familiar scent, heading straight for the man who had fled in the sports car. If he struck him, he could die. Bang! 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 People were still firing at him, and with sniper rifles, no less. Whoosh! Jiang Feng entered the landscaped garden as if it were empty, effortlessly taking down one armed man after another. Whoosh! In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Feng had killed every armed man. As for the servants, he spared them. These were just workers. He'd been a worker in his past life too. Workers don't make life hard for other workers. In the courtyard, 3 generations of the Lu family stared in shock and fury at the dead bodies scattered across the estate. These were all trainee evolvers they detrained, half of whom were their own kin, and now they were all dead. It was terrifying. This Tiger King's power is utterly terrifying. He is at least on par with Lion King Kara. That know-it-all is a damn fool, Lu Xian said angrily. Lu Fan, the current head of the Lu family, glared with dark eyes. His strongest trump card was about to arrive. Even after killing this Tiger King, the Lu family would still be able to become one of the top families in Great Xia. Let us go. Head to the basement and have the cyborgs kill this beast. The 3 generations grandfather, father, and son along with the womenfolk, entered the estate's basement. Soon after, the 8-ton bronze doors slammed shut. The entire Lu family villa was shrouded in the shadow of death. After Jiang Feng had killed all the humans who had attacked him, he entered the courtyard. He caught the scent, but it vanished here. He also spotted the bronze door on the ground. Smack! Jiang Feng struck the door with 70% of his strength, causing it to shake violently. However, only a tiger's claw mark appeared on the door, not a single crack. Damn it, they actually built an underground fortress. Looks like even if I go all out, I won't be able to break down this copper door. Jiang Feng was getting a bit impatient. He was a tiger who preferred to take it easy. Letting off steam once in a while was fine, but making him fight non-stop was asking too much. Damn it, once I evolve to the 2nd stage, I'll smash this lousy door to pieces. Jiang Feng made his way to the living room, flopped down on a sofa made of some unknown material. It felt incredibly comfortable and began preparing to evolve. Claim 10 gene of mana crystals. Claim 3 Zhu fruits. Claim 100-year-old wild ginseng. Claim 1 bone washing pill. One treasure after another entered Jiang Feng's stomach. The system handled this part quite well. He could receive the treasures exactly where he wanted. Jiang Feng's aura grew even stronger, stirring up a gentle breeze. Numerous black oil stains appeared on his fur as his tendons, bones, and skin were gradually tempered and refined. His strength was also rising bit by bit. He estimated that with one more evolution, he'd be able to withstand a sniper rifle bullet. He felt his physical body was much harder than iron. This was a very good situation. My loyal fans have reached 18,000. Great. Could it be because the story of me saving that kid has gone viral? Jiang Feng thought happily to himself. He saved the child partly to gain followers and boost his luck though. Of course, even without the invincible fortune system, he would have saved the child anyway. He was a compassionate Tiger King, the great Tiger King. On the streets of Yuan City, Anqi was searching everywhere for Yi Feng. What? A big tiger saved a child and headed northwest? Okay, thank you. Anqi thanked him. She gave chase while simultaneously reporting the situation to Tian Feng, the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau. I'm aware. Panda has gone to the Lu residence. Don't go inside for now, just wait downstairs. Once Panda leaves the Lu residence, bring it back to the zoo, Tian Feng said. I won't go inside. Panda is a killer, Anqi said in shock. That terrifying scene had shaken her to the core. She had always believed that the panda she raised wouldn't harm anyone, but after being bombarded by the remote-controlled explosives, the panda had suddenly snapped, killing many people all with a single swipe of its paw. Terrifying. It made her a little afraid, but when she thought about how she had raised the panda herself, and how it had been on the run for 2 days without her knowing, her fear subsided, leaving only concern. "Don't worry about it," Tian Feng stated bluntly. Remote-controlled bombs, sniper rifles, assault rifles, machine guns, and more. This had already crossed the nation's red line, not to mention using such weapons against the Tiger King recruited by the state. All of this had convinced the higher-ups to make a firm decision to eradicate this family completely. As it happened, the Tiger King panda had come looking for them himself. "So let the Tiger King panda wipe out this filthy family." "Understood, Director Tian." Anchi hung up the phone. She hadn't expected Tian Feng to mean exactly that. Moreover, she hadn't seen the Yuancheng Security Bureau mobilize. Anchi wasn't very familiar with the Liu family, but daring to send people to kill a national treasure like the giant panda was tantamount to asking for death. Although she was a zookeeper at the Tiger Park, she loved those fluffy national treasures, the giant pandas, too. Arriving 3 kilometers from the Liu family estate, Anchi turned on her phone, tapped the camera, and aimed it at the estate. The image was crystal clear. Domestic phones really are the best. You can see everything so clearly even from this far away. Anchi gazed at the Liu family estate, though most of it was obscured by trees, so she had no idea what was happening inside. Tian Feng had told her not to go in, so she had no choice but to stay put. Inside the grand hall of the Liu family manor, Jiang Feng's aura grew ever more intense. Most astonishingly, his body had grown even larger, now standing 4.5 meters tall from head to toe, with limbs that had become thick and elongated. His tail had also transformed, becoming thicker, stronger, and more powerful. "Just a little more to go," claimed 10 gene of mana crystals. A powerful wave of warmth surged through Jiang Feng's stomach once more, coursing through his entire body. Roar! A bestial roar echoed from the doorway. Jiang Feng's massive, bell-like eyes widened as he stared at the monster outside. It had once been human, yet now it roared like a beast, and its limbs had already undergone a bestial transformation, resembling those of a lion. Its entire body was clad in a layer of steel armor, radiating a fierce aura. Fancy nonsense. Jiang Feng's eyes were filled with contempt. The Liu family's modified human, seeing the disdain in Jiang Feng's eyes, didn't even flinch. He was enraged. He had fused with lion genes and, through modification with mana crystals, had become a being even more powerful than a Tier 1 evolver. To be looked down upon like this was unbearable. Whoosh! The evolver lunged fiercely at Jiang Feng. "How dare you attack this great king of your own accord? Who gave you the courage?" Jiang Feng narrowed his wide, bell-like eyes and raised one massive paw slightly. Chapter 34, Second-Tier Tiger King. Boom! With a single swat, Jiang Feng sent the monster before him flying. "Why didn't you just stay human? You had to become a hybrid." "Sigh, do your parents even know about this?" Jiang Feng was disappointed in him. "Tiger King, you've angered me. I'm going to tear you to pieces." The Liu family's cyborg, fused with lion genes, roared furiously and charged at Jiang Feng once more. "I gave you a chance to run, but you didn't take it." Jiang Feng had actually felt a bit sorry for the cyborg, but since the other party didn't appreciate it, he couldn't be blamed for this. Whoosh! This time, Jiang Feng held nothing back. Although he hadn't fully evolved into a second-stage evolved beast yet, his strength had already increased by at least 30% compared to before. A head flew through the air. The Liu family's lion cyborg was instantly killed. This scene terrified the other 3 cyborgs. The lion cyborg was the strongest among their group, boasting over 5 tons of strength, invulnerable to blades and spears. Even bullets couldn't penetrate his body. Yet now, he'd been killed so easily by this tiger. It was terrifying. "Run!" In an instant, the 3 cyborgs fled into the distance. "Run? Do you think you can get away?" Jiang Feng moved. Although he was still evolving, it didn't stop him from killing. Whoosh! SSSSH! As expected, the three cyborgs were instantly killed. Zhang Feng returned to the sofa in the hall and lay down again. Claim 10 gene of mana crystals. A powerful wave of warmth suddenly surged through his stomach, tempering his bones, muscles, skin, flesh, and internal organs. Zhang Feng felt truly at ease. He glanced at the surveillance feed and grimaced. He had left the surveillance on specifically to let the person hiding behind the bronze door know of his presence. In the basement, the lights were blinding. 3 generations of the Liu family were gathered there. They had witnessed Zhang Feng instantly kill the cyborgs their family had painstakingly cultivated, and their fear knew no bounds. "Dad, Grandpa, this Tiger King is too terrifying. Let us call the police and have the security team deal with it," Lu Xian screamed in terror. He was also a Tier 1 evolver. According to government research, people like him could live to at least 120 years old barring any accidents. He wasn't willing to die now, he still wanted to become a Tier 2 evolver. Lu Fan's face darkened. He had vastly underestimated the strength of this Zoo Tiger King. This Tiger King, Panda, shouldn't he be ranked only 10th on the evolved beast list, he should be 4th, or even 3rd. Don't be afraid. It's just a beast, it'll be gone in a minute. We can't call the police yet. If the government finds guns in our Liu family home, we'll be in big trouble. Lu Fan was reluctant to call the police. If they called the police, the Liu family would be finished. The Liu family's assets, worth hundreds of billions, would all be confiscated by the government. Lu Xian had a feeling this Tiger King wouldn't leave easily. Moreover, he noticed that the tiger's form had grown larger. It had evolved into a second-stage evolved beast. "I hope this tiger evolves successfully and leaves quickly," was all Lu Xian could think. Outside the Liu family estate, Anqi waited anxiously, reporting the situation to Tian Feng of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau every hour. Beijing Special Affairs Bureau. Director Zhang Long was also monitoring the situation at the Liu family estate in Yuancheng. He had seen the Tiger King Panda effortlessly kill 4 cyborgs. Do these major clans really think that just because Great Xia is in chaos, they can conduct human experiments at will? You've got some nerve. Kangaroo Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Divine Eagle Empire, and Sakura Nation, all of them want to enter Great Xia's highland regions. It seems the situation is truly critical. However, we in Great Xia have prepared in advance. We'll see how things unfold in the future, but first, we'll teach those 4 empires a lesson. Although Zhang Long remained stationed in the capital and had never left, everything happening in the world was laid out before him, not only on his computer, but also printed out. This was to prepare for the day when Blue Star's magnetic field shifted and computers and phones could no longer be accessed. Director. A young man hurried into Zhang Long's office. What's the urgent matter? Director, some countries in equatorial continent have already fallen. Every day, hundreds of thousands of people are dying at the hands of lions, cheetahs, hyenas, wild dogs, venomous snakes, and anteaters, all of which have evolved. The evolved beasts there are terrifying. A single leading elephant has grown to 7 or 8 meters tall, estimated to weigh over 20 tons. Zhang Long's eyes narrowed slightly. He had actually anticipated this problem long ago. Equatorial continent was rich in natural resources, and its wildlife was as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Because the resources were so abundant, the people there were lazy, smelly, and filthy. Their favorite pastime was 0 yuan shopping. With underdeveloped technology, they were absolutely no match for those evolved beasts. Now that they've been devoured by the evolved beasts, the creatures will inevitably evolve even more ferociously. The surrounding nations would inevitably suffer. Although Great Xia was not close to equatorial continent, it still had to be on guard. I understand. Pass this information up the chain. Yes, Director. We must pick up the pace. That Tiger King Panda, I wonder where he got those Zhu fruits from. I'll have to ask Cherie to help bring some back. Zhang Long thought to himself, a smile spreading across his face. The Liu family residence in Yuan City. Zhang Feng stood up and stretched. The sound of cracking and snapping echoed continuously. He felt boundless power. Powerful, super powerful. Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a long, roaring cry. The sound rolled out, spreading in all directions. 3 kilometers down the mountain, Anchi heard the tigress roar and couldn't help but be terrified. Panda has grown even stronger. Has he become a tier 2 evolved beast, or perhaps the king of beasts? After letting out another roar, Zhang Feng cracked his neck, a habitual gesture. He grinned and walked toward the bronze gate in the courtyard. With his current strength, he should be able to smash through that bronze gate, shouldn't he? In the Lu family basement, Lu Xian stared in horror at Zhang Feng's figure on the surveillance screen and cried out in fear, "Dad, Grandpa, that beast isn't going to try to smash through the bronze gate, is it?" Lu Fan's body was trembling slightly as well. He forced himself to stand upright and feigned composure, saying, "A beast is just a beast, utterly foolish. It thinks it can smash through the bronze gate? It wouldn't be able to do it even if given 100 years. The Lu family patriarch, Lu Ji, spoke up as well. "Xian, don't worry. This bronze door was crafted through dozens of intricate processes. Even if bombarded with rocket-propelled grenades, it wouldn't budge. For that beast to think it can smash through it is nothing but a pipe dream." Hearing his father and grandfather's words, Lu Xian felt his anxiety ease slightly. Yet deep down, he remained terrified of that massive tiger. It had already struck fear into his very soul. Zhang Feng approached the bronze door once more, tapping it lightly with his paw to gauge its thickness and sturdiness. Very thick, very sturdy. He raised his paw, gathered all his strength, and then slammed it down on the copper door with all his might. When the two collided, an incomparably terrifying sound erupted. It was like a bolt from the blue, deafening. In the basement, all dozen or so people were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Zhang Feng looked at the dented copper door and couldn't help but marvel at its hardness and incredible resilience. However, he still had to weigh his claws. Zhang Feng had no intention of wasting time with this poaching clan. He extended his claws and grabbed the dented copper door with all his might. Rip! His claws sank deep into the copper door. Rip! Zhang Feng raked his claws across the door, leaving a deep gash. It'll take about 3 more swipes to break through. Zhang Feng opened his massive jaws, let out a piercing howl, and then lashed out with his claws. In the basement, 3 generations of the Lu family watched the surveillance feed in terror, staring at the mangled copper door. Quick, quick, quick! Call the police! Get the security guards to come and kill this beast! Lu Fan, the head of the Lu family who had just said there was no need to call the police, screamed in terror. Right, right, right! Call the police! Call the police! Lu Xian also trembled as he pulled out his phone and began dialing the emergency number. Bang! The door warped once more, shaking violently. Chapter 35, Finished work, time to chill at home. Hello, Security Bureau? This is Lu Xian from the Lu family. We're under attack by a rabid tiger. Send someone over immediately. Lu Xian shouted frantically into the phone, his voice laced with sheer terror. What? The Lu family is under attack by a rabid tiger? Are you kidding me? The young security officer who answered the call didn't believe a word of it. It's true. You have to come. This mad tiger is about to break into our basement. Hurry up. Lu Xian was frantic, on the verge of losing his mind. Okay, we'll send someone over. Hurry. If you don't come now, it'll be too late. Lu Xian screamed in terror. The operator sensed something was wrong and immediately reported it to his superior. Director Zhang of the Yuancheng Security Bureau heard the operator's report and said calmly, "Don't bother with it. Li Gang, just take a police car for a spin and come back. If you encounter an evolved beast, don't get involved. Bullets won't kill an evolved beast." Li Gang was a bit surprised, but he nodded anyway and said, "Yes, Director." The Lu family courtyard. With 3 strikes, Zhang Feng punched a huge hole in the 8-ton copper door. He saw the people inside, grinned, and then pulled with all his might. The copper door creaked and groaned, unable to withstand Zhang Feng's terrifying strength, and was torn right apart. Inside the luxurious basement, 3 generations of the Lu family were so terrified they wet themselves and collapsed to the floor. Zhang Feng had a keen sense of smell and caught the pungent stench of urine. That's fucking disgusting. Zhang Feng tore a wide gaping hole in the copper door and walked inside. There were 10 women, 4 children, and 3 men: a young man, a middle-aged man, and an elderly man. Great Tiger King, spare our lives. Great Tiger King, spare our lives. It was my grandfather and my father who acted. They're the ones who wanted to become evolvers and sent the Fox Wolf mercenary group to kill the pandas at Qingshan Wildlife Park. It has nothing to do with me, Lu Xian pleaded in terror. Lu Xian's father, Lu Fan, and his grandfather, Lu Ji, were deathly pale, their fear reaching its peak. Lu Fan knew that evolved beasts were highly intelligent, so he hurriedly said, "Tiger King, spare us. The Lu family will provide you with meat and even a female tiger." SSSSH. Zhang Feng instantly finished off the middle-aged man who had been babbling about female tigers. So annoying. An even stronger stench of urine hit his nostrils. Zhang Feng wasted no time. He finished off the old man and the young man right away. As for the women and children, he didn't touch them, nor did he bother to. He wasn't a bloodthirsty tiger, he was a tiger with principles. Whoosh! Zhang Feng walked out of the estate and sprinted down the mountain. 3 kilometers from the foot of the mountain, Anchi spotted a yellow figure charging down the slope and immediately rushed toward it. "Panda! Panda!" Anchi shouted. Zhang Feng heard it was his owner's voice and hurried over. Anchi wrapped her arms around Zhang Feng's massive head, overcome with emotion. She'd been so worried. Even though Zhang Feng was powerful, the Lu family wasn't one to mess with. Suddenly, she sensed something was off. Her arms couldn't fully encircle Zhang Feng's neck, and he seemed to have grown taller. "Panda, have you evolved again?" "Of course." Zhang Feng let out a smug woof. "Wow, you're a tier 2 evolved beast now. That is so cool. When will I ever become a tier 2 evolver?" Anchi said wistfully. "You might be a total loser, but with me, Panda, by your side, you'll become a tier 2 evolver in no time." Zhang Feng let out a woof. However, even though Anchi knew Zhang Feng very well, she didn't understand tiger speak. "Alright, Panda, let us head back. It's been several days now, and they're still trying to move your big blue stone," Anchi said with a smile. "What? They want to move my big blue stone? They can forget it." Zhang Feng panicked. That huge blue stone was incredibly smooth and rounded. He'd been sleeping on it for over a year. It was warm in winter and cool in summer, and in this sweltering heat, lying on that stone was the only way to stay comfortable. Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Anchi knew her plan was working. She hurriedly said, don't worry. The director is saving it for you. You'd better hurry back." "Go back? Of course I'm going back. I'll gain followers, have people to wait on me, and live a life where food is served to me. How comfortable is that?" Zhang Feng let out a woof and immediately hoisted his owner onto his back, dashing toward the zoo. Although it was 600 or 700 li away, for him, it was just a day's journey. If he ran at full speed, he could make it back in 2 or 3 hours. His current speed far surpassed what it used to be. In a short time, he could outrun a Harmony Express train. On Zhang Feng's back, Anchi began grooming his fur. She noticed some scars, but fortunately, the wounds weren't deep, just barely breaking the skin, and she couldn't help but feel deeply heartbroken. "Panda, I'll make some beef for you when we get back." Woof. Zhang Feng's mouth watered. Beef, it was his absolute favorite meat. You wouldn't believe it, but beef prices have skyrocketed. It used to be 50 yuan per pound, but now it's 100 yuan, a total doubling. And property prices in Jiangcheng have plummeted too. A 120 square meter apartment now goes for just 800,000 yuan, whereas before, a place like that would have cost 8 million, Anchi said with a laugh. You'd think that with housing prices crashing, those real estate tycoons would be losing their shirts, but actually, they aren't losing a dime. It's the banks and investors who are taking the hit. Her family, the Luos, has also suffered massive losses. Assets worth hundreds of billions have shrunk dramatically. Now they're not even worth tens of billions, and no one wants to buy them even at a fire sale price. But everyone is in the same boat. The internet sector is depreciating even faster. Listening to his owner talk about real estate, Jiang Feng couldn't stop grinning. He never liked those developers for driving prices so high. In his previous life, he worked himself to the bone just to afford a single apartment, only to die young. It was so tragic. In this life, he was determined to take it easy. Laying low was the way to go. Carrying his owner on his back, Jiang Feng soon reached the banks of the great river. Many vehicles were moving across the bridge, but all were crawling along at a snail's pace. Traffic was backed up at both ends of the bridge. It seemed as though drivers wanted to cross but dared not. Why was that? Jiang Feng took a few steps forward and felt the bridge trembling slightly. It was truly trembling, and the shaking was growing more intense. Anchi noticed it too. She saw that some of the gravel on the bridge deck was actually shaking quite noticeably. What was going on with this bridge? Could it be about to collapse? This was a major bridge spanning the Great River. If it collapsed, the only ways to cross would be by ship or plane. This was no ordinary incident, though she had noticed fine cracks in the bridge before, so even if it did collapse, it wouldn't be entirely unexpected. Damn it, hurry up front. A burly, tattooed man bellowed at the car ahead. We can't move, it's completely gridlocked. Fuck, if you don't move, I'll beat the shit out of you. The burly man stepped out of his car, but the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. The bridge was shaking. Panicking, he rushed back to his SUV and rammed the car in front of him. Bam! The SUV sent the car flying onto the sidewalk. The people inside the car screamed in terror, utterly terrified. But it wasn't over yet. The burly man rammed the car again, sending it crashing into the guardrail. This time, the car nearly plunged into the river. The guardrail was sturdy, but because the bridge had loosened, it too began to give way, unable to stop the car. At that moment, the SUV didn't ram the car again. Instead, it crashed into the vehicle in front of it. Jiang Feng, who was still at the bridgehead, saw this and flew into a rage. He saw clearly that the driver of the SUV was a burly man. Fine, let us see who's the bullier of the two. Normally, if you wanted to leave, you'd just get out and walk, but you had to drive your car into the vehicle in front of you. That really pissed Jiang Feng off. Suddenly, the bridge shook violently. The small car wedged against the guardrail shifted outward again, nearly falling into the river. Jiang Feng sprang into action. Swift as the wind, fast as lightning. Chapter 36, The Bridge Collapsed. With a tearing sound, Jiang Feng's claws clamped onto the small car about to fall into the river, and with a gentle tug, he pulled it back onto the bridge. Everyone stared at Jiang Feng in stunned silence. A big tiger, a little girl shouted excitedly. Her words broke the silence. It really is a big tiger. How can there be a tiger this big? It's longer than the car. Am I dreaming? A tiger actually came onto the bridge. And the tiger saved that family. Terror. Shock. Jiang Feng eagerly awaited a surge of loyal fans, but there were none, only shock. Damn, if only this invincible fortune system were a shock system instead. With a move like that, I'd be raking in tens of millions of shock points. Jiang Feng turned his gaze toward the SUV still crashing into the car in front of it. Very well, that takes some guts. The burly man also spotted the super tiger. Terrified, he frantically tried to drive off the bridge. He sensed danger. Whoosh! Jiang Feng pulled up behind the SUV. Without a word, just like the driver, he rammed into the SUV, determined to send it flying off the bridge. Boom! This time, it was the SUV's turn to end up on the sidewalk. Next, Jiang Feng rammed it again. Bam! In an instant, the SUV smashed through the loosened guardrail and plummeted off the bridge. From dozens of meters up it looked thrilling, but the person falling certainly didn't feel thrilled. Jiang Feng heard only terrified screams, followed by a massive splash that sent water spraying over 10 meters high. The SUV vanished. Zhang Feng let out a long howl. That felt good. Anchi, still at the bridgehead, watched the scene in shock. Then she noticed the bridge shaking even more violently. Everyone, get out of the car and get off the bridge. It's going to collapse. Anchi ran toward Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng could feel it too. He could sense the bridge's condition better than humans could. In less than 2 minutes, it would inevitably snap in the middle and collapse. They had to get away as quickly as possible. He sprinted toward his owner. In the blink of an eye, he was by her side. He wrapped his tail around her, hoisted her onto his back, and charged toward the other side. There was no time to linger. Anchi was frantic with worry. From atop Zhang Feng's back, she continued to shout, "Everyone, get off the bus! Get off the bridge!" The crowd was still marveling at who this stunning beauty was and how she could ride a tiger. Only upon hearing her words did they realize something was terribly wrong. "I know who she is. It's Anchi from Qingshan Wildlife Park. That tiger must be Tiger King Panda." "What? King Panda? I've seen videos of him. He's really here. Forget whether it's King Panda or not, just get off and run. The bridge is really going to collapse." "What? The bridge is collapsing? I'm calling the police. I need the safety team to rescue me." Right, call the police. Get them to come save us." Some people didn't move, frantically calling for help, while of course, many more chose to get out of their cars and run frantically along the sidewalk. They could feel the bridge shaking faster and faster. Zhang Feng didn't move at full speed. The pet owner on his back still had to shout instructions. What a hassle. Stupid humans, why can't they just give up their cars? Are cars really that important? Zhang Feng didn't know that cars were actually quite expensive. A car that used to cost 400,000 yuan had now risen to 700,000 or 800,000 yuan more expensive than an apartment. Simply because cars could move and protect people. It was just that gas prices had skyrocketed to 68 yuan per liter. Creak, creak, creak. Zhang Feng heard the bridge making creaking sounds. He hadn't even reached the center of the bridge yet. Damn, we're not going to fall into the river, are we? Zhang Feng was starting to worry, not for himself, but for the cat owner on his back. Zhang Feng had no choice but to speed up, trying to reach the other side of the river before the bridge collapsed. Whoosh! Eek! Eek! A piercing sound, like a cat's claws scratching at his heart. Anchi was also terrified now. The bridge was visibly swaying. The steel cables holding it in place were loosening and could snap at any moment. It was too dangerous. Hurry up! The bridge is going to collapse. It's really going to collapse. Get out of here. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone panicked, forced to abandon their beloved cars and rush toward the bridge's entrance. With so many people around, Zhang Feng's speed slowed down unless he knocked the people in front of him out of the way. A race against death. Zhang Feng leaped directly onto the vehicles, then hopped from one to the next. Anchi clung tightly to Zhang Feng's fur, afraid of being thrown off. Fortunately, her strength had increased significantly, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on to Zhang Feng at all. Wah, wah, wah. Just as Zhang Feng, carrying his owner on his back, crossed the center of the bridge, he suddenly heard a child's cries. He paused for a moment but was still preparing to leave immediately. In his heart, the owner who had raised him was the most important. However, just as Zhang Feng was about to leave with his owner, the owner wanted to save the child. Panda, there's a little girl over there. Take her with us, Anchi called out. Her eyes were sharp. She had spotted a little girl under 2 years old in a car on the opposite side of the road, crying her heart out. Zhang Feng leaped across to the other side of the road and ripped the door off the luxury vehicle with a single swipe of his paw. He chose not to smash the glass, afraid of hurting the little girl inside. Those adults were truly heartless. They'd actually forgotten the child while fleeing. Zhang Feng gently hooked his paw and pulled the little girl, Xiaomeng, who was not yet 2 years old, out of the car. He clamped her firmly in his mouth and, carrying both his owner and the little girl, continued charging toward the opposite bank of the great river. He wasn't too worried about himself even if the bridge collapsed, he'd be fine, his body was incredibly strong. What he was worried about was the owner, who was far too weak. He'd have to get Yuanzi and Tuanzi to train the owner properly when they got back. Anchi watched Zhang Feng carrying the little girl in his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, crack, crack, crack. The center of the bridge began to collapse, and the vehicles on it plunged into the great river in an instant. Help me! Some people hadn't gotten out of their vehicles earlier, choosing to wait for rescue. Now that they were falling, they immediately screamed for help. No one chose to save them, nor could they. As the bridge began to collapse, human nature was laid bare in that moment. Some of the strong and burly men shoved the people in front of them aside and charged toward the bridgehead. This shove set off a chain reaction. Everyone began fleeing frantically, and those who had fallen to the ground were trampled to death. Clang, clang, clang. The bridge collapsed like a row of dominoes, starting from the center and rapidly collapsing toward both sides. Zhang Feng clearly sensed something was wrong. The vehicle beneath his feet was sliding downward. Help! Help! Don't pull me! Let go of me! Thud, thud, thud. The man whose clothes were being grabbed kicked frantically at the person holding onto him from behind. Soon, all of them fell into the great river. The lucky ones fell directly into the water and were temporarily unharmed. The unlucky ones were crushed to death by rocks and vehicles. Blood flowed in the great river. Zhang Feng, too, inevitably began to fall downward. However, he was extremely agile, leaping from rock to rock, always managing to stay one step ahead of danger. Zhang Feng was beginning to enjoy this kind of thrill. However, Zhang Feng's smugness lasted less than 3 seconds. With a clang, the bridge over 10 miles long collapsed completely and plummeted into the river. To prevent the little girl in his arms and the pet owner on his back from being crushed, Zhang Feng had no choice but to leap into the river on one side. Boom! Crash! Amidst the deafening roar, the bridge sank completely into the river. Water sprayed dozens of meters into the air. And almost simultaneously, Zhang Feng landed in the river as well. Chapter 37, The Ruler of the Waters, and also an appetizer. Fortunately, it was the height of summer. If it had been winter, many of those who fell into the water would have frozen to death. Those who hadn't yet managed to get out of their vehicles sank into the river along with them. Those who had managed to get out of the vehicles were floating on the river's surface, but those who couldn't swim struggled frantically before finally sinking into the water. Zhang Feng also landed in the water. His first instinct was to toss the little girl in his mouth to the pet owner on his back. Fortunately, this pet owner knew how to swim and didn't flail about aimlessly. Anchi held the little girl, clinging to Zhang Feng's fur, and followed him as he swam toward the shore. Zhang Feng had effectively taken a bath. It was actually quite pleasant. Suddenly, several piercing screams rang out from the river, utterly harrowing. Zhang Feng looked over and what he saw was terrifying. Many people were being attacked by unknown creatures in the water. The unknown creatures were the most terrifying. Zhang Feng grew anxious. He feared his owner might also be attacked by those things, so he couldn't help but paddle faster. Anchi was also terrified. She and Zhang Feng were still several miles from the shore. Tigers were formidable on land, but surely they weren't so powerful in the water, right? She began paddling frantically as well, holding the less than 2-year-old Xiaoming in her arms. Splash! On the river's surface, a shockwave surged toward Zhang Feng, sending massive waves crashing out to both sides. Zhang Feng sensed it immediately. Damn it, do you really think a tiger is bullied by dogs just because it's in a lowland? I, Panda, am not only the king of the land, but also the king of the water. Zhang Feng stopped swimming and instead swam directly toward the creature sending the waves. Anchi was terrified. She feared Zhang Feng wouldn't be a match for the unknown creature. It was enormous. Clang! With a thunderous crash, Zhang Feng vanished from view, sending massive waves crashing about. In the murky water, Zhang Feng slapped the oncoming creature's massive jaws, then clamped his giant claw into its flesh. Struck by Zhang Feng's blow, the massive creature tried to shake off his giant claw, but to no avail. It attempted to dive deeper into the water, but Jiang Feng would not let it have its way. With a powerful tug, Jiang Feng pulled the creature closer to him, tearing the skin on its massive jaws in the process. Jiang Feng continued his attack, opening his massive jaws to bite down on the head of the creature, which resembled a giant crocodile. Crunch! Jiang Feng crushed its skull and dragged it to the water's surface. Anchi had been terrified when she saw Jiang Feng being dragged into the water by the giant creature, but within just a dozen or so breaths, Jiang Feng emerged, his gaping maw clutching a crocodile enormous, far larger than himself. Panda, well done. Jiang Feng lifted his head slightly, brimming with pride. He was the king of beasts on land, and in the water, he remained the king of beasts. Crocodiles were nothing more than a meal in his mouth. No crocodile dared to attack Jiang Feng and Anchi again. In less than 6 minutes, Jiang Feng dragged the crocodile, along with the dog owner and little Xiaomeng, to the shore. In the water, only a few people managed to swim to the shore. The rest either sank straight to the riverbed or were devoured by crocodiles and other carnivorous creatures. It was a truly gruesome scene, a veritable hell on earth. Jiang Feng was getting hungry, so he tore open the crocodile's hide right in front of everyone and began devouring its flesh. Anyone who dared attack him was asking for death. This crocodile was a full 8 meters long and weighed far more than he did, but in terms of combat prowess, the difference between them was like night and day. On this side of the river, there were quite a few people. They watched in horror as Jiang Feng devoured the crocodile, then scrambled away in terror. There were also some bold souls who stayed in their cars, pulling out their phones to film Jiang Feng eating the crocodile. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is our zoo's panda. He is very gentle. If you'd like, you can come pet him, Anchi hurriedly said. With teeth that sharp, and dragging a crocodile out of the water like that, it's terrifying. How could he possibly be gentle, said an elderly woman, her voice trembling as her body shook. That tiger is huge, much bigger than a lion. That's the Tiger King panda. Miss Anchi, I'm your biggest fan, a high school girl of 16 or 17 shouted excitedly. Anchi quickly waved her hand and started explaining again how gentle Jiang Feng was. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng was devouring the meat voraciously. This 1-ton crocodile had fully evolved into a Tier 1 evolved beast, and its meat was incredibly delicious. He'd already eaten over 100 pounds in just a few bites and was starting to feel full. A loud tearing sound. Jiang Feng handed a piece of meat to Anchi. Anchi was holding the little girl while searching for her mother. When she saw the meat Jiang Feng offered, she caught the aroma. She knew this was evolved beast meat. A single gene could fetch 5,000 yuan, so she quickly accepted it. Panda, wait a moment. I'll look for the little girl's mother. Jiang Feng ignored the pet owner and continued devouring the crocodile meat. He had a hearty appetite, and he hadn't eaten meat in days, especially during his evolution, when he only consumed mana crystals and ju fruits. Though these were spiritual items, he still needed meat. What a treat! With a mouthful of fresh blood, Jiang Feng looked utterly ferocious. A 1-ton crocodile 2,000 gene, and Jiang Feng had eaten just over 100 gene, leaving plenty remaining. No more. On the riverbank, many people were staring at the crocodile's carcass. They were tempted. This was the carcass of an evolved beast, and a crocodile, no less. In the past, crocodile skin was already incredibly expensive. Now that it's an evolved beast, that skin is a priceless treasure. A single intact crocodile hide like this is worth at least 30 million. Add in the crocodile meat and bones if sold in their entirety, it would fetch no less than 80 million. Wait until Tiger King Panda leaves, then make our move immediately. Yes, boss. Many were just waiting for Jiang Feng to leave so they could snatch up the prize. Anchi called out to everyone, but no one came over. She grew anxious. Just then, sirens wailed, and a number of security guards appeared along the riverbank. Move aside, move aside. The security guards rushed to the riverbank at breakneck speed. But the next moment, the security guards were petrified with fear. Below them, a majestic tiger over 4 meters long was lying on the riverbank. Terror. They desperately wanted to draw their guns, but their bodies wouldn't obey them. Don't be afraid. This is Panda from Qingshan Zoo. He is very gentle, Anchi shouted. The moment the safety officers saw Anchi, they breathed a sigh of relief. They had seen her in the video. Hello, are you Miss Luo? Is this Panda, the Tiger King from Qingshan Wildlife Park? One of the safety officers asked excitedly. The other safety officers set down their inflatable boats, preparing to launch a rescue. However, there were no survivors left on the river. Those who could get out had already done so. Those who wouldn't be able to. Yes, don't go down to rescue anyone. It's too dangerous down there. There are lots of crocodiles and other unknown creatures, and there are no survivors left, Anchi hurriedly explained. What do you mean there are no survivors? You bitch. My daughter is in that car. Why did you security guards take so long to get here? Go save my daughter right now. A woman in her 50s hurled abuse at Anchi, demanding that the safety officers go into the river to save her daughter. Anchi was furious at being berated. Going down now would be suicide. Even with a motorboat, there was no guarantee they wouldn't get rammed by a crocodile. What else could it be but courting death? Ma'am, please calm down. Anchi tried to calm her down. You bitch. You're just sitting there spouting empty words. That's my daughter, my daughter. The woman, overcome with rage, sat down on the ground, crying and cursing. Wah. The Xiaomeng doll in Anchi's arms was so frightened it burst into tears. Zhang Feng was furious. How dare this old hag insult his pet? If he didn't bite her to death, he'd at least teach her a lesson. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a furious roar at the old woman, a terrifying aura of killing intent enveloping her. The old woman's eyes rolled back, her limbs went limp, and she collapsed onto the grass, fainted from the shock. Humph. Zhang Feng snorted twice. The security guards, as if facing a major threat, all made moves to draw their pistols. Calm down. Panda doesn't bite. Anchi hurriedly hugged Zhang Feng. Xiaomeng, not yet 2 years old, suddenly reached out her tiny hand and grabbed Zhang Feng's big ear. Only then did the security guards breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at the corpse of the evolved beast crocodile that Zhang Feng had left behind and couldn't help but swallow hard. This thing was an absolute treasure. Anchi saw it too and immediately smiled. Chapter 38, I'm coming. Why are you running? With his owner on his back and 200 pounds of crocodile meat slung over his shoulders, Zhang Feng hurried toward Qingshan Wildlife Park. As for the rest of the crocodile, he left it to the park's security guards along with little Xiaomeng. Panda, we'll be back at the zoo soon. Are you happy? Anchi asked with a smile as she brushed Zhang Feng's fur. Happy, Zhang Feng growled. Of course Zhang Feng was happy. He'd been away for several days and had already missed his little brothers. He was also very worried about those two critically injured national treasures. Hopefully they'd be okay. He even missed the big blue stone. That was where he'd slept for over a year. He was a bit of a homebody. Still, getting out once in a while was pretty nice. Just like a moment ago, when he took the time to have a hearty meal. Once he got tired of eating beef, he'd come to the river to catch a crocodile to eat. He checked his interface. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, Tier 2 Evolved Beast King. Loyal fans, 18,666. Sincere likes, 1.1 million plus. Lottery attempts, 12,305. Iron chest. Storage slots, 200. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence. Not bad. The number of loyal fans has gone up again, and the biggest increase is in sincere likes. Those sincere likes have been skyrocketing. 100 sincere likes can be exchanged for 1 iron chest. It's awesome. Zhang Feng didn't open the treasure chest for a draw. He needed to accumulate more chests and would wait until he'd used up these low-grade mana crystals and inferior spiritual items before drawing. Besides, he felt that once he became stronger, the treasures in this iron chest would be useless to him. He'd have to draw from higher-tier bronze chests. Carrying his pet owner and over 200 pounds of alligator meat on his back, Zhang Feng returned to the zoo. The moment Jiang Feng returned, 31 tigers let out excited roars and rushed over to surround him. Lu Shi and Yu Tong appeared. One was bright and ethereal, the other flawless. Both were stunning beauties. "Anqi, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, Shuri and I would have gone crazy," Yu Tong exclaimed. Over the past 4 days, these massive tigers had nearly scared her to death with their constant roaring. Thankfully, Yuanzi and Tuanzi had been watching over them, otherwise, she truly believed the tigers would have broken out of the zoo. Lu Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. She had only just arrived at Qingshan Wildlife Park. It had been just 1 day when she encountered poachers, and she wasn't familiar with the big tigers at all. As a Tier 1 combat type evolver, she was no match for a Tier 1 evolved beast, let alone a creature like a tiger. Alright, it's fine now," Anqi said with a smile. Then she patted Tuanzi, Yuanzi, and the other tigers. Jiang Feng shared the evolved beast crocodile meat he was carrying with his younger brothers, then lay down on the large green stone. Comfortable. But soon he felt a bit off balance. The stone was a bit too small, and his butt ended up on the ground. "Ah, this is the downside of growing up. I'll just have to make do." Jiang Feng sighed in resignation. After lying there for 3 hours, the 3 pet sitters arrived. Anqi gave herself a good scrub, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Great Xia heavens, she hadn't bathed in 4 days. She was really filthy. "Panda, do you want to take a bath? Yu Tong, Shi, and I will scrub you down," Anqi said with a grin. A scrub. Jiang Feng got excited. Don't get the wrong idea, he just wanted a simple bath. He'd been running non-stop for days, covered in dust and grime, with crocodile blood still on his fur. A good wash would do him good. Jiang Feng stepped down from the large blue stone, followed Anqi, and headed toward the artificial waterfall. He usually wouldn't go out there because it would scare people. The fountain pool was at the zoo entrance, where there were always crowds. But since his caretakers were taking him, he wouldn't scare anyone. Anqi, Lu Shi, and Yu Tong each held a large brush, ready to give Jiang Feng a good wash and attract some visitors while they were at it. The number of visitors at the zoo was growing by the day, most of them coming specifically to see Panda, the Tiger King. Jiang Feng followed the 3 caretakers to the edge of the artificial waterfall, took a big gulp of water, gurgled twice, and spat it all out. "Mom, even big tigers rinse their mouths," a little boy exclaimed excitedly from a distance. "How could a big tiger rinse its mouth? That's nonsense." "It's true, Mom, look." Only then did the crowd notice a massive tiger standing by the artificial waterfall. Some were terrified, while others shouted excitedly, "Panda! Panda!" Jiang Feng was delighted he'd gained several more loyal fans. He waved his paw to greet the visitors. He had emerged from the back area. The group of clueless humans hadn't spotted him until just now. "Wow," the big tiger waved. "Does it want my cookie?" a little girl exclaimed. "It doesn't want your cookie, it wants to eat you," the girl's father teased her. "The big tiger is so cute, it wouldn't eat me," the little girl pouted. The others were also amused by Jiang Feng and called out loudly. "Panda, come here, I'll treat you to some meat," a young man shouted. Beside him, his immature friend also yelled, "Panda, come on over, I'll treat you to some meat." With 3 beautiful female keepers present, the group of young men lost their fear and shouted across the pond. Jiang Feng heard them and let out a roar, "You're treating me, are you? Then I'll come over." Jiang Feng moved, darting across the pond and trotting toward the young men. "Holy crap, the big tigeress coming! Run!" 2 young men scrambled, running off into the distance. The others were also terrified and fled frantically. A few children, frightened by the adults' actions, burst into tears and stood frozen in place, wailing. Jiang Feng bared his teeth. They were going to treat him to meat, but as soon as he arrived, they ran away. What a letdown. "Panda, come back quickly, I'll give you a bath," Yu Tong called out loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't offer Panda any meat, he understands what you're saying. If you've got beef ready, that is fine, but if you haven't, don't go blabbering about it," Anqi said loudly, stifling a laugh. After Jiang Feng turned back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It had been terrifying the moment the Tiger King Panda moved, a terrifying aura swept over them, making it hard to breathe. Okay, Miss Anchi, I'll bring some beef next time. Miss Anchi, I'll bring some beef next time too. Many young people shouted out. That's the Tiger King Panda. He is huge. I wonder if our Lighthouse Nation's Kongs could beat him, a great Xia man with black hair and black eyes whispered. Another great Xia man with black hair and eyes whispered, don't worry. We have plenty of Kongs in the Lighthouse Nation. 3 of them are already Tier 2 evolved beasts, and we have over a dozen Tier 1 evolved beasts. Those Tier 2 evolved beasts have an arm strength exceeding 20 tons. They'd easily crush this tiger. That's good. This time, we're going to earn major merits and receive rewards from the higher-ups. Then, we'll be able to get evolution potions and become genetic evolvers. The 2 great Xia men continued filming Zhang Feng from various angles. As for Zhang Feng, he lay comfortably in the pond, enjoying the attentions of his 3 caretakers. This made him purr contentedly. Chapter 39, Instilling Patriotism in the Tigers. Over the course of a week, Zhang Feng spent several hundred pounds of mana crystals and dozens of zhu fruits to evolve all 23 of the yet-to-evolve tigers. With that, all 32 tigers in the Tiger Park had become evolved beasts. Tuanzi and Yuanzi had also successfully evolved into second-tier evolved beast kings. Panda, the Lighthouse Empire, the Divine Eagle Empire, Kangaroo Nation, and Sakura Nation are so despicable. They're openly claiming that our great Xia has no powerful evolvers or evolved beasts, and she said angrily, pointing at the news on her phone and reading it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng lay quietly on his side, too lazy to pay any attention to his owner. Great Xia is just too friendly. That Kangaroo Nation used to rake in trillions from Great Xia every year, yet not only did they fail to properly maintain the skyscrapers, they repeatedly accused Great Xia they're really asking for it. This time, they even brought their Kangaroo King to challenge Great Xia's evolved beasts. Great Xia has few animals to begin with, and even fewer evolved beasts. Only the Golden Eagle King, the Python King, and the Lion King Kara are formidable. The rest aren't worth mentioning. As for these 3, the Golden Eagle King is out of the question. As for the Lion King Kara and the Python King, they're both man-eaters. To this day, neither the Lion King Kara nor the Python King has been seen. As for the Tiger King Panda, few people know his true combat strength. Although he killed a crocodile in the water, that crocodile really wasn't much of a threat. Panda, you know about that kangaroo, right? The one that hops around? And that gorilla, it's incredibly powerful. Do you want to go check it out? It's right in Magic City, very close by. Anchi said to Zhang Feng with a smile. Zhang Feng lay sprawled on the large blue stone like a soft-bodied creature, staring at his caretaker. He didn't want to go. He'd rather sleep than waste his time on that. Anchi was at a loss. This was a mission assigned to her by higher-ups. She had to make sure Panda went to Magic City to intimidate those Western empires with their ulterior motives. Panda, there are tons of evolved beasts. They're kinds you've never seen before, from all over the world. There are even lions from Equatorial Continent. Those lions are massive. I heard they're raised by a native tribe there and were borrowed by the Lighthouse Nation to fight our great Xia tigers just like you. Anchi began showing Zhang Feng pictures of the Equatorial Continent's Lion King. Zhang Feng's wide, round eyes widened even further. Lions? Daring to fight tigers? I'll beat the shit out of you. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a long, loud roar. It worked! Anchi was overjoyed. Director, it's settled. Arrange for a vehicle. I'll take Panda and head straight to Magic City. Alright, I'll make the arrangements right away. In less than 2 hours, 2 ultra-luxury motorhomes arrived, their doors wide enough for Zhang Feng to walk right in. It's huge. Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel at the motorhome's opulence. He had never ridden in a vehicle like this in his previous life, yet in this life as a tiger, he was actually getting to enjoy it. Tuanzi accompanied Zhang Feng on the trip, while Yuanzi was left behind at the Tiger Park to manage the 29 Tier 1 evolved beast tigers. Lu Shi attended to Zhang Feng, and Anchi attended to Tuanzi. Lu Shi picked up a brush and began grooming Zhang Feng's fur. Zhang Feng lay comfortably in the RV, gazing at the scenery outside the window. He'd only been here for a week before having to leave, but with someone to take care of him, it was still quite comfortable. Zhang Feng's long tail wagged back and forth, showing that he was in a very good mood. If only he could have enjoyed such treatment in his past life. But enjoying it in this life was pretty good, too. Panda, this time the foreign powers are trying to completely crush us, Great Xia. You'll have to help out then, that Vidra is terrifying, Lu Shi said as she brushed Zhang Feng's fur. She was actually very worried. That Vidra from the Lighthouse Nation was too powerful, and there was also the Lighthouse Nation's Dugsun, whose strength was utterly terrifying. To begin with, the Lighthouse Nation was the most powerful country in the world, far surpassing other nations in genetic research. When a special gas which experts had named mana appeared in the air, the Lighthouse Nation's research into mana had long been ahead of the rest of the world. More importantly, the Lighthouse Nation was teeming with animals. There were countless terrifying giant pythons. Although they had caused the Lighthouse Nation immense trouble, they had also accelerated the breakthroughs in their genetic technology. That Tier 1 evolver was truly terrifying. It killed a Tier 1 evolved wolf with a single punch. She was also a Tier 1 evolver, so she would never stand a chance against a Tier 1 evolver in unarmed combat. She heard there were even Tier 2 evolvers. She couldn't imagine just how terrifying they must be. Listening to his owner's words, Zhang Feng curled his lip in disdain. Though his expression betrayed utter contempt, he remained extremely vigilant inside. Zhang Feng decided to grow even stronger. For others, getting stronger is an incredibly difficult feat, but for him, it's quite easy. Claim 3 Zhu fruits. In an instant, a powerful wave of warmth surged from Zhang Feng's stomach throughout his entire body. It lasted for about 15 minutes before he fully absorbed it. The stronger he became, the less effective the Zhu fruits were for him, and the same went for the mana crystals. Still, they were usable enough. Lu Shi was filled with astonishment and confusion. She sensed that Zhang Feng had grown even stronger, but she couldn't fathom why. Panda, many rural areas in Great Xia are now uninhabitable, especially those remote mountain villages. Many have been completely wiped out. Do you remember the Lion King Kara? That ferocious beast killed countless people, Lu Shi said with a heavy heart. Once upon a time, a single person with a handgun could take down a lion. But now? Even a company of special forces was deployed, yet they failed to kill the lion. Instead, they were wiped out completely. This came as a shock to everyone. It wasn't that the nation lacked the means to eliminate Lion King Kara, but the cost was too high. It simply wasn't worth it for a single lion. Moreover, Lion King Kara was extremely cunning. After each attack on a village, he would immediately retreat deep into the mountains, making him impossible to track down. Lu Shi gradually explained the situation in Great Xia and the state of the world to Zhang Feng. Ever since Zhang Feng had rescued people on several occasions, the Special Affairs Bureau had begun a comprehensive investigation into him. They believed that since Zhang Feng could understand the language of Great Xia, they should try to win his allegiance to Great Xia. Now, Lu Shi had begun subtly influencing Zhang Feng's perspective. That damn lioness started slaughtering people again. Damn it, he clearly doesn't take me, Panda, seriously. Once I'm done with the Evolved Beast Exchange Conference, I'm going to take care of you, Zhang Feng thought angrily. A single lion had actually killed so many people. He wondered if any of them might have become his loyal fans. Loyal fans don't just provide him with an iron chest. The praise and recognition they hold in their hearts can be transformed into destiny points, which he can exchange for treasure chests. His reasoning was simple. Great Xia had a large population, so he stood a better chance of gaining more loyal fans and more people to give him thumbs up. It was all about destiny. From the moment the system descended upon him, his fate had been bound to Great Xia. Once I'm done with this, I'm going to kill that stinking lion. Zhang Feng let out a roar. Lu Shi had only been tending to Zhang Feng for 7 days. She had no idea what his roar meant. She continued brushing his fur while preaching patriotic ideals. Instilling patriotic ideals in a tiger, this was a first in the history of the world. Chapter 40, The World as Evolved Beast Rankings. Zhang Feng had arrived in Magic City. This was Zhang Feng's first time in Magic City. However, the magic city of today no longer possessed its former splendor. Many buildings had begun to lean on the verge of collapse. Some houses even had cracked foundations, while their rooftops remained intact. This was Blue Star expanding, truly a marvel. Grass was sprouting from the foundations of some houses, and some of it had already grown as tall as a person. It had only been a few days. Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel at how much things had changed. There were far fewer people around, but it didn't affect him much. He still ate and drank as usual. Anqi and Lu Shi led Zhang Feng and Tuanzi into a university campus. Students no longer studied traditional academic knowledge. Instead, they had begun learning about evolution. Panda, Tuanzi, this is Magic City University. The exchange competition in 3 days will be held right here on this field, broadcast live worldwide, Anqi said to Zhang Feng and Tuanzi. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. A competition at a university, broadcast globally, that meant he was in for a fortune. He'd have to plan carefully to capitalize on this opportunity and earn some good fortune. This area is separated from the student dorms and academic buildings. I used to go to this university myself, so don't you dare sneak over there, Anqi said with a smile. As Anqi and Lu Shi were showing Zhang Feng and Tuanzi around, a male student suddenly shouted from the other side of the 8-meter-high barbed wire fence, "Wow, what a huge tiger! Isn't that Senior Anqi? Senior Anqi is so beautiful." Anqi smiled slightly, but didn't respond. "Senior Anqi, I'm your junior. Is that huge tiger the Tiger King Panda? How much do they weigh?" another male student shouted. Anqi smiled and said, "That's right. This is the Tiger King Panda, weighing 524 kilograms, and this is the Tiger King Tuanzi, weighing 421 kilograms. Anqi led the two colossal tigers toward the barbed wire fence. Nowadays, the dormitories at Magic City University were uninhabitable, so the government had set up prefabricated metal housing right on the ground. This once again showed the world what great xia speed truly meant. As Zhang Feng approached the barbed wire fence, a group of Magic City University students backed away in fear. Zhang Feng waited for a long time, but not a single person became a loyal fan. He only saw people who were utterly stunned. What's wrong with these students? Don't they like me? Zhang Feng thought, pouting. Tiger King Panda is huge, way bigger than Lion King Kara, a male student exclaimed in shock. Even through the barbed wire, they could feel an immense sense of oppression. A suppression at the level of existence itself. I wonder how strong Tiger King Panda really is. That know-it-all ranked Panda 10th, but I feel like Panda's strength is closer to 5th, another male student said. I think it's more than that. Panda's strength should be on par with Lion King Kara. Just look at his size, he is even bigger than Kara, said a boy with a very rugged appearance. I don't think so. Tiger King Panda may be huge, but he has very few combat records, just biting a crocodile to death in the river. I feel like Panda's strength is about 10th place, a girl in her 20s voiced her opinion. You guys don't know yet, but Know-It-All just updated the rankings. Tiger King Panda is ranked 12th, a girl said, holding up her phone. What? 12th? How is that possible? The rugged-looking guy asked in disbelief. He was already a trainee evolver and assumed Tiger King Panda was incredibly powerful. Besides, Tiger King Panda hadn't lost to any evolved beast. How could he have dropped in the rankings? It's because two terrifying venomous beasts have appeared, a 3-meter-long centipede and a 12-meter-long king cobra. They jumped straight to 4th and 5th place. I think Know-It-All's data makes perfect sense, the girl explained. Hearing this, Zhang Feng seethed with rage. He was actually ranked 12th? Bring someone over. No, bring that Lion King Kara over here. If he didn't stomp him into mincemeat, he wouldn't be Panda. Ranking 12th was really going to cost him a lot of followers. Anqi felt uneasy too. She knew Zhang Feng's strength. The Lion King Kara would turn tail and flee the moment he saw Zhang Feng, unable to catch up no matter how hard he chased. The result was infuriating. The weaker evolved beast ranked 3rd, while the stronger one ranked 12th. Anqi didn't argue with anyone. She'd already been warned by her superiors she shouldn't reveal Panda's true strength until the critical moment. Look, Know-It-All has even released a global evolved beast ranking, and this doesn't include marine evolved beasts. The girl started screaming again. Quick, check out the rankings Know-It-All posted. A group of students, along with Anchi and Lu Shi, all opened their phones. First place, Lighthouse Nation S Kong Kong number 1. Second place, Lighthouse Nation S Kong Kong number 2. Third place, Lighthouse Nation S Kong Kong number 3. Fourth place, Great Xia S Golden Eagle King. Fifth place, Divine Eagle Empire S Divine Eagle King. Sixth place, White Bear Nation S White Bear King. 15th place, Great Xia S Giant Python King. 58th place, Great Xia S Lion King Kara. A girl read aloud the Global Evolved Beast rankings. Tiger King Panda didn't even make it into the top 100 of the world rankings. The rugged-looking boy was clearly dissatisfied. That's perfectly normal. Panda is so fat his combat prowess must be lacking. He didn't even make the top 100, and that's with many evolved beasts not yet accounted for. In the primeval forest, the lungs of Blue Star, there are countless terrifying creatures. If they were all included in the rankings, Panda might not even make the top 1,000. The freckled girl said haughtily. Fuck that, not even in the top 1,000? If you're so tough, come try your luck on land and see who my panda is afraid of. Jiang Feng was furious. On land, he wasn't afraid of any evolved beast. Even in the water, as long as it wasn't an evolved beast over 30 or 40 meters in size, he dare to take it on. Do you really think being fat means you have no fighting power? Can you even beat a fat guy? Jiang Feng shot the freckled girl a contemptuous glance. Wow. Isn't that Doug's son from the Lighthouse National Highway and his evolved beast, King Kong? They're here. Doug's son is so handsome, the freckled girl screamed excitedly. It wasn't just one girl screaming, almost all the girls started screaming. The boys, on the other hand, reacted quite indifferently, with only a few of them getting excited. Jiang Feng didn't turn to look. He had already sensed two powerful auras, but compared to his own, they still fell short. Anchi looked at the giant and the colossal beast before her, her heart filled with panic. She was already a top-tier Tier 1 evolver, but compared to the man and beast across from her, the gap was vast. That overwhelming sense of pressure made it impossible for her to stay calm. Lu Shi was doing slightly better, but she too felt a tinge of panic. It was an instinctive reaction. Jiang Feng sensed the fear in the two pet owners, as well as Tuanzi's low growl, and he turned around. Damn, these two are huge. Jiang Feng had to look up. It was a man standing nearly 1.9 meters tall. His features were incredibly rugged, exuding an indescribable aura of ferocity and dominance. The muscles on his arms looked as if they were built from stacked blocks of stone. Beside him stood a gorilla, an even more terrifying sight. Over 3.5 meters tall, it radiated a savage aura, as if ready to strike at any moment. This was Doug's son from the Lighthouse Nation and his pet, King Kong number 3. King Kong number 3 is ranked third in the world, truly incredibly powerful. Two lovely ladies, would you like to grab a bite to eat? Doug's son said in broken Great Xia, a friendly smile spreading across his face. Wow, Mr. Doug's son actually invited Senior Anchi to dinner. I wish he'd invited me instead, the girl with freckles said enviously. Yeah, Senior Anchi, can I come with you, pleaded the other girl, the one with the mole on her nose. Anchi looked at the American, Doug's son, standing before her, and said indifferently, Sorry, Mr. Doug's son, I have something else to do. Maybe next time. A flash of greed crossed Doug's son's eyes. Such a beautiful Great Xia girl was indeed a rare sight. He was a coach. During his 6 years in the Lighthouse Nation, he had made quite a few Great Xia girls his friends, and many had even pursued him actively, willing to spend money on him, which made him particularly fond of Great Xia girls. Now that he had become a second-tier evolver, he had volunteered to come to Great Xia specifically to find female Great Xia evolvers to date. Just as he had expected, he had barely arrived in Great Xia when many girls were already asking to take photos with him. Now, having run into two stunningly beautiful Great Xia women, he knew he had made the right choice. Ladies, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Doug's son, a second-tier evolver and currently the vice president of the Evolver Association in the land of the Lighthouse, Doug's son said with a smile. Wow, Mr. Doug's son is a second-tier evolver now. Senior, Mr. Dugson is inviting you to dinner, you should accept right away. A group of girls urged Anchi in unison. Sorry, I have something to do. I'll be heading out now. Anchi had absolutely no desire to have dinner with this dogson from the Lighthouse Nation. Ladies, I. Roar! Jiang Feng roared furiously. The ferocious aura instantly intimidated the second-tier evolver from the Lighthouse Nation. Dugsun's face went pale, he sensed the shadow of death looming over him. Roar! King Kong number 3, standing beside Dugsun, pounded his chest furiously and let out a roar, preparing to attack Jiang Feng. King Kong, don't be impulsive. Dugsun hurriedly stopped his pet King Kong. Anchi also grabbed hold of Jiang Feng. Why is this tiger so vicious? It's ready to attack at the drop of a hat. If it provokes Mr. Dugson, we'll all be beaten to death. The girl with freckles frowned and said. Yeah, look, even King Kong is furious. King Kong's arms possess boundless strength, a single punch could shatter this tiger's spine, said the girl with a mole on her nose indignantly. The boys frowned but said nothing. They really disliked this Dugson. Even though the senior had already turned him down, he still wanted to ask her out. How could anyone behave like that? Lu Shi, standing next to Anchi, held Tuanzi tightly. She sensed a terrifying power emanating from Tuanzi. He was about to attack. But now was not the time to attack. Ladies, since you're busy, I'll come back tomorrow to invite you, Dugson said with his usual friendly smile, then left with his pet, King Kong number 3. Senior, why didn't you seize such a great opportunity? Mr. Dugson is from the Lighthouse Nation, and he is also the vice president of the Evolver Association. Yeah, Senior, if you'd taken it, you might have even become Mr. Dugson's girlfriend, the girl with the mole on her nose complained. Roar! Jiang Feng suddenly roared, his murderous aura engulfing the two girls, the one with freckles and the one with the mole on her nose. How despicable, he couldn't stand it anymore. Are men from the Lighthouse Nation really that desirable? Aren't men from Great Xia just as attractive? That rugged guy over there is actually quite nice. Jiang Feng's roar sent the two girls collapsing to the ground, pale-faced, as a stream of yellow liquid trickled out. The others were startled, but not particularly frightened. It was just a tiger roaring, after all. To wet themselves over this? How pathetic. Anchi had intended to scold the two underclassmen herself, but she hadn't expected Jiang Feng to beat her to it and teach them a lesson. Now there was no need for her to do so. Well done, Anchi whispered softly into Jiang Feng's ear. Then, the two of them along with the two tigers left the arena. Chapter 41, Great Xia belongs to the people of Great Xia. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Jiang Feng enjoyed attentive service and saw countless evolved beasts raised by humans. Many were extremely powerful, but the strongest were undoubtedly the 3 gorillas from the Lighthouse Nation, followed by several Lion Kings from Equatorial Continent. These Lion Kings looked formidable, but their intelligence paled in comparison to that of the Lion King Kara. Jiang Feng found it somewhat puzzling why that Lion King, Kara, possessed such high intelligence. Come to think of it, if she weren't, she would have been slaughtered long ago. There was also the Kangaroo King from Kangaroo Nation, the Polar Bear King from Polar Bear Nation, and the King Cobra from India. Every major power in the world capable of reaching Great Xia had dispatched evolvers and evolved beasts. Jiang Feng saw the evolved beasts bred by Great Xia, the true Mastiff King and the Tiger King Dashan. This Tiger King wasn't the one from his Qingshan Zoo, but a tiger from another zoo. Yet compared to him, it was far inferior. It couldn't even hold a candle to Tuanzi. Jiang Feng even greeted this Tiger King Dashan in a friendly manner. Buddy, wanna come over to my place? I guarantee you'll become a second-tier evolved beast. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, the Tiger King Dashan immediately backed away repeatedly, growling lowly at him. I'm giving you a chance, and you won't take it, Jiang Feng sighed helplessly. What a dumb tiger. At that moment, the host began announcing the matches. The arena was divided into an Evolver arena and an Evolved Beast arena. The Evolver matches were held first. Thousands of people and hundreds of evolved beasts watched quietly as the Evolver matches unfolded in the center of the arena. The first match featured an evolver from Great Xia's sister nation battling an evolver from the third brother nation. Cameras broadcast the action from multiple angles, and nearly the entire world was watching this match. This was likely humanity's final globally broadcast event. Blue Star was changing at an ever-increasing pace, and the mana is incredibly dense, more than 30 times denser than it was 3 months ago. Blue Star has expanded, and its gravity has significantly increased. Nearly 90% of the satellites in orbit have already ceased functioning, and the remaining few dozen are on the verge of failure. Even the undersea fiber optic cables have been affected. Before long, humanity will be set back over a century. Nations will only be aware of events within their own borders, and interfering in other countries' affairs will become extremely difficult. This time, numerous empires have come here for the plateau. The plateau is the backbone of Blue Star. Should Blue Star face trouble, that place will be the final refuge. This time, the many empires are pressuring Great Xia, and the contest between evolvers and evolved beasts is precisely to gain access to the plateau. Those in power know this, and those below have guessed as much. Now, it remains to be seen which nation's evolver and evolved beast are the strongest. Hot weapons are prohibited in this contest, only cold weapons may be used. The two began. The contestant from the brother nations used a spear, while the contestant from the three nations used a lance. Bang! The first clash began. Zhang Feng found it boring. Both of these guys were tier 1 evolvers. They were truly pathetic. Even if he hadn't evolved, he could easily kill both of them. Boring. Claim 1 gene of mana crystals. Zhang Feng began absorbing mana again to temper his body. He thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of growing stronger. It felt exhilarating. Zhang Feng had no interest in the two men's duel, but others did, especially the many adorable netizens. In the livestream, there were two people, the host and a chubby man fanning himself. Host: Dejin, who do you think will win? Dejin shook his fan and smiled faintly. The contestant from the Three Kingdoms is stronger. He should win the match within a minute. The host nodded. Dejin, you said the Three Kingdoms contestant would win in a minute. You don't have to hype it up that much. What hype? He's winning in a minute. Just watch. The Three Kingdoms contestant is completely dominating his opponent. However, 1 minute, 3 minutes passed, and the evolver from Iron Brothers Nation was still gritting his teeth and holding on. Ha, Dejin, didn't you say the A3 contestant would win in a minute? Ha, Dejin is just Dejin. The live chat was flooded with mocking comments. The host felt a bit flustered and quickly asked, Dejin, why hasn't he, the player from the Three Kingdoms, won yet? Dejin remained completely unfazed, replying calmly, that's because the player from the Three Kingdoms is going easy on him. Otherwise, the player from the Iron Brothers wouldn't have lasted even a minute. Going easy my ass. That player from the Three Kingdoms looks like he wants to kill the Iron Brothers player. Dejin, you're something else. Of course he is impressive. I don't know why they invited him in the first place. Dejin glanced at the comments but didn't take them to heart. He was used to it. 10 minutes later, the Iron Brothers Nation contestant finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the Asanguo Evolver's eyes flashed with malice as he aimed to finish off the Iron Brothers Nation Evolver with a single shot. Asanguo Evolver wins. The referee immediately stepped forward, blocking the player from the Third Kingdom, and declared him the winner. In the livestream chat, Dejin Jun waved his fan, acting all high and mighty. See? I told you so. The Third Kingdom's Evolver is stronger. If he hadn't gone easy on him, he would VE1 ages ago. It wouldn't even have taken a minute. Awesome. Ha, in Dejin Jun's eyes, Third Brother is pretty hot. It's not just Third Brother who is hot. The live chat erupted into a storm of insults. The host was extremely embarrassed. He really hadn't known Dejin was this kind of person, but the commentary had to go on. The competition continued. Round after round. Zhang Feng found it all incredibly boring. Watching these people fight was like watching children brawl. Their technique was decent, but their strength was too weak. Not a single one of them possessed more than 10 tons of power. The matches went on for a whole day before finally ending, with not a single heavyweight making an appearance. Panda, what do you think of our humans' combat prowess? Angie asked, tugging on Zhang Feng's ear. Trash. Zhang Feng answered honestly, his huge, bell-like eyes gazing down on the crowd. I've answered, now it's up to you to understand. I even gave you a look, figure it out for yourself. Of course, Angie didn't understand, but she saw the contempt in Zhang Feng's eyes. It was genuine contempt. The contempt of the Tiger King. Angie couldn't help but smile. She felt that Panda, whom she had raised since childhood, was getting smarter and smarter. Panda, the ones competing today are just some weak nations. Tomorrow it'll be the turn of the top 10 powers like the Lighthouse Nation and their evolvers, and the day after that, the evolved beasts will compete. You'd better step up your game then. That goes without saying. I need to gain more followers. Zhang Feng let out a woof. He was already itching to get started. Lying low is one thing, but when it's time to step up, you've got to step up. The two of them, accompanied by their 2 tigers, were heading back to rest, but they were blocked by 2 people and 2 gorillas. Lu Shi's face darkened. Seeing this Doug's son, a wave of disgust welled up inside her, and the same went for the man beside him, Edward. These 2 were scum. She knew exactly what they'd done. Everything they'd done had long been uncovered by intelligence agents from the Special Affairs Bureau. Moreover, these 2 worked for the Lighthouse Nation's Congress. They were lackeys of the capitalists. The only reason they'd become second-tier evolvers was due to the machinations of the Lighthouse Nation's financial powers. Some pharmaceutical companies in the Lighthouse Nation were terrifyingly powerful, capable of influencing military bases in other countries. Of course, that was of little use now. With the expansion of the heavens and earth, those military bases had become mere decorations. 2 beautiful ladies, are you free tonight? This is my good friend Edward, Doug's son said with a broad smile. Edward was a handsome man, barely 35 years old. He didn't look as burly as Doug's son, but his body harbored boundless strength. Standing beside him was Vajra No. 2, a creature with explosive muscles, a veritable muscle-bound gorilla. No, we're not free, Lu Shi replied flatly. Beautiful ladies, what are you up to? Doug's son and I can help you. Edward was struggling to contain his excitement. These 2 women were truly stunning. Lu Shi's expression was icy. She had no intention of paying them any mind. Hey, you 2, what are you up to? A young evolver approached and snapped. Edward shot the approaching evolver a contemptuous glance. I'm inviting this beautiful lady to dinner. She clearly rejected you. Why don't you just leave? The young evolver snapped angrily. Watch your manners, or you'll regret it, said Edward, a second-tier evolver from the Lighthouse Nation, in a calm tone. This is Great Xia. The young evolver's expression darkened. This was Great Xia, not a place for foreigners to run amok. In Great Xia, the Great Xia people called the shots. The lady clearly said she's busy. You 2, get out of here. This is Great Xia, not the Lighthouse Nation, another young evolver barked. Edward and Doug's son's expressions darkened. They were citizens of the Lighthouse Nation, and in their eyes, Lighthouse Nation citizens were the superior race of the world. For a Xia citizen to actually bark at them like a dog was tantamount to asking for death. Boom! Edward, the second-tier evolver from the Lighthouse Nation, struck without hesitation. 1 punch. The young evolver was sent flying. However, Edward hadn't used his full strength. He was worried that killing this man would scare the beautiful Xia woman. In front of her, he had to put on a gentler facade. The young evolver was knocked back, but he quickly got back on his feet, pointing angrily at Edward. He tried to advance, but was stopped by his classmate. Lin Song, be careful, you're no match for him. Another female classmate stepped in front of him to prevent him from being severely injured by this Lighthouse Nation powerhouse. Lin Song's face was an unnatural shade of red. He had suffered internal injuries. The female classmate blocking Lin Song glared at the 2 Lighthouse Nation powerhouses with intense fury and snapped, you 2 have gone too far. This is Great Xia, not your Lighthouse Nation. I was just joking, Edward said with a smile, a look of contempt spreading across his face. The female student knew she was no match for these 2 Lighthouse Nation nationals, but with her classmates present, she wasn't afraid of them. You can leave now. Zhang Feng, standing nearby, looked at the two Lighthouse Nation nationals and desperately wanted to swat them to death with a single swipe. But if he killed them outright, it could very well trigger a war. She'd hold back for now, she'd wipe them all out later. Anchi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. How dare these two from the Lighthouse Nation act so brazenly in their great xia? They were asking for death. Anchi grabbed Panda and walked off to the side, completely ignoring the two from the Lighthouse Nation. At this point, there was no need to worry about saving face, they'd already torn down all pretense. On the battle arena, there was no need to hold back. Panda, when the match starts, teach these foreigners a lesson. Zhang Feng snorted, what lesson? Just take them out. However, no one understood Tiger's language. Chapter 42, Evolver Strength. The second day of the Global Evolver Tournament. The main event was about to begin. First match, Andre of the White Bear Nation versus Dugsun of the Lighthouse Nation. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Over 100 billion people worldwide were watching this live broadcast, though many in smaller nations couldn't tune in, their countries lacked satellites to provide wireless signals. Even in the world's 10 most developed nations, the live stream was lagging terribly. Many were watching yesterday's recording instead of the live broadcast. White Bear Nation's Andre is a sure winner. I'm betting on Lighthouse Nation's Dugsun to win. Girls, I say Lighthouse Nation's Dugsun will win. Do you support me? Support Dugsun. Dugsun will crush Andre. In the live stream chat, over 70% of the comments supported Lighthouse Nation's Andre to win. Lily, Dugsun, if you win, I'll have a baby for you. This sudden remark stood out like a sore thumb. Soon, someone tagged Lily, if Andre wins, are you going to have a baby with him? Lily, get lost. Andre looks like a bear, not even a ghost would want him. Viewers watching the live stream flooded the chat with dog head emojis. The match began. True to their status as evolvers from the world's two most powerful nations, they went straight into hand-to-hand combat the moment they stepped onto the stage. Neither of them used cold weapons, but they were like human nuclear bombs. A single punch was enough to crack the concrete floor. Their fists slammed into the air with explosive roars, and their monstrous, muscular legs kicked through the air with devastating force. There were no flashy moves, but every single one of their attacks was brimming with raw power. This was the ultimate symbol of strength. Terrifying. Boom. 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 Dust and debris flew everywhere as chunks of concrete scattered in all directions. As the mightiest warrior of the White Bear Nation and a second-tier evolver, Andre's fists possessed over 20 tons of force. This time, he intended to utterly defeat the Lighthouse Nation's evolver, Dugsun, and he also aimed to take down the Lighthouse Nation's number 2, Edward, and their number 1, Williams. Dugsun, why don't you just admit defeat? Like a raging bear, Andre charged at Dugsun, unleashing a barrage of ferocious blows. I give up, I give up. Dugsun was terrified. He was just a fitness trainer, all muscle, imposing and formidable, with decent skills to boot, but his presence couldn't hold a candle to that of Andre from the White Bear Nation. His opponent's ferocious assault had already terrified him. If he didn't concede now, he'd truly be beaten to death. Cowardly Americans giving up before even getting hurt. What a bunch of trash. Lily, even if he is trash, he is still better than you. What kind of people are you? Dugsun is being smart. He knows continuing will get him hurt. That's knowing when to yield a million times better than you keyboard warriors. Disgusting. 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 Nothing but disgusted emojis. Lily didn't care at all. She simply believed that men from the Lighthouse Nation were far superior to those from Great Xia. The second match, Great Xia's evolver Su Wei versus the God Eagle Nation's evolver Arthur. He is an evolver from our Great Xia. Do you guys know this Su Wei? I've never heard of him. I've heard of him. Apparently, he is an instructor at some military region. A military region instructor? Su Wei, the war god, is bound to win. Su Wei, the war god, is bound to win. On great CIS radio channels, the chorus was unanimously Sue, the war god, is bound to win, though there were still a few comments here and there mentioning that Arthur was strong. Zhang Feng couldn't help but glance over. To his surprise, he spotted something peculiar on Arthur from the Divine Eagle Empire. It was incredibly powerful. From his vague sense, it seemed to be a dagger or a short sword of some sort. How can it be this powerful? Based on raw strength, Sue is slightly stronger, but if Arthur pulls that thing out, Sue is bound to lose. As a national treasure of the Great Xia Kingdom, Zhang Feng naturally sided with his country. Moreover, the Great Xia people had black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin just like in his previous life. The match began. Sue's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. He was only 30 years old, at the peak of his life, and he had trained in martial arts unique to the Great Xia Empire, as well as the breathing technique passed down from ancient times, giving him a far greater advantage than evolvers from other nations. However, he hadn't injected any genetic enhancement agents, so his physical body couldn't match Arthur's. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you're begging for mercy on your knees, Arthur of the Divine Eagle Empire sneered. As the Divine Eagle Empire's top evolver, he had already received his third dose of the genetic evolution agent, making his physical body incredibly powerful. He was eager to receive a fourth dose, but since neither the Divine Eagle Empire nor the Lighthouse Nation had yet developed a more potent evolution agent, he found himself in a bit of a bind. Watching the evolvers of the Eastern superpower, Great Xia, steadily rise in strength filled him with rage. Damn it, Sue, the war god, beat that Japanese bastard to a pulp. That Japanese bastard dares to come to our Great Xia and act so arrogant? Do you think Great Xia is still what it was over 180 years ago? Fuck, that Japanese bastard still thinks his country is the British Empire. Today, I'll make him realize the Divine Eagle Empire is nothing. The Great Xia official livestream was filled with curses. Anqi and Lu Shi were also furious. In front of the whole world, this evolver from the Divine Eagle Empire actually dared to humiliate a Great Xia evolver like this. He was asking for death. Sue's expression turned cold. Even though he was usually extremely composed, right now, his anger knew no bounds. Whoosh! Sue launched the first attack. In his hand was a spear, slightly shorter than the one wielded by the evolver from the Three Kingdoms. A savage grin curled at the corner of Arthur's mouth. Everything was going according to his plan. He held a long sword. The two clashed. Clang! Though Sue's build wasn't particularly imposing, he moved with the agility of a cheetah, swift and fierce. He parried Arthur's longsword with a thrust of his spear, then jabbed straight at Arthur's right shoulder. Rip! The spear tore through Arthur's clothes and left a bloody gash on his shoulder. Holy shit, no wonder he is the Great Xia's god of war, Sue he is incredible. The god of war is invincible, kill that Japanese bastard. The crowd was in an uproar. The Great Xia supporters were boiling over. Lying on the ground, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. This Sue was strong. His combat experience exceeded Zhang Feng's expectations, and he was extremely agile, but his heart was too soft. If it were Zhang Feng, he would have pierced this Divine Eagle Empire evolver's throat with a single thrust. Perhaps out of some hesitation, Sue couldn't bring himself to kill. Then he'd better regret it. Zhang Feng waited patiently for this Arthur to produce that thing of his. This blue star held many mysteries. Perhaps it really wasn't as simple as he thought. Just take those useless breathing techniques from before. Now that mana had appeared, they'd become useful again. Perhaps there were evolvers in this world long ago, but with the disappearance of mana, they either regressed or left blue star. Zhang Feng could see through everything, but others could not. Pet owners Anqi and Lu Shi were thrilled. Lu Shi was already at the peak of Tier 1 evolver, with strength reaching 2 tons, far surpassing Anqi, who was also at the peak of Tier 1 evolver. She could tell that instructor Sue was far stronger than that Arthur. Arthur's strength wasn't the result of his own hard training. He was a speed-type evolver with an extremely stiff body, several tiers below Sue. The two had been fighting for less than 3 minutes, and Great Xia's war god Sue had already slashed 7 cuts into Arthur's body. If he'd really gone all out, Arthur would already be dead. Arthur, admit defeat. Su Wei said indifferently. Arthur was gasping for breath. As a rapid development evolver, he possessed the same raw power as those who trained diligently, but his combat effectiveness was vastly inferior. Surrender? Arthur's hand had already moved to his back. Exactly. Su Wei gave a faint smile. This Arthur was no match for him at all. Fine, I'll surrender, but first, take this. Whoosh! Endless white light suddenly erupted from a short sword in Arthur's hand, no longer than a pair of chopsticks, and shot toward Su Wei. Su Wei's pupils contracted. He tried to step back, but it was too late. SSSSH. Blood spattered. Chapter 43, The Vile Arthur, Zhang Feng comes to the rescue. Thud. A figure crashed heavily onto the crumbling concrete floor. Su Wei, the war god of Great Xia, had been sent flying by the sudden surge of sword energy. Ha ha ha, a yellow-skinned monkey is just a yellow-skinned monkey, a pushover. What kind of war god is that? Ugh, this is an outright insult to the title of war god. Only the super revolvers of our Divine Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Empire are worthy of that title. Arthur laughed maniacally. While mocking Great Xia, he didn't forget to praise himself and his godfather, the Lighthouse Empire. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. It was clear that Great Xia's war god, Su Wei, was about to win. How could Arthur suddenly unleash an endless beam of white light, sending war god Su Wei flying through the air, his fate unknown? Despicable. That's high-tech equipment. The rules explicitly forbade the use of high-tech devices. Despicable Divine Eagle Empire. Over 100 years ago, you used YP to corrupt us, Great Xia, causing our genes to degenerate and rot, branding us as sick men. It took us over a century to stand tall again, and now you dare to try to defeat Great Xia with such underhanded tactics? You're dreaming. Exactly, that despicable Divine Eagle Empire. Everyone was cursing furiously. In a special underground base beneath Magic City University, numerous official Great Xia evolvers had gathered. What is this? High-tech, an evolver from Great Xia said angrily. It's not high-tech, it's the sword. It appears to be the legendary sword in the stone, a researcher said. He had studied the histories of countries around the world, thoroughly researching the ancient artifacts of those nations. He recognized at a glance that the short sword in Arthur's hand was the legendary sword in the stone. Damn it, they actually brought out the sword in the stone for a mere duel. I wonder how Su Wei is holding up. A group of Great Xia evolvers were itching to go out. As the most powerful forces within the Great Xia military and the nation's defenders, they were not to be exposed lightly until the very last moment. I don't know. The sword energy released by that sword in the stone is terrifying. Su Wei might end up crippled, or even in mortal danger, the researcher sighed. Damn it, if we run into anyone from the Divine Eagle Empire later, we absolutely can't hold back. In the spectator stands outside, the crowd also shouted angrily. Everyone, this sword of mine isn't some high-tech gadget, it's just a cold weapon. As for that sword light, don't mistake it for a laser, this is the legendary sword energy. Arthur explained to the crowd with a smug look. Only then did everyone realize that this sword was actually the legendary sword in the stone. Terrifying. Even a divine artifact has appeared. Great Xia's war god, Su Wei, had already been carried away. Zhang Feng narrowed his wide eyes. He sensed that Su Wei was in grave danger. He didn't know if those humans could save him, but he had the Great Restoration Pill and the Bone Marrow Cleansing Pill. Anchi, Su Wei is my instructor. I'm going to check on him. Lu Shi was frantic with worry. All right, Shi, go ahead. Anchi nodded. Lu Shi stood up and headed toward the medical room. Zhang Feng heard her and followed right behind Lu Shi. Panda, where are you going? Anchi grabbed Zhang Feng by the tail. To save someone, Zhang Feng said, then followed his human, Lu Shi. Anchi couldn't understand tiger language at all, but as long as Lu Shi was watching over Zhang Feng, everything would be fine. The infirmary was a makeshift structure, located in a corner of the university campus. Lu Shi hurried to the infirmary, with Zhang Feng right behind her. The arena was filled with evolvers. None of them feared evolved beasts, so when they saw Zhang Feng, they were merely a little flustered. "Lu Shi, you're here." A woman spotted Lu Shi and greeted her immediately, but when she saw Zhang Feng behind her, she couldn't help but shiver, just as an ordinary person might when encountering a real tiger. "Xiaowan, how is the instructor?" Lu Shi asked immediately. "It doesn't look good. The instructor's internal organs are all damaged. Fortunately, as a second-tier evolver, his physical constitution is extremely robust. Headquarters has ordered us to prepare to use the genetic evolution agent." "What? A genetic evolution agent?" The instructor Wen Ti agreed to that. Lu Shi was utterly shocked. Genetic enhancers are meant for evolvers with no future prospects. Someone like Instructor Su Wei would never use them. This is the only way to save the instructor. Otherwise, he'll be a cripple or even in mortal danger. Lu Shi grew frantic. She tried to rush inside but was stopped. This is the medical bay. Unauthorized entry is prohibited." Zhang Feng was annoyed she was so tedious and walked straight toward the medical bay. Lu Shi hurried to follow. A row of Tier 1 evolvers watched Zhang Feng, their legs trembling with fear. Although they were far stronger than ordinary people, compared to Zhang Feng, they were mere nobodies. However, their duty was to stand guard here and prevent unauthorized personnel from entering. "Stop right there," one of the Tier 1 evolvers shouted at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised. This great Xia evolver was quite bold. He didn't stop, but kept walking straight toward the medical bay. A dozen or so Tier 1 evolvers were so scared their hearts were in their throats, but their duty compelled them not to back down. Zhang Feng pushed his way through the crowd without attacking anyone. Lu Shi hurried to follow. A row of evolvers was drenched in sweat. It was summer to begin with, and this had given them a proper dousing. "Zhang Yuan, Lu Guan, are you okay?" one of the evolvers asked. That Tiger King had squeezed right between the two of them, a sensation not everyone could comprehend. We're fine." The two felt as if they were in a dream. That massive body, brimming with boundless power, had simply squeezed right past them. It was truly an extraordinary experience. "Don't stop Tiger King Panda. Let him do whatever he wants." At that moment, the leader of the evolvers received orders from above. "Yes, Director." Zhang Feng entered the clinic, but he didn't recognize any of the medical equipment there. The medical staff nearly wet themselves when they saw a massive tiger walk in. Don't be afraid. This is Panda, the Tiger King from Qingshan Zoo." "He is very gentle," Lu Shi said, imitating Anshi's voice. "So this is Panda? How can he be so huge?" one medical staff member exclaimed in horror. "Foolish humans. This great king will only grow even bigger from here on out," Zhang Feng sneered with contempt. He walked toward the person lying on the bed. This person's life force was rapidly draining away. Soon they would be reduced to a cripple. If he didn't act now, it would be too late. Zhang Feng strode toward the medical staff. The medical staff screamed in unison, terrified. Some turned deathly pale and shook violently. "Panda, what are you doing?" Lu Shi rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Feng. "Roar!" Zhang Feng let out a roar at the group of medical staff. In an instant, the medical staff all fled the treatment room. Only then did Zhang Feng walk to the bedside. He used his massive body to block the pet owner's view, then swiftly grabbed 2 Zhu fruits, 2 great restoration pills, and 2 bone-cleansing pills, placing them on his paw. He then pressed his paw over the mouth of Su Wei, the great Xiao war god, who lay on the bed. Now, no one knew he had the elixirs. "Panda." Lu Shi panicked. She thought Zhang Feng was going to kill Instructor Su Wei. The next moment, however, Zhang Feng made no further move. Huff huff huff. On the bed, Su Wei's breathing suddenly became extremely heavy. Lu Shi was overjoyed. Only then did she realize that Zhang Feng had saved him. "Panda, what did you do?" "You stupid pet owner, why should I tell you?" Zhang Feng snorted, then walked out of the medical room. He wanted to watch the human competition to see if any super evolvers with strength exceeding 20 tons would appear. His own strength hadn't been measured, but it was definitely far beyond 20 tons. Plus, his claws were harder than a gorilla's. No one could stand a chance against him. Those 3 second-tier Kongs were nothing more than a single swipe of his claw to him. Life was lonely. It was hard to find a worthy opponent. It would be best to just lie low, but he still needed to make a move. Chapter 44: The Tiger King Battles the Kongs. 2 days later, the global human evolver tournament came to an end. This left over 10 billion people around the world in awe. Humans could actually be this powerful: a single punch capable of shattering concrete, a single kick capable of reducing a concrete pillar to dust. And that speed truly like a phantom. The crowd looked at the rankings. First, Williams of the Lighthouse Nation. Second, Edward of the Lighthouse Nation. Third, Andre of the White Bear Nation. Fourth, Yuyan of Great Xia. Fifth, Arthur of the Divine Eagle Empire. Sixth, Miyamoto Musashi of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Seventh, Doug Sun of the Land of the Lighthouse. Eighth, Koizumi Ichiro of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Ninth, Henry of the Land of Romance. 10th, Gibran of the Land of Kangaroos. In the livestream chat, Dejin said happily, "See, I told you so. The Lighthouse Nation's Williams and Edward are powerful. Now one took first place and the other second, and that Doug Sun even came in 7th. They truly live up to being the world's #1 superpower." The hostess' face turned dark, but Dejin was telling the truth. The Lighthouse Nation really is incredibly powerful, and the samurai from the Land of Cherry Blossoms are exceptionally strong as well. Dejin, your own dad won. You're so happy. Why don't you just go back to your dad's country? Damn it, if it weren't for that Arthur from the Divine Eagle Empire, our god Su would have totally crushed the Lighthouse Nation's Williams and Edward. Just wait until tomorrow when our Great Xia's evolved beast utterly destroys the Lighthouse Nation's evolved beast. Lily, you idiot, the Lighthouse Nation is 3 Kongs. They'll crush Great Xia's evolved beast with ease. Damn, you're not from Great Xia, are you? She definitely isn't. I've seen her comments before. She practically wants to grovel at her foreign daddy's feet. She is definitely not from Great Xia. Lily, who wants to be a weak Great Xia person? I'm definitely going to be a Lighthouse Nation person from now on. Tomorrow I'll get to see the mighty gorilla crush Great Xia's evolved beast. Damn, you have no idea how powerful our Great Xia tigers are. The Tiger King Panda is over 4.5 meters tall. With immense strength he could crush the chimpanzee with a single swipe of his paw. Lily was furious. You're talking about that tiger pup? What is it even worth? A mighty Kong could snap its spine in 2 with a single slap. Lily's words sparked public outrage. Countless people began berating her, and her private messages kept pinging non-stop. Go ahead and curse all you want. Tomorrow, I'll show you idiots just how powerful the Lighthouse Nation's evolved beasts really are. The human competitions took 3 days, and the results were exactly as everyone expected. As for whether any nations had hidden super evolvers, outsiders had no way of knowing. Today's event was the Evolved Beast Tournament. As usual, the smaller nations went first, with the major powers coming last. Knowing he had no part in today's events, Zhang Feng leaned against the window, quietly watching the many evolved beasts battling in the center of the arena. These evolved beast battles were far more complicated than the human ones. Not all evolved beasts obeyed human commands. The first match pitted an elephant from the White Elephant Kingdom against a lion from a small country in Equatorial Continent. Zhang Feng perked up with interest. He liked elephants too, but this one seemed to have only just evolved. It was at the bottom of the Tier 1 evolved beasts. However, its massive size gave it an advantage. The lion from the small equatorial nation was incredibly fierce, with golden yellow mane and a commanding presence that truly stunned many spectators. In the Magic City TV broadcast studio. Guys, who do you think is stronger, the lion or the elephant? It's gotta be the elephant. With a body that big, it could stomp the crap out of that lion with a single step. The lion is more powerful. Look at that massive mouth, it's terrifying. The lion is definitely stronger. This elephant has only just become an evolved beast, while the lion became one 10 days ago. In a world where daily mana is increasingly dense, a one-day lead is a massive advantage. While everyone was still discussing, the lion launched its attack. It was ferocious beyond belief. Those sharp claws and that terrifying maw instantly terrified the elephant from the White Elephant Kingdom. The elephant fled backward. The lion pounced on the elephant, then slashed with its claws, tearing a gaping wound in its neck as blood gushed out. Next, the lion sank its teeth into the elephant's neck, killing it. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected it to end so quickly. The people of the White Elephant Kingdom turned pale, as if they'd lost their parents. They never imagined that the elephant they pinned their hopes on would be taken down so quickly by the lion. It could only be said that this lion was truly terrifying. That hot head is so powerful. Lily, of course the lion is powerful. He absolutely crushed the tattooed tiger dog. Damn, shut up. The guy with the perm can't beat the tattooed one. How could a lion dog possibly beat the king of beasts? The lion is pretty impressive too. This male lion is a tier 1 evolved beast, and our Tiger King Dashan is also a tier 1 evolved beast king. I wonder who is stronger. Tiger King Dashan isn't that big. Tiger King Panda is the real deal. With that build, he could crush a lion just by sitting on it. Lily, if the tattooed one can't beat the spiky-haired one, then Panda is just a pig. What's the point of being so fat? He's just cannon fodder. The spiky-haired one can't beat the tattooed one. I'm saying it. Who is for it? Who is against it? I'm for it. I'm for it. I agree. Unanimous agreement that the guy with the perm can't beat the guy with the tattoos. Lily was livid. She rallied her girlfriends again and started arguing back. Lily, the guy with the tattoos can't beat the guy with the perm. I'm telling you, who is with me and who is against me? I'm against it. I'm against it. I'm against it. Unanimous opposition. This time, Lily was livid all over again. She couldn't find anyone else to support her, so she could only spam the chat herself. In the lounge, Zhang Feng lay lazily on the bed, enjoying a massage from his pet sitter while watching the male lion battle the other evolved beasts. It was brutal. The elephant from the White Elephant Kingdom was torn apart and devoured by the lion. This lion was already on Zhang Feng's hit list. If they ever crossed paths, he'd take it down with a single strike. No particular reason, just because he liked watching elephants, and since the lion killed elephants, he'd kill the lion. It was that simple. The evolved beast battles continued. Match 8, Great Sia's evolved beast, Tiger King Dashan, versus Lighthouse Nation's Vidra number 5. The match begins. Zhang Feng perked up. Although this brother Dashan didn't want to be his underling, he was, after all, a fellow countryman. No matter what, he had to help him become a tier 2 evolved beast king. Under Zhang Feng's watchful gaze, Tiger King Dashan charged toward the chimpanzee first. A tiger descending the mountain unstoppable. Gonggang number 5 was a tier 1 peak evolved beast, with strength exceeding 5 tons and the ability to tear lions and tigers apart with his bare hands. Now facing Great Sia's Super Tiger Dashan, he let out an angry roar, then pounded his chest fiercely and charged at Tiger King Dashan. Rip! Boom! Tiger King Dashan took a punch to the head, but his claws left terrifying gashes on the gorilla's chest, leaving it covered in blood. Tiger King Dashan was dazed, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. But after a dozen or so breaths, Tiger King Dashan regained his senses. He let out a long roar. This time, he did not rashly attack the chimpanzee, King Kong number 5. He was waiting for King Kong number 5 to bleed. The expressions of the 3 super evolvers from the United States grew somber. That tiger is clever. He is waiting for King Kong number 5 to bleed. Once King Kong number 5 loses too much blood, he'll naturally lose, Edward said. Should we have King Kong number 5 take the initiative and attack? No, that tiger is too fast. King Kong number 5 won't be able to catch up. That tiger is cunning. Have King Kong number 3 project his aura at the tiger to suppress it, then let King Kong number 5 attack him, Williams suggested. Alright, agreed Doug's son. Soon, Doug's son led King Kong number 3 toward the arena and had him release a terrifying aura. Inside the arena, Tiger King Dashin suddenly sensed a surge of savage, murderous energy. He hesitated for just a moment, and the chimpanzee across from him pounced on him. Boom! King Kong number 5 landed another punch on Tiger King Dashin, who was still distracted, preparing to tear the tiger to pieces. Just then, King Kong number 5 felt a terrifying aura bearing down on it, leaving it almost paralyzed with fear. Zhang Feng was enraged. From over 100 meters away, he enveloped the chimpanzee, Kong number 5, with his own ferocious aura. Since the Lighthouse Nation Kong had resorted to dirty tricks, he wouldn't hold back. Tiger King Dashin had been struck by the punch, sustaining even more severe injuries, but he noticed the gorilla standing motionless, its eyes filled with fear. He knew this was his chance. He struck instantly. Whoosh! Tiger King Dashin slashed his claw across the gorilla's chest, then bit down on its throat. Chimpanzee number 5 tried to fight back, but it was useless. However, just as chimpanzee number 5 was about to meet his end in Tiger King Dashin's jaws, an even more terrifying chimpanzee plummeted from the sky, crashing down onto Tiger King Dashin. Chapter 45, instantly defeating the super-evolved beast, Kong number 3. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a furious roar, smashed through the glass, and charged toward the chimpanzee that had fallen from the sky. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The Tiger King Dashin of Great Xia was facing off against the Lighthouse Nation's King Kong number 5. Just as Tiger King Dashin was about to claim victory, a far more terrifying King Kong suddenly appeared, one that seemed intent on killing Tiger King Dashin. But in the next instant, a mighty tiger burst forth, a super tiger, over 4.5 meters tall, even larger than the gorilla. Terrifying. Boom! Tiger King Dashin was struck in the lower back by a single blow from Kong number 3, and a loud crack echoed. It snapped. Tiger King Dashin's spine snapped, shattered by a single blow from the Lighthouse Nation's King Kong number 3. Tiger King Dashin let out a mournful cry. He felt his life slipping away, he was dying. Zhang Feng was enraged. He was standing a bit too far away. In the span of just 3 breaths, his own kindred brother had been crippled. He was furious. Whoosh! Zhang Feng's speed in that moment surpassed everyone's imagination. King Kong number 3 roared in fury, pounding his chest as he lunged at Zhang Feng. Whoosh! Zhang Feng's claws sliced through King Kong number 3's left arm. A spray of blood erupted as a massive arm flew through the air. It wasn't over. Zhang Feng moved at breakneck speed once more, leaving a yellow blur in his wake as another arm flew off. Kill that tiger, roared Dugsun. He had raised King Kong number 3 from a cub. His current status was entirely due to King Kong number 3 passing the trials and successfully receiving 3 doses of the genetic enhancement serum. If King Kong number 3 died, his position as vice president of the Lighthouse Nation's Evolver Association would certainly be in jeopardy. He couldn't let King Kong number 3 die. Everyone was stunned by Dugsun's roar. Just as Tiger King Dashin was about to kill Kong number 3, the Lighthouse Nation's Kong number 3 suddenly struck, shattering Tiger King Dashin's spine, and then Tiger King Panda charged out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even the super evolvers hadn't had time to react. Holy shit, holy shit. Holy crap, holy crap. Tiger King Panda has struck. So terrifying. On the battlefield, Zhang Feng held nothing back. With one final, ferocious swipe of his claw, he severed the head of King Kong number 3, a peak-tier second-stage evolved beast. He was dead. King Kong number 3 of the Lighthouse Nation, whose might had shaken the world, had been killed by Tiger King Panda. Zhang Feng moved like the wind, seizing the opportunity to kill Kong number 5 as well, then opened his massive jaws and snatched up Tiger King Dashin. He wanted to see if he could save Dashin. Normally, moving like this would cause secondary damage, but he had no choice. He certainly couldn't pull out a healing pill right there in front of everyone. If he actually did that, who knows? He might be attacked by all of humanity, desperate to steal his secret. With Tiger King Dashin clamped in his jaws, Zhang Feng vanished from everyone's sight. Anchi and Lu Shi panicked and immediately set off in pursuit with Tuanzi. The super evolvers from the Lighthouse Nation had arrived. Seeing the corpses of the 2 Vajras on the ground, they were furious. How dare anyone kill their evolved beasts? This was a death wish. People of Great Xia, your tiger ambushed our golden ape number 3 and killed both golden ape number 3 and golden ape number 5. It must be killed to give Lighthouse Nation an explanation. A Lighthouse Nation diplomat roared at the head of the Great Xia diplomatic delegation. The head of the Great Xia diplomatic delegation was equally furious and snapped back. Why did your Lighthouse Nation's evolved beast suddenly attack and kill Tiger King Dashan? Humph. If your Tiger King Dashan hadn't tried to kill our Vajra number 5, Vajra number 3 wouldn't have intervened. The Lighthouse Nation diplomat roared with fury, like a raging lion. The Great Xia diplomatic delegation leader retorted sharply. If you don't kill that tiger, Great Xia will regret it, the Lighthouse Nation representative threatened directly. The Great Xia diplomatic chief dismissed the remark with disdain. Did they really think Great Xia was still the same as it was over a century ago, allowing these empires to carve it up at will? That was a delusion. Regret? Ha! The Great Xia diplomatic chief smiled as he left those 4 words behind, then, without so much as a glance at the Lighthouse Nation representatives, walked away with an air of authority. The 3 super evolvers and diplomats from the Lighthouse Nation were furious, but since they were on Great Xia's soil, there was nothing they could do. They could only storm out of the arena in anger. Holy crap, the head of the diplomatic delegation is so badass. That's our Great Xia's head of the diplomatic delegation. Love it, love it. The Lighthouse Nation threatening us, Great Xia? Ha ha. The head of the diplomatic delegation is badass, but Tiger King Panda is even more badass. He killed the super evolved beast King Kong number 3 in just a few breaths. It got my blood pumping. Panda is the strongest. Panda is number 1 in Great Xia, number 1 in the world. Lily, why don't you say that Tiger Dog is number 1 in the solar system, number 1 in the Milky Way, and number 1 in the universe? That bitch is at it again. Let us all trash talk her. Troll her. Online, the internet was ablaze with praise for Great Xia's head of diplomacy, while simultaneously lashing out at the people of the Lighthouse Nation. In a forest, Jiang Feng was doing his utmost to save Tiger King Dashan. Tiger King Dashan had suffered a comminuted fracture of the spine and was clinging to life. If Jiang Feng hadn't fed Dashan the Zhu fruit and the Great Restoration pill midway through, Tiger King Dashan would have died long ago. Draw. 100 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 12 gene of mana crystals, 3 Zhu fruits, 8 liang of gold, 3 gene of silver, 1 Great Restoration pill, and 1 dogtail grass. Expand 100 storage slots. Ding. Congratulations, host. Expansion successful. 10,000 iron chests consumed. Jiang Feng looked at his 300 storage slots and silently repeated in his mind, 100 consecutive draws. His draw opportunities were running low. He only had 10,000 iron chests left. He didn't know if the Great Restoration pill could save Dashan, but as long as he drew something valuable, he would definitely use it on Dashan. However, the contents of the iron chests were still low-grade mana crystals, low-tier elixirs, and low-grade spiritual items, even useless stones. Exchange for 100 bronze treasure chests. Draw them all. Ding. Exchange successful. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 caddies of mid-grade mana crystals, 2 bone forging pills, 5 nurturing essence pills, and 1 copy of the Dragon Tiger breathing technique. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. From these 100 bronze chests, he had drawn 76 items. Among them, the Dragon Tiger breathing technique seemed cultivable, and the 2 bone forging pills were perfect for treating his tiger companion, Dashan. System, you're amazing. Jiang Feng rarely praised the system. Keep up the good work. Jiang Feng encouraged the system. System. Jiang Feng took 1 bone forging pill and fed it to Dashan, then waited quietly. Host, Jiang Feng. Level, 2nd tier evolved beast king. Loyal fans, 22,666. Sincere likes, 2.65 million plus. Lottery attempts, 9,250 iron chest. Storage slots, 300. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence. It was really hard to gain loyal fans, but those sincere likes were skyrocketing. If Zhang Feng hadn't turned off the notification sounds, he'd be receiving alerts 24/7 about who was giving him sincere likes. Panda, panda. Zhang Feng heard his owner's voice. Roar, I'm right here. Anqi and Lu Shi immediately walked toward Zhang Feng. Actually, Tuanzi knew where Zhang Feng was even without him calling out. Panda, how's Dashan? Anqi appeared beside Zhang Feng and asked right away. She really liked tigers. Even though the Tiger King Dashan wasn't hers, she was genuinely worried. Zhang Feng sensed the situation and discovered that Dashan's bones were slowly regenerating. He said at once, "He's fine." Of course, Anqi couldn't understand tiger language, but she could sense what Zhang Feng meant from his emotions. "He's okay? That's wonderful." Lu Shi was dumbfounded. Back in the medical room, Zhang Feng had saved her instructor, and now he'd saved Dashan, who should have died. How on earth had he managed that? It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 46, Scared Away. After a day, Tiger King Dashan had recovered significantly. He could walk with some difficulty, though he couldn't engage in strenuous activity. Zhang Feng was delighted. He patted the tiger's little head and said, "Stay with me. Once your injuries are fully healed, I'll help you become a level 2 evolved beast." Roar! The Tiger King Dashan agreed. Led by their keeper Lu Shi, the 3 giant tigers set off toward Magic City University. Lu Shi and Anqi were still looking at their phones, but the connection was too slow. "Panda, it's your turn today. Give those evolved beasts a good lesson," Anqi said indignantly. "Of course," Zhang Feng replied. Yesterday, that second-tier evolved beast, Golden Ape number 3, had actually attacked his tiger comrade Dashan. Although he had killed those 2 golden apes, he was still furious the other 2 golden apes would have to be slaughtered as well. Soon, the 3 tigers and the 2 humans arrived at the spectator seats in the arena. The match had already begun, but to their surprise, there was no sign of the evolvers or golden monkeys from the Lighthouse Nation. Even the evolvers and evolved beasts from the Divine Eagle Empire, Sakura Nation, Kangaroo Nation, and Equatorial Continent had vanished. Anqi and Lu Shi were both puzzled. The others were equally baffled. Just as everyone was growing impatient, a tall man stepped onto the podium. "Yesterday, your evolved beast tiger ambushed and killed Golden Ape number 3, and also killed evolved beast Golden Ape number 5. Yet you turned a blind eye to it and even threatened our nation as participating members. All of our participants faced threats to their lives and left last night. Our nation will not let this matter rest." With that, the tall man left the podium and hurried away. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless. They had witnessed the entire incident unfold yesterday and knew exactly what had happened. Now that the evolvers and evolved beasts from these nations had left, how was the competition supposed to continue? Zhang Feng was furious. He had been planning to kill those 2 King Kongs, but he hadn't expected the people from the Lighthouse Nation to leave so early. Was he supposed to sail across the ocean to slay the gorillas? A slacker like him wouldn't do something like that. Besides, there were plenty of terrifying evolved beasts in the ocean. His pet owner had shown him some super scary ones over 100 meters long. With his puny frame, if he fell into the sea, he'd be dead for sure. Of course, if an evolved beast of the same level were to come ashore, no matter how big it was, he'd dare to take it on. Holy shit, is he scared of Panda? Worried that Panda would kill the other 2 Kongs, so he ran away in fear? Absolutely. Panda took out Kong number 3 in a second. Even if Kong number 1 showed up, he wouldn't stand a chance against Panda. Panda is mighty. Panda is awesome. Panda is awesome. Panda, I want to have little monkeys with you. Damn it, you filthy old man, get lost. Why have little monkeys? Having little tiger cubs would be so much better. The official livestream exploded with comments. The bullet screen was so dense it was hard to make out anything clearly. Even without those dozen or so countries, the competition continued. It doesn't matter if there are fewer people as long as there are competitors, it's fine. It's actually better that those people left. However, since Jiang Feng isn't competing, the remaining evolved beasts are all second-rate to him, they're nothing to write home about. He watched the loyal fan column on his dashboard surge and was overjoyed. He never expected that the US leaving would bring him a wave of quality followers. He has now decided not to open the iron chests and will exchange them all for bronze chests instead. But that would require more loyal fans and sincere likes. He found it a bit odd that he had so few loyal fans, though this particular one could click sincere like for him several times a day. It seems loyal fans aren't that easy to come by. His first loyal fan was a little girl named Xiaomeng. She was the one who helped him activate the system. He wondered how she was doing now. He lazily watched the final battle. Jiang Feng didn't take the stage. These nobodies were too weak, not a single second-tier evolved beast among them. Can we go back now? Jiang Feng nudged his two pet owners with his big head. He still preferred to just lie back and relax. Panda, I never expected that by killing King Kong number 3 yesterday, you actually scared all these empires away. You're so awesome. Look, that DY streamer immediately updated your ranking and put you in second place on the Great Xia leaderboard, Anchi said happily. What? Second? Why not first? Jiang Feng was displeased. Second place definitely won't gain as many followers as first place. Seeing the confusion in Jiang Feng's eyes, Anchi immediately smiled and explained, that's because the Golden Eagle King has evolved again into a tier 3 evolved beast. With a wingspan exceeding 15 meters, it's terrifying. Plus, it's a flying evolved beast, an absolutely formidable existence. You're slightly weaker than it, but you're still ranked ahead of Lion King Kara and Python King. A third-tier evolved beast, so soon? But if I want to evolve into a third-tier evolved beast, it'll be a piece of cake. And if it really comes down to a fight, even as a second-tier evolved beast king, I'm not afraid of that so-called third-tier Golden Eagle King, Jiang Feng thought to himself. He knew just how strong he was. His strength could punch through steel plates, and his claws were incredibly sharp. I wonder where that Lion King Kara is. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng couldn't speak, nor could he write. The characters in this world were different from those of his past life. It was difficult to communicate with his pet owners, and even if he could write, he wouldn't dare to, lest they mistake him for a monster. Hello, Miss Luo, Miss Lu. A man in a black uniform stopped the two women. Anchi didn't recognize this person, but Lu Shi did. He was from the same department as her. Anchi, this is Xiao Song from the Special Affairs Office. Let us go over there. Okay. Anchi nodded. Panda, Tuanzi, Dashin, you guys follow us. Anchi wasn't worried about Jiang Feng and Tuanzi. She was worried that Dashin would be taken away. After all, Dashin belonged to the Kyoto Zoo. Jiang Feng had simply taken him by force, refusing to let the zoo staff take him back. He was really too domineering. It was as if he forced the Qingshan Zoo to take on an extra big tiger. The two women and the three tigers followed the man ahead, turning left and right until they entered an old estate. Jiang Feng scanned the surroundings with wide eyes. He sensed numerous powerful auras and could even pinpoint the exact locations of these individuals. Could this be an evolution base? So many evolvers and there's one with a super powerful aura, even stronger than Williams from the Lighthouse Nation. They're really good at hiding. If this is Magic City, who knows how many super evolvers are hiding in Kyoto? Jiang Feng knew he had underestimated humanity. He had to become stronger so that those humans with ulterior motives wouldn't dare to target him and the Tiger Pack. Chapter 47, The Brutality of Lion King Kara. What? Lion King Kara is in the Central Eastern region, leading a pride of lions to slaughter an entire town. Thousands have died and they're moving toward the southwest. Anchi and Lu Shi were stunned, unable to believe their ears. A single lion, how terrifying. Could it be that neither the security personnel nor the military could do anything to stop this lion? Anchi thought of how Panda treated sniper rifles as if they were nothing. Even if this lion wasn't as formidable as Panda, it was still extremely powerful and cunning. Without satellite surveillance, there really was no way to deal with this lion. Listening to the Special Affairs Bureau staff, Zhang Feng felt as though he were hearing a rumor. A stinking lion with such formidable abilities? If it weren't for its cunning, he would have sent it to meet the king of hell long ago. It's true. Look for yourselves, the bureau staff member said, starting to play a video. Anqi and Lu Shi watched alongside the three large tigers. Under the setting sun, 3 Chinese native dogs were still strolling through the alley, and there were still quite a few people on the street. Suddenly, more than a dozen terrifying monsters burst out of the alley and instantly killed the 3 Chinese native dogs. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded as more than a dozen black shadows charged toward the people on the street. A truly gruesome scene unfolded. The dozen or so terrifying monsters turned out to be male lions, looking extremely ferocious. Their manes had completely evolved into a golden hue, giving them a sacred appearance, but combined with the blood dripping from their mouths, they were utterly terrifying, like demons bursting forth from hell. They were slaughtering everything in their path. There was no sound in the video, but the people's wide-open mouths and expressions of sheer terror made it clear just how frightened they were. Many were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Zhang Feng's wide eyes were fixed on one of the one-eyed lions. The Lion King, Kara. Standing motionless, he loomed like a mountain, unshakable by anyone. He led a dozen male lions in slaughtering humans. Then, his massive jaws opened, as if summoning something. After a few dozen breaths, dozens of lionesses emerged from the alleyways and began devouring the humans the male lions had killed. Terrifying. In this era, humans were actually being devoured by lions, not just one person, but hundreds, even thousands. Zhang Feng saw clearly that even the lionesses were much larger than humans. They had all evolved. Every single lion in Lion King Kara's pride had evolved. And now, it had become even smarter. It had the male lions eliminate all humans who posed a threat to the lionesses first, then let the lionesses devour the humans. This was a complete reversal of the lion pride's natural behavior. On the equatorial continent, it was the female lions who hunted, while the males reaped the rewards. Under Lion King Kara, however, the males hunted, the females ate, and some of the females even killed humans. Zhang Feng, with his large, bell-like eyes, watched closely. He noticed that this pride still ate children first, followed by teenagers and young adults. They didn't touch humans in their 40s or 50s, they merely killed them. It was too gruesome. Anqi and Lu Shi hadn't even finished watching the video before their stomachs began churning. Team leader Wu, why haven't these brutal lions been killed yet? Lu Shi was puzzled. She couldn't believe that the Great Xia military was powerless against these lions. This Lion King is extremely cunning. He only moves at dusk, and within about half an hour, he vanishes into the night. Then, in the dead of night, he moves with great speed. During the day, he hides deep in the mountains. He understands humans very well, and he understands our weapons, said Wu Tian, the team leader of the Special Affairs Bureau. He continued, basically, we can't find any trace of them during the day. Plus, those deep mountains are treacherous to navigate. And here is some more bad news. The satellites are useless, we can't locate the lion pride at all. Can't planes find the lion pride in the mountains either? Asked Lu Shi. We've spotted them once or twice, but it's useless. As soon as we locate them, the pride, led by the Lion King Kara, immediately flees far away. What about evolvers? We in Great Xia have second-tier evolvers too. Can't we take down the Lion King Kara? Asked Anqi. Wu Tian, the team leader of the Special Affairs Bureau, gave a bitter smile. When it came to evolution, humans truly couldn't hold a candle to animals. Do you think Su Wei is strong? Team leader Wu Tian asked in return. Anqi nodded. Of course he was strong, he could shatter a half-meter thick pillar with a single punch. He was truly a superhuman. Then do you think he could defeat the Tiger King Panda? No. Could he defeat this Tiger King Tuanzi? Team leader Wu Tian asked again. Anqi shook her head. If the war god Su Wei were to fight Panda, he'd be instantly killed. Even against the Tiger King Tuanzi, he wouldn't last more than a dozen rounds. Humans are simply no match for these top-tier beast kings. She seen Panda pierce the skull of a 1-ton crocodile with a single claw strike underwater. This second stage evolver's skull certainly isn't as tough as a crocodile's. If Panda were to grab him, he'd be dead for sure. The gap is just too vast. Exactly, that's the reason. That Lion King Kara has already reached the peak of a second-tier evolved beast king, matching the giant python king in power. We organized numerous evolvers to surround and eliminate him, but it was useless. We only managed to kill a few lionesses and male lions. In the end, while retreating, we were attacked by Lion King Kara, and our entire force of evolvers was wiped out. This is a massive loss that we, Great Xia, cannot afford. The land of the lighthouse, the land of the kangaroo, and the land of the cherry blossoms have also seen the emergence of terrifying evolved beasts. But their leaders couldn't care less about their citizens' lives, so their evolvers are now incredibly powerful and numerous. All we in Great Xia can do right now is establish safe zones. Safe zones. Anqi and Lu Shi understood. They hadn't realized the situation was this dire. And how could such an important matter be discussed with them? Team leader Wu, isn't this classified? Lu Shi couldn't help but ask. That's right, it is classified. But you two are different. The higher-ups plan to have you properly care for these 32 tigers, no, 33. Later, the state will send all the other captive tigers to Qingshan Wildlife Park. All the tigers? Anqi was stunned. Yes, all of them. As for the ones that have already evolved and escaped, there is nothing we can do about them. Anqi's heart leapt with joy. She always loved tigers and pandas, so having all these tigers sent here was truly wonderful. Wu Tian found it amusing. Currently, zookeepers at every zoo were terrified of the tigers. They were growing larger and larger, and the ferocity in their eyes was truly terrifying. Yet this young girl's eyes lit up the moment she saw the tigers. She loved them dearly. That would perfectly resolve the crisis regarding the tigers in other zoos. Previously, some had suggested killing all the tigers to prevent them from devouring humans, just like Lion King Kara had done. However, Qingshan Wildlife Park was managed exceptionally well. Not only did the tigers pose no threat to humans, but they even helped protect the area. Aside from the incident where the Lion King Kara attacked humans at Meteor Park, there had been no further incidents of evolved beasts injuring people near Qingshan Wildlife Park. Moreover, their plan to establish a safe zone required an extremely powerful presence to deter other evolved beasts. Humans have super evolvers, but compared to Tiger King Panda, they're a world apart. Xiaolu, the reason I've called you here is to have you take Tiger King Panda to the Central Eastern region to kill Lion King Kara, Wu Tian said solemnly. Sending Panda to kill Lion King Kara, I wonder if Panda is even willing to go. Anqi knew Panda was lazy whenever he had a moment. He'd sprawl out on the large blue stone, just a lazy tiger, and he was so fat it was ridiculous. Panda, that Lion King Kara eats people. Shall I take you to kill him? Anqi asked, tugging on Zhang Feng's ear. Killing Lion King Kara? Zhang Feng naturally agreed. This lion had been slaughtering his future loyal fans. He had to be killed as soon as possible. But let us head back to Qingshan Zoo first. Zhang Feng raised his own question. What does Panda mean? Wu Tian didn't understand Zhang Feng's meaning. If it weren't for Anqi and Lu Shi by his side, he felt he wouldn't even dare to speak. It was terrifying, nearly 5 meters long, with massive copper bell-like eyes that could terrify anyone to the point of losing their wits. I don't know either, Anqi said, blushing slightly. She didn't understand tiger language either. Panda, what are you going to do? You're so slow, don't you get it? Of course we're going back to the zoo, Zhang Feng roared. He also needed to go back and boost his little brother's strength. You're going back to the zoo? Anqi finally caught on. Roar! Anqi breathed a sigh of relief. Back to the zoo, she still had to take Dashan and Tuanzi back with her. Team leader Wu had mentioned that they'd be sending other tigers to Qingshan Zoo as well. She had no idea how many tigers there would be this time. Chapter 48, The Pace of Change Accelerates. 2 RVs, carrying 3 massive tigers, left Magic City. Jiang Feng mused to himself he truly hadn't expected the situation in Great Xia to have become so dire. It wasn't just Lion King Kara slaughtering a town, there were other evolved beasts preying on humans as well. The most terrifying of them all were the rats. Before mana appeared in the world, rats were already the most disgusting creatures, with an incredibly strong reproductive capacity that made them impossible to eradicate. Now that mana has appeared in the world, these rats have mutated as well. Moreover, since they can burrow, they've been devouring the mana crystals underground. Rats, snakes, and all manner of venomous vermin cause more casualties among humans than Kara does, but Kara's impact is the most severe and pernicious. He must be killed as soon as possible, Jiang Feng thought. A sense of foreboding gripped him. This Kara must be hiding a great secret. He wasn't afraid for himself, but he worried that this Kara might kill his future loyal fans, those humans who could potentially boost his fortune. Great Xia has 2.4 billion people and almost no large predators, yet even so, the losses are devastating. The Lighthouse Nation and the Kangaroo Nation are probably in for a world of trouble. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Feng thought to himself, unable to suppress a chuckle. Beside Jiang Feng stood Tiger King Dashan. Tiger King Dashan was a Tier 1 evolved beast king. These evolved beast kings were far more powerful than ordinary evolved beasts, capable of instantly defeating their opponents. Moreover, Tiger King Dashan had once been a wild tiger. After accidentally straying into human settlements, he ended up in a zoo, where he eventually evolved. Jiang Feng wondered if he should have Dashan evolve into a Tier 2 evolved beast. Glancing at his pet owner Anchi, Jiang Feng secretly slipped 3 Zhu fruits into Dashan's wide mouth. Soon, Dashan began to change, radiating an extremely powerful aura that kept growing stronger. Holy cow, Dashan is about to evolve into a Tier 2 evolved beast king! Anchi exclaimed in delight. The more he evolves, the smarter he gets. Before evolving, Tiger King Dashan would still growl at humans, but after his first evolution, he became remarkably intelligent, a real promising prospect. Now that he is evolving for the second time, I wonder if he'll become even smarter. 3 crimson fruits don't seem to be enough. I'll just grab 3 more. While the pet owner was on the phone, Jiang Feng immediately grabbed 3 more crimson fruits and stuffed them into Dashan's mouth. As for himself, he had been continuously consuming mana crystals. His strength was steadily rising, and it wouldn't be long before he became a Tier 3 evolved beast. There is a huge disparity in the strength of evolved beasts. Some Tier 1 evolved beasts can't even beat an ordinary person, while the top tier evolved beasts are on par with large beasts like tigers, lions, and grizzly bears. They are truly incredibly powerful. Even Great Xia's top tier war god, Sui, and another super evolver who hasn't yet revealed himself, couldn't withstand a single swipe from him. As the Tiger King Dashan evolved, countless snakes, ants, and venomous insects scattered in panic from the 1-meter-tall bushes lining both sides of the road. These small creatures possessed incredibly keen senses. It was the pressure of his bloodline that instilled fear in them. The 2 RVs continued on their way. Wow, how did the trees here grow so tall? And the grass too, Anchi exclaimed in surprise. It had only been 5 days, yet the grass along the road had grown to 2 meters tall, and the trees had shot up several meters. In these 7 days, the plants and trees had grown more than they had in the past 2 or 3 years. By now, no one dared go to the park anymore. No one knew if there were venomous snakes lurking in the bushes. If bitten by one of those evolved cobras, death was certain. Jiang Feng also looked out at the scenery. The changes were truly immense. His giant, bell-like eyes were extremely sharp, and he spotted numerous evolved beasts in the bushes, including venomous snakes, ants, giant hornets, spiders, centipedes, and more. I wonder if I can withstand the venom of an evolved snake. Soon, Jiang Feng stopped worrying, because the snake couldn't break through his skin. It was as hard as bronze or iron. Once he underwent his 3rd evolution, his skin would become even tougher. Host, Jiang Feng. Level, Tier 2 Evolved Beast King. Loyal fans, 28,666. Sincere likes, 3.15 million plus. Lottery attempts, 11,202. Iron chest. Storage slots, 300. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence. His loyal fan count was rising faster and faster, especially since these loyal fans were giving him likes several times a day. This was all a matter of luck. He didn't even know how many likes counted as one. He couldn't be bothered to figure it out. It was too much of a headache. He just lie back and let the lottery run its course. In a daze, Jiang Feng fell asleep in the RV, feeling incredibly comfortable. He didn't know how much time had passed when he was suddenly woken up by Tuanzi's loud howl. Opening his big, round eyes, Jiang Feng saw that his owners and Dashan were nowhere to be found, and the RV door was open. What's going on? Jiang Feng stepped out of the RV. The sun was setting outside. Up ahead, Tuanzi and Dashan were being led by the two pet owners. Jiang Feng strode over. "Panda, come here," Anchi called out loudly. Jiang Feng sauntered over lazily. Anchi tugged Jiang Feng over to a dip in the ground. "Panda, Tuanzi found these eggs here and wanted to eat them." Jiang Feng looked at the eggs in front of him, each about the size of a child's head, with over 30 of them, emitting a faint aura of mana. These must be snake eggs. How could they be this big, and there are so many of them? Jiang Feng immediately caught a whiff of a foul, fishy stench, a scent unique to pythons. With python eggs this large and in such great numbers, it was clear that the python in question was truly massive. Jiang Feng took a few steps toward the thicket ahead, and in the next moment, his massive copper bell contracted. Jade pendants, gold necklaces, and more. Excrement. Humans had been digested. The giant python had swallowed a person and then laid these eggs here. A man-eating giant python. Looking at these massive eggs, the python's offspring, it would be terrible to eat them directly. But since the python had eaten a human, he might as well eat these eggs. Jiang Feng handed a snake egg to Tuanzi, who swallowed it in one gulp. Tuanzi wasn't to be outdone, he ate one as well. The two second-tier Tiger Kings began a contest to see who could eat the snake eggs faster. Anchi and Lu Shi were dumbfounded. How could this panda just start eating them without even knowing what kind of eggs they were? If they were the eggs of some terrifying evolved beast, wouldn't that mean they'd gotten themselves into big trouble? But then they remembered that Panda, Tuanzi, and Dashan were all kings among second-tier evolved beasts, so there was no need to worry. Within 2 minutes, the two giant tigers had devoured all the snake eggs. Jiang Feng didn't eat any. These snake eggs were useless to him. Besides, since the giant python had swallowed a person, the thought of eating its eggs made him feel a bit queasy. He continued to consume mana crystals instead. His digestive system was incredibly powerful. Whatever spiritual items he ingested, he could absorb every last bit of mana from them, excreting only waste. Let us go. Time to head back. Jiang Feng turned and walked toward the RV. Lu Shi and Anchi also made their way toward the RV. Soon, the vehicle started up again. "Panda, are those bird eggs, snake gallbladders, or maybe turtle eggs? You three gluttons ate all those eggs. Do you think their mothers will come looking for them?" Anchi tugged on Jiang Feng's hair as she spoke. "If it does, that'll just mean a feast for me, Panda," Jiang Feng grumbled. He truly wasn't afraid. There was no evolved beast that could scare him. He had already set foot in the realm of third-tier evolved beasts. It wouldn't take a day for him to evolve into a true third-tier evolved beast. As the king of beasts, any ordinary third-stage evolved beast that crossed his path would be instantly killed. Even if Lion King Kara evolved into a third-stage evolved beast, he'd be no match for Jiang Feng. He was invincible. Claim 2 gene of mana crystals. Jiang Feng continued to absorb the mana crystals. Less than 5 minutes after the two RVs had driven off, a terrifying giant python emerged from the snake nest. The python was thick and bulky, with a flat snout. Its body was brownish-gray, featuring brown arrow-shaped markings on the top of its head. Its back was yellow, covered in large, irregular brown cloud-like spots, while its belly was white. It coiled its body, emitting a hiss sound, its triangular, upward slanted eyes radiating an extremely venomous glare. Then, the giant python gave chase after the two RVs. Chapter 49, Snacking on a Spicy Snack. The two RVs, carrying 3 second-tier evolved beast kings, slowly made their way toward Jiangcheng. Even though the 3 Tiger Kings hadn't shown themselves, the aura they emitted was enough to send countless evolved beasts scattering in terror. It was truly terrifying. That aura alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of weaker animals. After driving for half an hour, Jiang Feng suddenly opened his tiger-like eyes. He stood up and stared out the rear window. "Panda, what's wrong?" Anchi asked, puzzled. Jiang Feng let out a roar, then walked to the door, his copper bell eyes fixed on the driver. The driver nearly lost control and crashed into the mountainside when Jiang Feng glared at him. Slamming on the brakes and flinging the door open was the driver's instinctive reaction. Jiang Feng stepped out of the RV and jogged lightly toward the rear. "Panda, where are you going?" Anchi panicked and followed right behind Jiang Feng. But in just a few breaths, Jiang Feng's figure vanished from her sight. Staring at the terrifying thicket around her, she hurried back to the RV. "Dashan, do you think Panda went to do something?" Anchi began grooming Tiger King Dashan's fur while asking. She wasn't worried that Panda had run away in her mind. Panda must have discovered something. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Anchi looked closely and nearly fainted from shock. She saw Panda carrying a terrifyingly massive python in its mouth thicker than her waist and at least 4 times Panda's length. She was speechless. Such a massive python, and Panda had brought it back in less than a minute. Just how fast had the battle been? Instant kill, no doubt. After all, she hadn't heard a single sound of a struggle. It was hard to imagine. She realized she had underestimated this tiger she'd raised from a cub. Jiang Feng hopped into the RV with the python in his mouth. He planned to take it back to supplement the diet for his many subordinates. He wouldn't eat it himself, though after all, this python had devoured a human. The driver was also terrified. A python this massive should be no weaker than a tiger, yet Panda, the Tiger King, had brought it back after just a minute outside. She was truly formidable. The RV wasn't very big to begin with. The 2 massive tigers took up most of the space, and with the giant python added to the mix, they practically filled the entire interior. Anchi had no choice but to squeeze in between the 2 giant tigers. She stroked their 2 massive heads, when suddenly, she sensed something odd. "Panda, why is that king character on your forehead so deep?" Anchi wondered. She placed both hands on Jiang Feng's forehead. Jiang Feng was enjoying his owner's caresses. As for the Wang character, it felt itchy as if something was trying to break through but lacked the strength to do so. He couldn't be bothered to wonder what it was. He'd just lie back down. The 2 vehicles passed through city after city, each one looking almost unrecognizable. Many skyscrapers were cracked, some even collapsed. The dangers lurking in the outskirts and that park were beyond imagination. 2-meter-tall bushes rustled from time to time, and no one knew what lay within. 5 hours later, the 2 RVs returned to Qingshan Wildlife Park. A large crowd welcomed the return of Anchi, Lu Shi, and the 3 big tigers. The moment Jiang Feng stepped off the RV with a giant python in his mouth, he truly terrified everyone. Jiang Feng motioned to his 2 henchmen to run toward the tiger enclosure, where his 30 tiger brothers were waiting. Dashan and Tuanzi followed close behind Jiang Feng. They were eager to feast on the python's flesh. "Xiao Luo, where did this python come from?" Tian Feng from the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau asked in astonishment. "Director Tian, Panda picked it up on the road. It happened in the blink of an eye. There wasn't even a fight. Panda took the giant python down," Anchi replied, with a hint of pride. Since it was her tiger that was so formidable, she felt quite proud of it. "To bring it back without a single fight, Panda, is truly incredible," Tian Feng said in astonishment. He was genuinely astonished. The aura the giant python emitted surpassed that of a Tier 1 evolved beast. It had nearly reached the peak of a Tier 1 evolved beast, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a Tier 2 evolved beast. Such a terrifying creature, one capable of holding its own against a Tier 2 evolved beast, had been killed by Panda just like that. "That's right, Director Tian. Panda is incredibly powerful, but he is just too lazy," Anchi said with a smile. For 2 years, Panda had practically been lying on that huge blue stone. Who knew how he'd become so powerful? Could one really grow stronger just by lying around? Angie walked toward the tiger enclosure. She still had to take Panda to hunt down the Lion King, Kara. Inside the tiger enclosure, the 30 tigers let out a chorus of woo 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 the moment they saw Jiang Feng appear, utterly thrilled. Jiang Feng was delighted as well. Suddenly, his expression changed. He was even happier. Besides Tuanzi, a second-tier evolved beast king, another second-tier tiger had appeared, one that had evolved without relying on his resources. Excellent! A woo woo woo, Jiang Feng let out a long roar, overjoyed. He tossed the giant python-esque carcass into the tiger pack. In the next instant, the tigers tore the python to shreds and devoured it. This giant python was a Tier 1 peak evolved beast, and its massive size was more than enough for these tiger brothers to feast on. Tian Feng, director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau, arrived. Watching the giant python being devoured by the tigers, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. He wanted to eat it too. Just 2 days ago, he had become a Tier 1 evolver, his strength having improved significantly. With 2 tons of strength in each hand, he had truly risen to the top in one fell swoop. But compared to even the weakest tiger here, he wouldn't stand a chance against 20 of them. The gap was simply too vast. Jiang Feng walked over to the large blue stone where he'd been lying for over a year. As he lay there, he began to feel uncomfortable. This blue stone was simply too small. I've grown a bit more. You're useless now, Jiang Feng sighed. He glanced at his caretakers. He knew these 3 had been eyeing this boulder all along. These 3 caretakers were far too weak, especially the 2 named Anchi and Yutong. Even though they were both at the peak of Tier 1 evolver, their strength still paled in comparison to that of a man who had just evolved. He had to help them get stronger. He had grown accustomed to the pet owner's service. Jiang Feng stood up from the large blue stone, then clamped his massive claws onto one of its raised edges. Roar! A roar rang out from the flat ground, startling all the big tigers and humans. Unimaginable strength was applied to the large blue stone, and bit by bit, Jiang Feng began to pry it loose. The 3 pet owners couldn't help but gape, their cherry red lips parting to reveal their pink tongues. They couldn't fathom the sheer strength of Jiang Feng. They had tried pushing the boulder before, but it hadn't budged an inch, not even a wobble. It was truly heavy. The biggest problem was that more than half of the massive blue stone was buried underground. In everyone's eyes, the Tiger King Panda was chipping away at the boulder, pulling it out of the soil bit by bit. It was huge, absolutely massive. This massive blue stone lay horizontally on the ground, measuring no less than 3 meters in length, with the portion buried underground also being about 1 meter deep. This stone weighed no less than 10 tons. 10 tons is 20,000 gene, and yet a single tiger had pulled it out of the ground, and by the looks of it, Panda was doing it with ease. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Jiang Feng looked at the massive blue stone and swiped at it with a single claw. Crack! 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 The massive blue stone shattered, splitting right down the middle. A rich aura of mana instantly seeped out from within, though this stone didn't seem to meet the standard of a low-grade mana crystal. It'll do. Jiang Feng continued to strike the massive blue stone, shattering all the large chunks, then let out a long roar, summoning his 32 tiger brothers to devour the mana. As for the pet owners, he would have to use the low-grade mana crystals obtained from opening treasure chests to enhance their strength. Chapter 50, Third-Tier Tiger Kings. Over the course of 2 days, the 33 tigers, including Jiang Feng, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi successfully evolved into Tier 3 Beast Kings, while Dashan and the other 6 tigers became Tier 2 Beast Kings. The remaining 24 tigers were still Tier 1 Beast Kings, though they ranged from mid-tier to late-tier, and even peak-tier. Those mid-tier Tier 1 Beast Kings were tigers with relatively poor aptitude, commonly known as losers. The losers of the tiger world. Even though they were losers, Jiang Feng wouldn't give up on them. After all, no matter how weak they were, they could still easily beat evolved beasts and evolvers of the same rank. Panda, I've finally become a Tier 2 evolver, ha ha. Anchi burst into laughter. Mana coursed through her body, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly aura. If she had previously been a campus beauty, she was now a national-level beauty, a classic Eastern beauty. Jiang Feng cast a lazy glance at his pet owner. he really was a total loser. Even after becoming a Tier 2 evolver, the amount of mana in his body was still pitifully small, far inferior to even the most useless of tigers. He could only wait and see if this useless pet owner would get any stronger in the future. He noticed a problem. Before evolution, if a tiger could defeat 50 people, once both the tiger and the humans had evolved, the evolved tiger could only defeat 30 evolvers. The gap was narrowing very noticeably so. I wonder what level of evolution it takes for an evolver to defeat a tiger of the same rank. Just then, Lu Shi appeared, dressed in simple casual wear. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and her appearance was stunning, bright, intelligent, and ethereal. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her delicate earlobes were exquisitely delicate. She seemed even more ethereal than before, as if a fairy had descended from the heavens. There was also a pet owner, Yutong, who had long been a loyal fan of Zhang Feng. Her skin was as fair and smooth as jade, her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, her nose straight and delicate, her lips thin and rosy, and her figure incredibly slender, curvy in all the right places, simply perfect. The appearance of these three stunning beauties certainly drew a crowd, and the tourists couldn't help but start snapping photos. Panda, Yutong and I are taking you to find Lion King Kara. Do you want to bring your little buddy along? Anchi asked with a smile, rubbing Zhang Feng's big ears. Of course I do. Dashin, let us go find that stinky lion. Zhang Feng let out a roar. Over the past couple of days, his owner had shown him videos of the one-eyed Lion King Kara slaughtering villages. It was truly despicable. He specifically targeted children and young teenagers. These were all his potential loyal fans. If they were all wiped out, his invincible fortune system would be ruined. He would never allow that to happen. Upon hearing Zhang Feng call him, the Tiger King Dashin immediately walked over. Anchi looked at Zhang Feng and Dashin in amazement and couldn't help but ask, can tigers really communicate with each other? Yutong and Lu Shi were equally astonished. They weren't professional zookeepers, but had come to Qingshan Zoo for specific reasons. Yutong was there because her father had required her to follow Anchi as a keeper in the tiger enclosure at Qingshan Zoo, while Lu Shi was there on orders from Zhang Long, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau. They were both relative newcomers to the field. Maybe their SA tiger language. After all, Lion King Kara can command his pride, and since Panda is the Tiger King, he can command his pack too, Yutong said with a smile, offering her opinion. At her feet, Snow, the Samoyed she cared for, trembled as he stayed close to her side, not daring to approach Zhang Feng. Snow, you're such a wimp. Yutong grabbed Snow and tossed him toward Zhang Feng. Woof, woof, woof. Before Snow even landed near Zhang Feng, he twisted his body mid-air and bolted away. He's going to scare the dog to death. Zhang Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even though Snow was a Tier 1 evolved beast, the moment he saw Zhang Feng, he bolted in terror. It was mainly because Zhang Feng couldn't resist teasing Snow, a true king of the dog world, which had left a lasting psychological scar on the dog. He really was just a pet dog. Even as a Tier 1 evolved beast, he was still as timid as a mouse. Those 5 national treasure giant pandas were much more fun. They weren't afraid of him and even offered him bamboo. Since he didn't eat bamboo, he gave the 5 pandas plenty of Zhu fruits and mana crystals, allowing them to evolve into Tier 2 evolved beasts. Now they had nothing to fear from poachers or other evolved beasts. Tuanzi, Yuanzi, keep an eye on them. I'm heading out for a bit. Zhang Feng instructed his 2 third-tier Beast King underlings. These 2 underlings now possessed terrifying combat power. They were definitely not opponents for ordinary people. Oh woo 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 woo, Tuanzi and Yuanzi understood what Zhang Feng meant. Patting the 2 underlings on their big heads, Zhang Feng led Dashin into a super luxurious motorhome. This was no ordinary motorhome. Zhang Feng noticed the undercarriage. It resembled an armored vehicle and was capable of navigating through water. Impressive. Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel at this world's technology. It was truly more advanced than what he'd known in his previous life. Let us go, Anchi called out loudly. Inside the ultra-luxurious RV were 2 drivers, 2 pet sitters, and 2 fierce tigers. Panda, you absolutely must take down that stinking lion this time. It led a pack of over 40 lions to attack the Zhongyang Zoo, devouring every animal there including 3 tigers just like you, and finally carried off 5 lions. As Anqi spoke, he gestured and played a video for Jiang Feng to watch. What? It ate 3 tigers? Jiang Feng was completely enraged upon seeing this. In Great Xia, there were originally no lions. These lions had all been imported from equatorial continent and were outsiders. But their tigers were native creatures of Great Xia. To have them devoured by these foreign lions was simply infuriating. It had to end. He had to kill that one-eyed lion king, Kara. They set off. The massive RV headed toward the central eastern region of Great Xia, driven by the mission to kill Lion King Kara. The capital. At the Special Affairs Bureau, Director Zhang Long heard the news that the Tiger King's Panda and Dashan from Qingshan Zoo had left the park, and his mind finally felt a little at ease. The Lion King Kara was too eerie not because of his strength, but because of his intelligence. Every time, Kara never revealed himself first. Instead, he would have the male lions come out first to kill humans, then let the female lions devour them. Because of their cannibalism, all 13 male lions had evolved into Tier 2 evolved Beast Kings, while the 30 female lions were all Tier 1 Beast Kings. Some were even Tier 2 Beast Kings. This was terrifying. Lion King Kara was hardly a beast. He was as cold and calculating as a human. No matter how they tried to lure it, it was always the other male lions that showed up, which left the evolvers at the Special Affairs Bureau feeling incredibly frustrated. I hope the Tiger King can take down this one-eyed Lion King this time. Otherwise, once he enters the southwest, we'll be in trouble. The southwest is all mountains and forests. Once he's in there, it'll be even harder to track him down. Director, we got a problem. A staff member hurried over, holding a USB drive. Seeing his subordinate in such a state, Zhang Long's heart skipped a beat. What is it? The staff member plugged the USB drive into the computer and played the video. An unimaginably massive python over 30 meters long and thicker than a water barrel slithered into a mountain village, devouring humans with frenzied abandon, swallowing them whole in a single gulp, as easily as eating chicken. In an instant, the giant python swallowed 6 people, then lazily coiled itself on the roof of a house. The video cut off abruptly. The Python King? Zhang Long asked, narrowing his eyes, but upon closer inspection, it didn't quite look like it. No, Director, this isn't the Python King. The Python King is in the northwest. This one came from Jade Nation, and there are likely others as well. The Jade Nation is teeming with giant pythons. There are plenty of those 5 or 6 meter long creatures. Originally, they posed little threat to humans, but now that mana has appeared in the world, the pythons have begun to evolve and are heading toward Great Xia. If it were just one, it wouldn't be so bad, but if dozens or even hundreds appeared, it would pose a massive threat to the southwestern region of Great Xia, and the people there would surely suffer. I wonder if Tiger King Panda stands a chance against these giant pythons. Zhang Long mused to himself. Chapter 51, Live Streaming the Hunt for Lion King Kara. Hello everyone, Panda and I are currently heading toward Changcheng in the central eastern region, Anqi said to the camera. She never imagined Panda would make her live stream this, but she had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, the RV was equipped with state-of-the-art communication equipment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stream at all. There wouldn't even be a signal. Wow, Miss Anqi has gotten so beautiful. You're all just focusing on Miss Anqi. Why aren't you paying any attention to Panda? Panda is so huge. Is that Tuanzi or Unz next to him? Anqi had streamed many times before, so some of her regular viewers knew that besides the Tiger King Panda, Qingshan Zoo also had 2 massive tigers named Tuanzi and Unz. Anqi pointed the camera at Dashan and said with a smile, "Everyone, take a good look. These aren't Tuanzi and Unz. This is Dashan from the Northern Zoo, who came over from the land of the white bears. Holy crap, it's actually a stowaway. Whoa, isn't that a wild tiger? Aren't you afraid to just pet it like that, Anqi?" Afraid of what? Anqi's a Tier 1 evolver now, right? What? Anqi's an evolver? Wha, I haven't evolved yet. I'm such a loser. Miss Anqi, where are you guys headed? Finally, someone asked the question. Anchi looked at the question on the screen, and her expression immediately grew serious. She didn't hide anything and began speaking directly in the livestream. Everyone knows the Lion King Kara, right? Yeah, the one-eyed Lion King Kara. He is incredibly cunning and extremely vicious. He has led his pride to devour quite a few people. I heard several villages have suffered at his hands. That's terrifying. I've heard about it too. Our county sent out a team of security officers armed with submachine guns, but they were torn to pieces by the pride in an instant. They didn't even get a glimpse of Lion King Kara. Viewers in the live chat began sharing stories of Lion King Kara's deeds. Anchi nodded. Although she wasn't from Chongqing, she knew far more about Lion King Kara's actions than anyone else present. That's right. Lion King Kara is extremely brutal. The pride he leads has attacked numerous mountain villages, and even many government-registered evolvers have fallen at his hands. This time, I brought Panda and Dashin to Chongqing specifically to take down Lion King Kara. Anchi stated the mission outright. After all, her superiors had given her full authority to act, and they even intended to publicize the existence of Tiger King Panda to reassure the people. What? Miss Anchi, you and Panda have come to Chongqing to hunt down Lion King Kara? Do you have any idea how cunning and formidable Lion King Kara is? I feel its intelligence is on par with ours. That's right, Miss Anchi. Even though the Lion King is ranked 4th, behind Panda, I feel like it's more dangerous than any other evolved beast. The Lion King is the most vicious and cunning animal I've ever heard of, no contest. Even those notorious super criminals from our human past pale in comparison to how dangerous Lion King Kara is. In the livestream, millions of viewers urged Anchi to stop this, it's way too dangerous. Who's go definitely isn't a match for Lion King Kara, going there is just walking into a slaughterhouse. A user named Lily posted this comment. Damn, it's that bitch again. She is so fucking disgusting. Wasn't she the one who said she regretted being born in Great Xia last time? Yeah, that's her. She has got 3 best friends who think exactly the same way. Huh, so Kaki actually regretting being born in Great Xia? Let me see where they are now. This was a comment posted by a user named Know-It-All. Holy crap, the big shot Know-It-All is here. Can you really track down where they are with just a single message? Lily, if you try to find out where this lady is, I'll scare the crap out of you. Damn, will you die if you don't talk? Anchi, little fairy, kick this guy out. Yeah, kick him out. Anchi ignored them. Everyone, relax. Panda and Dashin are both incredibly skilled. You all know Panda took down the Lighthouse Nation's King Kong number 3. He is definitely not afraid of that Lion King Kara. Plus, Panda totally blinded Lion King Kara's eyes. Lily, whose ego was just ambushing them. Whether it was blinding Lion King Kara or ambushing Lighthouse Nation's King Kong number 3, it was all ambushes. Otherwise, he'd have been beaten to a pulp by Lighthouse Nation's King Kong number 3. Anchi saw that this person named Lily had posted several times, constantly going on and on about Huzigu. It was truly annoying. Thankfully, Panda couldn't read text. If he could, he'd probably go berserk. Just as she was about to kick Lily out of the livestream, suddenly, that Know-It-All posted another comment. Lily, an only child with both parents alive. During her school days, she dated 12 boyfriends in a single year, causing them to fight each other. Due to the severe negative impact, she was expelled from school. She currently lives in Yunshui Community, Lingcheng. Holy shit, they really dug that up. What a player. That's insane, dating 12 boyfriends in a year? How does she even find the time? Even if she could handle it, her body wouldn't be able to take it. There is no such thing as land that has been plowed to death, only an ox that has worked itself to death. That's some bullshit. You guys are all out of your minds. Anchi looked at the comments and blushed. These people were so inappropriate. Okay, everyone, let us not talk about this anymore. Anchi the fairy's face is all red. Miss Anchi is a girl who keeps herself pure unlike others. At the Yunshui residential complex in Lingcheng, Lily watched Anchi's livestream, seething with rage. Someone had actually exposed her secret. That's right, she'd been expelled from school for dating multiple boyfriends at once and for humiliating one of them, which sparked a brawl among her boyfriends. But she'd only dated a few guys. It was her 3 best friends who were the real sea kings. For a while, they switched to a new sucker almost every day. Why was she the only one being singled out? Bunch of losers, you're just drooling over this princess beauty, aren't you? Come on, if you've got the guts, come find me in Lingcheng. Holy crap, her face is thicker than a city wall. What does she even look like to say something like that? Forget about whether she is thick-skinned or not. Let me tell you, Lion King Kara is right between Changcheng and Lingcheng. She is probably already in Lingcheng. This was posted by Know-It-All, the apprentice of the streamer who runs the Evolved Beast rankings. What he says is usually pretty reliable. Lily was startled by Know-It-All's comment. She really liked lions and thought all of them were as brave and righteous as Simba from The Lion King, just like men from the land of the free. She believed tigers were evil and cruel, but the thought of facing Lion King Kara still filled her with fear. Lily, no way, Lion King Kara is coming to Lingcheng? Hee, scared now, aren't you? She is the Sea Queen, why would she be afraid of Lion King Kara? She is a huge lion fan. Once Lion King Kara arrives, she'll praise him to the skies. Ha, lion fan. Lion King Kara doesn't know any lion fans. In his eyes, we humans are just food. Know-It-All, to all my friends in Lingcheng, you must be careful. Lion King Kara is extremely brutal. My master, Know-It-All, ranked Lion King Kara 4th. That was an underestimation. Tomorrow, when my master, Know-It-All, re-ranks them, there will also be a most brutal evolved beasts list. Be sure to check it out then. There is an evolved beast brutality ranking, but is there an evolved beast cuteness ranking? I bet the panda would definitely take first place. National Treasure Panda, where did you put me? Ha, National Treasure Panda first, Panda second. Some spectators were chatting and laughing, seemingly completely unconcerned about those evolved beasts. Of course, this was just a small minority who weren't worried about their safety. Over 90% of the people were concerned for their own lives. All around them, people were dying from time to time, mostly from a single bite by venomous insects, snakes, or ants, and that was the end of them. The medicines from the past were completely ineffective against these poisons. They had no choice but to tough it out. Everyone, as soon as you spot any sign of Lion King Kara, notify me immediately. We must kill it as soon as possible, otherwise, more people will die at its hands. What? Miss Anchi, you're actually going to go after the Lion King Kara? Miss Anchi, even if Panda can handle the Lion King Kara, who is going to deal with its pride? I've heard some of those lions are already Tier 2 Evolved Beast Kings. Tier 2 Evolved Beast Kings, that is terrifying. Yeah, Miss Anchi, please don't go. Friends, rest assured, I'll be fine, Anchi reiterated. Then, she pinched Zhang Feng's ear and said, look, friends, isn't Panda just so mighty? Taking down that lion was a piece of cake for him. The viewers in the livestream, watching the lazy Zhang Feng, began to complain. Panda is indeed mighty, the god of war of the lying down realm. Is Panda still half asleep? Let me educate you, tigers are always like this. Is your tiger like this? Someone fired back. He doesn't have a tiger. Ha. Anchi smiled to herself. Alright, that's it for today's stream. We'll see you in the chat tomorrow when we arrive in Changcheng. Don't go. No, please don't. However, Anchi still ruthlessly shut down the stream. Panda, we're counting on you this time. You have to take down that Lion King Kara. Don't worry. As long as it dares to show its face in front of me, I'll take it down. Zhang Feng gave his owner a look that said, you can count on me. Chapter 52, a horrific scene. Changcheng. Everyone was trembling with fear because of the Lion King Kara. 2 days ago, a small village south of Changcheng was slaughtered by the Lion King Kara and over 40 lions. Not a single trace remained. Literally not a single trace, not even bones were left behind, only bloodstains. After 2 days of living in fear, they finally heard that Lion King Kara had gone to neighboring Lingcheng, and the people of Changcheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly impossible to imagine the kind of terror Lion King Kara had brought upon the people of Changcheng. I heard Tiger King Panda came here specifically to kill Lion King Kara? Yeah, Haven T, you seen DY? It's south all over the place. I don't have internet, so I can't check DY. Let me tell you, that zookeeper from Qingshan Zoo brought Tiger King Panda and another wild tiger, Dashan, here specifically to kill Lion King Kara. I hope they succeed. The people of Changcheng discussed it excitedly. While the people of Changcheng were excited, those in Lingcheng were terrified. Ever since word spread that Lion King Kara had entered Lingcheng, nearly everyone had been hiding in makeshift corrugated iron shacks, though a few brave souls had moved into apartments. Ever since the mysterious manna appeared on Blue Star, the world had been expanding. It wasn't noticeable for the first 3 months, but half a month ago, it became obvious. Over a distance of 100 meters, the gap widened by about 1 centimeter every day. It might not seem like much, but that's the rate of expansion. Many high-rise buildings have already developed cracks and are uninhabitable, whereas those single-story rural homes remain largely unscathed. Living in a place like this, if Lion King Kara attacks us, these corrugated iron shacks won't hold up. What can we do? Having a place to stay is already a blessing unless you go weld yourself a sturdy house. Weld one? That might actually work. Those words were a wake-up call. More than one person decided to weld a super sturdy metal house. Just as the villagers were gathering steel plates to begin welding their metal shelters. Roar! An unimaginably menacing aura engulfed the small village. Then, over a dozen massive male lions appeared, their long golden manes nearly dragging on the ground. The villagers who had been welding the iron houses saw this scene and instantly seemed to lose their wits, staring blankly in disbelief. The lions are here! Run! In an instant, those who hadn't yet been frozen with fear began sprinting toward the tin-roofed houses. More than half of the villagers, however, were so terrified they dared not move a muscle. RIP! A terrifying scene unfolded. It was bloody, brutal, and beyond words. Help! Help! The lions are here, someone screamed. But it was useless screaming, only hastened their deaths. In just a few short minutes, this village of nearly 1,000 people was instantly transformed into a living hell. At the village entrance, a surveillance camera captured the entire scene. Damn it! The security agents from Lingcheng's security bureau watched the footage, seething with rage, even letting out a furious roar. The surveillance had been installed to track the whereabouts of Lion King Kara and his pride, and now they'd seen it, but only to witness this living hell. Director, what do we do? Should we charge in? A security captain's body was trembling. The director of the Lingcheng Security Bureau wore a grave expression. Higher-ups had already ordered them not to make needless sacrifices. Even the Super Revolver Sui was no match for Lion King Kara, and Tiger King Panda had arrived. They would send Tiger King Panda to deal with the lion pack. Notify Anchi, the zookeeper at Qingshan Zoo, and explain the situation in detail. Yes, Director. The security officer immediately contacted Anchi. Anchi, still in Changcheng, was waiting for a call from headquarters when she suddenly received a call from the Lingcheng Security Bureau. What? Lion King Kara has appeared in Lingcheng and slaughtered a village? Okay, I'm on my way right now, Anchi replied urgently. Without Anchi having to urge him, the driver stepped on the gas. Both drivers were staff members of the Special Affairs Handling Office, and their driving skills were top-notch. Zhang Feng was gazing out the window at the scenery. It was quite nice, though still not as good as the tiger enclosure at Qingshan Zoo. Back at the tiger enclosure, he had caretakers attending to him and over 30 fellow tigers. It was much more comfortable than being out here. However, this Lion King Kara had been slaughtering humans and devouring large tigers, which was simply intolerable. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, Tier 3 Evolved Beast King. Loyal fans, 29,796. Sincere likes, 3.55 million plus. Lottery attempts, 14,202 iron chest. Storage slots, 300. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence. Not bad. He has gained over 1,000 more loyal fans. Every time he goes live, his loyal fan count surges, providing him with massive fortune. Even fans who aren't loyal fans give him sincere like. Some people even light up the sincere like button several times a day. All of this is fortune. He absolutely cannot let Lion King Kara ruin it. Then there's his storage. All 300 slots are full, leaving him unable to even draw from the iron chest. Does he have to expand his storage slots again? Zhang Feng decided to wait a bit longer. He de-expand his storage and opened the bronze treasure chests once he had more loyal fans and sincere likes. Claim half a caddy of mid-grade mana crystals. The next second, half a caddy of mid-grade mana crystals appeared in Zhang Feng's stomach. Though it was only half a caddy, its energy was comparable to that contained in 5 caddies of low-grade mana crystals. Mana began to surge through Zhang Feng's massive body. It felt so good. Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a low groan. His bones had already surpassed steel during his 3rd evolution, and now they were growing stronger bit by bit. Claim half a caddy of mid-grade mana crystals. As Zhang Feng grew stronger bit by bit, the RV sped along. In just 3 hours, they had passed through Changchang and arrived in Lingchang. Immediately, Anqi contacted the Lingchang Security Bureau. Lion King Kara has just left Wangjia village and fled into the mountains. Anqi frowned instantly. It was precisely because Lion King Kara had fled into the mountains that the Great Xia army had been unable to kill him. The mountains were now fraught with danger. A single ant could be deadly, not to mention mosquitoes, wasps, venomous snakes, and more. That place was utterly inhospitable to ordinary people. Even Tier 1 evolvers dared not venture inside. It seems we have no choice but to go into the mountains. Half an hour later, the RV arrived at Wangjia village. What greeted them was a scene of utter devastation, with pools of blood still fresh on the ground. It was a horrific sight. Especially with the air of Great Xia, the stench was overwhelming. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes as he gazed into the forest. He detected the scent of the Lion King, Kara, along with other lions. Those filthy lions have actually evolved into 3rd-tier beast kings, and those male and female lions have all evolved into 2nd-tier beast kings. Eating people actually accelerates their evolution this much. The thought of lions devouring humans and tigers filled Zhang Feng with even greater fury. One was a human who had brought him good fortune, and the other was his fellow tiger. No matter what, he was determined to wipe out this entire pack of lions. Protect the 2 pet owners, Zhang Feng ordered his subordinate, Dashan. The Tiger King Dashan let out a long roar. He too wanted to join the battle. Zhang Feng patted his subordinate's large head. Protect them well. I'll be back soon. Roar. The Tiger King made his intentions clear. He wanted to go as well. Don't go. You'll only slow me down. Your bones have only just healed. You'd better stay right here. Zhang Feng roared at the 2 pet owners, then charged into the mountains and forests. Chapter 53, Spicy Snacks, I Love Them. Zhang Feng darted into the jungle. The dense underbrush blocked his view, but it couldn't hide the scent of blood. Zhang Feng moved swiftly, following the scent. After about 10 minutes, an evolved snake appeared before him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 5-meter-long gray snake struck an attacking posture toward Zhang Feng. Spicy strips, I love them. A little snack one hurt, though it's a bit too skinny. With a delighted swipe of his claw, Zhang Feng crushed the giant snake's skull, then began skinning it and devouring the flesh. This was an evolved snake tempered by mana. Its muscles were incredibly firm and even quite delicious. I could use a few dozen of these spicy snacks. In just a few bites, Zhang Feng devoured the gray snake, which weighed nearly 30 pounds. That stinky lion left over 4 hours ago. I wonder if I'll be able to catch up to it tonight. He had a tracking device attached to his ear that could send out a signal. Once he killed a pack of stinky lions, he could wait for his owner to come pick him up. After finishing the spicy strips, Zhang Feng continued on his way. On the main road, Anqi tracked Zhang Feng's location and drove to follow him. However, the trees in Great Xia were now extremely tall, and many rural paths had vanished, replaced by thickets and trees. This situation would only grow worse. It was highly likely that towns and villages would disappear, leaving only cities behind. The capital. Zheng Long, director of the Special Affairs Bureau, was also closely monitoring Zhang Feng's movements. "I hope the Tiger King can kill that Lion King Kara. He has wasted far too much of our energy." Director, the safe zone in the western region has been attacked by rats. Zheng Long frowned. An attack by rats? That would inevitably disrupt their progress. Notify Su Wei and have him go to take command of the western safe zone. Yes, Director. Zheng Long remained in Kyoto, handling one matter after another. Director, a terrifying sea beast has appeared in the South China Sea. It destroyed the nearby docks, and hundreds have perished. Zheng Long looked at the data again and shuddered instantly. This sea beast was a fish, but it had mutated. A species that normally lacks limbs now had 4 protrusions on its abdomen. Was it evolving into a reptile? Zheng Long couldn't imagine the consequences. If that were the case, everyone in the coastal cities would have to be relocated inland. Currently, over 90% of high-tech weapons were ineffective, and as time went on, the remaining heavy artillery would also become scrap metal, rendering them useless against such colossal beasts. A crisis, a massive crisis. Great Xia has a population of 2.4 billion, with 700 to 800 million living in coastal cities. There are also several islands overseas, home to tens of millions more. Fortunately, most of the people on the islands had returned to the mainland in advance, otherwise, they would be in grave danger now. It looks like we'll have to relocate. Blue Star is expanding, and the mana grows denser with each passing day. Effective measures must be taken in advance. Great Xia is changing this rapidly, and so are the other nations of Blue Star. The pace of change is staggering. The elite of Kangaroo Nation have all fled to Lighthouse Nation. Those remaining in the southern hemisphere are simply waiting to die. After the elite of Kangaroo Nation fled to Lighthouse Nation, Kangaroo Nation was completely overrun by kangaroos and other evolved beasts. Every day, these evolved beasts are evolving and growing stronger. Their bodies are becoming increasingly massive, and their rate of evolution far surpasses that of humans. There's one more thing: after evolving, they become even more ferocious, with a particular fondness for devouring weaker creatures. Many people have captured footage of evolved beasts eating people and posted it online. So terrifying. A cobra over 10 meters long has appeared here. That's nothing. In our southwestern region, a giant python over 30 meters long appeared, apparently from Jade Nation. It's terrifying. Damn, a 3-meter-long centipede showed up here. It's pitch black and absolutely terrifying. That's nothing. Up here on the plateau, wolves roam in packs and specifically target us humans. That golden eagle king is even scarier. Do you guys know? It's already destroyed several planes. I don't know if they were fighter jets or not, but they crashed into the valley. I'm shaking in my boots right now. What's up with that giant python king? Does anyone know? Haven't seen any videos of it in ages. Haven't seen any. No idea where the giant python king is now. Pythons shed their skin. Maybe the giant python king went to shed its skin. Damn, shedding its skin? Doesn't that mean it's getting even bigger? Numerous Great Xia netizens voiced their opinions, but the number of people commenting online was dwindling simply because internet connections had been cut off in many areas, and countless people had died in accidents. At that moment, Yunshui Residential Complex, Lingcheng, Great Xia. Lily scrolled through DY and saw countless evolved beasts. It was terrifying, and she was filled with dread. This world was no longer what it used to be. It had become a place of extreme danger where the slightest misstep could cost you your life. In the past, a group of boys would fawn over her every day, bringing her breakfast, buying her bubble tea, and waiting downstairs for 3 or 4 hours. Now, not a single boy was left to court her. Nowadays, everyone was fawning over evolvers. Lily saw Anchi, the zookeeper from Qingshan Wildlife Park. She saw how beautiful Anchi had become after evolving, with millions of people watching her livestream simultaneously. She couldn't take it anymore. No way. I, Lily, am going to become an evolver too. I'll become a queen and make those loser guys lick my feet. Lily resolved fiercely, Dad, go get some spirit fruits. I'm going to become an evolver too. Lilia's father, Li Quan, was a Tier 1 evolver with a strength of 1 ton, but compared to those massive evolved beasts, he was like a child next to an adult. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Li Quan explained, Lily, it's extremely dangerous out there right now. That Lion King, Kara, has arrived in Lingcheng with over 40 lions. We can't just go out like that. Besides, spirit fruits grow in the outskirts and even deep in the mountains they're very hard to find. Spirit fruits are even rarer than mana crystals, though since they grow on trees, they're somewhat easier to locate. But there's a catch, places where spirit fruits grow are usually home to evolved beasts. These evolved beasts are no longer afraid of sniper rifles or machine guns, so even for the Security Bureau, harvesting those spirit fruits isn't an easy task. Dad, it won't be dangerous. Just go find a few spirit fruits for me. If I don't evolve, even a mosquito could kill me, Lily urged. She was desperate to become an evolver. Seeing his daughter like this, Li Quan couldn't help but sigh. All right then. I'll go look for some spirit fruits in the outskirts. You and your mom stay inside the tin shack, don't go out. Okay, Dad. Go on now, Lily urged. Li Quan left the tin shack and drove his small car toward the outskirts. Lily was overjoyed. I, Lily, am about to become an evolver. Anchi, who do you think you are, kicking me out of the livestream? Once I, Lily, evolve, I'll definitely be more beautiful than you, and I'll steal all your viewers. The more Lily thought about it, the more excited she became, patiently waiting for her dad to return triumphantly. Chapter 54, A Foolhardy Act. Li Quan drove his small car at a steady pace out of Lingcheng's city center and into the suburbs. These days, the world was changing rapidly. Some of the greenery in the outskirts had turned into 2-meter-tall shrubs. Hidden within these shrubs were spirit fruits. In the past, people had picked spirit fruits from these shrubs, consumed them, and become evolvers. Li Quan had become an evolver by eating jujubes from his own tree. Although those jujubes weren't spiritual fruits, they contained a trace of mana. He ate them all and eventually succeeded in evolving into an evolver. As for his daughter, Lily, she had returned too late. The jujubes were already gone. Now, if she wanted to become an evolver, he had no choice but to come to the outskirts to search for spiritual fruits. He knew exactly where they were most likely to be found. The vineyard. He had picked grapes there before. Even if those grapes hadn't turned into spiritual fruits, they should still carry some mana. If there were enough grapes, they could help someone evolve. With a nervous heart, Li Quan arrived at the vineyard. He was stunned. The grapevines twisted together like coiling dragons, looking utterly terrifying. The vines were covered with sparrows. They were enormous, whereas before he could have easily held one in his hand, these sparrows had grown as large as a child's head, their golden feathers gleaming beautifully. The sparrows have eaten all the grapes. I wonder if there are any left inside? Li Quan desperately wanted to go in, but the weeds were too thick, and he didn't know if venomous snakes or insects lurked in the thickets. Even as a Tier 1 evolver with physical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people, he couldn't withstand the venom of evolved snakes and insects. Li Quan hesitated. Suddenly, the sparrows let out a loud, shrill chirping and took flight en masse. They were in a state of panic. Li Quan's expression changed, and he immediately sped off in his car. He was a very cautious man. Although he hadn't seen what was inside, he fled without hesitation. After driving 2 kilometers away, Li Quan glanced in the rearview mirror. That single glance sent a chill down his spine. A dozen male lions were charging toward him at breakneck speed, the distance between them closing rapidly. Boom! Li Quan slammed the accelerator to the floor. He was terrified each of those dozen or so male lions could kill him in an instant. The Lion King Kara has arrived, leading a pride into Lingcheng's city center. I must get my wife and daughter out of here. That was the only thought in Li Quan's mind. As for whether he'd lead the pride into the main city, that was no longer a concern of his. 200 yards. Li Quan drove the car straight out for 200 yards. As an evolver, his control far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even at such high speeds, he still had the vehicle firmly under his command. Damn it, this car is absolute junk. Behind the car, in addition to the dozen or so male lions, there was a one-eyed lion king and over 30 female lions following close behind. The scar on Kara's left eye, the one Jiang Foam had torn to shreds, had now vanished. If not for the fact that the eye remained tightly shut, one would never have guessed that the Lion King Kara had ever been injured there. He strode along at a leisurely pace, following the male lions without haste, walking alongside the female lions. The 30-plus lionesses were also enormous, each over 3 meters long and weighing more than 800 pounds. The dozen or so male lions raced ahead, keeping pace with the speeding vehicle. In less than 15 minutes, Li Quan returned to his home in Linshire and called out for his daughter and wife. A middle-aged woman emerged from the tin-roofed shack. Seeing her husband so agitated, she asked, "Li Quan, what's wrong? Where's our daughter? Hurry up and get her out here." Li Quan was frantic with worry. "She went shopping for clothes with her best friend," Li Quan's wife replied. Li Quan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "What? Shopping for clothes at a time like this? She's crazy." Seeing her husband in such a state, Li Quan's wife also grew anxious. "What's going on? The Lion King has brought the lions." Li Quan lowered his voice. "What? The lion? Get in the car. Where's our daughter? She should be in that little shop up ahead. V-room." Li Quan slammed his foot on the gas, and the car shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. "Where is she?" Li Quan was on the verge of losing his mind. He couldn't get through on the phone, and his texts weren't going through. Soon, Lion King Kara would be here. Li Quan had no choice but to shout. As an evolver, even though Li Quan was only a Tier 1 evolver, his voice carried with extraordinary volume. Half a minute later, a young woman emerged from a makeshift leisure club housed in a converted tin shack. "Li. Dad, what's wrong?" Li asked. Li Quan's expression changed. He didn't know how his daughter had ended up here, but he had no time to ask. "Get in the car quickly, the lion is coming." "What? The lion is coming?" Li was startled and quickly got into the car. "Li." A girl came out and shouted, but unfortunately, the car had already sped off into the distance. "Roar!" Just as the girl hesitated, a roar startled her into a daze. That sound seemed to reverberate deep within her heart, majestic and terrifying. Instantly, a yellow liquid appeared beneath the girl. "Run! The lions are coming!" Crackle! Everyone was terrified and fled in a panic. SSSS. Just how terrifying is the power of a male lion? Even before they evolve, they can generate a force of about 800 to 900 kilograms. Upon their first evolution, they can generate a force of 5 to 6 tons, and upon their second evolution, they can generate a force of over 20 tons. The terror was boundless, several times that of a same-tier evolver. Now, forget ordinary people, even a second-tier evolver was nothing more than an ant in their presence. Moreover, their speed was extreme, with a peak speed exceeding 100 yards per second. It was yet another living hell. Up ahead, Li Quan was driving with his wife and daughter, trying to escape Lingcheng. However, when they reached a bridge, they were horrified to discover it had collapsed. The bridge was gone. Their path forward was cut off. "Dad, take a different route." "Hurry!" Li shouted impatiently. "This is madness, utter madness." The male lions were closing in from behind. Frustrated by his daughter's shouts, Li Quan turned the wheel and veered to the left. Roar! Another terrifying roar echoed through the air. Throughout Lingcheng, everyone who heard the lioness roar trembled in fear. It was utterly terrifying. They huddled in corners, not daring to breathe a single breath. Some adults clamped their hands over their children's mouths. Even the mouths of infants were covered. The slaughter continued. Li Quan drove his vehicle, intending to take a back road to escape Lingcheng. However, he hadn't gone far before he slammed on the brakes. Ahead, a majestic lion strode along the riverbank. Its golden mane hung nearly to the ground, and with one eye closed, it looked utterly terrifying. Behind it were dozens of lionesses. Almost everyone recognized this male lion, the Lion King, Kara. Li Quan never would have dreamed that taking a detour would lead him to encounter the Lion King, Kara. For a moment, everything fell silent. Li Quan even forgot to put the car in reverse. He didn't dare breathe a single breath. "Hurry up, Dad, hurry up!" Lily screamed in terror. That scream immediately startled the pride. King Kara continued to advance quietly toward them, while behind him, two lionesses lunged toward the car. A murderous aura engulfed the area. The terror was boundless. Lily wet herself again. Roar! On the opposite bank of the river, another epic-sized beast appeared, the Super Tiger King. Zhang Feng had arrived. Accelerating, leaping. Chapter 55, The Battle of the Lion and the Tiger. Who was the true king? Zhang Feng faced Lion King Kara once again. Both colossal beasts were over 5 meters long with their tails included. They measured 6 meters. This time, Lion King Kara did not flee but chose to confront Zhang Feng head-on. The venomous hatred had vanished from his gaze, replaced by nothing but coldness and ruthlessness. His powerful limbs gripped the ground firmly. There was no one left to frighten him. The car was trapped between Zhang Feng and Lion King Kara. With a single swipe, the two female lions, each over 3 meters long, shattered the car door to pieces. This sent the three people inside into a frenzy of screams. "Help! Help! Who's he? Big Tiger, come save us!" Lily, overcome with terror, screamed for help. Lily's parents were also shouting for help at the top of their lungs. Zhang Feng saw this but paid no attention. He recognized this girl. She had once visited the Qingshan Wildlife Park and claimed that tigers were inferior to lions, calling him a tiger dog, and he remembered that well. If she had merely said tigers were inferior to lions, he wouldn't have been angry, but calling him a tiger dog was an insult, and that made him furious. The two lionesses attacking her gave him the perfect opportunity to act. "Big Tiger, save me! Divine Tiger, come save me!" Lily watched in terror as the lionesses dragged her parents out of the car. She was so terrified that her body shook violently, and the yellow liquid gushed out uncontrollably. "Dog Tiger, dead Tiger, you'll definitely be killed by Lion King Kara, who'll skin you and tear you limb from limb." With that final curse, Lily's throat was bitten through by the lionesses, and her body was torn to pieces. Zhang Feng still didn't move. He sensed a threat emanating from the Lion King Kara. It wasn't overwhelming, but it could still harm him. How was that possible? He had been constantly consuming mana crystals and spirit fruits, evolving 3 times. He was the undisputed 3rd-tier evolved beast king. Moreover, the amount of mana required for his evolution was colossal, far exceeding that of other tiger kings, at least 5 times more, let alone those of smaller animals. This Lion King Kara's fundamental essence was absolutely no match for his own. Even though she had become a pinnacle among 3rd-tier beast kings by devouring humans, she was still far inferior to him. Yet despite this, he still sensed a threat emanating from Lion King Kara. What could be the reason? Roar! Lion King Kara let out a low growl. The other lionesses slowly backed away, yet they still bared their teeth at Zhang Feng. Lion King Kara stared at Zhang Feng without a trace of fear. The showdown had begun. Zhang Feng braced himself. No matter what, he had to be cautious. After all, Lion King Kara had over 30 lionesses behind him, and there were more than a dozen male lions nearby. If he were seriously injured, it would be extremely dangerous. It was truly hard to imagine how Lion King Kara had become so terrifying. There was no one on this riverbank, but on the opposite bank, a motorhome appeared. Anchi had followed the tracker all the way to the riverbank and happened to witness the scene. She quickly pulled out her phone and began filming. Tiger King Dashan was being held tightly by Yutong to prevent him from charging forward, while a trembling Samoyed dog named Snow stood nearby. The two peak-tier, 3rd-stage evolved beast kings were incredibly powerful. Tiger King Dashin was only a second stage evolved Beast King and wasn't he in peak condition. If he charged recklessly, Lion King Kara would simply tear him to pieces. Under this terrifying aura, the surroundings fell completely silent. Even the ants and spiders dared not move a muscle. In the nearby bushes, 2 rabbits had already stopped breathing. They had died of sheer terror. Zhang Feng stared at Lion King Kara. He had originally intended to wait for Kara to strike first so he could counterattack, but Kara was extremely composed, so calm it was unlike any lion, far surpassing even ordinary humans, and truly terrifying. Since you won, make the first move, I will. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a furious roar that shook the surroundings like a bolt from the blue. The earth seemed to tremble slightly. It was a roar that shook the very mountains and rivers. His limbs moved with divine speed as he charged rapidly toward the Lion King Kara. His speed far surpassed that of the Harmony Express. This was the instantaneous speed of a third-tier evolved Beast King at the peak of his power. Roar! The Lion King Kara let out a furious roar and charged toward Zhang Feng with equal ferocity, though his speed fell short. His single eye radiated the utmost coldness and wisdom. The furious roars of these 2 mightiest Beast Kings truly startled everyone within a radius of dozens of miles. Anchi, Yutong, and the 2 drivers were the most shocked of all. They found it hard to breathe, feeling as if a massive stone were pressing down on their hearts, heavy and oppressive. They dared not even breathe a single breath or blink an eye, hoping only that their Tiger King, Panda, could defeat Lion King Kara. In the blink of an eye, the 2 colossal beasts clashed for the second time at the Qingshan Wildlife Park's tiger enclosure more than a month after their first encounter. SSSSH. Zhang Feng swiped his claw at Lion King Kara's right eye, determined to blind the lion. Lion King Kara lowered his head, his claws slashing violently at Zhang Feng's neck, while his gaping jaws snapped toward him. Rip! Zhang Feng's claws slashed fiercely across Lion King Kara's cheek and nose. In an instant, Lion King Kara's face was drenched in blood. Lion King Kara couldn't even get close to biting Zhang Feng's neck. He'd even taken another slap from Zhang Feng. This was the gap between them. Even though Lion King Kara had evolved 3 times, his claws and forelimbs were no match for Zhang Feng's, who had also evolved 3 times in either strength or reach. Zhang Feng sensed that if he attacked with full force, he could kill this lion within 3 rounds. Yet he felt a sense of danger. It seemed as though Lion King Kara still had terrifying power yet to be unleashed. How could that be? What on earth was going on? Never mind. Zhang Feng continued his attack, but held back the majority of his strength, vigilantly guarding against Lion King Kara's strikes. King Lion Kara took another claw strike from Zhang Feng. Half his face was nearly torn to shreds. He had given it his all, yet he was still no match for this tiger who had gouged out one of his eyes. Roar! King Lion Kara roared furiously once more, and then, the eye that Zhang Feng had gouged out opened a slit. A life-threatening crisis loomed. A strange light shot out from Lion King Kara's left eye. Zhang Feng's mind was shaken to the core. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised both massive paws to block the beam's path. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Scorching heat, excruciating pain. A strange energy surged from his paws into his body, a force so powerful, terrifying, and ferocious. Roar! Zhang Feng roared in fury, channeling the power within his body to forcibly expel the foreign, violent energy from his system, then charged toward Lion King Kara. He could no longer sense any danger, which meant this was Lion King Kara's final trump card. The strange light emitted from his blind eye, had it struck his skull, he would have been severely wounded. It was too strange. It was like a divine power from mythology. After the Lion King Kara released that strange light from his left eye, he staggered slightly. Seeing that he hadn't killed Zhang Feng, he immediately fled rapidly backward, letting out a long, piercing roar. More than 30 lionesses, fearless of death, charged toward Zhang Feng. Get out of my way! Zhang Feng was enraged. He clawed 2 second-tier lionesses to death, but felt excruciating pain. One of his paws was severely injured, and the other had sustained a minor wound. His left front paw, in particular, had been pierced by the beam emitted by Lion King Kara, while his right paw had been slightly scorched. However, even with 2 lionesses dead, the rest continued to pounce fiercely at Zhang Feng. Damn it, I'll take you all out first. Chapter 56, System, Do You Have a Wife? Zhang Feng's tiger tail was like an iron whip, even more terrifying than one. Though his front paws were injured, he could still kill lionesses, and his tail was powerful enough to take down male lions. There were over 30 lionesses and more than a dozen lions, all second-tier evolved beasts. The lions were the kings among the evolved beasts. They sensed that Zhang Feng's claws had been severely injured by their king and immediately launched their attack. Roar! The low growls were incessant as those terrifying claws lashed out fiercely at Zhang Feng. Bunch of trash! Even with his forepaw injured, Zhang Feng showed no fear in the face of a pack of Tier 2 lions. With every strike, Lions met a gruesome end at the hands of his claws and tail. His left forepaw was bleeding profusely, so he had to finish this quickly. Crack! Zhang Feng crushed a lioness spine with his teeth, then shattered another male lioness spine with his right paw. Next, his tail struck a male lion that was about to attack from behind, knocking it unconscious. Apart from the Lion King Kara, no lion could withstand a single blow from him. Even wounded, slaughtering these second-tier lions was as easy as killing chickens or dogs. Roar! From the distant mountains and forests, a roar pierced the sky. In the next instant, 8 male lions and 23 female lions fled. They no longer wished to fight Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng did not pursue them. His left forepaw was severely injured, and he could not run freely. Claim 2 Zhu fruits. Claim 1 bone forging pill and 1 wood restoring pill. The wood restoration pill was also a low-grade elixir, brimming with life force. His palm had been pierced, though it was only a small hole. The injury was severe. He recalled that as Lion King Kara fled, his blind eye had emitted a mysterious beam of light before snapping shut instantly. Moreover, Kara had staggered a few steps, nearly falling. Clearly, releasing such a beam inflicted terrifying damage on Kara himself. Zhang Feng now understood the Lion King Kara's composure and calmness. He realized why Great Xia had failed to eliminate this Lion King despite numerous ambushes. He was too clever. At the slightest sign of danger, he would immediately flee deep into the mountains, while the lionesses and male lions blocked the retreat route for him. Such a terrifying third-tier evolved beast king was virtually impossible for anyone to kill. Zhang Feng touched the king character on his forehead and thought to himself, what exactly is that beam? Also, the king character on my forehead seems a bit off. Panda, are you okay? Anchi shouted from the other side of the river. Just moments ago, during Panda's duel with the Lion King Kara, she had been struck by something that pierced her left front paw. It had terrified Anchi to death. She had thought Panda, whom she had raised from a cub, was about to be killed by the Lion King Kara. But the next moment, Lion King Kara staggered away into the distance. Immediately, a large group of lionesses attacked Panda. A minute later, 15 male lions burst out of a nearby enclosure and surrounded Panda. This gave her another huge scare. Immediately after, Panda swept through the pack like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, killing 7 male lions and over a dozen female lions, truly stunning her. So Panda was this formidable. Zhang Feng waved his paw, signaling that he was fine. His wounds had stopped bleeding and were healing rapidly. It was just a pity he hadn't managed to kill the lioness Kara. Looking at the 3 lionesses still howling in agony, Zhang Feng swiped his paw, putting them out of their misery. Ignoring the lions' corpses, Zhang Feng leaped into the river and dove to the bottom. Less than half a minute later, there was a splash. Zhang Feng broke the surface, his gaping maw clutching a slimy eel. It could hardly be called an eel anymore. It was over 2 meters long and weighed more than 20 pounds. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Zhang Feng devoured the massive eel right there, then dove back into the water in search of more food. He was starving. The fight with Lion King Kara and the other lions had drained him of too much energy. Although he'd eaten 2 Zhu fruits and some elixirs, he was still hungry. A minute later, Zhang Feng broke the surface again. This time, he was actually holding a fish in his mouth. A carp. Huge, no less than 60 pounds. Such is the river in the central eastern region of Great Xia. It's teeming with giant carp. Once ashore, Zhang Feng began devouring the carp. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His tiger companion, Dashan, arrived as well, edging close to Zhang Feng and tucking into the carp without hesitation. The two massive tigers ate the carp down to the bones, yet they were still not full. Zhang Feng jumped back into the river, diving in with a mighty splash. One after another, Dayu after Dayu was flung onto the shore by Zhang Feng. There was no beef to eat now, so fish would have to do. He still missed the taste of beef, it was truly delicious. A full 5 giant carp. Zhang Feng climbed out of the water and was just about to prepare the carp when his two pet owners arrived. "Panda, you're injured. Let us apply some medicine," Anqi and Yutong said, ready to tend to Zhang Feng. "What medicine?" "Just give me a massage," Zhang Feng growled. Shaking the water droplets off his body and devouring 2 mana-infused carp, Zhang Feng lay down on a rock and began to enjoy the massage from his pet owners. Anqi worked hard to massage Zhang Feng, while Yutong brushed his fur. Zhang Feng felt incredibly comfortable. Life was really good right now. If he'd had this kind of treatment in his past life, he wouldn't have died of exhaustion. Claim half a caddy of mid-grade mana crystals. Another wave of warmth coursed through his body, tempering it. What exactly was that divine light emitted by the blind Lion King Kara? It actually pierced right through my palm. Could it be a life-bound divine ability? That shouldn't be possible. He hadn't even awakened his own life-bound divine ability yet. How could a stinking lion have awakened one? Besides, it's still up in the air whether this innate ability even exists. And Kara can't actually open his eyes. The light emitted from his left eye seems to have drained his vitality. He can't use that ability too often. I wonder what the reason is. Right, he has a system. He could ask it. System, has that Lion King Kara awakened his innate ability? Esteemed host, this question requires a payment of 10,000 iron chests. Do you wish to proceed? 10,000 iron chests for a single question? System, have you gone mad with greed? System, why is Kara so intelligent? Zhang Feng pressed on. Esteemed host, this question requires a payment of 100 iron chests, right? Fine. Zhang Feng agreed. Honored host, this question. System, stop beating around the bush. Spit it out already. Zhang Feng said bluntly. Honored host, answering this question requires 1 million iron chests. Zhang Feng. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Zhang Feng was furious. One question actually cost 1 million iron chests? This system was clearly obsessed with money. System, do you have a wife? System. I knew you didn't have a wife, Zhang Feng snorted. System. Zhang Feng finally understood, this Lion King Kara had a massive secret. Why was Lion King Kara so clever? A single question actually cost 1 million iron chests. What secret could possibly lie behind this? Lion King Kara, it seems you really aren't that easy to kill. Chapter 57, Realm, Breathing Technique. Half a month. Zhang Feng spent half a month recuperating in Ling City. His palm was completely healed, and his strength had grown considerably, though he had not yet become a 4th-tier evolved beast king. From his pet owner, he learned that in the ancient times of Great Xia, there were super generals with strength to uproot mountains and a presence that overshadowed the world. Great Xia also left behind some breathing techniques, which had been passed down from ancient times. There were even myths about divine beasts such as the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. According to the records, the ancients were able to cultivate precisely because of mana. Those breathing techniques were the cultivation methods themselves. The first realm of cultivation is awakening. Awakening is a major realm that refines the body, purifies impurities within it, and awakens the ancient, mysterious factors slumbering within. In the eyes of the people of Great Xia, they are the descendants of the dragon, possessing the bloodline of ancient beings within their bodies. This requires the removal of impurities from the body. This is evolution. According to ancient texts, he is at the 3rd level of awakening, but he is far more powerful than a human at the 3rd level of awakening. There are 9 levels of awakening, so he must evolve 9 times. Following awakening comes the realm of shackles. Shackles, breaking free from one's own shackles and aspiring to become a dragon. Once the shackles are broken, it is a metamorphosis of the very essence of life. Everything can be described as the evolution of life, essence of further evolution upon the first great realm. Cultivation is evolution, the metamorphosis of life is evolution, every process of ascending is evolution. Through his pet owner, Zhang Feng learned what cultivation at the Tier 1 level entailed. His pet owner was truly reliable, he told him everything. Break free from the shackles, gaze upon the starry sky. It seems that once I've evolved 9 times, realized my own shackles, and finally broken free from them, I'll be able to fly briefly. System, what comes after the shackles realm? You're not going to ask for more money, are you? System. Esteemed host, what follows the shackles realm is the ascension stage. Ascension stage? What kind of realm is that? Esteemed host, you are far too distant from the ascension stage. Please do not set your sights too high. Zhang Feng bared his teeth. The system actually looked down on him? So what if it's the ascension stage? He was determined to reach it. He continued devouring mana crystals, evolving as quickly as possible, and comprehending his own shackles. He hadn't expected cultivation to involve so many intricacies. Panda, have you rested well? Anchi asked. Zhang Feng let out a woof. Over the past half-month, Lion King Kara had vanished without a trace, hiding in some remote mountain wilderness. Even the 30 or so lions had disappeared, no longer appearing in human sight. Despite Great Xia taking enormous risks and dispatching numerous helicopters to search, they could not find them. He and his owner had stayed in Lingcheng so he could properly recover from his injuries. That Special Affairs Office had even sent over a large quantity of precious spiritual fruits. In truth, his injuries were nothing serious. His storage compartment was still stocked with plenty of spiritual fruits, elixirs, and mana crystals, even mid-grade ones. He wondered if the silver treasure chest might yield any high-grade mana crystals. The low-grade mana crystals produced by this system far surpassed the quality of those found in the soil of Great Xia. He had given all the mana crystals he found to his tiger brother Dashan, reserving the system-produced ones for his own use. Alright, have you found Lion King Kara yet? Zhang Feng stood up. Having gone half a month without dueling a powerful opponent, he felt as if his bones had grown rusty. Anchi, of course, didn't understand Zhang Feng's question. She pulled out her phone and opened a video. Panda, this is a giant python over 35 meters long, 7 times your size. Can you handle it? They're devouring humans like crazy. Anchi gestured as she spoke, even comparing herself to one of the humans being devoured. When Zhang Feng saw the giant python in the video, his eyes lit up. He loved it. Spicy snacks. Super-sized spicy snacks, and not just one. He was thrilled. Completely thrilled. Of course, no problem. Don't let their size fool you, they're just oversized spicy snacks. Seeing how excited Zhang Feng was, Anchi immediately realized he wasn't afraid of these giant snakes at all. Back when Zhang Feng was still a second-tier Tiger King, he could instantly kill a giant snake over 10 meters long. Now that he is a third-tier Tiger King, taking out these giant snakes from the Jade Nation shouldn't be a problem. The provinces and cities in the southwest have already fled to the northwest because of the giant snakes. Who knows how many people have died along the way. Human lives were treated as cheap as grass, but fortunately, she had become a second-tier evolver, with strength reaching 2 tons. Typically, male second-tier evolvers possess around 8 tons of strength, while female second-tier evolvers have about 5 tons. With only 2 tons of her own, she was practically the weakest of the weak. However, her strength had been steadily increasing, and her bones were growing stronger, hard as rock. Alright, Panda, Dashan, let us go kill that giant python, Anchi and Yutong said excitedly. The RV started up and headed toward the southwest. Anchi opened her live stream again. Hello everyone, good afternoon. A crowd quickly flooded into the stream, though it was nowhere near as large as before. Wow, Miss Anchi has gotten even prettier. Miss Yutong looks even prettier too. Miss Anchi, haven't you found Lion King Kara yet? Anchi's expression grew somber. As long as Lion King Kara was alive, he could harm people at any moment. However, after Panda and Kara had fought fiercely last time, Kara Hen-T appeared again, which was a good sign, indicating that Lion King Kara had been seriously injured and dared not show his face. Friends, ever since Lion King Kara was severely wounded by Panda last time, he hasn't been seen since. I have no idea where he fled to. If any of you spot the Lion King, please let me know immediately. We'll definitely let Miss Anchi know. Miss Anchi, I have some good news for you. I've become a Tier 1 Evolver. I've become a Tier 1 Evolver too. A Tier 2 Evolver passing by. The words "a Tier 2 Evolver passing by" caused the entire chat to go silent. Tier 1 Evolvers are already rare. The Great Xia government has officially announced that, barring any accidents, Tier 1 Evolvers can live to be 120 years old. Tier 2 Evolvers, in theory, can live to be 150 years old. That's terrifying. Plus, a Tier 2 Evolver's strength reaches 8 tons. That's superhuman. Anchi saw this comment and quickly said, "Congratulations to Dayu on becoming a Tier 2 Evolver." Damn, Dayu, how did you become a Tier 2 Evolver? Tell us fast. Dayu, I'll warm your bed for you if you tell me how to become a Tier 2 Evolver. Dayu, I love you. In an instant, 600,000 viewers were all asking how to become a second Tier Evolver. Dayu, you guys are so stupid. Didn't the official channels release the breathing techniques? Just practice them. Why are you asking me? The official channels had released several breathing techniques half a month ago, capable of absorbing and refining mana. However, these breathing techniques require practice. Many people didn't know where to start or were too lazy to practice, so they just ate spirit fruits and some rat meat. But that was a waste. When they ate those spirit fruits, 90% of the mana would leak out of their bodies, and only 10% was absorbed. This was because they hadn't cultivated a breathing technique suited to them. Dayu, what breathing technique are you practicing? I want to practice it too. Dayu, hurry up and tell us what breathing technique you're practicing. Everyone asked in unison, convinced that Dayu's breathing technique was the best. Dayu, damn, I'm speechless. Fine, I'll tell you, I'm practicing the black turtle breathing technique. Go practice it yourselves. What? The black turtle breathing technique? I've tried it, it's useless. Dayu, are you pulling our leg? Yeah, Dayu, the black turtle breathing technique is just a turtle's breathing technique. How could that help anyone evolve? A flood of skeptical comments appeared in the live chat. Seeing this, Anchi immediately spoke up, "Everyone, Dayu is probably telling the truth. Although the black turtle breathing technique is ordinary, it's suitable for everyone. If you want to evolve, you really need to diligently practice the breathing technique officially released by the authorities." Miss Anchi, what breathing technique do you practice? Right, Miss Anchi, we want to know what breathing technique you practice? Anchi looked at the comments and smiled. I also practice the Tai Chi breathing technique published by the government. If you're willing to learn it, you can too. What? The Tai Chi breathing technique? Only old men practice that kind of breathing technique, it's so slow. The Tai Chi breathing technique? I'd rather practice the black turtle breathing technique. Just as Anchi was chatting with the audience, DYS top tier streamer Know-It-All appeared. Know-It-All is arguably the most popular streamer since Mana's debut. He had gained massive fame by compiling the Evolved Beast rankings based on various data comparisons. Anchi, sweetie, can you point the camera directly at Tiger King Panda's belly? Anchi froze for a moment. Pointing the camera directly at Panda's belly was definitely out of the question. She tried it last time, and Panda had rolled over, looking rather bashful. Why do you want to focus the camera entirely on Panda's belly? Anchi asked. Panda is the Tiger King. I've watched his breathing in videos before. Every instinctive breath he takes feels like thunder rumbling. I sense it's an extremely advanced breathing technique, thousands of times more powerful than that of an ordinary tiger, and far surpassing us humans. If we could master this breathing technique, absorbing mana would undoubtedly be much more effective. Know-It-All's words left everyone stunned. Big shot, is that true? Holy crap, so the ultimate breathing technique is right under Miss Anchi's nose. I bet she hasn't even noticed it. You really are a big shot. Anchi took a closer look at Zhang Feng and noticed that his abdomen was indeed rising and falling in a rhythmic pattern, with a low-pitched vibration emanating from within. If Know-It-all hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have noticed at all. It's incredible. If we could master this breathing technique, it could truly turn countless people into evolvers. Sorry, Know-It-all, Panda doesn't like people looking at his abdomen, and I didn't notice anything unusual about his breathing either. Your guess must be wrong. Know-It-all, looks like I was the one who guessed wrong. Anchi breathed a sigh of relief. She planned to report this to her superiors after all. If it really was a top-tier breathing technique, it had to be handed over to the authorities to maximize its effectiveness. She took another close look at Zhang Feng and Dashan and noticed that Dashan's natural breathing also allowed him to absorb mana quickly, though not nearly as efficiently as Zhang Feng. It really is just as Know-It-all suspected. Panda is different from other tigers. But this is an instinctive breathing pattern for tigers. Could humans learn it? Chapter 58, Big Spicy Stick. 2 days later, the RV carrying Zhang Feng arrived in the southwestern region of Great Xia. The southwestern region used to be a picturesque place with beautiful mountains and rivers, attracting many tourists. Now, however, towering ancient trees were everywhere, and the majestic peaks radiated an overwhelming aura of mana. Amid the dense thickets, rustling sounds rang out from time to time, signs of animals moving through the undergrowth. It wasn't just small creatures, there were even large animals and evolved beasts. Anchi and Yutong broke out in goosebumps. Even though they had become second-tier evolvers, they were still afraid of those unknown creatures. Especially spiders and snakes, mainly because their evolution had been too smooth. They hadn't experienced combat and lacked the mindset of a true warrior. There was no one in this area. Most of the houses had collapsed, and even those that hadn't were cracked. It was a scene of utter desolation. It seemed as though the place had been abandoned for decades, or perhaps it had been transported back tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Zhang Feng lay by the window, observing the scenery around him. The power of the heavens and earth was truly overwhelming. This was supposed to be an era of technological advancement, but the sudden emergence of mana had reduced humanity to its primal state. Due to Blue Star's expansion, changes in the magnetic field, and increased gravity, all that high technology had become useless. Now, developing high-tech again would be at least hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult. But that was for the best. The future belonged to the age of evolution and cultivation, so he likely had nothing to worry about. Still, just lying back and relaxing was the most comfortable option, with a pet owner to wait on him, and some spicy strips to boot. He could already smell the scent of the spicy strips, a fishy, foul odor. That fishy stench was quite potent. No matter how potent it was, in his eyes, it was still spicy strips. Woof woof woof. Zhang Feng barked at his owner, Yutong. He was ready to get out. Yutong got the hint instantly and immediately opened the RV door, while the rest of the group pulled out their video cameras. In this southwestern region that felt like the Stone Age, there was absolutely no signal, so live streaming was out of the question. They could only record the footage and upload it later when they had a connection. The RV followed closely behind Zhang Feng. A few minutes later, the RV arrived at a small village, where the two drivers, Anchi and Yutong, spotted a terrifying evolved beast. A snake, a massive python. Its head was as big as a wash basin, its body thicker than a water barrel. Coiled up, its eyes glared down with an icy coldness. It sensed the RV's approach and turned its gaze toward them. Holy shit, is this Jade Nation's rock python? It's massive. This giant python is easily over 20 meters long. It's even bigger than the Titan python from 58 million years ago. The four swallowed hard, their hearts pounding violently. Can Panda even stand a chance against this colossal python? The drivers worried. Anchi, holding the camera, said, although this rock python is massive, it probably hasn't evolved 3 times yet. It's no match for Panda. The true danger of a giant python lies in its ability to coil and strangle. As long as you aren't wrapped up by it, there is generally little risk. Upon seeing the giant python, Tiger King Dashan also got out of the vehicle. Zhang Feng strolled leisurely toward the giant python. This one was much larger and thicker than the one he killed last time. A larger body naturally meant greater strength, but to him, it was nothing more than a piece of cake. Even if he'd encountered this 20-meter-long giant python a month ago, he could have killed it, let alone now. This giant python should make for a hearty meal. I'm getting tired of eating fish every day. At Jiang Feng's approach, the giant python coiled its body and fixed him with a piercing stare. When they were about 100 meters apart, Jiang Feng accelerated and charged toward the giant python at breakneck speed. Even without giving it his all, he was as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. In just 2 seconds, Jiang Feng was right in front of the giant python. In an instant, a ferocious and terrifying aura engulfed the giant python. The giant python's massive head wavered slightly, as if distracted. The next moment, its vital spots snapped. A piercing screech erupted. The giant python wasn't dead yet. Even with its vital spot snapped by Jiang Feng, it still tried to kill him. Crack! The sound of a watermelon bursting. Jiang Feng bit the giant python's head clean off. Blood spattered everywhere. This was the blood of an evolved beast, a giant python. Back in the safe zone, it would be a precious spiritual treasure, yet now, it flowed freely. The two drivers were stunned. Even though they knew the Tiger King panda was incredibly powerful, they never imagined it would be this formidable, instantly taking down this peak second-tier evolved beast, the rock python. It was terrifying. It seemed even that 30-meter-long third-tier evolved beast rock python wouldn't stand a chance against the Tiger King panda. Fortunately, Tiger King panda doesn't eat people, doesn't attack people, and even helps them. Seeing the rock python's blood pooling on the ground, the two drivers felt a pang of regret. If this had been delivered to the safe zone, it could have allowed at least 10 trainee evolvers to become true Tier 1 evolvers. Safe zones have now been established in the western and northwestern regions, and Great Xia encourages everyone to enter them. It's simply too dangerous out here, and it's getting more dangerous by the minute. Too bad there's no signal. Otherwise, we could called the folks back at the institute to come haul this giant python back. Tiger King Dashin walked up to the giant python and immediately opened his massive jaws to start eating. Jiang Feng didn't care whether the python had eaten people or not. After all, he was eating python meat, not human flesh. The sound of chewing echoed continuously. Anchi, Yutong, and the two drivers watched, unable to resist swallowing hard. The python meat looked so tender and fresh. It must taste amazing. Anchi took out a small knife and cut a piece of python meat weighing over 30 pounds from the giant python, intending to cook it in the RV. However, the two drivers ate it raw right away. Xiao Luo, Xiao Jiang, eating it raw is more nutritious. If we cook it, we'll lose mana, the female driver said. Lan, eat it raw? Anchi looked at the blood-stained python meat, feeling a bit queasy. Yutong felt the same way. I think I'll take mine back to cook it, Anchi said. Cook it? Jiang Feng was thrilled. Although he ate raw meat, he also enjoyed cooked food. Besides, the mana inside this giant python was, to him, neither here nor there. He didn't care about it at all. With a loud rip, Jiang Feng peeled the python's skin off, then tore off several large chunks of meat. He grabbed the meat in his mouth and ran toward the RV. The two drivers were a bit baffled. What was this Tiger King panda up to? Eating cooked food? Anchi was also somewhat surprised. Watching Panda carry 200 or 300 pounds of meat in his mouth, it was clear he wanted her to cook it. Ah, Panda, why do you suddenly like cooked food? Anchi laughed heartily. She knew tigers could eat cooked food, but generally, they wouldn't go out of their way to eat it. Jiang Feng tugged at his owner's hair. Hurry up, you're taking forever. Don't pull my hair, I'll make it for you right away. Anchi quickly set to work preparing the snake soup. As a qualified pet owner, she needed to master exquisite culinary skills. Chapter 59, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth, Attacking the Tiger King. After a hearty meal, the 4 humans and 2 tigers didn't set off but chose to rest instead. A balance of work and rest is the right approach. Jiang Feng was a tiger who loved to lounge around. Having eaten his fill, he naturally wanted to get a good night's sleep. Lying on the roof of the RV, he began to doze off. As night fell, the surroundings grew quiet. Aside from the faint moonlight, there was no other source of light, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Anchi and Yutong slept in the rear compartment of the RV. With the skylight open, they could reach out and touch Panda, which gave them a great sense of security. At their feet lay a Tier 1 snow dog, a samoyed. Anchi, do you think everyone from the southwest has gathered in Yuncheng? Yutong asked in a low voice. Currently, only Yuncheng maintained communication with the outside world. All other regions had lost contact entirely. Anchi shook her head. She didn't know if anyone remained in the northwest beyond Yuncheng. The southwestern region had a population of 60 million in one province alone previously. Over 10 million people had left for the highlands of the western region. The rest remained in the southwest. This time, she had been ordered to bring Tiger King Panda to hunt down those ferocious and brutal evolved beasts, especially the large ones that preyed on humans. Take the giant python they just killed, over 20 meters long. If it had entered a human settlement, almost nothing short of the military or a third-stage evolver could have killed it. And this giant python was merely a peak second-tier evolved beast. This region was home to extremely vicious third-tier evolved beasts. In her phone, there were more than just one 30-meter-long giant python. Yutong, go to sleep. Yu Haven T slept for 2 days. Okay, I'll sleep. The 4 people and 2 tigers drifted off to sleep. The bright full moon began to move. Lying on the roof of the RV, Jiang Feng breathed evenly as faint moonlight and mana seeped into the Wang character on his forehead. With the Wang character on his brow, he exuded an air of majesty and dominance. His black and yellow fur shone even brighter, as smooth as silk. Jiang Feng was unaware of any of this. He slept soundly. In the dead of night, a night that had been utterly silent, a rustling sound suddenly appeared. The sound grew louder and louder. Jiang Feng woke the moment the sound began, but he couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind. He could pinpoint the source of the sound. It was coming from the body of the giant python he had killed. There must be some other creature gnawing on the python's carcass. He didn't want to deal with it. He wanted to sleep. However, the rustling grew louder, accompanied by an increasing number of scurrying sounds. What is that? Jiang Feng opened his wide, round eyes and saw them, rats, seemingly endless, swarming like ants. On the cracked roof, there were even a few rats as big as snow used to be. Rats again. There are massive swarms of rats in Jiangcheng, and here in the southwest too. There really are so many. Don't bother me. I'm going back to sleep. Jiang Feng didn't want to pay any attention to these ant-like rats. Sleep was the most important thing. Jiang Feng didn't want to pay attention, but Snow started barking. Woof, woof, woof. What's wrong? What's going on? Yutong, Anchi, and the 2 drivers woke up immediately. Woof, woof, woof. Snow barked loudly in the direction of the giant python's carcass. Anchi hurriedly shone her flashlight and was horrified. Endless swarms of rats had appeared on the giant python's carcass, gnawing at it. The python had weighed 2 tons. The rats had already devoured more than half of its flesh, but the remaining portion was even heavier. They had planned to eat some of it tomorrow, but now it had been taken over by the rats. Anchi shone the flashlight upward, and a gigantic rat suddenly came into view. What a huge rat, Yutong said in shock. The 2 drivers saw it too, and their hearts skipped a beat. After eating over 10 pounds of the giant python during the day, their bodies had been tempered by mana, strengthening their physical condition and elevating them to the peak of Tier 1 evolvers. All they needed was an opportunity to become Tier 2 evolvers. They had thought they were quite formidable, but upon seeing this endless swarm of rats, both were overcome with fear. The rats, momentarily illuminated by the light, stopped devouring the python's flesh and turned their gaze toward the RV. Silence, oppression, panic. Anchi's heart raced with panic. She was terrified. She shouldn't have been shining the flashlight around recklessly. Yutong felt the same way. Only the samoyed was still barking furiously. Dashan, the tiger who had been sleeping by the RV, had long since awakened. His tiger-like eyes scanned the swarm of rats with utter disdain. Snow's voice cut through the still night sky like a bolt of lightning. Yutong jumped off the bed and clamped the dog's mouth shut, while Anchi turned off the flashlight. Silence returned to the area. Yet the gaze of those countless pairs of eyes still sent shivers down Anchi and Yutong's spines. The rat on the roof was enormous, comparable in size to Snow before its evolution. This was the Rat King, weighing at least 80 pounds, its small eyes glowing red. It saw the two terrifying behemoths, which filled it with dread, yet a burning desire consumed it. If it devoured these two giants, it would surely evolve and even enable many of its kind to evolve as well. The prerequisite was killing these two behemoths. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Rat King gave the order. In the next instant, an endless swarm of rats surged from all directions to attack the two colossal beasts. Jiang Feng stared at the countless rats and finally stood up, a boundless aura of ferocity radiating from him. He was furious. To begin with, he was already annoyed that these ants had dared to snatch the scraps of food he left behind. He hadn't bothered to pay them any mind. But now these ants actually dared to attack him. Vermin! Die! They must die! Roar! The roar shook the earth and the mountains. Evolved beasts within a radius of dozens of miles fled in panic. But the hundreds of rats before Jiang Feng suddenly froze in place. Dead, terrified out of their wits. This was the terror of the king of beasts. Jiang Feng leaped from the roof like the wind, lunging toward the Rat King. Wherever he passed, blood spattered as countless rats were torn to shreds by his claws. On the rooftops, the Rat King let out a shriek and fled at top speed. Thousands of rats, each as big as a cat, charged toward Jiang Feng. However, they were utterly useless. Their sole purpose was to be crushed under Jiang Feng's feet. Whoosh! Jiang Feng smashed through the rooftops and gave chase after the Rat King up the hillside. On the hillside was a large hole, about a meter in diameter, and the Rat King darted straight inside. Jiang Feng couldn't fit through the opening. He stood at the entrance, opened his gaping maw, and channeled all his energy into a furious roar. Roar! This roar was even more terrifying than before, but the sound was directed entirely into the hole. Those outside couldn't sense the horror of it at all. The rolling sound waves killed one rat after another. Inside the cave, there were countless branches. The Rat King entered the largest one. However, within seconds, the sound waves arrived. Thud, 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 thud. Countless rats bled from their 7 orifices. Dead. They had been killed by the terrifying sound waves. In the largest fork, rats as big as 20-pound cats also couldn't withstand the terrifying sound waves. Blood streamed from their nostrils as they collapsed to the ground. The Rat King collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Its face was contorted in rage, its eyes bloodshot. It struggled desperately and crawled into another fork. It was clever. Roar! Another terrifying roar echoed through the cave. The rats hundreds of meters deep were once again struck by a crushing blow. The cave floor was littered with dead rats. At the entrance, Jiang Feng's eyes radiated a murderous aura. Disturbing the great Tiger King's rest is a capital offense. Chapter 60, The Supergiant Python. A crimson sun rose in the east. Dawn had broken. Anchi and Zhong Yutong stepped out of the RV. So many huge rats, they're as big as chickens. Yutong was utterly shocked. These ones are even bigger, over 40 gene each. Terrifying, Anchi said, trembling with fear as she looked at the giant rats on the ground. Thank goodness Panda and Dashan were here. Otherwise, we'd be in real danger. We'd be reduced to nothing but bones. Yutong was still shaken by the ordeal. Just as the two were reflecting on the situation, Yutong's dog, Snow Samayad, suddenly became bold again, barking furiously at the rats' corpses as if ready to fight them to the death. Yutong reached out and grabbed Snow. Okay, Snow, they're all dead. If an evolved beast like a python shows up, then you can go for it. At those words, Snow's whole body shook violently, and he let out a series of whimpering sounds. You're such a wimp. You're already a Tier 1 peak evolved beast, about to reach Tier 2, and you're still so timid. Yutong was frustrated with him. Snow now weighed over 150 pounds, and his teeth were razor sharp. Yesterday, when he was eating python meat, he devoured half a pound in a single bite with ease, yet now that he was asked to fight a python, he was cowering. Anchi recorded a video of the dead rats scattered across the ground, planning to upload it to headquarters once they had a signal. The 4 humans and 2 tigers set off once more. Zhang Feng didn't get into the RV. Instead, he lay on top of it. He gazed at the towering ancient trees all around. Perched in the branches were all sorts of strange and exotic birds, many as large as a fan, and some with wingspans reaching 3 meters. On some trees, there were also plenty of snakes, hissing SSSSSSSSS. They had truly entered the age of the wilds. Ordinary people simply couldn't survive here. Even Tier 1 evolvers would likely struggle, and Tier 2 evolvers could barely scrape by. However, with the massive human population, every day saw many trainee evolvers becoming Tier 1 evolvers, and Tier 1 evolvers advancing to Tier 2. He also noticed something else: the stronger a person was, the more sincere likes they could give him each day. That great Xiao war god, Sui, even though he hadn't become a loyal fan, could light up over 30 red hearts for him every day. That was pretty awesome. Ordinary people couldn't even light up a single red heart in a day. There were also 2 pet owners who could light up over a dozen red hearts for him daily. It wasn't just humans. Dashin could also light up a few red hearts for him every day. Judging by strength, Dashin's power should be on par with that great Xiao war god Sui, yet he only provides 1/10 as many sincere likes. That is far too few. Zhang Feng couldn't help but suspect that this fellow tiger was a bit of a dimwit. Apart from a few fellow tigers, there were no other evolved beasts capable of giving him sincere likes. Looks like I'll have to go where there are people, Zhang Feng thought to himself. The RV continued to wind through the towns, but these towns had long since been deserted. The hard concrete had cracked, and grass and weeds had sprouted from the fissures, growing with remarkable tenacity. The RV was forced to drive slowly. Houses that once commanded astronomical prices were now nothing but ruins, reduced to worthless rubble. Land was worthless now, and the landscape was constantly shifting, expanding ever wider. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the dilapidated houses, Zhang Feng spotted wild cats and dogs darting about. They glared menacingly at the RV, but the moment they spotted Zhang Feng inside, they immediately turned and fled in terror. This southwestern region had always been a paradise for animals, and even more so after humans had left. There were far too many animals, including many evolved beasts. Most of them had evolved. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 2. Zhang Feng could sense the ranks of creatures within a 300-meter radius. As long as they didn't hide their auras, he could detect them. What exactly is this king character on my forehead? I always feel like it's hiding something. I wonder if becoming a Tier 4 Tiger King will allow me to uncover its secrets. The RV drove through the small town and arrived at the banks of a river. The river was raging and surging. Who knew what dangers lurked within the turbulent waters? The bridge had already collapsed, so the RV had no choice but to cross through the water. Suddenly, strange ripples appeared on the river's surface. Zhang Feng stared intently with wide eyes. Scales the size of small basins, an unimaginably massive creature. A giant python. A colossal python. This python was likely nearly 40 meters long. Zhang Feng was stunned. Not out of fear, but with delight. What a massive snack. He desperately wanted to jump right in and fight this giant python, but it seemed a bit dangerous. He had to find a way to lure it ashore. Although he was only a little over 5 meters long and this python was nearly 40 meters long, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He hadn't even exerted himself fully when he killed that 20-meter-long python yesterday, so dealing with this supergiant python wouldn't be a difficult task either. Watching the giant python about to leave, Zhang Feng grew impatient. Roar! With a furious roar, Zhang Feng slammed his palm against a pillar at the edge of the broken bridge, sending it crashing into the water. Instantly, the rushing river sent waves several meters high splashing into the air. Anchi and Yuton were confused, unsure what Zhang Feng was doing. Dashin, the Tiger King, seemed to grasp the situation and roared furiously at the river. The 2 drivers stared intently at the river. Suddenly, a round, yellow figure appeared before their eyes. Its scales, each about the size of a small yellow bowl, were tightly packed together, forming a delicate and striking pattern. Xiao Luo, Xiao Jiang, run, the female driver shouted. Anchi and Yutong hadn't yet processed what was happening when a violent storm erupted in the modest river. Clang! 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 A colossal python, far surpassing any Guinness World Record, emerged. Just the head and upper body protruding from the water measured over 10 meters. The body beneath was even longer. Its dilated pupils were cold and lifeless, sending a chill down one's spine. Jiang Feng slowly backed away, not because he was afraid of the giant python, but because he was worried it might flee if it couldn't defeat him. On land, he had no equal. His claws were terrifying, and the python's scales would crumble like crumbled tofu under them. The only concern was that the python might escape into the river. Although he wasn't afraid of water, his combat effectiveness in the water was still 1 or 2 levels lower than on land. Anchi and Yutong were too terrified to move, while Snow tucked her tail between her legs and let out a whimper, her snow-white limbs trembling. Yutong swallowed hard and murmured, "Is this the third-ranked giant python king?" Anchi replied softly, "No, this is the Jade Nation's rock python. The giant python king is in the northwest. It's the sand python. If this rock python is this big, who knows how huge the sand python is? Can Panda even stand a chance against this rock python?" Yutong's voice was barely audible. The Tiger King Dashan let out a low growl, warning the colossal beast. The massive rock python fixed its gaze on Jiang Feng. In its eyes, a mere insect dared to provoke it. Roar! Terrifying. A giant python actually roared, a sign of having evolved 3 times, and having reached the peak of a 3rd-tier evolved beast. It was just a hair's breadth away from evolving into a 4th-tier evolved beast. Jiang Feng continued to back away while roaring at the giant python. He intended to lure this colossal beast onto land. Whoosh! The giant python moved. Not only was it the ruler of the waters, but on land, it was also an invincible, dominant force. Whoosh! The giant python swam forward, moving as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it pounced right in front of Jiang Feng. This was a duel between the king of beasts and the supergiant python. Unfortunately, the audience consisted of only 4 people, plus a tiger and a dog. Chapter 61, Slaying the Supergiant Python. Rip! A piercing sound rang in the ears of the 4. The giant python was massive and highly agile, yet it had encountered Jiang Feng, the Super Tiger King. Although Jiang Feng had not yet reached the 4th-tier evolved beast level, his strength was steadily rising. The hardness of his bones and his reaction speed far surpassed those of this giant python. In the first exchange, Jiang Feng left a deep gash on the python's vital spot, dealing a severe blow to it. The giant python roared in fury, lashing its tail at Jiang Feng while its terrifying head and body surged toward him. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared the colossal python might flee into the water. On land, he could easily kill this super-sized beast. Whoosh! No trace of wind or cloud. Jiang Feng's speed surged once more, transforming him into a gust of wind. Whoosh! Rip! Another claw strike tore a large chunk of flesh from the giant python. Blood gushed forth. The giant python let out another piercing scream. It was terrified. It had seen these black and yellow creatures before, but those creatures would flee for their lives the moment they spotted it, unlike this one. Escape! Having lived for decades and undergone 3 evolutions, the giant python possessed considerable intelligence. Seeing the supergiant python attempt to flee, Jiang Feng lunged directly for its head. No matter what, he could not let this supergiant python escape. He sensed that if he devoured it, he should be able to evolve into a 4th-tier Tiger King within 7 days. It absolutely must not be allowed to escape. The 2 drivers, along with Anchi and Yutong, watched in horror as Jiang Feng chased straight into the river. Panda! Anchi shouted. Clang! Jiang Feng, clutching the supergiant python's head, was dragged into the water along with it. The river's current was swift and the water murky. The 2 colossal evolved beasts plunged into the water and sank instantly, though the supergiant python's tail lashed at the surface. The 4 of them, along with the tiger and the white dog, followed downstream in pursuit. Beneath the water, Jiang Feng dug his 2 front paws into the python's skull and tore it apart with a single, powerful rip. Meanwhile, the python's body had already coiled around Jiang Feng. Death grip. Zhang Feng felt the giant python's strength, but since its head had already been torn apart, it was acting purely on instinct. Its instinctive constriction couldn't harm him in the slightest. SSSSH. Zhang Feng's sharp claws struck again, completely tearing the giant python's head apart. It was effortless. After bobbing in the water for 3 minutes, Zhang Feng surfaced, clutching the giant python's head in his mouth. Panda, Panda, you killed the giant python. Anchi shouted excitedly. Woof, 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 Snow, the Samoyed, also barked loudly, looking incredibly heroic in that moment, as if ready to take a bite out of the giant python. Zhang Feng effortlessly dragged the massive snake head ashore, then began hauling the colossal python. It must have weighed 6 or 7 tons. After dragging the giant python completely onto the shore, Zhang Feng began to eat the meat. Every intense battle drained a significant amount of his vitality, especially in the water, where he had used nearly all his strength. The exertion was immense. He had to replenish his nutrients. This giant python not only provided nourishment but also allowed him to evolve, though he did need to combine it with mid-grade mana crystals. After all, the python's lifeform was too primitive, it was no match for him. Time to eat. With a loud rip, Zhang Feng tore through the python's scales and skin in one go, then devoured the snake meat in huge bites. It tasted far better than ordinary beef, though it probably couldn't compare to those evolved cattle. Claim 1 gene of mid-grade mana crystals. Inside Zhang Feng's stomach, a massive wave of warmth surged through his body, a process that continued unceasingly. His body was too powerful. With every evolution, the primordial power he consumed far exceeded that of other creatures. Even the Tiger King Dashan required only about 1/5 of the energy he did for a single evolution. Each time he evolved, it meant the next evolution would be even more arduous. The 4 humans, 2 tigers, and 1 dog devoured the giant python's meat raw. Nothing could be more delicious. This giant python weighed no less than 6 tons, and its meat alone amounted to several tons. After eating the meat, the python's bones, skin, and scales were all treasures. Xiao Luo, Xiao Jiang, I'll go get the RV, said the male driver. Alright, let us put this meat in the fridge to store it. This is the meat of a 3rd-stage evolved beast, Anchi said excitedly as she ate the raw snake meat. In the past, snake meat was full of parasites, but now the meat of these evolved beasts is clean and free of any parasites. It even gives off a fresh, fragrant aroma and tastes absolutely delicious. The male driver ran toward the RV. Meanwhile, the 3 humans, 2 tigers, and 1 dog continued to feast on the giant python meat. Zhang Feng devoured 200 gene in one go. Although his physique hadn't grown larger during this time, his weight had been increasing daily, and his bones felt as solid as refined gold. I'm stuffed. Zhang Feng let out a satisfied sigh. He watched as Snow, the Samoyed beside him, struggled to tear at the snake meat, unable even to break through the skin. Her snow-white fur was already stained red. Zhang Feng walked over to Snow. This sudden movement startled Snow to no end. She looked at Zhang Feng with a whimper. It knew this colossal figure wouldn't harm it, but it was still afraid. Zhang Feng patted Snow, then gently peeled away the snake's skin and scales. Snow went wild, completely ignoring Zhang Feng beside him, and dove right into the tender snake meat. About 10 minutes passed. Why hasn't the driver come back yet? Zhang Feng wondered. It was only a few kilometers away. The male driver was a Tier 1 peak evolver. His running speed far exceeded the world record, so it should have taken him just a few minutes to get there, and driving would have taken only a few minutes as well. Yet 10 minutes had already passed. Zhang Feng carefully scanned the air for scents. His pupils contracted. He had detected the scent of humans, several of them. Roar! Zhang Feng let out a long howl. What's wrong, Panda? Anchi sensed that something was off with Zhang Feng. Something's wrong. Old Zhang's been gone for nearly 20 minutes and still hasn't come back. The female driver, Zhang Lan, grew anxious. That was her husband. It is off. Let us go check it out. Anchi immediately ran toward the RV. She was worried about the driver. As for the RV, she didn't care much about it. If it was gone, they'd just head back. Their mission was practically complete anyway. The 3 humans, 2 tigers, and 1 dog ran toward the vehicle. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted. He smelled the scent of blood, not the blood of an evolved beast, but the blood of a human. His sense of smell was keen, he could tell the difference. Could it be that the driver had been killed? Jiang Feng sped up, instantly leaving the others behind. In less than 30 seconds, Jiang Feng reached where the RV had been parked. He looked at the familiar driver before him. Unfortunately, she was already lying in a pool of blood, stabbed in the back. A blow struck when she was completely off guard. Blood was also flowing from her neck. She'd been knocked down and then had her throat slit. The RV was gone, but Jiang Feng could smell where those people had gone. Damn it, this is truly unforgivable. Jiang Feng was furious. Anchi, Yuton, the 30-year-old female driver, as well as Snow and Dashin, had all arrived. When the female driver saw the body on the ground, her face turned pale. She immediately rushed to the body and shouted, Old Yang, are you okay?" There was no response. He was dead, murdered. Old Yang, the female driver, screamed in anguish. Tears streamed down her face. Helplessness, grief, desolation. This was her husband, sent on this mission by higher-ups. She knew it was dangerous, as they were facing a terrifying evolved beast. But she never imagined her husband Wen Ti die at the hands of the evolved beast. Instead, he'd been killed by another human. It was her own kind who had killed her husband. Lan. Anchi and Yuton also wore somber expressions. Zhang Lan wiped away her tears and said through gritted teeth, Xiao Luo, Xiao Jiang, I'm going to get revenge and kill the murderer. You two help me. She was only a peak tier 1 evolver. It would be difficult for her to take revenge on her own. Lan, don't say another word. We're going to find the killer right now, Anchi said firmly. At that moment, nothing was more important than revenge. Chapter 62, Can You Swallow Me Whole? The 3 humans, 2 tigers, and a white dog set off in pursuit. They all radiated a menacing aura. Jiang Feng was truly enraged. This driver had given him a ride. They'd even become somewhat acquainted, yet he'd been killed. Indeed, human nature was the most unpredictable of all. Once we've dealt with this group, we'll go back and eat the giant python. Jiang Feng had no intention of abandoning the giant python. It was worth at least 500 gene of mana crystals. Of course, this was only comparable to the mana crystals found in the soil. It couldn't hold a candle to the low-grade mana crystals he'd won from the lottery. These days, more and more mana crystals were appearing in Great Xia, but they were all very low-grade. Without at least several dozen gene, it was difficult for a trainee evolver to become a true evolver. The 3 men, 2 tigers, and a white dog walked for over 10 minutes before arriving outside an abandoned factory. The area was blocked by a 4-meter-high barbed wire fence, and the buildings inside were constructed of welded steel plates. Cracks had formed in the concrete floor, and weeds had sprouted from the fissures, though they were all kept at bay by the fence. Ha ha ha, I never expected we'd see such a nice RV this time. And there's actually such a huge chunk of meat inside. What kind of meat is this? A booming male voice echoed from within the factory. Old Hong, there've been a lot of big snakes popping up in our southwestern region. This has to be snake meat. It's a real tonic, ha ha ha. Another voice chimed in, equally booming. Old Hong, I heard you killed that RV owner. Killed him? You killed him? Aren't you worried he might have some kind of background? What kind of background could he have? We killed him, so we killed him. Are we supposed to be afraid of someone? Old Hong said. Exactly. We've got over a dozen brothers here, all evolvers, and our boss is even a second-tier evolver. Who's gonna mess with us? That's exactly it. You guys have no idea how stupid that idiot was. He actually thought we were really being chased by an evolved beast and tried to help me. I crippled him with 1 slash, then slit his throat. If we'd gone head-to-head, I probably wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Old Hong continued to laugh heartily. Old Hong, you're the man. With that honest-looking face of yours, who wouldn't believe you? Old Hong, When are you going to lure some female evolvers over here? I'm sick of these ordinary girls. The boss already took out 2 yesterday. It'd be best to find some celebrities. I used to be looked down on, but now I'm an evolver. It's time to play with the kind of female celebrities only big shots get to date. Female evolvers aren't easy to come by. They've all gone to Yunshin, so we're stuck with these ordinary girls. Unless the boss is willing to train them into evolvers. As for female celebrities, they're not even as pretty as ordinary girls, only a handful are decent looking. Are you sure you want a celebrity? I know one over at old Wang's place in the next town. She's in her 40s. If you want her, you can trade for her with a single spirit fruit. In her 40s? No way, no way. Are there any female celebrities in their 20s? I used to watch their movies, they were so stunning. Nope. Female celebrities in their 20s all have connections. They've already gone to the safe zone. The safe zone? What's so great about that? You'd just be under their rules. We're so free and easy here. When we get tired of living here, we'll go to the safe zone then. Exactly. It's way more comfortable here. We can sleep with whoever we want. Here, the boss is the emperor, and we're the princes. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Come here. Make me feel good, and I'll give you a piece of meat. Yes, yes, yes. A timid female voice rang out, very soft, but Jiang Feng could still hear it clearly. From the conversation, Jiang Feng knew the people inside were a bunch of animals. No, that was an insult to animals. They were scum, the scum of the earth. Jiang Feng ran his claws along the barbed wire. SSSSSS. The barbed wire was instantly slashed open, and he was the first to step inside. Who the hell is out there? A voice filled with curses rang out from inside the tin shack. Then, a man emerged from the tin shack. A middle-aged man, no more than 40, shirtless, with a dragon tattooed on his body, looking extremely imposing. The man belched, staggering slightly as he walked. Who the hell? He choked on his words. The middle-aged man stared at the colossal tiger before him, dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom how such a gigantic tiger could have appeared right in front of him. Fear. His mind went blank. SSSSSS. Suddenly, a pool of yellow liquid appeared at his feet, trickling down his pant leg. TTT tiger. He was only a tier 1 evolver now. His combat prowess was far inferior even to an unevolved tiger, let alone this one over 5 meters long. Bro Biao, what is that? Someone inside asked. A tiger. Bro Biao finally managed to speak without stuttering and immediately fled into the tin shack on trembling legs. Jiang Feng walked slowly. He wasn't in a hurry to kill this man. He wanted him to experience true fear before he died. Anyone who dared kill his personal driver had to die a miserable death. Anqi, Yutong, and the female driver Zhang Lan weren't in a hurry to kill these people either. They intended to torture them mercilessly. Inside the tin shack, 6 burly men and a middle-aged man with a meek appearance were drinking. At their sides, 2 women each attended to them. Brother Biao fled into the tin shack and shouted, "There's a tiger out there." The 6 burly men and the meek-looking middle-aged man furrowed their brows. A tiger had appeared, but surely there was no need to be so terrified. All 8 of them were tier 1 evolvers, and having killed several security guards, they acquired a stockpile of weapons. Even if the tiger had evolved into a tier 1 evolved beast, they weren't afraid. They might even get to feast on tiger meat, drink tiger bone wine, and eat tiger penis. Brother Biao, it's just a tiger. What are you afraid of? Come on, let us go kill it and use its penis as a snack with our drinks, said the seemingly honest Hong Fei. He looked like a simple, honest farmer. No one could tell what kind of person he really was. Brother Biao was still trembling, saying, "Bro, the tiger out there is huge." Huge, ha ha ha. Brother Biao, how big could it be? It can't possibly swallow me whole in one bite. A burly man gave the 2 girls beside him a hard pinch and laughed arrogantly. It's really huge. Brother Biao looked terrified. Thump, thump, thump. The 8 of them froze. What a loud, rhythmic sound. Suddenly, their faces turned pale. No, 7 of them turned pale. That bro Biao didn't change a bit, still looking utterly terrified. It had appeared. A body over 5 meters long. This was a colossal beast. The character Wang loomed overhead, defying everything. The 8 men trembled, and so did the 20-odd girls. An indescribable yellow liquid trickled out from beneath them. Behind Jiang Feng, Anqi, Yutong, and the female driver Zhang Lan appeared. Woof, woof, woof. Snow, the Samoyed, barked furiously at the 8 men. Who are you? Hong Fei, the meek one, asked tremblingly. The female driver Zhang Lan couldn't hold back any longer, gritting her teeth. The ones who are going to take your dog lives. Chapter 63, Sending the Scum on Their Way. Take our lives? You're dreaming. Brothers, let us kill these 2 tigers, then those 2 super hot beauties are ours. Right, kill the 2 tigers. Among the 8 scumbags, 2 burly, tattooed thugs roared, their eyes filled with madness. They refused to be killed. They intended to kill the 2 tigers and claim the 2 peerless beauties for themselves. Bang! 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 Bullets sprayed from the handguns. Never mind Zhang Feng and Panda, even Anqi could block the bullets from the handguns while standing still. The bullets struck Zhang Feng's body, yet not a single hair on him was harmed. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets struck the steel plates on the ground, making a deafening clang. The 8 scoundrels watched the scene in terror. They panicked, grew timid, and could hardly believe that such a powerful evolved beast existed. Who killed my husband and stole the vehicle? Asked the female driver, Zhang Lan, her eyes bloodshot. It was him, it was Hong Fei. It has nothing to do with us. It was Hong Fei who killed your husband. He wanted to steal that RV. Right. It was Hong Fei who killed your husband. We were actually planning to hand him over to you. Hong Fei is ruthless. We didn't dare cross him, we had to swallow our anger. Now that you're here, go ahead and deal with him. The 7 burly, tattooed men took turns denouncing that upstanding citizen Hong Fei's various misdeeds. Hong Fei's face went pale as he looked at these 7 sworn brothers. He could hardly believe his ears. They had actually abandoned him like this and were even accusing him of evil deeds. For a moment, Hong Fei's anger overcame his fear. Whoosh! 1 slash. Hong Fei stabbed one of the burly, tattooed men standing next to him. Seeing this, the others immediately joined forces to attack Hong Fei, quickly beating him into a critical condition. It was Hong Fei who killed your husband. We really had nothing to do with it. Female driver Zhang Lan looked at this group of scum and smiled a smile filled with utter desolation. Her husband had died at the hands of scum just like them. Do you have a boss? Zhang Lan asked. The 6 burly, tattooed men nodded like chicks pecking at grain. We have a boss. He has gone to see Feng Tian, the boss in the next town over. Very good. Zhang Lan nodded in satisfaction. Then, she struck. Indescribable screams filled the air. There was no escape in this factory building. The 8 scum took turns receiving their treatment from the female driver, Zhang Lan. Anqi and Yutong couldn't bear to watch. Zhang Feng sat to the side, watching the spectacle. He wasn't in a hurry to go back and find the corpse of that giant python. He'd deal with these people first. For half an hour, Zhang Lan tortured these scum. She wept silently. Even if she killed these men, her husband would never return. Lan, Anqi, and Yutong comforted her. Finally, Zhang Lan executed the 8 scum. Looking at the 30-odd young women in their 20s, Anqi was at a loss. These girls were about the same age as her, but they had all been defiled by these scum, and now she didn't know what to do with them. Are you willing to come with us? Anqi asked. The girls were already petrified with fear. They had been little more than walking corpses, relying on those scum to survive. Now that those scum were dead, they seemed to have lost their only support. I'm willing. I want to go with you, sister. A girl stepped forward, her eyes regaining some color. I'm willing too. Me too. In an instant, out of the 30-plus girls, only 5 remained slumped on the ground. The rest were willing to follow Anchi. "All right, those who are willing to go, follow behind the RV," Anchi called out loudly. "Can we come in too?" Smack! Before the grimy girl could finish speaking, she was interrupted by another girl. "We're willing to follow the RV." Anchi nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Lan suppressed the pain in her heart and started the RV. Zhang Feng was still perched on the roof. He had no objection to the owner letting the girls follow along, as long as they didn't get inside the RV. He sometimes slept in there himself. The RV moved very slowly. Zhang Lan glanced at the fuel gauge. The RV had already used up half its gas, and there wasn't much left in reserve. In the past, the gas would never have been consumed this quickly, but now that the world was expanding and gravity was increasing, the vehicle had become significantly heavier. She had to find a gas station with fuel within 2 days. Otherwise, the vehicle would become a pile of scrap metal. Half an hour later, the RV returned to the giant python's carcass. Countless animals. Stray dogs, wild cats, rats, and even snakes and other small creatures were all gnawing at the giant python. Zhang Feng leaped down from the roof of the RV, instantly scaring off the stray dogs and wild cats, most of which were Tier 1 evolved beasts. The stray dogs and wild cats fled, but the other small creatures didn't leave. They even burrowed into the giant python's flesh. Zhang Feng was furious and disgusted. Even the rats were burrowing in. Roar! With a single roar, the atmosphere shifted. All the small creatures within the giant python's carcass were terrified out of their wits and perished. Inside the RV behind Zhang Feng, Anchi, Yutong, and the female driver Zhanglan felt their hearts contract violently. It was beyond their control. It felt as if their souls were trembling, and their hearts were contracting violently. If even they, as second-tier evolvers, felt this way, what about the more than 30 girls sitting in the back? Fortunately, Zhang Feng had roared with his back turned to them. Zhang Feng began to clean up the giant python's carcass, cutting away all the parts that had been gnawed on. His claws were far more effective than a kitchen knife. Tiger King Dashan, however, wasn't so particular. He started eating the python meat again. Anchi, Yutong, and female driver Zhanglan collected the python meat. They were quite particular as well. They discarded any parts that had been gnawed on. "Panda, help me cut this piece off." Anchi asked Zhang Feng for help. She couldn't cut it herself. The python's skin was too tough. Zhang Feng sliced through it with his massive paw, peeled back the skin, tore off a large chunk of succulent, tender meat, and handed it to the pet owner. He planned to stay here for a few days until he evolved into a 4th-tier evolved beast king before leaving. More than 30 girls had also gathered in front of the RV, staring at the massive python carcass before them. They were utterly stunned. They'd heard of this giant python. It was nearly as formidable as the giant python king of the Northwest, terrifying beyond belief, and even rocket-propelled grenades couldn't kill it. In the end, hundreds of security bureau agents had been wiped out. Now it was dead. How had it died? Could it be that this group had killed it? If so, the strength of these 3 people and the 2 tigers must be terrifyingly powerful. "Sis, are you Anchi? And is he Tiger King Panda?" one girl shouted excitedly. Anchi smiled, cut a piece of meat from the giant python's body, and handed it to the girl. "Yes. You should all have some too. While the mana hasn't dissipated yet, eating it might just help you evolve into Tier 1 evolvers." "Sister Anchi, no, we'll just eat that meat," said one girl. She was smart. She went straight for the meat discarded by Tiger King Panda. Meat like this was something they could only have dreamed of before. This was the flesh of a Tier 3 evolved beast. The other 27 girls did the same, scrambling to pick up the meat Zhang Feng had thrown away, then devouring it voraciously. Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised. These girls were quite capable. They knew their place. Chapter 64, Divine Wind Breathing Technique. Zhang Feng closed his massive, bell-like eyes, savoring the warm current flowing through his body. Every pore in his body dilated, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. At that moment, his enormous head appeared utterly sacred, not the least bit ferocious. It was as if he had undergone the holiest of baptisms, his body and soul resonating in unison. It felt so good. Zhang Feng felt his 5-meter-long body was flawless and pure, brimming with power from head to toe. His blood flowed like mercury, rumbling as it coursed through him. His vital energy surged, as if it were about to burst through his skin. Zhang Feng sensed his own power. If he were to encounter Lion King Kara now, he would undoubtedly be able to kill him with a single strike. Even if the other unleashed that mysterious beam of light, it would not be able to harm him. Unless Lion King Kara had also evolved to the 4th stage. He did not get up, but continued to circulate his vital energy, tempering his tendons, bones, skin, and internal organs. Moreover, the character Wang on his forehead was itching more and more, as if it were about to unlock something, but his strength was still far from sufficient to open it. How on earth did that stinking lion fire that beam? And after firing it, it became extremely listless. Could it be that forcing the release caused it to lose its primordial essence? In that case, I must not force myself to probe the Wang character on my forehead. Zhang Feng had evolved into a 4th-tier evolved Beast King, and Tiger King Dashan had also successfully evolved into a 3rd-tier Beast King, becoming incredibly powerful. Woof, woof, woof. Snow the Samoyed bounced around excitedly. Having become a Tier 2 evolved beast, his snow-white fur had grown even whiter, and he possessed immense strength. A single paw strike could generate several tons of force. His nearly 200-pound body carried his owners, Yutong and Anqi, as they played happily. As for the female driver, Zhang Lan, she had already become a Tier 2 evolver and was still cultivating the breathing technique. The 28 female students also evolved naturally, becoming Tier 1 evolvers. They had already been on the verge of becoming evolvers. All they needed was a trigger to evolve their bodies, and the meat of the Tier 3 giant python served as that very trigger. It's a pity we can't take these precious giant python scales and bones with us. Anqi felt a pang of regret. Zhang Feng, however, scoffed. With mana growing increasingly dense, evolution was becoming easier by the day. Many small animals were evolving directly into Tier 1 evolved beasts while they slept. The leap from Tier 3 to Tier 4 would also become much easier. In less than a month, a batch of Tier 4 evolvers and evolved beasts would surely emerge. So what use were the scales and bones of this Tier 3 giant python? Zhang Feng let out a roar at his owner, then lay down on the RV, wondering how his tiger kin at the Qingshan Wildlife Park were faring. The vehicle set off again, but first they had to head to the neighboring town, because the leader of that gang of scum was with Feng Tian, the boss of that town. Turbulent times breed heroes, but more often than not, they bring forth petty thieves and scoundrels, even outright scum. The RV moved at a steady pace, with 28 girls following closely behind. They knew this was their only chance to survive. Within the first 3 months of Tier 1 evolvers appearing in mana, they were still extremely rare, but now, they were nothing more than ants. The female driver, Zhang Lan, had already learned from the girls where the neighboring town was. She drove straight along the main road, then turned left onto the national highway. Zhang Lan's face was set with a murderous glint. Once she had killed this bunch of scum, she would take her husband's ashes back to bury them. Soon, the vehicle entered the national highway. What had once been a smooth road was now riddled with potholes, with vegetation bursting through the ground and piercing the concrete. Life's resilience was truly remarkable. Along the way, Zhang Feng released a sliver of his aura. Instantly, all the evolved beasts fled, too afraid to show themselves. I didn't expect there wouldn't be a single person in the town, Anqi couldn't help but remark. The southwestern region seemed to have truly entered a state of chaos. She wondered how things were in Jiangnan province. She began to worry about her family. If Jiangnan province had turned into this as well, that would be a real problem. They should be fine. With Shi looking after Tuanzi and Yuanzi, they're safe, Anqi reassured herself. After more than an hour, the group arrived at Mei Town. Sister Anqi, I'll lead you to find that Feng Tian. All right. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to go himself, so he called over his subordinate Dashan, instructing him to back up the pet owner. As the Tiger King, he couldn't just go out on a whim. 31 people and the Tiger King Dashan entered the cordoned-off area. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for them to emerge. Huff! 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 His abdomen trembled, like thunder shaking the surroundings. Beneath his skin, streams of energy flowed, tempering his bones, tendons, and skin. With every breath, Jiang Feng's physical form grew stronger. However, a single breath yielded limited results. This required persistent cultivation. 100 consecutive draws from the silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host. You have drawn the first tier of the Divine Wind breathing technique, 10 caddies of mid-grade mana crystals, 3 Yuan Yang pills, and 5 Earth Spirit pills. The first tier of the Divine Wind breathing technique? What kind of breathing technique is this? Jiang Feng had never even heard of it. Esteemed host, the Divine Wind breathing technique is a cultivation method practiced by the Divine Wind God. It is extremely powerful. With this technique, he can transform into a divine wind. It is the ultimate breathing technique for escaping danger. Damn it, does the Tiger King need to run for his life? Jiang Feng snorted angrily. Esteemed host, the divine wind breathing technique isn't meant for escaping, but for chasing down enemies. It's incredibly fast, no enemy can escape it, the system replied respectfully. That's more like it, Jiang Feng said, finally satisfied. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. This divine wind breathing technique was only at the first level. What if, after completing the first level, he had no second level breathing technique? System, what about the second level? Esteemed host, the second level requires a golden treasure chest lottery. You may also exchange it for a golden treasure chest. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Since the second level required a golden treasure chest for exchange, it must be quite valuable. Claim the divine wind breathing technique. A mysterious orb of light merged into his spiritual sea. The wind has no form, the clouds have no shape. The divine wind stirs, the divine wind transforms, formless and shadowless, it becomes the wind of heaven and earth. Cultivate both body and mind, nurture both the inner and the outer, perceive the pulse of heaven and earth, achieve balance between yin and yang, harmonize the 6 meridians and 4 limbs, and merge with the universe. Jiang Feng's breathing changed once more, harmonizing with nature, moving with the wind, and transforming with it. He felt lighter, as if he could ride the wind and fly. This was something one should only be able to comprehend at the Shackles realm, yet he had grasped it ahead of schedule. Divine wind breathing technique, that's awesome. System, you did a great job this time. Roar! Jiang Feng stood up and couldn't help but let out a long, piercing cry. The sound shook the mountains and rivers. The world instantly fell silent, not a single evolved beast daring to make a sound. Whoosh! Jiang Feng tried to merge with the heavens and earth, moving with the wind, becoming one with it. Although the wind was extremely weak, Jiang Feng could still sense the extraordinary nature of the divine wind breathing technique. Now his peak speed definitely exceeded 150 meters per second, and he could sustain it for a long time. If that stinking lion dares to show itself again, it won't get away, Jiang Feng thought. I wonder how far I could jump at full speed, maybe a few hundred meters. Chapter 65, The Ambitious President of the Yunqing Evolver Association. 2 days later, the group arrived in Yunqing. This was the largest city in the southwestern region of Great Xia. Gazing at the 8-meter-high steel wall, Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer ingenuity of human creativity. This 8-meter-high steel wall might be useful for now, but it wouldn't be long before it became useless. He could easily scale it, and so could a third-tier evolved beast. The only problem was that third-tier evolved beasts were still scarce at the moment. Once their numbers grew, this 8-meter-high steel wall would be useless, nothing more than a mere formality. On top of the wall stood many figures clad in high-tech steel battlesuits. The metal plates gleamed, their surfaces as smooth as flowing water. Jiang Feng was mesmerized. They looked impressive, but he wondered if they were actually effective. Third-tier evolved beasts possessed strength exceeding 20 tons, and fourth-tier evolved beasts were even stronger. Nowadays, mana was even more concentrated, and the pace of evolution had accelerated. Wearing a steel battlesuit isolates your body from direct contact with mana, effectively reducing the surface area of contact. Relying solely on your nose makes the process much less effective. Every pore on Jiang Feng's body can absorb mana. Previously, it was passive absorption, now, he can actively absorb it. The RV entered Yun City, carrying over 60 young women. Go find your families. Anchi dismissed the rescued women. Bringing them here was already a great service. Zhang Feng lay in the RV, watching the people outside. His owner was holding him back, afraid he might cause a panic. The RV followed a man claiming to be from the Evolver Association to their headquarters in Yun City. With the cataclysmic changes in the world, Great Xia had established numerous safe zones, but only a small fraction of the population could reach them. Most remained where they were, forming settlements that resembled ancient fortresses. Thick steel walls protected them. Some powerful evolvers had also established their own sanctuaries, gathering those seeking protection. Zhang Feng wandered around this southwestern region and saw quite a few small sanctuaries. They were truly weak. Even the strongest evolver had only evolved twice. I wonder if these humans would become my loyal fans if I went out there. Probably not. They'd likely just be scared out of their wits. I need to head to a safe zone ASAP. There are more people there, and they evolve faster. Those evolvers could give me dozens of true love likes every day. I can't stay here long. The RV pulled up in front of the Yunqing Evolver Association headquarters. Zhang Feng, Dashan, and Snow didn't get out. The two pet owners and the female driver went inside. Zhang Feng ruffled Snow's fur. This dog was absolutely stunning. Its coat was whiter than snow, and its two erect ears were incredibly soft. Snow looked at Zhang Feng, backing away the whole time and making whimpering sounds. Zhang Feng chuckled. This Samoyed was at least as smart as an 8-year-old child. She could understand human speech, but she was just too timid and a bit of a show-off. Every time he killed an evolved beast, Snow would suddenly become incredibly brave and try to rush in for a bite. If the evolved beast didn't die, Snow would immediately hide behind her owner. She really was a little rascal. While Zhang Feng was teasing Snow, Anchi, Yutong, and the female driver Zhanglan entered the headquarters of the Yunqing Evolver Association. Anchi didn't recognize the president of the Yunqing Evolver Association standing before her. He was in his 50s, with a plump face and a very amiable appearance. She had no idea why he had invited her here. Also, who was the young man standing beside the president of the Yunqing Evolver Association? He was of medium build, with bronze-colored skin and short hair. He looked extremely stern, and his piercing eyes were so intense that meeting his gaze felt almost blinding. The young man wasn't exactly handsome, but he possessed a unique aura that made him truly unforgettable. Miss Luo, hello. This is President Chao of the Yunqing Evolver Association, and this is his eldest son, Chaoyun, the first evolver in Yunqing to reach the 3rd tier, with truly formidable power, a young female secretary in black stockings said with a smile as she introduced the three. Anchi frowned. She had never heard of this president of the Yunqing Evolver Association, but she strongly disliked the look in his eyes. And then there was his son, Chaoyun, those eyes, brazenly sizing her and Yutong up. What was he up to? President Chao, may I ask what brings you here? Chao Kai smiled faintly. As the former wealthiest man in Yun City, he held untold riches. Within less than half a month of the celestial upheaval, he had uncovered the specific details and begun establishing the association to research mana. 5 months had passed, and he himself had become a peak 2nd-tier evolver, while his eldest son, Chaoyun, had become Yun City's first 3rd-tier evolver. Originally, he had planned to take complete control of Yun City, but he hadn't expected another 3rd-tier evolver to emerge there, one who was, moreover, an agent of the Security Bureau. He had no choice but to abandon that plan. A 3rd-tier evolver could easily ignore sniper rifles and machine guns. Even rocket-propelled grenades couldn't kill them. Their 6th sense was incredibly powerful, and that was especially true for the evolved beasts. Now, it was difficult to even fire those high-tech weapons, let alone in the city. These 3rd-tier evolvers were like human nuclear bombs. Every movement carried the force of 20 or 30 tons. He simply dared not take the risk. However, yesterday he received a report from his subordinates that Anchi, the zookeeper from Qingshan Zoo in Jiangnan Province, had arrived in the vicinity of Yunqing with the Tiger King, Panda. He immediately dispatched personnel to bring Anchi and the Tiger King, Panda, to Yunqing first. Now, it all depended on whether she would agree. Miss Luo, hello. We VE invited you here today to ask you to become the vice president of our Yunqing Evolver Association, Chao Kai said with a friendly, enthusiastic smile. Anchi was taken aback. To be invited to become the vice president of the Yunqing Evolver Association, that was quite a position of power. She had seen for herself that the Yun City Evolver Association occupied the prime location in the city, and their uniforms bore a uniform emblem. There were also a huge number of evolvers wearing these uniforms. She had spotted dozens of second-tier evolvers alone. However, the fact that they were inviting her to become the vice president of the Evolver Association was clearly a case of the fox paying a New Year's visit to the hen. President Chao, I'll have to decline. I'm from Jiangnan province and need to return there. I won't be staying in Yuncheng. Anchi politely turned down the offer. Chao Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. No one had ever refused his invitation before, especially not such a beautiful woman. Anchi was 23 or 24 years old, with a face as beautiful as a flower and a figure as graceful as the moon. Now that she had become an evolver, her skin was as white as snow. She was practically a fairy descended from heaven. And Yutong beside her was no less stunning. Although he betted his fair share of beautiful streamers and big-name celebrities, he never been with a woman this young and beautiful. He couldn't let her slip away. Miss Luo, please consider it. Yunqing is a major metropolis with a population of over 20 million. If you become the vice president of the Evolver Association, you'll be second to none. Anchi cut him off immediately, saying, I'm sorry, I have to go now. She sensed that this man had lost his mind. His lust for power had reached a perverse level, and she sensed danger. Whoosh! A figure stepped in front of Anchi, Yutong, and the female driver, Zhang Lan. Chao Yun. Chao Yun, the son of the president of the Yunqing Evolver Association and the first person in Yunqing to reach the third stage. A true powerhouse. Chapter 66, A Duel with the Tiger King, Panda. What do you think you're doing? Anchi demanded sharply. She wasn't afraid of these people. All she had to do was call out, and Panda and Dashin would hear her. They could rush in within a minute. That was her confidence. Anchi, our president has invited you to become the vice president of the Yunqing Evolver Association. Don't be ungrateful. A female evolver wearing white stockings snapped at Anchi. Anchi's expression turned cold. Shut your filthy mouth. Hearing this, the female evolver flew into a rage. Who did she think she was? She was Chairman Chao's mistress, a second-tier evolver, and yet this Anchi dared to scold her. She was asking for trouble. The white-stockinged female second-tier evolver was about to lash out in anger, but Chao Kai stopped her. After all, that tiger was also a third-tier evolver, the same rank as his son, and possibly even stronger. He couldn't afford to act rashly. Chao Kai said with a smile, Miss Luo, this is Xiao Wan. She has a bit of a temper, so don't take it to heart. Come. I just happened to get my hands on the carcass of a second-tier rock python. We can make a second-tier snake meat soup. It's a real delicacy that even those second-tier evolvers can't get their hands on. Anchi sneered inwardly, second-tier? I'm sick of eating the meat of third-tier giant pythons. No, thank you. Leaving those words behind, the three walked straight out of the hall. Dad, why didn't you act? Asked Chao Kai's son, Chao Yun. He was extremely arrogant, his tone laced with contempt. After all, he was a third-tier evolver and the first third-tier evolver in Yunqing, with strength slightly surpassing even that of the third-tier security officer from the security bureau. He watched videos of the Tiger King Panda. It was incredibly strong, and he never stood a chance against it before. But things were different now. Even if he couldn't kill the Tiger King, he could at least put up a fight. Chao Kai shook his head and said, that Chen Jun is quite powerful. If he teams up with the Tiger King, you won't be able to beat them. You'd better wait a little longer. Chao Yun was extremely annoyed, but he decided to wait anyway. To be honest, he had his eye on both Anchi and Yutong, and since they were both second-tier evolvers, they were just about on his level. How is your second younger brother doing now? Chao Kai asked. Dad, my second younger brother should evolve into a third-tier evolver within the next couple of days. Once we join forces, we'll definitely be able to take down that Chen Jun, Chao Yun said excitedly. If they killed Chen Jun, the other third-tier evolver in Yuncheng, there would be no one left to challenge him. Yuncheng, with its population of over 20 million, would belong to the Chao family. And beyond the city walls lay endless lands. Once the Chao family cultivated more third-tier evolvers, they could go out and hunt those third-tier evolved beasts. Everything was falling into place perfectly. Alright, let us wait a bit. At the entrance to the Yuncheng Evolver Association, Anqi, Yutong, and the female driver, Zhang Lan, got into the RV. Lan, let us go. The RV started up. Zhang Feng was still petting Snow, who already weighed 200 pounds and kept sticking her tongue out. It was just too hot. Seeing her owner return, her little face puffed up in a pout, Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed. Could it be that someone from this Evolver Association had provoked his owner? This owner is too weak. If she became a Tier 3 Evolver, no one would dare mess with her. Ding! A stone slightly smaller than a child's head rolled to Anqi's feet. Anqi picked it up and looked at Zhang Feng, asking, Panda, where did you find this? I exchanged it through the System 10 gene of low-grade mana crystals. They're several times higher in quality than the ones dug from the ground. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. This cat owner really does fill in the blanks on her own. Anqi began placing the mana crystals into a special machine to cut them, but the next moment, she let out a shriek. Yutong, Lan, these mana crystals are so high grade. Yutong immediately walked over. She saw a hazy mist extremely dense that made the small glass cup appear completely fogged over. Panda, do you have any more? Anqi looked at Zhang Feng with hopeful eyes. Zhang Feng retrieved another 5 gene block of low-grade mana crystals, pretended to pull it out from under the bed, and tossed it to the pet owner. These low-grade mana crystals were no longer of much use to him. What he needed were mid-grade mana crystals. The two caretakers picked up the mana crystals, too excited for words. These were high-quality mana crystals. Once absorbed into the body, they could facilitate a more thorough evolution, allowing the flesh, bones, and internal organs to absorb the mana and undergo a metamorphosis. As the RV drove toward the city limits, a patrol car pulled it over. Hello, we're security officers from Yuncheng. Are you staff members from the Qingshan Wildlife Park in Jiangnan Province? Yes, we are. The security officers were thrilled. They had received a notice from higher-ups long ago stating that a zookeeper from Qingshan Wildlife Park had brought the Tiger King, Panda, to the southwestern region. They had searched for 2 days but found nothing until today, when they discovered a motorhome had been escorted to the Evolver Association headquarters. The Evolver Association was a cancerous tumor. Relying on their status as evolvers, they had become arrogant, seeking to seize control of Yuncheng and implement a caste system dividing people into ordinary citizens, Tier 1 evolvers, and Tier 2 evolvers. Great Xia had always advocated for equality for all, and even now, they remain true to that principle. Hello, Miss Luo. Our director is waiting for you. Can you come over? Sure. The RV followed the patrol car once again toward the Cloud City Security Bureau. Cloud City, though not an enormous metropolis, is now home to over 20 million people. Many have no place to live and sleep right on the streets. It's unavoidable the area is swarming with evolved beasts, making it extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the weather isn't cold at the moment. Soon, the RV arrived at the Yuncheng Security Bureau. A large group of security officers came out. They were all there to see the Tiger King, Panda. Just then, a very distinctive security officer walked over. He was in his 30s, with short hair, a steely gaze, a lean build, and eyes as deep as the ocean, extremely profound. Brother Chen is here, the security officers exclaimed in delight. Brother Chen is here. Come on, come on. Chen Jun had just returned from a patrol outside the city when he heard his colleagues report that Anqi, a famous streamer on DY, had arrived with Tiger King Panda. He immediately rushed back. He wanted to see exactly where the gap lay between himself and a third-tier Tiger King. Miss Luo, hello. This is our security officer, Chen Jun. He is a third-tier evolver, the security officer beside her introduced to Anqi. Anqi quickly greeted him. Chen Jun nodded. Miss Luo, may I spar with Tiger King Panda? What? Spar with Panda? Are you out of your mind? Anchi thought to herself in disbelief. Although she didn't know Panda's exact strength, it was definitely far beyond Chenjun's. Moreover, Panda was now a 4th-tier Tiger King, making his power several times stronger. Chenjun was only a 3rd-tier evolver. The gap was too vast. I don't think so. You'll get hurt, Anchi said awkwardly. Miss Luo, don't worry. I'll be careful, Chenjun said solemnly. Anchi's eyes widened. You'll be careful? I'm worried Panda will swat you to death with a single paw. Chapter 67, 3rd-tier Evolver, Weakling. Zhang Feng looked at the 3rd-tier Evolver before him and chuckled inwardly. He was bored anyway, so he might as well play along with this guy. Besides, this guy had already started giving him red hearts. He just hadn't become a loyal fan yet. Now was the perfect time to turn him into one. Tiger King, watch out. Here I come. Chenjun roared. The other security guards watched the scene with bated breath, eager to see if Chenjun could defeat the Tiger King. It was truly massive beyond their wildest imaginations. But Chenjun was a 3rd-tier evolver, and a stronger one at that. With over 20 tons of strength in each hand, he was a human Tyrannosaurus Rex, a veritable human nuclear bomb. Zhang Feng swished his tail in boredom. This human was nothing but a weakling. He could knock him over with a single swipe of his paw, yet here he was, dithering. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't seem to care at all and didn't take him seriously, Chenjun suddenly got a little angry. After all, he was a Tier 3 evolver. Without further hesitation, he charged at Zhang Feng. A piercing whistle rang out, and the ground shook as he pushed off. Chenjun's speed was extremely fast, drawing cheers from the safety officers around him. However, in Zhang Feng's eyes, it was painfully slow. With a light slap, Zhang Feng sent Chenjun flying. A 3rd-tier evolver's body is as hard as rock, and their bones are as tough as steel. Zhang Feng's gentle slap couldn't possibly hurt a human. Sure enough, Chenjun got back up and charged at Zhang Feng once more. Smack! Another slap, but this time, it sent Chenjun flying through the air, as if he were nothing more than a mosquito. Terrifying. All the security guards were speechless. They couldn't fathom just how powerful this Tiger King Panda really was. 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng looked at the loyal fans panel with delight. A 3rd-tier evolver, Chenjun, had been added. Awesome. It was well worth spending 10 minutes playing with this Chenjun. It wasn't just Chenjun. Other security guards had also become his loyal fans, contributing their luck to him a significant amount every single day. It seemed he really needed to get out more. Staying at Qingshan Zoo wasn't going to help him gain many followers. Live streaming was also a challenge. Network cables were down in nearly 90% of the area, and the signal towers were malfunctioning. The main reason was that Blue Star's magnetic field had shifted. The road ahead is long and arduous. System, why do 3rd-tier tigers provide less luck than 2nd-tier humans? Esteemed host, humans are the crown of creation. Their intelligence is exceptionally high, and they carry vast amounts of qi within themselves. Naturally, the qi they provide far exceeds that of tigers. Once these evolved beasts' intelligence increases significantly, rivaling that of humans, they too will be able to provide massive amounts of qi. Zhang Feng felt relieved. With humans becoming increasingly scarce, he had been worried that these foolish humans wouldn't be able to provide any destiny energy. The destiny energy provided by a single 3rd-tier evolver was equivalent to that of dozens, or even hundreds, of ordinary people. If all these humans became 4th-tier evolvers, the amount of destiny energy they provided would be even greater. Furthermore, there were practically no ordinary people left now. Even the most useless individuals were already trainee evolvers. Rich mana flowed into their bodies with every breath these useless individuals took, helping to strengthen their physiques. It could be said that, barring any accidents, everyone could live to be 100 years old. After defeating that foolish human powerhouse dozens of times, Zhang Feng returned to the vehicle to enjoy a massage from his pet sitter. Lying back was still the most comfortable. Half an hour later, Anchi emerged from the security bureau and returned to the car. She had just spoken with her superiors and learned that the situation in the coastal regions had become extremely dire recently. Every day, sea beasts were coming ashore and attacking nearby humans. In the major coastal rivers, a large number of gigantic evolved beasts had appeared. They were far more powerful than the evolved beasts on land, and there were signs that they were evolving limbs. Zhangchang was a major city in Jiangnan province. Although it wasn't directly on the coast, it wasn't far from the sea either. If Jiangchang were attacked by sea beasts, the situation would become dangerous. However, with Tuanzi and Yuanzi around, things would be much safer. Panda, we're heading back tomorrow. Jiangnan province has come under attack from sea beasts, so we need to relocate to the western region. Anchi said as she brushed Zhang Feng's fur. Going back? That's great, of course. I wonder how many tiger brothers and sisters are at Huyuan. Last time, he heard that high-ranking human officials say they were going to send all the tigers from the Great Xiaozu to Qingshanzhou. He had no idea how many had actually been sent over. Lan, let us get some sleep. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. For a moment, the RV fell silent. Zhang Feng climbed up to the roof of the RV. He found it more comfortable to sleep there at night. He practiced the dragon-tiger breathing technique. With every tremor of his abdomen, it felt as if an electric current were coursing through his body, tempering his tendons, bones, and skin. Alternating between the divine wind breathing technique and the dragon-tiger breathing technique, Zhang Feng grew stronger with every passing moment. Above, the moonlight shone dimly through the night sky, casting a soft glow upon him. Half an hour later, something strange happened. The moonlight grew increasingly intense, gathering above the one character on Zhang Feng's head before flowing into it. Meanwhile, at the Evolver Association, Chairman Chao Kai and his eldest son, Chao Yun, waited outside a room. The room was constructed from welded steel plates and was extremely sturdy. Dad, don't worry. My second younger brother will become an Evolver soon. By then, Yun City will be under the control of our Chao family, Chao Yun said calmly, exuding an air of supreme dominance. Chao Kai nodded. He felt his eldest son was very much like him. His natural talent was average, but when changes occurred on Blue Star, he keenly seized the opportunity and frantically searched for spiritual objects imbued with mana. He chose to have his eldest son use them. One step ahead, and you're always ahead. In the end, his eldest son did not disappoint him, becoming the first person in Cloud City to achieve a third-stage evolution. Several other third-stage evolvers emerged later, but none could match his son. His second son was no different. He was currently pushing for his third-stage evolution. Once successful, he would become a third-stage evolver as well. In Cloud City today, there are hardly any third-stage evolvers. The Chao family alone has 2. Shouldn't Cloud City be under his control? By the way, where is your third brother? Chao Kai asked. It was the middle of the night, and he had no idea where his youngest son had gone. Dad, 2 female celebrities invited third brother out to play. He has probably gone to relax at some club, Xiaoyun said casually. His third younger brother was only 20 years old, yet he loved hanging out with female celebrities. As for the reason, he knew it well. A year ago, his third younger brother had fallen for a female celebrity, only to be rejected when he confessed his feelings. After that, his third younger brother went wild. Whenever he encountered a beautiful female celebrity, he would stop at nothing to get her. Before the world changed, his younger brother had nearly been arrested by the security bureau for forcing himself on a woman. It took a hefty sum of money to keep the actress quiet. Now that the world has undergone a major upheaval and his brother has become a Tier 1 evolver, he is even crazier. He'll do whatever it takes to get any female celebrity into bed, and those actresses are quite eager themselves. It was practically a life of revelry night after night, enough to make him envious. What a fool. He is only a Tier 1. He should be focusing on his cultivation instead. Chao Kai gave him a mild scolding, but he wasn't truly angry after all. He was his youngest son. As the two spoke, a massive aura radiated out in all directions from the sealed house. That heart-stopping aura lingered for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Our second son has successfully evolved. Now the Chao family has 2 Tier 3 evolvers, Chao Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chao Kai's eldest son, Chao Yun, was also overjoyed. Yunqing belongs to the Chao family now. Chapter 68, Go Find My Dad and My Brother. Early in the morning, Zhang Feng woke up. He felt refreshed and invigorated. Why does my forehead feel so cool? Zhang Feng touched the Wang character on his forehead, but found nothing unusual. My strength still isn't enough. He stepped into the RV from the roof. Even though Zhang Feng weighed over a ton, landing on the floor of the RV didn't make much noise. Opening the freezer, Zhang Feng immediately ate a chunk of third-tier giant python meat. It's no use. I'll claim a pound of mid-grade mana crystals. The giant python meat no longer had any effect on him, he could only eat mid-grade mana crystals now. This half-kilogram of mid-grade mana crystals would sustain him for 3 hours of cultivation. An hour later, Anchi woke up. She didn't sleep with the fear and anxiety that others did. She never worried about danger because Panda was right above her head. After a quick wash, the RV drove out of the city. Zhang Feng leaned against the window and opened it. This startled the humans sleeping by the roadside. They stared at Zhang Feng in terror. Suddenly, several of them threw themselves to the ground in worship, chanting, "Tiger God, Tiger God." Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised to have gained a few loyal fans. Though their strength was lacking, it was still quite good considering they hadn't accumulated vast amounts of fortune. Just as the RV was about to leave Yunqing, a Mercedes-Benz suddenly sped toward them, did a drift, and came to a screeching halt right in front of the RV. The female driver, Zhang Lan, instinctively swerved, nearly crashing into a wall. She was instantly furious. Staring at the Mercedes-Benz in front of her, she snapped, "Can't you drive? What are you yelling about? Do you think I'll sell you to a massage parlor?" A supremely arrogant voice reached Zhang Lan's ears. Next, a young man stepped out of the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz. He was very young, with long blonde hair and a black dragon tattooed on his arm, the spitting image of a street thug. Two other young men emerged from the Mercedes-Benz, looking just as arrogant. Inside the car, two women remained seated. Chaobin stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz, walked straight to the RV door, and motioned with his hand, saying with extreme arrogance, "Get out." That morning, he heard from his rowdy friends that DY streamer Anchi had arrived, along with Yutong. These two were absolute stunners, and as evolvers, their skin was as white as snow and as smooth as white jade. His heart raced, so he rushed over the moment he heard. Zhang Lan's expression darkened. This young man had some nerve, daring to block their RV. She opened the door, stepped out, and glared at the young man before her, snapping, "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" Chao Bin was furious. How dare she scold him? Didn't she know he was Chao Kai's youngest son? Chao Bin reached out to grab Zhang Lan, intending to teach her a lesson. Zhang Lan grew even angrier. This arrogant young man was truly courting death. How dare he lay a hand on her? Thud! With a single kick, Zhang Lan sent Chao Bin flying, slamming him hard against a nearby rock. Clang! Chao Bin let out a blood-curdling scream. Seeing this, the other two immediately lunged at Zhang Lan. They were also Tier 1 Evolvers, elites among men. Thud! Thud! Zhang Lan sent both of them flying with 2 kicks. She hadn't held back with those kicks. Scum like them deserved to be dealt with ruthlessly. The 3 men doubled over, their faces as red as boiled shrimp. They were foaming at the mouth and retching, unable to utter a word. Who is this woman? She has got some nerve, attacking the young master of the Cloud City King. Let us get out of here, quick. If the Prince of Yunqing shows up, we're in big trouble. Zhang Lan heard the whispers as the crowd scattered. Prince of Yunqing, who is that? Zhang Lan was baffled. Lan, what is going on? Anchi emerged from the back of the carriage. Xiao Luo, I don't know either. This person suddenly drove up in a Mercedes-Benz, stopped right in front of our car, and brazenly laid a hand on me. Zhang Lan was seething with rage. Her husband had been murdered, and she tortured those scum mercilessly, yet she still hadn't vented her anger. Now, she run into 3 petty thugs. If they weren't public officials, she would ve slaughtered these three scumbags. Lan, don't pay them any mind. Let us go, Anchi said calmly. She was in a hurry to get back. The situation in Jiangcheng was looking grim, and this mission was already more than half complete. Only the Lion King Kara remained unkilled. That Lion King Kara was too cunning. She had no idea where he'd hidden himself now. Zhang Lan nodded. Alright, I'll move the car in front. Zhang Lan walked over to the Mercedes-Benz and saw the two women inside. They looked very familiar. They used to appear on screen all the time and were very famous. Now they'd fallen from grace. Zhang Lan kicked the car with all her might. Thud. The Mercedes-Benz skidded sideways, and that side of the car was dented in. Then, Zhang Lan returned to the RV, started it up, and drove toward the city limits. After Zhang Lan left, the two female celebrities in the Mercedes immediately got out and helped Xiaobin to his feet. Quick, go find my dad and my brother, Xiaobin said, sounding as if he were on his last breath. Brother Bin, should I take you to the clinic first? Go find my dad first. Xiaobin gasped for breath after every two words. His stomach churned violently. It felt as if his internal organs had been kicked into a pulp, and several of his ribs were broken. In the past, he would have died long ago. The only reason he was still alive now was because he was a Tier 1 evolver. A look of intense hatred flashed in his eyes. He was determined to chop that slut into mincemeat and feed her to the dogs, and he would take those two heavenly beauties as his concubines. Okay, I'll go find your dad right now. The two stunning celebrity beauties strode toward the Yunqing Evolver Association. Their Mercedes had broken down, so they had no choice but to run. Outside the city, female driver Zhang Lan drove the RV at a steady, unhurried pace. The GPS was no longer usable, so she had to rely on road signs. However, the signs had already been obscured by vines. Towering ancient trees stood thick and dense, blocking out the sky and sunlight. Even the former national highway was now covered in vegetation. It was truly hard to imagine that in just a few months, the southwestern region of Great Xia had turned into this like a primeval forest. It wouldn't take more than a year or two for this place to turn into a wilderness. Zhang Lan parted the vines covering a road sign, confirmed their direction, and started the RV again. Xiaoluo, I wonder if we have enough gas in this RV to make it to Jiangcheng. Zhang Lan said. No problem. We'll just look for a gas station along the way. I don't believe there won't be one. If that doesn't work, we'll ditch the RV and run back on foot, Anchi said with a smile. She wasn't afraid at all. With Panda by her side, she wouldn't be in any danger. Xiaoluo, but we have to cross that great river, Zhang Lan said, a bit worried. The great river was home to countless dangerous creatures, and with its swift currents, the hidden dangers were easy to imagine. Lan, don't worry about it. As long as Panda is here, I don't believe any evolved beast would dare attack us, Anchi said, completely confident in Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng lay lazily on his bed, enjoying the grooming session his owner, Yutan, was giving him. Watching Dashan lick his fur obliviously nearby, Zhang Feng couldn't help but look down on him. He clearly had no idea what true enjoyment was. Boom! 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 As the RV drove along at a steady pace, a rapid rumbling sound came from the direction of Yuncheng. It was incredibly loud. Chapter 69, Dragons usually don't bother with ants, unless they're truly enraged. Chao Kai looked at Anchi and Zhang Lan standing before him, seething with rage. His beloved youngest son had been kicked by this female driver, Zhang Lan, leaving him seriously injured in fighting for his life. Rage. Rage was no longer enough to describe how he felt at that moment. Miss Luo, do you know what crime you've committed? Chao Kai said coldly. Anchi was equally furious, though she was holding herself back. At the same time, she had Yutong calm Panda down, knowing that Panda was already growing impatient. Get the hell out of here, Anchi said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chao Kai burst into a furious laugh. To actually tell him to leave? That was pure fantasy. Anchi, I'll give you a way out, kill this female driver and become my woman. Chao Kai finally bared his fangs. He was the king of Yuncheng, about to take control of everything, and such a perfect woman naturally belonged to him. Anchi stared in disbelief at the president of the Yunqing Evolver Association. How dare such trash a man in his 50s utter such words? It truly made her so sick she wanted to vomit. For a moment, she was so furious she couldn't speak. He was nothing but a filthy old beast. Why had she even bothered to stop Panda? Boom! Several more motorcycles arrived. Chen Jun charged to the front of the scene and shouted, "Xiao Kai, what do you think you're doing?" Xiao Kai's eldest son, Xiao Yun, stepped forward from his side, his face dark with anger. Pointing at Chen Jun, he said, "Chen Jun, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Chen Jun snorted coldly. "Xiao Yun, you've got some nerve." He wasn't worried at all. He knew that Xiao Yun's second younger brother was already a Tier 3 Evolver, and there was another Tier 3 Evolver from the Evolver Association present, the one wearing sunglasses over there. But what good would that do? Tiger King Panda's power far surpassed that of these third-tier Evolvers. Facing him was like a 3-year-old child facing an adult. These 3 third-tier Evolvers had come here to die. Not to mention the hidden powerhouses within the Security Bureau, whose strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. If the Chow family weren't still of great use to the Security Bureau, capable of exploring dangerous areas on their behalf, they would have wiped them out long ago. "Chairman Chow, apologize immediately, or I'll take your worthless life." Anchi snorted coldly. "Ha, Anchi, it seems you really think that beast of yours is formidable. Today, you'll see just how I, Xiao Yun, will skin it alive and tear it limb from limb." Xiao Yun, the eldest son of Xiao Kai, sneered. However, his laughter didn't last 3 seconds before it cut off abruptly. A black and yellow shadow flashed by. A head flew into the air, blood gushing like a fountain, spraying in all directions. For a moment, everyone was stunned and gripped by fear. The head had flown off. Xiao Yun, Jun City's most powerful third-tier Evolver, was dead, killed in an instant. Jiang Feng struck again. He merged with the wind, becoming the wind itself, weaving through the crowd of the Yun City Evolver Association and reaping life after life. 3 third-tier Evolvers were as insignificant as ants before him. They were too weak, so weak he couldn't even be bothered. If it weren't for that bastard cursing him and wasting his time, he wouldn't have even bothered to lift a finger. A dragon usually doesn't bother with ants. After finishing the killings, Jiang Feng entered the RV and held out his paw to his caretaker, Yutong. It was smeared with blood, and he wanted it wiped clean. He was, after all, a fastidious Tiger King. Yutong numbly wiped Jiang Feng's paw clean. She wasn't afraid of him, she just couldn't quite stomach the scene of slaughter. But they were scum, they deserved to die. Anchi looked at the blood-soaked floor without a hint of nausea. She had killed before. Those scum who kidnapped young girls had all met their end at her hands. People like that deserved to die. After exchanging a few words with Chen Jun, Anchi got into the RV. In this era, human life really is worthless. Chen Jun watched the RV drive away and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Kai, who had been arrogant his whole life, was dead, and so were his 2 gifted sons. The younger son had only just become a third-tier Evolver. It was all because of his youngest son. He deserved to die. Now there's only one left, but he'll be dead soon too. We might as well send Xiao Bin on his way. Chen Jun, when it comes to evolution, will always be inferior to animals, sighed a security officer following behind Chen Jun. He was also a third-tier Evolver, one of the Security Bureau's trump cards. The agency's true strength was far greater than what met the eye. Chen Jun nodded. That's true. But isn't the gap between us narrowing? Back then, unarmed, even dozens of us weren't a match for a tiger. But now, just over 20 of us can go head-to-head with lions and tigers of the same tier, except for Tiger King Panda. Chen Jun, you still haven't told us what it felt like when you dueled Tiger King Panda. It felt like nothing. It was like a child facing a mountain, utterly powerless to make a dent. Chen Jun described his experience at the time. It seems Tiger King Panda's strength is beyond imagination. Even the 4th-tier Evolvers at headquarters probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. Chen Jun stroked his chin and said with certainty, "No, not even War God Su Wei is anywhere near a match for Tiger King Panda. In my opinion, if it came down to a decisive battle on land, no evolved beast could stand up to Panda. Even if that giant python king over 50 meters long showed up, it wouldn't stand a chance against Panda. Even the War God Su Wei is no match for Tiger King Panda," the third-tier security officer asked, somewhat taken aback. During yesterday's sparring session, he had watched Chen Jun face off against Tiger King Panda. It was like a 3-year-old child sparring with an adult. Chen Jun stood no chance. Tiger King Panda had sent him flying with a single swat, barely even exerting any force. If he really put his full strength into it, Chen Jun's skull would likely have been shattered. That's right. Tiger King Panda's power is simply beyond calculation. As you know, even the mana meter couldn't detect a single trace of his mana. For Tiger King Panda to have reached this level is equivalent to an ancient martial master achieving the state of unleakable true form. I've never heard of any human among us who has attained that. The two couldn't help but marvel at just how formidable Tiger King Panda was. Qing province in the western region is also a place of extreme altitude, second only to the plateau. Here, Great Xia has established a super safe zone. All the buildings are constructed from special steel and are extremely sturdy. This area was once a grassland with clear lakes, but now, the grass that used to be knee-high has grown to over 3 meters tall. It swayed from time to time, and sounds emanated from within. No one knew exactly what lay inside. In an office at the center of the safe zone, Zhang Long, director of the Special Affairs Bureau, sat prominently. His square face exuded great authority. Across from him sat Su Wei, the war god of Great Xia. "Su Wei, has that giant python grown to 55 meters? Zhang Long asked. "Yes, Director. That giant python is simply unstoppable. It possesses extraordinary intelligence and can sense danger in advance. Most eerily, it can vanish suddenly, as if it's merging with the soil. It's not just a question of whether our current weapons can injure it, it's impossible to even hit it." Su Wei recounted the details of their encounter. "Is there really no way to deal with this giant python? What about those ancient major powers? Are they unwilling to intervene?" Zhang Long asked coldly, his voice tinged with anger. "Director, they are unwilling to intervene," Su Wei replied succinctly. "Great Xia possesses some very ancient traditions, yet the families and sects that hold these ancient traditions do not wish to confront the Serpent King, for he is far too mysterious and powerful." "Are they willing to confront the Lion King Kara?" Zhang Long asked again. Su Wei glanced at Zhang Long and uttered a baffling remark, "They're even less willing to do that. They say confronting the Lion King is blasphemy against the gods and will invite divine retribution." Smash! Zhang Long slammed his palm down, shattering the pearwood table in front of him into splinters. "That bunch of old fools are full of crap. The Tiger King, Panda, has severely wounded the Lion King twice and hasn't suffered divine retribution." Su Wei agreed. "He was a 4th-tier evolver and one of the best at that. He also had another identity, soldier." "Su Wei, do you know why those old fools say such things?" Zhang Long finally asked. "I don't know. They also say we can't take on the Python King or the Golden Eagle King. If we go against these 3 beast kings, our Great Xia will surely be destroyed." Su Wei repeated the words passed down by those ancient, hereditary clans. "Bullshit. If we don't take on these 3 beast kings, are we Great Xia people just going to let ourselves be devoured by these 3 beasts for nothing?" Zhang Long let out a rare curse. "Did they mention anything about the Tiger King Panda?" Zhang Long couldn't help but ask. On the current evolved beast rankings, first was the Golden Eagle King, second was the Tiger King Panda, third was the Giant Python King, and fourth was the Lion King Kara. In his mind, the Tiger King Panda was the most powerful and unfathomable, but the Golden Eagle King could fly, was extremely fast, and could easily tear apart an airplane, which is why it ranked first. They said Tiger King Panda has desecrated the gods and will eventually be devoured by Lion King Kara, leaving not a single bone behind. Damn it! In just a moment, the director of the Great Xia Special Affairs Bureau had let out 3 expletives, so enraged was he. It took Zheng Long a while to calm down before he said, "Looks like we can't count on that bunch of old fools." That's right, Director. Not only can we not count on them, but we also have to guard against them launching a sneak attack. They might just ambush the Tiger King Panda to win over the Lion King Kara, Su Wei cautioned. Zheng Long's eyes darkened. He finally understood, for these ancient, decaying clans, there is no country, only themselves. Notify Anchi. Tell her the situation and warn her to be careful. Yes, Director. Chapter 70, Enhancing the Strength of the Tiger Brethren. After 10 days of traversing countless dangerous places, Zhang Feng returned to Qingshan Wildlife Park. Of course, those dangerous places were as easy for him as a stroll through the streets. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings before him, Zhang Feng felt a bit out of place. The Tiger Park was filled with groves of towering ancient trees, each standing 50 to 60 meters tall. Beneath the trees, the underbrush grew over 2 meters high, though there were no venomous snakes or insects. 71 adult tigers, 36 cubs, and himself, that made a total of 108 tigers. Many of the tigers didn't recognize Zhang Feng at all. The moment they saw him, they immediately backed away, some even lay down on the ground, exposing their bellies as a sign of submission. Tuanzi and Yuanzi, upon seeing Zhang Feng, let out an excited roar and rushed to his side. It had been over 2 months their great king had finally returned. The 31 adult tigers in the Tiger Park were thrilled, roaring incessantly. Their intelligence had significantly improved through evolution. Beside them, Lu Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. These past 2 months had nearly worn her out completely. Thankfully, Tuanzi and Yuanzi had been looking after things, otherwise, those newly arrived adult tigers would have run off. "Shi, are you exhausted?" Anchi asked with a smile, then pulled out some third-tier crocodile meat from the RV. This was a snack Zhang Feng had brought back from the Great River. As soon as Lu Shi saw it, her eyes lit up. She immediately tore off a small piece and swallowed it. As a second-tier evolver, her combat prowess far surpassed that of Anchi and Yutong. After consuming this third-tier crocodile meat, the immense mana surged through her body. It wouldn't be long before she could evolve again and become a third-tier evolver. "Anchi, tell me what has happened along the way," Lu Shi asked as she munched on the third-tier crocodile meat. "The changes out there are massive. The southwestern region was about the same as here just half a month ago, but over the past 2 weeks, the mana there has increased by 50%. The changes there must be even more drastic. Those giant pythons were enormous. The largest one was nearly 40 meters long. Thankfully, Panda killed it, otherwise, who knows how many people would have suffered. And then there's the ugliness of human nature, countless vile acts, truly unimaginable." Anchi recounted what she had seen and heard. Lu Shi listened quietly. She had reviewed many disturbing case files in the past, but hearing Anchi's description now, she felt those files were child's play. In this era of Mana's resurgence, which could also be called the end times, the ugliness of human nature had been laid bare. "Deal with those people, just kill them," Lu Shi said with unwavering resolve. With her bright, ethereal demeanor, the way she spoke those words gave her the air of a celestial being. The three of them watched the big tigers in the tiger enclosure in silence. Suddenly, they noticed something was off. Every single big tiger was carrying a stone in its mouth, and the 36 cubs were doing the same, carrying stones as they disappeared into the bushes. "Mana crystals?" Yutong asked, dumbfounded. "It looks like it," Lu Shi replied, equally stunned. "Could Panda be distributing mana crystals?" Anchi offered her theory. "Where would Panda get mana crystals? Did he mine them?" Lu Shi was baffled. A tiger doesn't have pockets. Where would it hide the mana crystals? At that moment, Zhang Feng distributed all the low-grade mana crystals among the 107 tigers, nearly 1,000 gene in total. These low-grade mana crystals were useless to him. He hadn't opened an iron chest in a long time. He only opened bronze chests now, but for the sake of his tiger kin, he decided to open another batch of iron chests. Among these 107 tiger kin, only Yuanzi and Tuanzi were Tier 3 peak beast kings. Dashan was a Tier 3 high-rank beast king, slightly weaker than Tuanzi and Yuanzi, and 5 others were Tier 3 beast kings, though all were Tier 3 low-rank beast kings, 2 ranks below Dashan. The rest were Tier 2 Beast Kings, and there were even some Tier 1 Beast Kings. No matter how useless the Tier 1 tiger sibling might be, Zhang Feng wouldn't give up on it. After all, even that idiotic pet owner who was such a loser had been pushed by him to the peak of Tier 2. With a little effort, even a useless tiger sibling could reach Tier 3 Beast King. Host, Zhang Feng. Level, 4th Tier Evolved Beast King. Loyal fans, 89,516. Sincere likes, 22.52 million plus. Lottery attempts, 292,202 iron chest. Storage slots, 300. Inventory, 1 drop of white tiger essence. Seeing 290,000 iron chests, Zhang Feng felt a sense of relief. It had been a long time since he'd done any draws. System, expands 700 storage slots. Ding! Congratulations, host. Expansion successful. Zhang Feng was delighted to see 1,000 storage slots, though it had cost him 70,000 iron chests. Draw. 1,000 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 286 gene of low-grade mana crystals, 56 bone marrow cleansing pills, 15 century-old ginseng roots, and 12 pieces of polygonatum. Claim 200 gene of low-grade mana crystals. A pile of low-grade mana crystals instantly appeared at Zhang Feng's feet, some weighing 1 gene, some 2, and some 5. Zhang Feng let out another roar, and a group of tigers rushed over. Come on, take the mana crystals. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Here's 100-year-old ginseng root per tiger. Hurry up and advance to the second stage. Zhang Feng distributed the ginseng and polygonatum one by one. These useless tiger brothers should all be able to evolve this time. I wonder if they can provide him with some luck. With luck, he'll be able to enter the lottery. Panda, where did you find those mana crystals, ginseng, and polygonatum? The 3 pet owners arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng walked toward a nearby bush and dug his paw into the soil. He had intended to plant some mana crystals, but to his surprise, actual mana crystals appeared there. Zhang Feng was a bit dumbfounded, but the quality of these mana crystals was too poor. He'd leave them for the security guards. The pet owners should use better quality low-grade mana crystals. Zhang Feng walked over to the cat owners with the mana crystals in hand, tossed the low-grade ones to them, then walked back. He dug out a large chunk of mana crystal, grabbed it, and headed toward the security guards. Holy crap, there are mana crystals in the Tiger Park too. Anchi exclaimed in shock. Yeah, mana crystals have been popping up in a lot of places lately, though they're hard to find, Lu Shi said. Mana crystals aren't as expensive as they used to be, but they're still not cheap. With national currencies collapsing everywhere, the only hard currency left is mana crystals and spiritual artifacts. Everything is bought and sold with mana crystals, but there's a downside: mana crystals of the same weight may contain different amounts of mana. That's where spirit detecting devices come in. The major corporations manufacturing them are raking in a fortune. There are mana crystals. Let us dig them up fast, or once we leave, we won't be able to find any more. The 3 women grabbed their specially made shovels and began digging for mana crystals. Zhang Feng lay quietly on the ground, thinking the 3 of them were utterly foolish. The mana crystals buried there weren't even low grade yet. They were working so hard to dig them up. It was like giving up the big picture for the small details. He couldn't be bothered with it. Ding! Anchi's shovel struck something hard. Mana crystals! Anchi shouted excitedly. Then dust swirled up from the ground. Panda, come help dig this out. Anchi yelled. Zhang Feng didn't budge. It was just trash. He wouldn't even take it if it were handed to him. He was starting to feel like munching on some sunflower seeds. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't moving, Anchi knew his laziness had kicked in. With no other choice, she had to do it herself. She continued digging. Chapter 71, National Treasures want their picture taken, and a bizarre sea creature attacks. The Tiger Park now had 5 new black and white animals. National treasures, giant pandas. After resting and essentially training for 3 days at the Tiger Park, Jiang Feng brought the 5 pandas from the panda enclosure over. Their round, black and white, chubby bodies were utterly adorable. They were also enormous, standing 3.5 meters tall. Each one was broad-shouldered and plump, their little eyes darting around as they looked at the big tigers nearby, completely unafraid. All 5 national treasures had evolved into second-tier evolved beasts. Their strength was quite impressive, likely second only to lions, tigers, bears, and leopards of the same tier. The largest panda, the Panda King, handed a white jade bamboo shoot to Jiang Feng as a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Feng accepted the white jade bamboo shoot. Truth be told, he didn't particularly like eating bamboo. It had a slightly numbing effect, but since it was a gift from a national treasure, he had to accept it even if he didn't care for it. Was this panda a bear or a cat, anyway? Here one ginseng root per cat for you all. Jiang Feng pulled out 5 ginseng roots and handed them to the national treasures. The 5 pandas happily accepted the ginseng. They knew it was a precious treat. Nowadays, they were highly intelligent and knew that following this Tiger King meant they'd get meat to eat, though they still preferred bamboo, specifically white jade bamboo shoots. Panda, come here. Time to weigh you. Anchi carried the scale over to Jiang Feng. Weigh in. Jiang Feng was excited. His weight must have far exceeded what it used to be. Blue Star had grown larger, the magnetic field had shifted, and the Earth's gravitational pull had changed. What used to weigh 1 gene might now be 1.2 gene or more. Jiang Feng stepped onto the scale. Wow, 1.86 tons. Panda, you're so heavy, Anchi exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Feng stepped down, stretched out his huge paw, and shoved his owner onto the scale as well. Oh my god, Anchi, you weigh 250 gene. Yutong exclaimed in feigned shock, though she was actually doing it on purpose. Anchi, furious and embarrassed, grabbed Yutong and yanked her onto the scale. Look at you, you're 258 gene. You're way heavier than me, Anchi said disdainfully. Yutong just laughed. Right. You're a little lighter at 250. Anchi was furious. If we used the old calculations, our weight should be just over 200 gene. But now that gravity is getting stronger, we have to build up our physical bodies, Lu Shi said. Ever since Mana appeared on Blue Star, everyone's weight had been increasing. Their bones had been tempered, becoming extremely hard, and their internal organs were just as robust, incredibly resilient. Without a strong physique, they might well be crushed to death by Blue Star's gravity in the future, unable even to walk. Does that mean I'll get super heavy later? I hope I don't hit 300 gene. Anchi felt like crying but couldn't. Pfft, 300 gene? You'll definitely end up weighing 3,000 gene, Yutong remarked inappropriately. She might be heavy, but she wasn't fat. She was practically a celestial being. Jiang Feng silently walked away. 3 foolish cat owners were actually discussing whether they'd die from being too heavy in the future. Look how sturdy he is, no one can beat him. He still needs to gain some weight, but his build shouldn't get too massive that would make him clumsy. Jiang Feng continued practicing the dragon tiger breathing technique. Rich mana flowed into his body through his nostrils and pores, tempering his tendons, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs. A few bold little tigers were jumping all over him, treating him like a toy. 3 days was enough for the new tiger to get to know him. One little tiger kept nipping at his tail. Life is good like this. Jiang Feng lay sprawled on the grass like a pile of mud. This was the pinnacle of life. I'm a 4th-tier beast king now. I wonder how long I'll live. 4th-tier evolvers can live to 180. I should at least make it to 100, right? Without evolution, a zoo tiger would only live 20 years. Now that he de-evolved 4 times, living to 100 shouldn't be too much to ask. If I keep evolving, maybe I'll become immortal. Ha. Jiang Feng let out an eerie laugh. It really was a laugh. Whoa, did Panda just laugh? Anchi walked up to Jiang Feng, looked at his big head, and snapped a selfie. Jiang Feng didn't turn anyone down. If this pet owner posted it online, he figured he'd probably gain quite a few more followers. He just didn't know if the internet even existed in this world. Panda, smile again. Anchi made a peace sign. Click. The other two pet owners joined in, posing for a photo with Zhang Feng. Suddenly, 5 national treasure pandas appeared. They gathered around Zhang Feng, asking to be in the picture too. Many humans had taken photos with them before. Those were their glory days. With no visitors lately, they actually grown nostalgic for photo sessions. After all, every time they posed for a photo, they got a tasty treat. Come on, come on. Yuan Yuan, Nuan Nuan, and Jinjin stand in the middle. Yan Yang and Dili, you stand on either side, Anchi said excitedly. These 5 national treasure pandas were now very clever. Although they couldn't fully understand her words yet, as long as she made a gesture, they could follow along. Click, 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 click. Another round of snapping photos. Amidst the joyful sounds at the tiger enclosure in Qingshan Wildlife Park, towering waves were rising in the Nanjiang River in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng isn't a coastal city, but it isn't far from the sea, only about 50 or 60 kilometers away, and the Nanjiang River, which flows through Jiangcheng, leads directly to the ocean. Now, a most eerie scene has unfolded on the Nanjiang River. Within the murky waters, whirlpools have formed, accompanied by massive, rolling waves. They surge upstream from the lower reaches, as if some terrifying creature were stirring up the waters of the Nanjiang. On both banks of the Nanjiang, countless small evolved beasts fled in panic. They were terrified. They sensed the approach of death. Fortunately, they were on dry land. As long as they stayed away from the shore, no matter how powerful the terrifying creature in the river might be, it could not harm them. Perched in the treetops, a sparrow as large as a child's head stared intently at the eerie scene unfolding in the river. Suddenly, a 10-jan long black tentacle shot out of the water, its surface glinting coldly like serrated teeth. The tentacle swept across all living creatures within 20 or 30 meters of the shore. Piercing screams echoed along the banks of the Nanjiang River in Jiangcheng. These were the screams of evolved beasts. Feral cats and dogs fled in a frenzy, as did the birds in the trees. It was terrifying. That black tentacle exuded an aura of death. It wasn't just a single tentacle. On the opposite bank of the Nanjiang, several more tentacles, each over 10 jan long, loomed with unspeakable horror. In the vast expanse of the Nanjiang, the river surged and churned. Roaring waves crashed against the banks, sending spray 3 or 4 zhang high into the air. Suddenly, in the center of the Nanjiang River, a colossal creature over 13 or 14 meters long appeared. Its scales shimmered with a silvery glow, thick and sturdy. A crocodile, a super crocodile. Yet this 13 or 14 meter long beast differed from modern crocodiles. It had undergone a transformation, evolving into the form of an imperial crocodile. Regression. Yet, even this terrifying colossus was locked in place by black tentacles. Death roll. The monstrous crocodile churned up towering waves, but to no avail. The black tentacles still held it fast, their serrated edges carving deep, bloody gashes into its hide. Even though the giant crocodile possessed immense strength, it was useless against the onslaught of the tentacles. More than one black tentacle had trapped the giant crocodile. The 13 or 14 meter long giant crocodile tried to bite the tentacles, but to no avail. Its gaping maw could swallow lions and tigers whole, yet it was powerless against the black tentacles. The giant crocodile was desperate. Having evolved 3 times, it possessed a high level of intelligence and knew it could not escape death today. Roar! The giant crocodile actually let out a roar, warning its nearby companions to evacuate immediately. Crack! 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 The giant crocodile's body was being mercilessly crushed by the tentacles. The death roll met the death strangle. The death roll was utterly useless. A torrent of blood gushed from the giant crocodile's body, and its corpse was dragged into the Nanjiang River, vanishing beneath the surface. Afterward, the surging waves continued to push toward the center of Jiangcheng. Chapter 72, Endless Ocean Evolved Beast Invasion. Qingshan Wildlife Park, Tiger Enclosure. Zhang Feng's expression grew extremely grave. He caught a whiff of an intensely foul, fishy stench, one that was incredibly potent. This stench was no ordinary smell. It seemed incredibly powerful. Yet no matter how powerful it was, in his eyes, it was nothing more than a meal. It wasn't just Zhang Feng who had detected it, the other 107 tigers had as well, and they had become extremely agitated. They paced back and forth. If Zhang Feng hadn't been there, they would have let out a furious roar. "What's going on?" "I feel uneasy," Yutong asked anxiously, clutching her chest. The others felt the same way. Security Captain Lu Ming's eyes betrayed his fear. He sensed impending doom, as if a catastrophic disaster were about to strike at any moment. A disaster? Now that he was a second-tier evolver, his sixth sense was exceptionally keen. And it wasn't just him, everyone felt the same way. Even the National Treasure Tigers and the National Treasure Pandas were restless. The only one showing no change was the Tiger King Panda. Tiger King Panda was still lazily sprawled out there. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Tiger King Panda was there, nothing would go wrong. Judging by Tiger King Panda's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear that this unknown disaster wouldn't affect him. Woo 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 woo. The disaster alarm suddenly blared, echoing across the skies of Jiangcheng. Everyone still in the city immediately panicked. What's happening? I feel so anxious. Yeah, I'm so anxious. If I'd known, I would have gone to the safe zones in the northwest or west. Everyone who remained in Jiangcheng had no desire to go to the northwest, because life there was too harsh. The altitude was high, the journey was long, and with no planes available now, it was nearly impossible to reach. Even if they drove, there were no places to refuel, so many people ended up walking part of the way. Most importantly, they were vulnerable to attacks by evolved beasts along the way. In the past, they had mocked those who lost their lives on that journey. Now, they only regretted not leaving sooner. At that moment, Tian Feng, director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau, stared at the large screen before him. Countless terrifying creatures were crawling out of the Nanjiang River. Spiders the size of water barrels. No, these weren't spiders, they were spider crabs. Black fur covered their long legs, and their two massive claws possessed immense strength, easily pushing aside the stone benches in the park. There were also snake-like, black, serpentine creatures. Director, these are electric eels. They VE mutated. They VE actually grown to 7 or 8 meters long. A single one of these electric eels can release enough electricity to electrocute dozens of ordinary elephants. Tian Feng's expression grew grave. For these electric eels to have grown to 7 or 8 meters, the evolution of marine life was far more terrifying than that of land-dwelling creatures. After the spider crabs and evolved electric eels appeared on land, the turtles emerged. Fierce and terrifying, a row of sharp spines jutted from their backs, like swords piercing the sky. Their mouths gaped open, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. In the video, an evolved sea turtle effortlessly crushed a stone table with a single bite. If it bit a human, even a third-tier evolver wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, these evolved turtles were incredibly fast, nothing like the slow, sluggish turtles humans imagine. In addition to these 3 massive creatures, there were other beings in the ocean. What was extremely bizarre was that these creatures coexisted peacefully, not attacking one another, and entered Jiangcheng together just like that. Bizarre, extremely bizarre. Director, the phones are ringing off the hook. We're getting tens of thousands of calls a minute, and they're all what? Tian Feng asked coldly. They're all cursing at our security personnel, saying we're useless and can't protect their safety, the operator said cautiously. Tian Feng didn't get angry. It was true that their security personnel hadn't protected these people's safety, but he had previously notified them to hurry to the safe zones in the western or northwestern regions. Yet they refused to go. Who could be blamed for that? Use the broadcast to tell them to protect themselves. I'm heading to Qingshan Zoo to ask Tiger King Panda to come out of retirement, Tian Feng said calmly. Ask the Tiger King Panda to come out of retirement? Can he handle so many marine evolved beasts? Tian Feng wasn't sure himself, but this was the only solution he could think of. Relying solely on the Security Bureau's few thousand personnel and their weapons was simply no match for the endless stream of evolved beasts. You all stay on high alert. Gao Bing, come with me to Qingshan Zoo. Yes, Director. The two grabbed their weapons, got into the police car, and immediately turned on the sirens. Director, this is going to be dangerous. Those evolved sea beasts are endless, and the rest. The terrifying monster in the Nanjiang River. A single tentacle is over 100 feet long. No one can handle that. Cao Bing's eyes were filled with worry. If he were alone, with his mid-tier level 3 evolver abilities, he could have escaped Jiangcheng. But he couldn't flee on his own. He was a security officer of Great Xia, bound by his duty. Let us go to Qingshan Zoo first and see what is happening, Tianfeng said, rubbing his temples. As the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau, he held significant authority, but the sheer volume of responsibilities he had to manage placed immense pressure on him. Working day and night, had he not successfully evolved into a third-tier evolver, he would have died of a heart attack long ago. Soon, the police car arrived at the zoo. Director Tian, what exactly has happened? The director of Qingshan Zoo asked anxiously. Marine evolved beasts are invading our city. Jiangcheng is in danger now. Get ready, gather everyone together and prepare for evacuation. As for those evolved beasts, have the keepers communicate with them so they can be evacuated as well, Tianfeng instructed. What? Marine evolved beasts are invading our city? Alright, I'll go make the arrangements right away. Tianfeng and Gao Bing headed straight for the tiger enclosure. In his mind, the tiger enclosure was Jiangcheng's last line of defense, a pillar of stability. Director Tian, Anqi greeted him hurriedly. Xiao Luo, Tianfeng nodded with a smile. His gaze fell on Panda, the Tiger King, who was lying on the ground looking utterly lazy, while two keepers massaged and groomed him. He was living the good life. Tianfeng envied him, wishing he could be the one lying there enjoying it. Look at himself, working 20 hours a day out of 24, and getting yelled at on top of it. It was truly exhausting. But he was in this position, so he had to fulfill his duties that had been his creed from the moment he became a security officer. Xiao Luo, has King Panda sensed the arrival of the ocean-evolved beast? Anqi nodded quickly. Director Tian, Panda has detected it, but he hasn't reacted at all. The other tigers, however, are getting restless. Even the national treasure, the giant panda. No reaction? Does that mean he is not worried? Tianfeng asked again. Anqi hummed in response. Nothing ever worried Panda. He always looked so lazy, only getting excited when snacks were involved. Tianfeng felt more confident now. With the Tiger King Panda around, their chances of successfully evacuating Jiangcheng were higher, though he still didn't know how many casualties there would be. Xiao Luo, get ready. We're leaving now. We'll head northwest from the southeast to pick up those who haven't left yet. Tianfeng made the final decision. At a time like this, decisiveness was key. Withdraw now? Yes. Understood, Director Tian. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Anqi sprang into action, and the other keepers followed suit, beginning to rally the evolved beasts kept at the zoo. Chapter 73, A roar shakes the heavens, a roar claims 1,000 lives. Tigers, giant pandas, black bears, elephants, giraffes, golden monkeys, red pandas, clouded leopards, bearded ibex, red-crowned cranes, white-lipped partridges, zebras, ostriches, black-leaf monkeys. Thousands of animals marched in formation. With 108 tigers, 5 giant pandas, 12 black bears, 8 elephants, 4 giraffes, and the other evolved beasts, they constituted a truly formidable force. Zhang Feng lay lazily on the roof of the RV, gazing at the multitude of evolved beasts with immense satisfaction. These creatures could all provide him with fortune, though far less than humans. Their potential was immense. The 5 giant pandas were still munching on white jade bamboo shoots. Cleverly, they had dug up quite a few intact shoots to plant in their new home. All personnel in Jiangcheng, come out immediately. Full-scale evacuation, for security officers shouted through megaphones. This was an unprecedented mass evacuation. Everyone had to leave. Those who refused would have no choice but to wait to die in Jiangcheng. What? Evacuate? I'm not leaving. This is my home. You can't leave either. Your security officers, public servants of the people, shouted an enraged elderly man in his 70s. However, this time the security officers paid him no mind, simply continuing to shout, "Everyone in Jiangcheng, if you hear this, get out of your homes immediately. This is a full-scale evacuation." What? we have to leave this soon? I haven't even packed my clothes and jewelry yet, a woman in her 40s said, pacing frantically. You can't leave. If you go, what are we supposed to do? The elderly man in his 70s continued to curse loudly. We'll leave, but you have to let us take the vehicles. I used to be an executive at Tianyuan Group. That's right, let us ride in the cars, and then we'll go. I'm a relative of the chairman of Lianshan Group. Not just one old man was cursing and demanding a ride, over a dozen elderly men and women were doing the same. Some didn't want to move, they wanted the security officers to stay in Zhangqing to protect them, while others wanted to ride to the safe zone. Zhang Feng was getting fed up with it all, so he let out a long, piercing roar. The roar shook the heavens, causing the very skies to darken. Everyone felt a sudden wave of panic. It was a sensation that made their very souls tremble. A dozen or so elderly men and women immediately rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Feng felt a sense of relief. Tian Feng furrowed his brow, but quickly smoothed it out. These old men and women were nothing but trouble anyway, and they didn't have the strength to carry them. As for the vehicles, they were meant to haul weapons and some evolved beasts to be used in critical moments, so there was no way they'd let these old folks use them. Keep moving. Nearly 10,000 people continued marching forward, with new people joining the massive column from time to time. No one dared to speak loudly or voice any objections. The tiger on top of that RV was too terrifying. They knew it was the Tiger King Panda, and it was truly enormous. There were another 60 or 70 large tigers nearby, which were even more frightening. Inside the RV where Zhang Feng was lying, there were 6 cubs, and the other 30 cubs were also inside the vehicles. Zhang Feng would never let the cubs stay outside. They were all merely Tier 1 evolved beast kings. If they were attacked by an oceanic evolved beast, they'd be dead in an instant, and he certainly didn't want to see that happen. After all, tigers were national treasures, incredibly rare. Also inside the vehicles were golden monkeys, red crowned cranes, red pandas, and other animals. These were all Zhang Feng's favorites. He loaded all his favorite animals into the vehicle and had those foolish humans drive them around. Suddenly, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. He saw endless spider crabs crawling toward them, along with 7 or 8 meter long electric eels, countless giant sea turtles, and terrifying sea snakes. The spider crabs and sea turtles weren't much of a problem, but those electric eels and sea snakes were terrifying. Electric eels are terrifying enough just for their electric shocks, but having evolved to grow 7 or 8 meters long, their electrical charge must be immense. Even a second-tier evolver likely couldn't withstand it. And those sea snakes were even more terrifying, measuring 6 or 7 meters in length. In the past, the venom of these sea snakes ranked among the top 10 most toxic in the world. Now that they've evolved, one can only imagine just how venomous they've become. Zhang Feng slowly stood up, his bones cracking and popping. Whoosh! Moving with the wind, transforming with the wind. Zhang Feng's massive body leaped from the roof of the RV, causing it to sway only slightly. Anqi, holding her binoculars, also spotted the oceanic evolved beast approaching. Seeing Panda charge toward it, she breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been worried Panda might be too lazy to move, which would have been a real problem. After Zhang Feng moved, Tuanzi and Yuanzi followed suit. As peak 3rd tier evolved beast kings, they were more than capable of instantly defeating ordinary peak 3rd tier evolvers. Dashan remained with the group, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. All 3 of them, the 3rd tier Tiger Kings, had received explicit instructions from Zhang Feng: no matter what happened, one of them must stay behind to guard the others. Zhang Feng soared through the air like a bird, lingering in flight before finally landing. A single leap of 300 meters. Everyone was astonished. How could this Tiger King, Panda, fly? Zhang Feng halted his advance. He did not rush forward to kill these ocean-evolved beasts. Against such foes, his tiger roar would be far more effective. It began. Channeling his vital energy. Inhale. Roar. The power of this roar surpassed his previous ones by more than tenfold. A violent gale whipped up, toppling the bushes. The roar of a tiger, the cry of a dragon. At that moment, every living creature trembled in fear, frozen in place. As for the ocean-evolved beasts facing Zhang Feng, they bore the brunt of it. Their fragile minds were instantly shattered by the roar, leaving them brain-dead. Zhang Feng didn't return to the RV because something massive was approaching. He sensed it, an incredibly frenzied, terrifying presence. He had no idea what kind of oceanic monster it was. Anchi, standing among the crowd, was terrified. Through her binoculars, she saw dozens of terrifying tentacles, each over 100 feet long, a truly horrifying sight. A single tentacle was much larger than Panda. How could they possibly fight this? Anchi trembled all over with fear. She immediately shouted, "Panda, come back. We have to get out of here." Tian Feng, the director of the security bureau, was also stunned by the sight. A colossal monster resembling a giant squid had appeared, obliterating the buildings in its path with devastating force. Each of its tentacles was incredibly powerful, covered in jagged teeth, and its entire body was pitch black, resembling a demon from hell. No one knew just how big it was. "Let us go," Tian Feng urged. He immediately walked over to Anchi. "Xiao Luo, quickly call Tiger King Panda back." Anchi was on the verge of tears. She had called out several times, but Panda hadn't returned. Instead, he stood there nonchalantly, as if waiting for that unimaginable monster. "Panda, come back quickly. That beast is too huge, we have to get out of here." Anchi called out again, terrified that something might happen to Panda, whom she raised since he was a cub. Zhang Feng glanced back at the pet owner and gave him a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." After all, he was the Tiger King, a 4th-tier high-level evolved beast king, incredibly powerful. That huge, ugly beast might be massive, but it was useless. Its aura was only around 4th-tier mid-level. If he were in the water, he might not be able to kill that ugly beast, but on land, it was nothing more than a moving target, a snack delivered right to his doorstep. The only question was whether this snack would taste good. Boom! 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 It appeared a colossal monster had emerged. Chapter 74, The All Show No-Go Colossal Monster. It was a massive, pitch-black monster resembling a giant squid. Except this giant squid was enormous and mutated. It had 16 tentacles, each over 140 feet long, and those tentacles were lined with razor-sharp serrations dripping with blood. It was utterly terrifying. And that wasn't all.